Push, Book 2 of the Beat series, written by Jared Garrett. Narrated also by Jared Garrett. For traitorous right kidneys, you know who you are. Other books by Jared Garrett. Beat, which is Book 1 in this series. Beyond the Cabin. The Seer, a story of the 36. And The Guide and the Sword series, Laconia, Usurper, and Red Prince. Stay tuned for more books in the near future from Jared Garrett. Chapter 1. Run! Bullets shredded the leaves of the hardy trees around us. I dove under an outstretched branch, angling to get a rough tree trunk between me and the Rangers. In the corner of my eye, I saw Melissa use a branch to help her pivot fast around another tree. She disappeared into the woods to my left. Where was Paul? I shouted again, "Get out of sight!" My squad filled the area with the noise of shouting and snapping twigs as they frantically tried to get some distance between them and the Rangers. How did the Rangers find us? Had they just gotten lucky? I scrambled, my feet and hands digging into the damp forest floor. Yesterday's rain still hadn't completely dried. Melissa's voice came through our earcoms. It sounded like she was right next to me, even though she whispered, "Still wet from the rain. Go 50 to 100 meters in, then dig in under dirt, leaves, trees, whatever. Hide your body heat." Despite the fear making my heart pound, I couldn't stop my smile. That had been my move a few weeks before. I'd be sure to bug her about that later. Of course, to be honest, it was originally Paul's move that night a few months ago in the slimy paper vat in the dumps. I heard Melissa to my right, the rest of my squad, or what I hoped was the rest of my squad, diving through the forest all around us. Behind us, the Rangers called out, the soft whine of their propulsion boards cutting around the trees. It sounded like the Rangers had just discovered what we had already learned. Propulsion boards were great, but they were worse than useless when you were trying to get through thick forest fast. That's why we'd headed for a dense spot. I spoke fast, keeping my voice no louder than a whisper. "Get to the meeting place only after you lose them. No more than 2 in a group. Quick check-in." Voices rolled through my ear as each member of my squad spoke. "Krista, I'm fine." "Xavier, no problems." "Lexi, I'm okay." "Paul, twisted my ankle a bit. I'm okay." Relief flooded through me. I felt bad for worrying about Paul more than the others, but he had been involved from the start. He was an original pusher. Plus, he was kind of small. "Paul, get help if you need it." "I'm fine." For being so small, Paul was pretty fierce. I'd never seen him back down, not once since that night in Hope Park. The night that had changed everything. The night Bren had died. "Melissa." Her voice was dry, ready to give me a hard time. "Right in front of you." "Nick, down!" I dropped and rolled over my right shoulder, twisting to see what Melissa was talking about. A Ranger, on foot instead of a propulsion board, had just appeared behind me. How did they move so silently? The Ranger's keeper was pointed at my chest. These things were bad. Real bullets, jagged electrodes, powerful concussion grenades. They were meant to kill or disable fast. I scrabbled back, knowing I was too late. Cold fear tightened my gut. I flinched at the sound of an explosion and waited for the pain to erupt in my chest. Nothing came. I looked down. No fatal hole in my chest. I looked up. The Ranger was on his, or her, back, upper body hidden by the shadow of pine trees. His legs, encased in flexible, earth-toned body armor, were all I could see. "You're welcome," Melissa said from right next to me. I turned, met her gaze. She pointed with her weapon. "Armor's weak spot's on the side." "Bugging spam," I said. My heart started beating again. How many times had she saved me now? 4? 5? It seemed like she was always finding a way to make me owe her. "Let's go," Melissa said, yanking lightly on my shirt to get me moving. "Thank you," I whispered, following her fast through the trees. The sound of the keeper firing was sure to bring more Rangers to the area. We ducked branches and leapt small bushes, Melissa leading the way. I knew where she was going. The stream, maybe 30 meters away, had nice muddy shallows near a deeper area of the bank. Great place to hide body temperature. More gunshots cracked through the air, and I had to fight the urge to call for a status check, not wanting to make any unnecessary sounds. Melissa and I kept running, doing our best to weave and keep our breathing quiet. Our only chance was to go undetected. The Rangers were much better armed, and we only survived their attacks by escaping. We stayed low. Melissa lifted a branch ahead of us. Sun glinted off the running stream, and the noise of it splashing over large rocks was louder than our footfalls. As I ducked under the branch she held for me, a tart, fresh smell hit me, the leaves she was grabbing. Boring gray New Frisko had never been like this, so full of smells and rain and everything. The only time I missed our old life was when I couldn't find enough leaves and soft pine needle branches to sleep on. The crisp, cold water felt amazing on my feet as I waded into the stream, letting the current carry my steps. I angled toward a deep area where the water pooled because of a fallen tree. I'd found the spot when we came this way before. Melissa went the other way, crouch running fast upstream. Reaching my destination, I slid my enforcer's keeper deep into the shadows of a nearby bush. The cold water made me gasp as I lowered myself in, frigid water seeping, then rushing under my clothes. Work fast, cold water! I felt like my core temperature reached near freezing within seconds. Hiding my face behind some water plants, I stayed as low as I could and held still, breathing through my nose. The Ranger appeared maybe 15 seconds and 1,000 gallons of freezing water later. By that time, I was already having trouble not shivering enough to splash water everywhere. Clenching my teeth, I mentally ordered my body to hold still. Please work, please. I hadn't heard anyone check in for over 2 minutes. But nobody had said anything or sounded an alert either. The Ranger, who was taller than anybody I'd ever known, just stood there for a full minute. Then he waded into the stream. My heart froze as I watched the bottom half of his armor shift color from earthy browns and greens to icy blue. And then, from one moment to the next, I could no longer see his legs as the armor changed color. Bug me! That was why they were so good at hiding. How had I not seen that before? I held my breath and carefully eased myself lower into the stream, picturing my body becoming part of the freezing mud at the bottom. This was both better and worse than the pulp bath in the dumps at New Frisko. It was much colder, but there was no sliminess at all. I probably wouldn't stink for days afterward either. Water tried to get in my nose. I breathed through my nostrils, trying to keep it out. The last thing I needed now was to gag or cough. Through the river grass, I watched the Ranger scan upstream and downstream. He stood for what felt like another hour or two, then crossed the stream and paused on the bank for a moment. His icy blue legs contrasted for maybe a half-second against the stream bank. Then they changed again. As he walked into the woods, his legs turned deep brown, and the top half of his body shifted to irregular greens and browns. "Stay out of sight!" I didn't dare contact my squad. My body screamed at me to roll out of the water and take a bath in fire. What did being warm feel like again? Although every second in the stream felt like it was freezing me solid, I counted to 100 before moving. Those Rangers were tricky and determined. A couple months of being on the run from them had taught us to be careful. Which was one of the reasons it burned so much that they caught sight of us during a patrol that I was leading. Patrols, raids, searching for wild fruits and vegetables, hunting. My whole life I'd wanted a life like this, free of the new chapter. I had almost forgotten what protein paste tasted like. But now that we were out here, it was more than just my friends and me. It was everyone who'd survived New Frisko, and it seemed like hundreds of people all thought that I was the one who was supposed to run things, like I was their new Prime Administrator. I eased myself out of the stream, a violent shiver, nearly cracking my body in two. My fingers and feet were numb when I stepped onto the stream bank, and I wished I had warm, dry clothes to change into. Crouching low, I listened. Just the trickling stream and the quiet whispers that I always heard in the forest. Had to be wind in the trees? Each breath thawed out my ribcage a little more. Stream water dripped down my face and into my mouth. Bugging spam. I tried telling myself I didn't have to get back in the stream, but I knew I did in order to stay out of sight and move fast. Just go. I forced my feet back into the stream and, crouching low, let the current help me ease smoothly downstream. I heard a keeper fire somewhere behind me. I clenched every muscle and ducked as an uncontrollable shiver hit me. No bullet struck me or whined past. Please just give up. We'd found that if we could stay out of sight, completely disappear without a trace, the Rangers would canvass the area, then move on. Give up and go somewhere else. No more shouts sounded. Walking slowly and carefully, I continued downstream. Water divided at the middle of my calves, then flowed back together. I was taking too much of a chance. Maybe New Frisko wasn't so bad. I lowered myself back into the water and lay forward. Somehow the water was warmer now, or maybe I was getting hypothermia. Not that it mattered. A Ranger bullet would kill me faster than this water would. I let the stream carry me a few hundred meters, using my hands and feet to keep me elevated and moving. I needed to get far beyond the Ranger's search radius. 10 minutes of river crawling went by. I wouldn't have been surprised to see ice chunks go by too. My body was shaking almost constantly now from the cold. This has to be far enough. Listening carefully, I levered myself out of the frigid water. I heard nothing except for normal forest sounds, so I stepped onto the stream bank. It felt like I would shatter my frozen leg bones if I stepped too hard. I squeezed as much water out of my clothes as I could. Would I ever be warm again? A light breeze wafted through the trees, mocking me. No, wind, not funny. I forced myself to move and broke into a jarring jog, trying to warm my frozen joints. The others should be at the meeting point soon. I had to get there too because they wouldn't go back to the camp without me. They had to be safe. We had seen the Rangers right before they had seen us. That had given us a few seconds, and usually that was all we needed. We had our system. If we saw Rangers, everyone scattered and hid themselves and their body heat as fast as possible. We would wait about an hour, then meet at a predetermined spot and go back to our base together. It usually worked because we'd learned the hard way. And now I needed to get there fast because they would just be waiting for me. My squad wouldn't even listen to Melissa if I wasn't there. I figured they must have spent too long under the Prime Administrator's thumb. It felt too much like the new chapter, everyone waiting to be told what to do, except now they were waiting for me to tell them. I didn't want to be the Prime Administrator, whatever he had been. During those last seconds in Prime 1, he'd said something about avatars. Melissa and I had spent hours walking through the countryside throwing guesses at each other about what that meant. Still had no idea. Warmth slowly pushed the frigid blood through my veins as I picked up speed. The gray sky matched my mood after being nearly killed and frozen. Out here in the woods, on my own or with Melissa and my friends, this was fun. This was the life I'd wanted. Of course, having Jan and Bren here would have been better, and getting shot at wasn't very much fun. I clambered over a downed tree, then skirted a rocky hill and pushed a damp branch out of my way. Heavy drops of water splattered me from the still wet leaves. Thanks, tree. I needed to be wetter and colder. I checked the position of the sun and looked around, estimating how far I'd come. I was probably 5 minutes from the meeting place. I stayed low and scanned carefully as I hiked. No sign of Rangers. Maybe they had given up. I resisted the urge to check in with my squad. I could walk carefully enough through the forest now that I didn't make much sound, but human voices would be a total giveaway to Rangers. They somehow seemed to hear better than most humans. Still no sign of them. We had to be safe now. I began to recognize some of the hills and tree formations and picked up speed. Finally, I broke through the last screen of densely growing trees and caught sight of Lexi and Xavier. A second later, I saw Melissa and Paul. Krista was the hardest to spot. She was small, like Paul, and moved so quietly that you sometimes forgot she was there. Xavier saw me and waved. All clear. They were all accounted for, and nobody was bleeding from what I could see. I opened my mouth to call the signal to head back to camp, but a voice from the camp broke into my ear. It was loud, urgent, and terrified. Surprise and fear splashed hot through me. The faces of my squad members paled. They heard it too. Nick! Connor! Annie! Anyone out there? Come quick! Diana, are you there? The Rangers found us and their kit! Chapter 2. Nobody waited for me to signal. We all broke into a run. I did the calculations in my head. We were 2 kilometers or so from camp. That meant, if we ran full out, we were probably still at least 10 minutes away. If the path didn't wind and twist so much through the forest, we could have gone faster. And I wasn't the only one wearing soaked clothes. Hurry! Don't wait for anyone! Get them help! I almost regretted talking, since it made catching my breath harder. No time to be slow. The voice had been Will's, one of my old classmates. His earcom still hadn't been upgraded to shield it from new chapter monitoring. But somehow we'd heard him on the encrypted new ones. He shouldn't have had access to one at all. Only the leaders in the camp had them. If Will had gotten one, did that mean the leader who'd had it had lost it? We ran, quickly leaving the clearing and plunging back into the thick woods. The gray sky made the green treetops brighter, but the shadows under the trees thicker, which was a good thing since we had all stopped trying to stay hidden. Xavier, with his ridiculously long legs, quickly got ahead of us, despite his pants and shirt clinging wetly to him. He squeezed his keeper tightly to his side as he ran. Within seconds, he was out of sight. I couldn't blame him. His wife and daughter were at the camp. Paul started dropping back. I glanced over my shoulder and saw Krista slowing to stay with him. "I've got Paul. His ankle's slowing him down." I put my head down and told my legs to move faster. My pants felt like lead weights, but I pushed harder. I caught up to Melissa and we paced each other. She threw me a look of fury and confusion. How had the Rangers found us? We had chosen the hiding place so carefully. It didn't matter. Lexi caught up to us, her breathing the only sound she made. What had Will been about to say? A terrible word came to mind, one that started with K and ended with my family being gone. I concentrated on running fast as I could, ignoring the pain in my chest and legs. The people back at the camp were going to be fine. My family and everybody else had to be okay. We poured on the speed. I spared a quick thought for Paul and Krista. I'd send someone back for them once we made sure everyone in the camp was safe. I heard the shouts and screams before I saw anything. I was still running as fast as I could, my legs beginning to protest when the smell hit me. Something I'd smelled only once before, at the place where the wanderers had been slaughtered. A long, broken cry lifted above the rest. Oh no, that was Xavier. We rounded a thick cluster of trees. Beyond the trees would be the low hills with caves carved out of some of them that we had been camping in for the last couple of weeks. I slammed to a stop, my entire body paralyzed. Dark shapes lay still on the ground. Fires burned in downed trees and smoke poured out of the caves. Huge divots had been torn out of the rocky hills as well as the forest floor. A few people wandered numbly through the campsite. Xavier was one of them. I recognized Diana and Jan. They must have gotten back before us. As I stood there, my mind completely blank, more squads poured in. Melissa had gotten ahead of me in the race for the camp. Now she erupted from one of the caves, the one we called Cave 1. Tears streamed down her face. She fell to her knees and shouted something. It sounded like her lungs were exploding, like her throat was tearing open. My mind began to move again, taking in the sounds of people shouting and calling for loved ones, the smells of burning, and the sight of so many of my friends fallen still. Mom and Dad. Mom and Dad! I ran to the cave in the middle of the camp, Cave 2, and clicked on the lamp strapped to my chest. Had they been on a patrol? Were they in the vegetable field? As I searched the cave, I heard a voice saying, "Please, please, please," over and over again. My voice. Who was I talking to? They weren't there. The cave was empty. I ran back out into the clearing in front of the caves, dreading what I'd already seen. Maybe I could undo it if I didn't have to see it again. Stupid. I stood in the middle of the clearing and stared wildly around me. Now all the squads were back. Paul's brother David had led one squad, and he and his team were running everywhere, checking the bodies on the ground. Any survivors? David looked up at my question, eyes swimming with tears. No. I looked around and other squad members confirmed the same with nods and heartbroken tears. No survivors. None. Closer to the trees I saw Jan and her mother, Diana, clutching each other tightly, crying. No. Oh no. Was Bren's father one of the bodies? A thought tickled at the back of my blank brain. I ignored it. I ran to them. Jan, your dad? She shook her head, tears flying. I watched one hit her mother's shirt and spread into a dark spot. "We can't find him." She scrubbed her face. "Your mom and dad?" "Can't find them either. They're not in the cave." I looked around, desperate to catch sight of one of them, but terrified of recognizing them on the ground. I stopped, my heart frozen. A terrifying idea screamed inside my head. The Rangers had found the camp and attacked, killing some of our group. We had come running after Will alerted us. The Rangers had to know that the people in the camp hadn't been the whole group. We had to go. Now! Go! It's a trap! Run! Heads whipped around. My shout had nearly been a shriek. Melissa got it. She nodded and grabbed a keeper off the ground. "He's right! They knew we'd come running! Go!" Her last word was cut off as explosions filled the air. I dove toward Jan and Diana, knocking them down. Something slammed into my side and ignited a jagged wedge of pain. I got back up, blood dripping down my hip. I grabbed Jan, ducking and pulling her hard toward the edge of the clearing. "Get out of sight!" Jan and Diana ran fast, and I leapt behind some fallen trees, scanning the area as fast as I could. 2 ranger pods rose into view from behind the hills, and at least 30 hovering rangers swept incredibly smoothly across the ground, shooting at anything that moved. They all wore the same armor I'd seen on the other one, but it didn't shift colors. Maybe it didn't work when they were moving fast. I aimed and brought one down. They fired back. I ducked as wood chips from a mangled tree trunk ricocheted off the helmet I'd gotten from an enforcer. The enforcers. We needed them. The ones from New Frisko had been incredible, helping train the rest of us to use the keepers and other equipment they had, teaching us good squad discipline. But we'd lost almost all of them on the stupid attempt to get into Angeltown. We should have known Holland wouldn't let us spread the truth of the bug. The rest of the enforcers were hiding in a separate place with the families that had babies. We hadn't heard from them for a while, but last we heard they were all safe, and hopefully, if we focused the Prime Administrator's attention on us, we could keep it that way. "Everyone, get past the perimeter, fast!" I tried to pitch my voice low. Every movement brought a stab of pain from my right side, just under my rib cage. I forced myself not to look. No time. "Paul?" Melissa said. I glanced around, couldn't see her. "You made it, right?" "Yeah." Paul's voice sounded strained. "Help me with the pods? Connor, Nate, and David too?" Melissa must have found a good hiding place. Somehow her voice was calm. Had she found her family? Were they okay? "I'll help too," I said. "James, blow it in 5 seconds." The deep voice of the only enforcer in our group came back. "Count starts now." A beat. 5. I aimed at the pod's propulsion units, or rather at the edge of them. That was the best chance we had to bring them down. Knock the units loose. 4. "Hit the pods!" I flipped the switch on my keeper and unloaded on the pod, starting with a grenade. The kick from the keeper sent another wave of pain flowing up from my side. Blood from the wound I'd got in the first wave of attack trickled warmly past my hip and down my leg. 3. Explosions filled the air as a bunch of us did our best to bring the pods down. 2. The huge guns on the bottom of the pod swiveled and began firing back. I ducked behind my trees. I caught sight of a spreading red patch on my right leg. 1. Chewed up wood pieces blew everywhere, scattering off my back and shredding leaves off nearby trees. Then a massive explosion filled the entire world, followed by 4 more. The earth shook and trees fell. Light filled the area and it felt like a mountain-sized hand slammed me in the back, lifting and throwing me head over heels into the woods. Chapter 3. I nearly blacked out when I hit the ground. Feeling shaky, I braced myself on a tree and checked on the campsite. It wasn't a campsite anymore. Dirt clods and holes littered the clearing. Nothing moved except flames on fallen trees. 5 explosions. That was all of them. The explosions were much bigger than I'd thought they would be. Truth be told, I'd never thought we would have to use the explosives, but James had insisted that we had to be ready with a last line of defense after we lost all the enforcers, a way to stop our enemy for long enough to let us get away. That had to have worked. Who was still alive? "Check in." My throat was dry and I tasted blood and dirt. I worked up some saliva to clean out my mouth. As everyone with an earcom checked in, I spat the dirt out and stepped into the clearing. My head was swimming. I pressed my right hand tight against my side. I couldn't afford to lose much more blood. Paul's voice came over the comm. "David? Where's David?" No answer came. "Connor, where's David?" Paul's voice went high and squeaky. "I don't know. We got separated when the Rangers attacked." I saw movement and lifted my keeper. "Check for Rangers! Did the pods go—" "Both pods went down, I think, on the other side of the hill," Diana said. Where was Jan? "Jan, are you there?" "I'm okay, Nick." "We need to check those pods," Melissa said. She had been the movement I saw. She came out of the trees, her keeper ready. "I got them," Xavier said. "Me and my squad too," Diana said. A cluster of people formed and set off at a run, angling around the hills. Jan's small shape trailed behind at first, but quickly caught up. She was fast. Melissa and I worked side by side, scouring the shredded clearing. Others formed into pairs and small groups to search too. I forced myself to switch off the disgust and fear that kept welling up in me. "Gather weapons and other usable things. Someone grab a suit of armor. We have to be gone soon in case they send more Rangers." I need to do something about this, I thought, pressing harder on my side. But we had to move fast. They would be back. I wasn't going to slow us down. "Nick," Melissa's gesture took in all of our fallen friends. We had to leave them. "You can't be Melissa," I said, knowing what she was going to say. "I'm serious." I raised my free hand to gesture at the destroyed campsite and devastated caves. "This is serious. Holland's insane. He wants to kill all of us." I gulped, remembering how this all started. Humanity, Bren, now his Rangers I choked on the last bit. I couldn't finish the sentence. And where were my parents? Melissa's eyes got wet, but she scrubbed the tears away. "I know." She looked like she wanted to collapse. She stared at the ground. "I know." Her voice was so quiet I wasn't sure she'd said anything. Her eyes shifted to my side. "Nick, they got you?" I shook my head. We didn't have any time. I activated my earcom and said, "Broadcast." I waited a second or two. "We have to be gone as fast as possible. Gather as much as you can carry and meet at the first cave." Melissa crouched next to me and pulled my hand away, then peeled my shirt up. "This is bad." She probed at the wound. I yelped. "But the bullet's not in you." Diana's voice came over the earcoms. "Let's have squads work together. Divide the campsite and don't take anything you don't need. Nate's squad, why don't you take care of food?" "Good," I said. I looked around helplessly. Diana was better at this than me. "My squad, let's get the north half." "No, Nick," Melissa said. "You're still losing blood. We need to close this right now." "Not now!" I glared at her, forcing anger to swallow up the despair that hit every time I saw another person lying on the ground. "We have to—" "I found David." Connor's voice was quiet, hoarse. "What?" Paul's shout sounded both in my earcom and from across the camp. "Where?" Connor raised his hand from a crouched position just beyond the perimeter of the camp. "No, not the bombs. Say we didn't." Paul shot across the camp, his twisted ankle forgotten. "No, he's not dead!" Paul screamed as he ran. What would it have been like to lose your parents in the first escape from New Frisko? Paul and David only had each other. "Get him!" Melissa took off after Paul. I ran too, trying to intercept him before he got to his brother's body. My side felt like it had a sharp stick digging into it. "Don't let him see!" Connor was crying. Krista got to Paul first and wrapped her arms around his chest. She was small, and Paul wasn't going to be that easy to stop. He shoved at her, making her stumble back. But she had slowed Paul down enough that Melissa was then able to catch him by the back of his thick shirt. "Let me go! He's my brother!" Paul struggled, but Melissa was tall, strong, and mad. I got to them and put one arm across his chest. "Paul, come on. Calm down. You don't want to—" "It wasn't the bombs," Connor said to me through the earcom. "It wasn't the bombs." Relief flooded me. Melissa and I held tightly to Paul, but he was still making progress, pushing me backward bit by bit. "Let me see my brother!" Tears streamed down Paul's face. "Let me go!" Somehow he struggled free, landing an elbow in my stomach and tripping Melissa. He shot toward Connor. We lunged after him, but we were too late. Paul rounded some trees and pulled up short. His body went totally rigid. He gasped loudly. I stopped next to him, saw Connor, saw David. It was clear the Rangers had shot him. My stomach heaved. I grabbed Paul on one side, Melissa getting his other. Krista appeared and took him by the shirt. Paul's cries got louder and deeper with every meter of separation between him and David, but he wasn't resisting anymore. Krista stepped away as Melissa and I wrapped Paul up, holding him tightly. My throat was so tight that it took me a moment to realize I was crying too. I scrubbed my face with my sleeve. Within a few minutes, Diana's squad and Xavier appeared, reporting that they had found both pods on the ground, disabled beyond repair. They were empty, and it looked like someone had been controlling them remotely. Silence settled on the campsite as the different squads finished their work and gathered near Cave 1. I took in the destruction of our temporary home. Melissa found a medical kit and dealt with the canal on my side that the Ranger's bullet had torn open. She offered me some painkiller. No. Right now, I needed the physical pain. This was worse than when the enforcers had been shot down. I'd only met a few of them in passing. But this time, I knew a bunch of these people. One had been my friend who had been with me that very first night. And my parents, where were they? What do we do? I looked around. Nobody seemed to have heard me. What do we do? With them. I gestured at the still shapes on the ground. Everybody looked at each other. We don't really have a memorial park, Jan said. In New Frisko, when people died, they were cremated and the ashes were buried in Memorial Park. Was that where Bren was now? Had there been time for his family to do all that? We can't just leave them like this. Paul's voice was raw and his eyes were bright red. They told us in class once that people used to be buried in wood boxes after they died, Melissa said. Although I don't know why the boxes. And then they put markers in the ground where the boxes were buried. She stared at the ground, her voice quiet. We don't have any way to bury them. Nothing to dig with or anything, I said. But we can't stay here much longer. Diana cleared her throat. She was holding Jan tightly to her side. She'd lost her son and home in the last months, all because one night I proved that the bug was gone. Let's put everyone in a cave and cover the opening with rocks. She looked at the gathered group. If you don't feel up to it, don't worry. We'll take care of it. She glanced at Jan. And has anybody seen Carl? Good idea, I said. My mind felt blank. I was forgetting something. Krista pulled Paul to the far side of the clearing where they began inspecting the weapons and supplies we'd gathered. A few others wandered away too, including Xavier. He hadn't said a word since he went to check on the pods. We'd found his wife and daughter while he was gone. I watched his back as he walked off. Within a few steps, he fell to his knees, bowed his head, and began to cry silently. His wife and daughter, gone. A bolt of shock hit me where I stood. How could I be so stupid? My parents! Wait a minute! Melissa, still poking at my side, flinched at my shout. Has anyone seen my parents? Did you check the caves? Diana asked. She and another person were already cradling one of our fallen friends and carrying him into the first cave. I can't find Carl either. Carl was her husband, Jan and Bren's father. Yeah, earlier, nothing. Had they somehow gotten away? Has anyone heard from them or checked the garden? Everybody shook their heads. I took off running. I heard a shout behind me, but kept going. Nick, wait! You shouldn't go alone! Melissa caught up to me fast. Then keep up! I dodged through the trees, staring hard ahead of me, wishing the trees would open up so I could see all the way ahead. My side ached and felt like the skin was going to tear back open with every pace. A few minutes of running brought us over a low hill where the trees were thinner to a small field just at the bottom of the hill. We'd found plants there with round and long things of varying colors on them. They looked like the vegetables we saw in books. Paul had been the first to try them. I was pretty sure the juicy red thing was called a tomato, but that was the only one I remembered. Somebody had called the long green ones cucumbers or something. At least they were good. Melissa and I slowed and stopped, each of us scanning the garden area. We had been harvesting food from there ever since we'd found it. My parents had liked that job. I guess it sort of took the place of their job in the nursery. I told them that they should stay with the other group, help with the babies, but they insisted on being with me. Melissa lifted her keeper and hissed, "Something's moving over there." She pointed to a tall batch of plants that had clusters of long, skinny green things that tasted really good. Both of us immediately got low and started running. As we drew close, Melissa fanned out to my right. I got to the source of the movement first and found Tiffany, a lady who had lost her husband the first time the Rangers found us. Most of Tiffany's right leg and shoulder were masses of destroyed red. "It's Tiffany," I said as Melissa arrived. Tiffany lay on her back, her eyes wide and staring. Her eyes swiveled to land on mine. Cold tingles washed over me. "She's alive!" Tiffany coughed. I dropped next to her, reminding myself of that awful night months ago when I did the same thing next to my best friend. I forced myself to swallow the scream that tried to crawl out from the pain in my side. Tiffany tried to talk, her mouth opening and closing wordlessly. "It's okay," Melissa said. "Don't talk. We'll get you help." I stared at Melissa. We couldn't fix this. "Tiffany, what happened? Please, did you see my mom and dad?" "Nick, come on," Melissa said. "Now's not the time." "Now's the only time!" I nearly shouted, but kept it inside at the last second. Everything was happening too fast. My side hurt, and the rest of me felt like it was being squeezed and spun in circles. Cold panic held me by the throat. Tiffany coughed again. "Please, did you see what happened to them?" She nodded, gulped, and opened her mouth. "Taken. Rangers. I tried to distract them." "Taken? What does that mean?" Melissa pushed me back. "Nick, we have to get her to the camp and treat these—" Tiffany brushed Melissa's knee. "No, not worth it." She grimaced at Melissa. "Don't waste—" "What do you mean, taken?" I felt bad for pushing her, but she was the only one who might know. I mouthed, "I'm sorry," at Melissa. She just shook her head and looked away. Tiffany's eyes closed and her mouth sagged wider. "No, please, no! Tiffany, come on. Stay with us." I shook the wounded woman's shoulder. "Please!" Her eyes opened again, but stayed unfocused. "Rangers took... said..." She made a wet, raspy noise in her throat. "Said... insurance." Melissa took Tiffany's hand. "Insurance? What does that mean?" "Don't know." Tiffany's breath was coming in short, useless gasps. "That's all they said." She swallowed. "Didn't shoot. Found them right away. Said insurance." "Found them right away? The Rangers were after my parents? Insurance? But what does that mean?" Melissa shook her head, obviously as confused as me. Tiffany coughed again, this one almost inaudible. I took her hand and squeezed. "Thank you, Tiffany." Her body shuddered. She met my gaze for a moment, and her lips parted and stretched, almost like a smile. Then she was gone. "Nick, we found something," Jan said in my earcom. "Get back here." Melissa and I looked at each other across Tiffany's body. Did she feel what I was feeling? Fear and confusion and exhaustion? When was this going to end? Would it end without us all being killed? "Jan says they found something and we have to get back," I said. Melissa nodded. "Okay, but we have to take her." Her eyes darted to Tiffany's face. "I know," I muttered into the earcom. "Okay, Jan, we're on our way." By the time we got back to the campsite, our arms totally exhausted from carrying Tiffany's limp body, the sun was beginning to set. Warmth trickled down my side again from the exertion. "Who is that?" Diana asked as we appeared. "Not Carl." "Tiffany," Melissa said. "We found her at the gardens," I said. Jan and Connor ran up, one of them holding a small, flat, black box the length of my hand. There were words on it. "You have to see this," Jan said. "Give us a minute," I said. Melissa and I laid Tiffany with the others in the cave. It looked like the survivors had finished clearing the campsite. As we came out of the cave, Diana and Krista showed up with stream water in a bucket we'd found in a falling down house during a previous excursion. They washed their hands and arms, and others followed suit. Melissa brought another bucket, and she and I washed up too. I pulled my shirt up to check my bullet wound. The bandage was saturated, and my clothes were still wet. Jan pressed closer to me. "Nick, you have to see this." Her hand felt warm on my shoulder. A bolt of despair and emptiness shot through me. I just wanted to collapse, feel my parents hugging me like they did the night we left New Frisco. She saw the bandage and her lips parted in an O shape. "You're hurt." "It's not bad," I said. "Nick," Connor said, "come on." I looked at the flat black thing. It was maybe 5 millimeters thick, with no protrusions or anything. I guessed it was about 15 or so centimeters by maybe 8 centimeters in dimension. It was matte, like an enforcer helmet. There were 2 words written in bright white letters on the outside. Nick Granger. Chapter 4. "What is that thing?" I grabbed it from Jan's hand. "Where'd you get this?" "It was on the Rangers' bodies." She pointed at one of the dark forms on the ground, like attached to the chest. "Which Ranger?" The box was lightweight and felt totally smooth to the touch. Not even the letters in my name were raised. How did they do that? "All of them," Jan said. I stepped back, stunned. What do... "Every single Ranger has one attached to the chest plate." Jan stared at me, her eyes wide. I looked around the gutted campsite and stumbled to the nearest fallen Ranger. His chest was blank. Where? Connor pointed at a pile of the thin black things. Paul was bent over one, poking at it. His face was still wet with tears. I ran a finger across the letters of my name. What was this? More people showed up, obviously wanting to know what was going on too. Every Ranger had one? What were these things? "Yeah," Connor said. Jan grabbed me again. "It's like the Prime Administrator, Holland." "Holland obviously wanted to make sure that we found it," Connor said. "I think." "But what is it?" I rapped a knuckle on the casing. It was some kind of plasteel. "Got it!" Paul ran up and held one out. "There's a button, nearly impossible to see, right at the corner." "What does it do, though?" I stepped back. "Nick, if they were supposed to kill us, like if they were backup explosives or something, they would have gone off," Paul said. "Spam," I said. I watched where Paul was pointing and found the same spot on the thing I held. "Everyone get back. Holland's smart. He would know we'd all be curious." "Let me do it," Melissa said, grabbing at the one I had. "Bug that," I said. "It's got my name on it, so I pressed the button." "No, Nick, not happening. You're too important to the..." Melissa trailed off. "To whatever this is." "What are you talking about?" I stepped away. "Just everyone get back." "Mr. Granger." Adam Holland's voice filled the campsite. My heart stopped. I spun. Jan held one of the black things and stood maybe 10 meters from the group. A wide shaft of light extended from one end of the thing, and in that shaft was Adam Holland's face. Jan dropped the thing, apparently a projector of some kind, and stepped back. The projector hit the ground, and the light winked out. "You guys were arguing," Jan said, surprise and fear in her voice. "Maybe stop arguing and just do it right?" I met her gaze, although that was harder in the fading day. I nodded. "Yeah." Everyone was staring at me. Melissa made a gesture with her hands, as if to tell me to hurry up. I lifted the projector box thing. "Everyone stand back." Nobody hesitated, and a second later, there was a meter or two between me and the group. "I'm going to play it. I guess it's a message or something." "Which is why all of them had one," Connor said, obviously proud of his reasoning. "To make sure you got it." I ignored him and pressed the button. The voice came again, louder than the thin projector should have been able to broadcast. A band of light flashed on, extending at least a meter out from the projector. Holland's face stared at me. "Mr. Granger, if you're seeing this, you somehow survived the attack." A long pause. I stepped closer to my friends and held the projector higher so everyone could see the holographic image of our enemy. "You are very lucky, there's no doubt." Holland's face smiled. "But your luck has ended. If you're seeing this, my insurance is either on its way to me, or I have already secured it." Insurance, like Tiffany said. "Of course, you do not know what insurance is, because I've made a world free of the filth and mistakes of humanity. But in this case, my insurance is your parents and a few other choice prisoners." The holographic light illuminated a bunch of scared faces around me, but I saw relief in a few. They must have been looking for a family member or friend, too. Diana looked like she was ready to chew rocks, or maybe reach through the projection to Holland and end him right there. "My rangers have taken a select few of your members prisoner. If you try to reach Angeltown or Mento again, I will kill one of them very painfully." Another long pause. We would have to figure out who Holland had taken. "And you should know that I am very capable of bringing pain. The human body has no further mystery to me." I wanted to punch the smug holographic smile. Evil bug-eater. "This is my insurance. Unless you want a painful death to happen to one of these people, you will stay away from my new chapter, and each time you make the mistake of trying to go near or even contact anyone in my cities, another one will die." A bright flash from the ground and a loud bang filled the area. I jumped back. The projector Jan had dropped had just exploded, throwing bright fire at least a couple meters around it. The fire adhered to tree trunks as if it were sticky. "Bug me!" Holland's message had continued. "I leave you to your wanderings, at least until my wonderful rangers find and kill you. I have a lovely new crop to send your way. Goodbye." The light winked out the moment that I threw the projector as hard as I could. In that second, just before it left my hand, it scorched my fingers. The projector exploded in the air, flinging the strange sticky fire all around it. A flame splattered at me. Suddenly, my wrist was burning. Chapter 5. Somebody slammed into me, pushing me to the ground and away from the group of new Frisko survivors. The intense burning in my wrist grew worse, traveling past my shoulder and into my neck. I screamed and writhed, desperate to bury my arm in the dirt to put out the fire. Then somebody wrapped something heavy around my hand and arm. I blinked past the pain and saw James holding me down, throwing dirt on what looked like a blanket wrapped around my wrist. The fire went out, but the pain throbbed and jolted and made me want to wrench my arm off. "Get away from them!" Melissa waved and shoved the group away from the pile of thin, black projector bombs. James and I scrabbled away from the pile, each movement feeling like it was going to shatter my wrist. Everyone held their breath for a long time, waiting for the pile to explode. Nothing happened. Nothing but my left wrist cracking open from the inside, or at least feeling like it wanted to. Paul led the way back to the pile of projector bombs. He picked one up, tapping the middle of the harness on his chest. His chest light illuminated the space in front of him. Paul and Roger had cooked up the chest-mounted lights. James yanked on my arm. I shouted at the sudden flare of pain added to the fiery throbbing. "What are you doing?" He wasn't yanking on my arm, he was unwrapping the blanket. But where it wrapped around my wrist, it didn't want to come off. "I have to get a look at it." "What was that stuff?" I asked. "I don't know. Sticky explosive of some kind," James said. Jan dropped to her knees next to me. "I'm so sorry, Nick." "For what?" I asked. Jan tapped my left arm far up from the injured part. "For this. I made you hold it and turn it on." I watched James pulling the blanket off, hissing and trying not to kick him away each time he peeled more of the blanket off my wrist. There was a spot at least 5 centimeters in diameter on the outside of my wrist that the blanket and previously wet shirt sleeve had stuck to. It felt like a kilometer of skin had burned off. Maybe the dampness of my clothes had helped? "No," I said between clenched teeth. Jan squeezed my arm and shoulder, I guess trying to help hold me still. "You dropped the first one. That way I knew, before it blew up." She sat back a bit, her eyes growing thoughtful. Then she smiled, though it looked pained. "You're right. I guess you're welcome." Even with the waves of hot pain that seemed to be cooking my entire arm, I couldn't not notice how her dark hair made her eyes look bigger, and how even her small smile made me feel warm. James gave one final tug and the blanket was off. He and Jan activated their chest lights. The part of my wrist where the sticky fire had landed looked black and chewed on. "Not good, Nick," James said, "and I don't know how to treat it. We need to get you back to Kristen to fix this up." "Can we at least give me some painkiller? If the painkiller didn't work, I'd find a really heavy knife we could use to cut my arm off." This was so much worse than when I'd broken my arm a few months back. Against this throbbing torture, my wounded side felt like a butterfly was kissing it. James injected my upper arm with the painkiller, and a cool, numb sensation washed down the entire length. It was the greatest thing I'd ever felt. By the time he'd applied some clean bandages to my arm and side, the rest of the group had piled rocks at the front of Cave 1. Paul hadn't moved. He seemed transfixed by the projector bomb. Maybe he was thinking about David. The fresh med glue that James had used on my side held the bullet wound's trench closed, although it felt tight as I helped move rocks. We finished covering the cave opening with stones, big and small, as the daylight completely faded. Movement to my left caught my eye. Paul had appeared, staring at the new rock wall. Connor showed up a moment later on Paul's left. "What now?" Melissa asked softly. She stood to my right. All four of us had our chest lights on, making the space in front of the cave glow softly. A quiet, broken sound came from Paul. Melissa stepped closer to us as I reached for Paul. Connor wrapped him in a hug, and I pulled them close. Melissa joined in, her arms warm and tight. We stood like that for a while. I felt like my throat would never stop hurting, like my breath would never come back all the way. And Paul must have felt it so much worse than the rest of us. His small body shook and convulsed like it would never stop. I squeezed tighter and felt my three friends' arms tighten around me. Only us four left of my original pushers from that night. Holland wasn't going to take any more. He wasn't going to take any more of these people away. The light around us grew steadily brighter. I looked up. The rest of our group, Annie's squad, Diana's squad, James and Nate, Connor's squad and my squad, they all had turned on their chest lights. The lights shone at the cave that held our family and friends. The rocks seemed to be absorbing the light and casting it back at us in multiple shades and colors. The moment stretched. Then Paul switched off his chest light. "Bye, David." I watched his profile, struck by how grown up he looked, the strength in him. Melissa turned off her chest light. "Bye, Tiffany." I met her gaze, careful not to blind her. We looked around. The others nodded, though Paul didn't notice. It was a good idea. Each person turned off their chest light in succession, saying goodbye to one of our fallen friends. Xavier was last. He stood for a long time, his light the only one left glowing. Tears streamed down his face. He'd lost his whole family, wife and grown daughter, in one terrible day. Finally, moving slowly, his hand lifted to his chest. "Goodbye, my hearts." The devastated campsite fell into darkness. Chapter 6. "Nick." Jan fell into step next to me. Shadowed tree trunks stood all around us, their branches waving gently in a pale gray sky. A light breeze blew across my face. It felt refreshing and clean. Diana called from the front, "Okay, let's stop for the night." I looked at Jan. "Hey." "How's the arm feel?" I lifted the heavily bandaged thing up and waved it carefully. The painkillers were beginning to wear off. "Like a club? Need anything hammered?" She laughed. "No." "You okay?" She was quiet for a moment. I slid my pack off my back. "No, I'm scared." She looked tired, too. I reached for her hand with my non-bandaged limb. "Me too. We'll get them back." She nodded and squeezed my hand. I pulled her into a quick hug. "We will. We'll get them back." She looked up at me. I had a sudden urge I had to fight back because I was terrified of what she would do if I gave in. "I know!" Diana's voice echoed across the site she'd chosen for us to camp in. Jan smiled and met my gaze. "I better go help set up." "Okay." I watched her go. I got my stuff organized and wandered over to where Melissa was setting up her sleeping space. My wrist had begun to really throb. which reminded me of something I should have found out earlier. Hey, do you know if anyone else was hurt? I helped Melissa unroll her mat. Minor injuries mostly, James said from the other side of Melissa's spot. Paul's ankle, Melissa said. Other than that, not really. Except for you, of course, James said. The guy who always has to be the center of attention, Melissa said. What? I haven't had everybody worried about me for a few seconds, James said, doing a really bad impersonation of me. I'd better get burned by this otherwise innocent-looking box, Melissa said. After getting shot, of course. They exchanged a look and burst out laughing. I forced a laugh. So now really bad burns and a bullet hole in your side were something to laugh about? You two sure are funny. I noticed how near James's space was to Melissa's. Were these two always this close? Very true, Melissa said. I stood there for a minute, trying to think of something to say. Melissa helped me out. So, you were saying the Rangers' body armor suits changed colors? I told them what I'd seen in the forest before we left the destroyed campsite. Yeah, I said. I guess we've always been on the run, so we've never noticed, but when I was hiding in the stream, I saw this Ranger's legs change color to match the water. That's incredible, James said. I've never heard of that. No kidding, I said. Then why wouldn't it work when we tried it? Melissa asked. We'd pulled armor off a Ranger and tried it on, but it hadn't changed color. I don't know, I said. Well, it didn't fit me very well, James said, and it had fit that Ranger like a second skin, like it was made specifically for him. That doesn't answer why it didn't work James cut me off. Let me finish. It might be keyed biometrically to the Ranger's DNA or something, so it works only for him. That was a great point. Holland's smart enough to do something like that. True, Melissa said. And that helmet, it looked like it did some amazing stuff. We know it has thermal and light sensors. I wonder what else it can do. We need to get some armor like that, I said. It's not as if it stops bullets forever, James said. Fire 10, 15 bullets and they go down unless you get a lucky shot in. Like I usually do, Melissa said. She pulled a tube of protein paste from her pack and sat on her opened bed mat. Dinner time. I stuck out my tongue in disgust. I can't believe you still eat that. It's convenient, Melissa said. Never goes bad either, James said. He should know. The tubes had come from the Enforcer's pods. It turned out that the pods had been outfitted so Enforcers could basically live on them for a while. No, I said, turning away, because they start bad. Can't get worse than awful. Melissa and James laughed as I stepped over and around Roots. Maybe so, James called. Those two sure are friendly. I pushed the dumb thought away. James was much older than Melissa and me. I got back to my sleeping mat and studied our camping area. We were in a clearing, although plenty of skinny saplings and old pine needles covered the ground. Long tree branches still obscured us from view from above. James had a point. The armor provided only a little protection from bullets and stuff, but it would still be useful to help us hide. Besides, wearing the enemy's uniforms was a proven technique for us, if you thought about it. At least, we'd been able to pull off their ammunition cuffs and belts and use them. And their keepers worked fine for us. I tried to picture where we were in relation to New Frisko, which was now abandoned. We'd learned in school where Old Frisko had been, and why New Frisko was built so far inland. The tsunamis had made the bug survivors scared of the coast, so the new city had been built near a huge swath of hilly forest more than 50 kilometers from old San Francisco. A long mountain range ran to the east of New Frisko. We had headed north since leaving the caves, doing our best to keep out of sight from any drones or patrols. Annie had led the way, with her squad fanned out through the forest to the left and right. She was one of the luckiest ones. She and her parents and baby sister, Amy, had all made it out of New Frisko together. Amy was with the other babies, along with Annie's mom and dad. Annie had to be looking forward to seeing them. Annie was maybe 2 years older than me and was almost as tall as James. She didn't talk much. Most of the time she was watching the world around her, watching people talk and work. Sometimes I wondered if she felt alone out here with a bunch of strangers, but it didn't seem to bother her. She'd volunteered to join us, and her parents had been mad enough about the bug and Holland's terrible actions that they'd let her. She was probably the smartest person I knew. I'd seen her get so thoughtful while walking that she'd almost walked into a thorn bush. She would watch and listen to arguments, then talk quietly, basically solving whatever the problem was. And she was amazing with her keeper. I'd seen her shoot a leaf off a tree with a rubber bullet from 30 meters away. Add to that how strong and fast she was, and it wasn't surprising that she'd become a squad leader along with me, Connor, and Diana. I sometimes wondered why Melissa hadn't wanted to lead a squad, but I liked working with her. She was smart too and thought of things I would never consider, like the projectors. People had thought we should take them along, maybe use them as weapons, but Melissa had pointed out that Holland might have thought of that, and he had a history of putting trackers in things. So we'd left the projectors in a pile in one of the caves. I never would have thought of that. I pulled an apple out of my pack and took a bite. Still the greatest thing ever. How could the new chapter have thought that protein paste and nutrient gel were better than this stuff? Maybe 10 meters away, I spotted Connor making camp along with Paul, both of their faces slack. David and Connor had been really close. Connor's squad, a few girls my age and a man who had lost his entire family in the new Frisko escape, surrounded Paul and Connor. While I watched, one of the girls, Sarah maybe, drew closer to Connor and took his hand, talking quietly to him. Good, he needs somebody. I counted in my head. The Rangers had killed more than half of our group and taken at least 10 people captive. My parents, Jan's dad, and several others. We had less than 20 people left. This is crazy, stupid too. What do we think we're going to do out here? I thought back to that first night arguing with Melissa and Bren about what came next after I'd proved the bug was gone. Except it hadn't been gone. Not really. I'd never wanted to start a rebellion or anything. I just wanted to be free. But here we were, basically rebels in some kind of war with Adam Holland, the murderer of nearly the entire human race. And he was pretty determined to murder a good number of the rest of humanity, too. A chilly breeze blew through the trees, and I wished we could have a fire. But we never had a fire at night. Luckily, we didn't need one to cook food. Paul and I had rigged a pod propulsion unit to be a stove. Lexi and Krista were setting it up now. Annie showed up and cooked some meat from a deer that she'd taken yesterday. James and a few others erected an opaque thermal shield cloth above the campsite. It would hide any light we made from drones or other watchers in the sky, as well as obscuring our body heat. It only worked that way if it was a few meters away from our bodies. It had something to do with ambient temperature. The enforcers had taken it from some wanderers they'd caught. By the time I lay down on my sleeping pad, my left wrist was throbbing again. The pain had been returning for a while as we walked, but I'd kept it to myself, not wanting to have everybody's attention on me. Besides, nobody really spoke during the hike. We were probably all in a little bit of shock. As I lowered myself to my sleeping pad, I bumped my wrapped arm and hissed in pain. "Nick," Melissa said, "do you need more painkiller?" I wanted to scream yes. Maybe a little. James came over. "Need a shot?" This pain was much different from when I broke my arm. That had been a dull ache that I could work with. This, though, was insane. It was like a burning beetle had burrowed under my skin and was cooking my wrist from the inside out, at the same time that it was chewing on the bones of my wrist. The image made me shudder. Yeah, that would be good. He loaded the injector with a dose of painkiller and pressed it against my left arm. A cool sensation cascaded down my arm, washing the hot pain away. Wonderful stuff. Better than an apple. Silence settled over the campsite. The singing of insects and whispers of leaves covered us like a soft blanket. "Oh, what do we do now?" Connor's voice sounded far away. I craned to see him. He was sitting on his mat, looking at me, then Diana, and everyone else. "Seriously, what do we do?" "What do you mean?" Krista asked. "Holland's got us. We can't fight him. The Rangers will keep finding and killing us. We can't win." Connor dragged his fingers over the forest floor. "So what's the point? What do we do now?" I sat up taller, stretching out my spine and glanced around. Why was everyone looking at me? I shook my head. Holland had my parents and a few others. He had what seemed like an endless supply of Rangers who had more weapons than I could imagine. He'd been lying, killing people, and hiding the worst secret in history for decades. We were new to this. Connor was right. We had no chance. "Bug that," Paul said. "Spam all that." He looked Connor in the eye, then me. It felt like he was challenging me to argue with him. "I don't know what we do, but we don't stop. No way. Holland's got to feel what we're feeling." "But he just killed—" Connor cut himself off. "And he has my dad," Jan said, "and Nick's parents, and a bunch of others." "I don't care." Paul stopped. No, I do care, but we can't let that stop us. We have to get him." "Connor's right," I said. "We don't have a chance." Almost everybody wound up yelling at me. "But Paul's right too," I had to shout. "Paul's right too. We have to find Holland, and we have to stop him. And we need to figure out what to do with him for, justice or something." "Justice?" Paul asked. Connor glared at me. "Justice? Easy. He dies." I swallowed. I wanted Holland dead too, but something about hunting him down to kill him, being the person who decided that another person had to die, that felt odd to me. Sure, during a battle, I was going to fight to stay alive, but hunting and killing a person? Okay, well, maybe so. We have to find him first, and get our families back. "But he said he'll kill them," Jan cried. "He only said that he would kill them if we tried to go to Angel Town or Mento," Christo said. "He didn't say anything about trying to find him." "He's not going to care about technicalities like that," James said. "Exactly," Melissa said. "He wants us to be scared, and we are, but we can't let that stop us." "We have to stay ahead of him and the Rangers," I said. Their faces were getting clearer as my eyes adjusted to the dark. "But at the same time, we have to hunt and find him." Paul nodded. "Exactly. We have to make sure he thinks he's still after us, but at the same time, we're after him." Nobody disagreed, and we sat there in silence. Annie's voice broke in. "How?" She stood at the edge of the campsite. Our conversation must have drawn her closer. Not only how do we make him keep chasing us without catching us, and how do we hunt him down at the same time? We have no way of knowing where he is. I spoke up. "One of us could get captured with a tracker or something?" Melissa cut me off. "Okay, no. We're not trying the get captured thing again. We got lucky last time, so just no." "We could follow a ranger pod," Connor said. "That's not a bad idea," James said. "But how do we keep up, especially without being seen?" Everybody got quiet again. I felt at the edges of my clothes. The walk had finally dried me off from my earlier swim. I was still cold, but my blanket was helping. "Let's get some sleep," Diana said. "We'll think and talk about it more tomorrow." She was right. We couldn't solve this tonight. Before long, the sounds of the forest were all I heard. Those sounds faded too as sleep claimed me. I jerked awake. Something was pressing my uninjured arm down. A shape loomed close to me. "It's me, Nick." "Jan." Her voice was maybe half a meter from my face. "Jan?" Sleep drained right out of me. What's she doing? "What's wrong?" "Nothing." She crouched back a little and kept her voice quiet. "Can we talk?" "Sure." I sat up and looked around. Everyone was still sleeping. Somewhere out there, either Annie's or Connor's squad was patrolling. "What's going on?" Jan sat next to me on my mat. Her body heat warmed my right side a little. I'd been watching Jan for over a year in school, terrified of saying something to Bran about how I felt about his sister. I'd imagined talking like this, being this close, more than once. Now that we were here, my brain was completely paralyzed. "I just need to talk. Mom's so focused on fixing things." She trailed off. "I just wish we could talk sometimes." "Yeah." "What was that? That's all you have, Granger?" "Bran and I sometimes talked about stuff," Jan said. "Really?" "He told me about you and the other pushers." "He did? Good job, Nick. 2 whole words." "He talked about you all the time. He really admired you." Jan's breath caught. He said you were brave." My throat closed painfully. "I'm so sorry." "I know." She scooted closer and put a warm hand on my arm. "I know. It's not your fault." I pulled away. Did she know everything that had happened? If I told her, would she ever talk to me like this again? She had to know. It was my fault. It was my idea. I figured out how to block the knockout. Reliving that night was not something I wanted to do, but I wasn't going to hide this. So we met that night and I blocked it. I got my pulse to at least 160 and was fine. The others got scared. Well, maybe not Melissa or Paul, but they're... I trailed off. They're different. Jan stayed quiet but squeezed my arm. She was great. And Brent copied me. He blocked the knockout and we raced and he pushed his heart rate up. But he'd had the knockout recently, and I hadn't. I rolled my shoulders back to try and stretch the tightness out of my chest. No good. So the bug got him. I know. Her voice was soft and fragile. I heard the tears in it. I wanted to comfort her and had no idea. Stop being such a coward. I reached around her with my good arm and pulled her closer. She leaned into me, a little at first, then she put her arms around my stomach, being careful of my injured hand. I felt her tears through my shirt. We sat that way for a while. I could have stayed like that all night. Sorry, Jan said. She sat up and rested her head a little higher up on my chest. It's okay, I said. I'm really sorry about your dad. You'll find him. Her confidence in me was scary, but I would do anything for her. I'll do my best. She sat up more, her face close to mine. My heart skipped and might have stopped. I know. You're brave. Not really. My breath caught. Even in the dark with only stars and a small moon for light, she was so pretty. Nick? Yeah? Do you like me? I nearly exploded into crazy laughter. Did I like her? Yeah. Her whisper was so quiet I almost didn't hear her. I like you too. My face burned hot. She was so close and warm. She turned her face up to me, her lips parted a little. My mind emptied. I bent closer. Her lips were soft, somehow cool and warm, and they filled me right up. Every millimeter of my skin ignited. She pressed back against my kiss, not hard, but just right. The world compressed completely. All the loss of the last months, the running and fear, it all dissolved, replaced by the soft warmth of Jan's lips. Chapter 7. After a few seconds, we separated slightly. The cool night air and the forest sounds came rushing back. Through the darkness, her face was pale skin and shaded eyes, nose, and mouth. I found her hand with my good one. One more time? I tried not to grin stupidly. She giggled softly and scooted in. The second kiss was even better. Her lips were sweet and a little wild. I thought there was some cold stream there, too. If I'd been wearing a papa, I would have had the knockout at least once by now. I felt her breath on my face as I pulled back a little. Jan, I stared at her lips. One more time again? We should sleep, she said. She was right. But we should do that again. And again. I squeezed her hand. I'd never thought this day would end like this. I'd never thought this would ever happen. Months ago, back in New Frisko, Jan had just been my best friend's sister, whom I saw when I was at Bren's house, and who I really loved talking to. Now, all of a sudden, she filled my mind completely. Her name kept repeating itself in my mind. Jan smiled. We will, but I should go. My mom might wake up and wonder. I nodded. Okay. She rose to her feet. I kept her hand. As she turned to go, I pulled her back a little. Jan, I'm glad you woke me. Her long, dark hair hid her face, but I heard her fine. Me too. I watched her pick her way around trees to where her sleeping mat was. I couldn't believe it. All this time, me liking her and thinking I was being stupid and thinking it was totally impossible. All this time, and she liked me too. I lay back and stared up through the tree branches at the few stars that poked through the cloud cover. I was grinning like an idiot. I wanted to go run and tell someone, but realized there wasn't anyone I could tell. Bren had been my best friend. Paul and Connor wouldn't care, and Melissa? She was my best friend now, if I thought about it. But I couldn't tell her. Why not? I mulled that question over. After a few minutes, I really had no answer. I just had the feeling it might hurt her or something. That's stupid. She's my friend, and she liked Bren. It felt like my pounding heart was going to keep me awake all night. But the next thing I knew, daylight poked my eyelids. All of those questions still floated around in my head, but I ignored them. I met Jan's gaze and couldn't stop my grin. She smiled back. I turned to roll my sleeping mat, but every time I tried to grip it, my wrist throbbed so bad I would see spots. What was it with my hand or arm getting injured anyway? Those first few days running from enforcers in New Frisko and the forest with a broken arm had been way harder than they should have been. I needed to stop messing up my limbs. Jan appeared next to me. Need help? Yeah, please. I kept a hand on the roll I'd begun. Jan crouched and took over, easily getting the mat rolled tightly. She stretched a strap around it and handed it to me. You're welcome. Thanks. Our hands touched as I grabbed the mat. The sensation of her lips on mine came back full force. We needed to do that again. She smiled and went back to where Diana was working. We got moving pretty fast, with Diana's and James's squads leading the way and my squad bringing up the rear. Paul was walking a lot better already. He used a long, sturdy stick to help hold up his weight, and he had a bandage wrapped tightly around his hurt ankle. He and Connor stuck together again. I left Melissa to lead the squad for a minute and angled myself so I would end up walking next to Jan. Looking around, I did some calculations. I think we're only a couple hours from the other camp. She nodded. I think so. I hope they're okay. They will be. There's no way the Rangers found them. I tried to think of something else to say, but came up empty. I have to go back with my squad. I poked my thumb backward. Okay. I drifted back. I needed to learn to talk better. We kept a steady pace. Diana led us in mostly a straight line, but we made sure to stay under cover as much as possible. Before the morning chill had completely gone, I saw the distinctive V pattern of trees that we used as a landmark. We sped up. We'd gone about another half-kilometer when I heard Nate's voice. Give me the code or you're about to die! I turned. He was off to the left. Never safe, I called, and we waited for the signal that meant that the group we'd left here hadn't been captured by Rangers. Another voice, Roger's, came from ahead of us. Never calm! I felt a knot of tension in my neck ease. They're okay, I said under my breath. Nate appeared first, his tall form breaking through the woods. I didn't see Roger, but I heard him talking to Diana. Where is everyone? Nate asked. He scanned the group, his eyes getting wider as he took us in. We had to look terrible. And a bunch of us were carrying extra weapons. Bug me! What happened? The Rangers attacked and... Lexi started. She had been on rear guard about 30 meters back with Melissa, but they must have caught up. We'll tell everyone when we get into the cavern, Melissa said. She gave Lexi an angry look. Bad news? Nate asked, falling into step next to me as Diana and Roger got the group moving. Yeah, I said. What happened to your arm? I gave him a grim smile. There were rare moments now and then when I was able to forget about the sticky fire. Burned it. We'll tell you more in a minute. He shrugged. Okay. We walked a little ways up a steep hill. We've got good news, Nate said between breaths. Really? What? I asked. I'll tell you in a minute, he said. He gave me a ridiculous look, waggling his eyebrows. You're a spammer, I said. Yup. At the top of the hill, the group angled toward a tall, wide rock formation that protruded from the tree-covered hill. We walked along the edge of the forest with skinny trees interspersed among wide, trunked trees. The ground turned into gritty, moss-covered stone. Ahead of, and a bit above me, the front of the group began to disappear, as if they were being swallowed by the rock formation. When I got to the top of the path, I was able to see down into the cavern. I followed the group down, noticing the rope that someone had installed. It was thick and anchored into cracks in the craggy rock wall that lined the way down. Roger? I asked, yanking on the rope railing. Nate nodded. Guy is always fixing stuff. He wanted to put new stairs in over the rock ones, but we convinced him that would make it kind of obvious that someone was in here. I walked behind Nate as we descended. But I think he's trying to figure out retractable stairs or something, Nate finished. Not surprised. I passed through a totally non-functional metal bar door and an entrance lined with incredibly corroded metal. Inside was almost complete darkness, and I followed the line of my friends deeper into the caves. A few people pulled out light orbs and activated them. Far ahead, I saw an orb float slowly upward and hover about a meter above our heads. Roger again. He must have figured out a way to stabilize the propulsion. I wanted to go grab the orb and examine it, see how Roger had solved the problems we'd been having with wobbling. Jagged formations clustered the ceiling of the passageway, some of them seeming to glow back at us as we passed through. We took a few turns, going deeper into the cave system. I remembered finding the caverns. It had been a week or two after we'd left New Frisko, and we'd been chased by rangers almost every day, losing people every time. Melissa, Paul, Connor, and I, along with a few enforcers, had taken a pod out to scour for a good hiding place. I'd spotted an irregularity in the rocks below us. That had turned out to be an old, collapsed structure outside the caves. Melissa found the path down to the cave opening, and then Paul had been the first in. It was an amazing find. If we could keep the rangers far from here until we figured out how to stop Holland, the little kids and babies would be safe. Voices echoed all around us as we got deeper. The passageway tightened just a little, then it opened up. I immediately felt the difference. Voices didn't echo so much as dissolve. Clusters of rock and mineral spikes dotted the floor and ceiling. Running along one side of the cavern was a small stream, fed by a spring that was up another passageway. I remembered the water. It was clean and cool and one of the best things I'd ever tasted. I stretched my good hand back and pulled my water bottle from my pack. "I'll catch right up." I dumped my old, flat water and let the light of a bunch of glowing orbs all around the cavern guide me to the stream. I filled my bottle and took a long drink. So much better than the New Frisko stuff. Voices raised in greeting, and conversation started up. The voices grew louder, fast, as the group in the cave realized how many of us were missing. "Everyone quiet!" Diana sure could shout when she wanted to. The huge cavern got silent surprisingly fast. Somebody called out, "What happened? Where's everyone?" "Where's Carl?" That was Roger. "We will tell it from the start," Diana said. A pause. "Nick, you're up." "What? Why me?" I stayed quiet for a moment. Go ahead, Diana. You tell it." Another quiet moment. "Fine," Diana said. She told the story quickly, not dwelling on things like I probably would have done. But she did list the people who had died. I watched Xavier go stiff as she talked about his wife and daughter. When she got to David being gone, I heard several people gasp. She told about the projector bomb and what Holland had said. "Will?" That was Kristen, Will's mother. She was a nurse. "Will's gone?" Kristen's husband hadn't survived the escape from New Frisko. Will was all she'd had left. Her sobs made me want to punch Holland so hard he exploded. We had to find my parents in Holland. We had to hunt Holland down and stop him. And he needed to die. But can I do that? I listened to Kristen's sobs and the cries of others who had lost loved ones. I didn't think so earlier, but now, yes, I could. Diana finished, and people's sobs grew softer. Other people moved in to comfort the grieving. Nate piped up. "Well, we have good news." He had everyone's attention. "Kristen and Devera helped Vanessa give birth. It's a girl, and they named her Teresa. Both Vanessa and Teresa are doing great." A cheer went up, a little ragged at first, but it got louder. Nate raised his arms, his fist clenched in triumph. "That's our first pusher baby!" Chapter 8. I jerked in surprise and stared at Nate. "Pusher baby? What does that mean?" "Pusher, Nick! We're the pushers. It was Roger's idea." Nate bobbed his head in Roger's general direction. "No, that was my name. I'd come up with that name for my small group of friends that met in the park after school." Nate kept talking, which he was good at. "I mean, you've got the new chapter and the Wanderers, so what are we? We're not the New Friskans. Or whatever. We're the pushers, like you guys were before it all came down. And we pushed back." It made sense, but it felt jarring to have my name being used like it was a movement or something. I kicked at a nearby stalagmite. Nothing was turning out the way it was supposed to. To be fair, I hadn't really thought the whole pushing thing through. I hadn't thought through what would happen after I proved the bug was gone either. So it wasn't like I should be surprised at anything at this point. But the pushers? That had been mine and Bren's and our friends' thing. Special to us. "Pretty good, right?" Nate grinned at me. "It's a good name." Sure. Feeling drained, I walked away. My left arm had started throbbing again. I needed to find Kristen and see if she could help me with it. And maybe she could make sure James's work on my side was still intact. The pushers. Better than the rebels or something like that. By the time I left Kristen, I was even more drained. She'd worked on my wrist and side in total, broken silence. Honestly, I was kind of surprised she could even function, considering she'd just found out that her son was gone. She'd spread some kind of nano ointment on the burned patch on my wrist. I guessed the nanos were in there to help rebuild my skin a little faster. I hoped they worked. For the trench the bullet had dug in my side, she used more med glue and wrapped a bandage so tightly around my middle that it was almost hard to breathe for a second. I headed toward the spot I hung out in and slept in when I was here. It wasn't that far into the afternoon yet, but I felt like I could sleep for days. The big space had quieted down substantially. I knew some families had found smaller caves down some of the tunnels and had made homes there. The nursery was now in a big cave down a ways from the main cavern, although it was much different now. Kids stayed with their parents, and the nursery was just where medicines and supplies were kept. And it was where babies were born now, it turned out. I pulled up short as Devera stepped in front of me. I wished I had one of Roger's floating orbs. It would have had a better illumination radius. With just my chest light and Devera's, the light pointed directly in our eyes while the space to our sides was still dark. "I heard about Paul's brother," Devera said. Even in the strange light, her big hair and dramatically green eyes stood out. "Yeah," I said. "I'm so sorry," she said. I nodded. She stepped closer and threw her arms around me, squeezing tight. I hugged her back. She stepped back and gave me one of her penetrating looks. "Did you kill many of them? The Rangers?" How could such a beautiful, innocent young kid be so bloodthirsty? It had to be because she'd been raised as a wanderer. Enough. A picture of that destroyed campsite returned to me. We needed to find a way to stop this. Why couldn't Holland just leave us alone? "So we're done?" Devera asked. "Done?" "You killed enough. That means we're done. We won?" She had one eyebrow raised. I rolled my eyes. "No, we didn't win. We're not done." If Devera were any good with a keeper, she would probably be the most brutal fighter we had. Luckily, she was no Annie. I'd seen her miss a tree trunk from 5 meters away. "Then you didn't kill enough," Devera said. She had a point. Considering how we'd found her, surrounded by her murdered wanderer triune, I shouldn't be surprised any more at how furious she was about the new chapter, the Rangers in particular. A shout rang out. It sounded like it came from the direction of the cavern entrance. "Someone's out there! Fighters to your stations!" Bugging dreck. I turned to go, adjusting the keeper sling across my chest. Devera grabbed my wrist. "He won't stop until we're all dead. The only way we win is if we do the same." She was right, but just killing all the Rangers wasn't going to end this. We had to find Holland and stop him directly, right after we rescued my parents and the other captives. I ran through the cavern passageways, my chest light bouncing off the walls, floor, and ceiling. Jagged spikes of rock stretched up and down all over, my light reflecting off sharp crystals on the walls. More shouting. "They don't know the codes! Fighters, be ready!" That was Diana's voice. "Wait!" I shouted. We had to be sure. Devera was right. We had to fight and maybe even be brutal. But we couldn't just kill anyone that came near. We had to make sure they were enemies first. "Don't shoot until you know they're Rangers!" I got to the steep, rough stairs cut into the rock tunnel at the same time as Melissa. We heard shouting above. "Rangers?" Melissa asked. I shook my head. "Don't think so. They would have attacked right away." "Yeah, maybe another group from Frisko," Melissa said. She ran up the stairs. "Maybe." A few weeks ago, we'd found a wandering group of people who had made it out of New Frisko on their own, avoiding the gas that Holland had released all over the city. There had to be more people like that out there. I followed. "But they shouldn't be good enough to find us." The light above turned Melissa into an indistinct dark shape. I focused on the daylight beyond the doorway, trying to get my eyes to adjust faster. "Please don't be Rangers." I got to the top right after Melissa. We both stayed low, not wanting to give away the entrance to the caverns. She looked right. I looked left. I scanned the rough rock surface and the trees beyond it. Nothing. "Who are you? What do you want?" I turned at the sound and caught sight of one of our people I didn't know, crouching behind a rocky outcrop. He was yelling at a group of men, women, and children gathered about 50 meters down the hill. Melissa and I exchanged a look. The people wore forest-colored clothes, and the men had thick beards. Wanderers. "Who are you to challenge us?" One of the men stepped forward. He was tall, judging by his size relative to the rest of the wanderers. He had to be taller than me, and thick in the chest. His beard was shaped so that it framed his mouth. What hair he had left fringed his head and hung low, nearly to his shoulders. Our guard looked confused. "What?" "We're simply passing through the forest. Yet as we begin to traverse this rocky hill, you command us to stay away." The man, who I assumed was the leader, took a few more steps. "What are you guarding?" Our guard lifted his keeper. "Don't come any closer." The wanderer leader bent closer, as if he were getting a better look. "And now you point a weapon of death and tyranny at us?" Bug me, this guy talked strangely. Were all the leaders of the Wanderer Triunes like this? I remembered Gabe, the leader of Devera's Triune. He had talked funny too. This was getting ridiculous. I grabbed Melissa's arm and pulled her up with me. "It's okay," I called out. Our guard caught sight of me and lowered his keeper. "They're not going to hurt us." I thought fast. We didn't want to let the Wanderers know we were here, especially in such numbers. My last experience with these guys had not ended well. "We can't tell them we're all here," Melissa said. "I know." We walked down the rocky hill toward the group of wanderers. There were over 20 of them. One of the women had a baby wrapped tightly against her chest. "I have an idea." "It better be good," Melissa said. She was right. We had 10 of our people armed near the cavern entrance and ready to shoot anyone who invaded our home. "It's okay," I said again. I raised a hand in greeting. "We're sorry. We're just scared. The Rangers have killed so many of us." The leader was bigger than I'd thought. At least 10 centimeters taller than me, and with shoulders as wide as some of the bigger tree trunks in the forest. His red and gray beard stretched as he smiled at me. "Children?" He glanced at his group. "We're threatened by children?" A few of the adults offered irritatingly indulgent smiles. What was with wanderers anyway? Children? Seriously? I bit back my first inclination to order this guy to get off my hill. "There are a couple more of us. We're just up here resting, and he's doing his best to keep us safe." "Resting? A couple more of you?" Deep lines next to the man's eyes stretched as he smiled. "I believe you mean more than 100 of you, and you have been living here for more than 2 lunar cycles." My heart squeezed into my stomach. How does he know that? Melissa laughed. It was obviously forced. "I wish we had that many. Sure would help keep us safe." The Wanderer man's voice sounded sincere. Even with him knowing about our group, I still liked him more than Gabe. "Please, you're much better at hiding than lying. You've left no trace for the Rangers to find." If he was telling the truth about our leaving no trace for the Rangers, that was good news. Why would he lie? Then again, why would Wanderers betray me to the Rangers after fixing my arm and feeding me my first bite of deer meat? Because Wanderers were irritating. We needed to get rid of these people. "Well, it doesn't matter," I said. "You and your Triune need to move on." "Triune?" Now the Wanderer man put all of his attention on me. It felt like having a mountain look your way. I didn't feel threatened or anything, but this guy was intense. "That is a strange word for a refugee from New Frisko to know." Bugging spam. What didn't this guy know? So? Just keep going. If you know about us, you know we have a lot of weapons. "Yes, scavenged from the many Rangers you've killed in your war with the Prime Perpetrator." The man curled his tongue up and kind of tasted his mustache. He took a noisy breath. "And for that, we thank you." He put out his hand. I looked from his hand to his face and back. What did he want? "You're welcome?" Melissa nudged me. "Come on, Nick," she whispered. "We learned about this in school. Shake his hand." Now I remembered. I put my hand out. It was swallowed in his enormous grip.
I'm Scott, leader of the Ponderosa Triune.
He swept his other arm out. This seemed a little formal, but why not humor the guy? I'm Nick, not the leader of... I trailed off. Is that really our name? Not the leader of the Pushers.
Not the leader.
Scott's reddish-gray eyebrows crawled up his forehead. He gave an amused smile. Nope.
And you're called the Pushers.
That's what I'm told, I said. I pulled my hand free from his grip. And I'm sorry, but really, if you don't mind just continuing on...
Certainly, certainly, Scott said.
Can we trust you not to give away our location? Melissa stepped up next to me, her question sounding maybe a little angry. One of her hands rested on the top of her keeper. Now who was being rude? Melissa, I said. Hey, the other ones betrayed you, Melissa said. How do we know they won't?
The other ones?
Scott had turned to gather up his group, but now he faced us again.
Other wanderers you encountered, you mean?
I sighed. Yes, I asked them for help, and they kind of did help, I guess. But then they led the Rangers right to me.
Well, that is unacceptable. Tell me who it was, and I will be sure to discuss this with other Triune leaders at the upcoming gathering.
Scott's brow, I swear it was almost a living thing, drew down. I heard a voice behind me from the direction of the cavern entrance. Diana was coming out, with several other people, all of them armed. What's going on? It's okay, I said. They're not a threat.
And this is the leader of the Pushers?
Scott stepped closer to Diana. The fighters around her, one of them Lexi, bristled and lifted their keepers. No, Diana said. You've been talking to him. Oh, come on. Not really, I said fast. They're wanderers, Diana, like Devera's family. They were just about to go. Then they should be on their way, Diana said.
And we shall be, Scott said. But I was just asking our friend, the maybe leader of the Pushers, which Triune betrayed him.
I don't remember their name. I put myself between Diana's guards and Scott. He was much different from Gabe. He talked weird and smiled a lot, but the smile always reached his eyes. And he kept doing that thing with his tongue, which was kind of funny. But the leader was named Gabe. He had a lady named Wendy with him, and... Scott's face had darkened. His teeth clenched tightly.
Yes, Gabe's Triune. They were slaughtered some months ago.
I know. I cringed at the memory of the bodies in burnt forest. The Rangers must have caught them after they helped me. And betrayed you, Melissa added. Scott was silent for a moment. His clear blue eyes grew thoughtful, then they narrowed at me.
After they helped you?
I swallowed hard. Yes. I tried to squeeze breath through my guilt-tightened throat. It was my fault. I found them and they helped me, and the Rangers must have homed in on them because of that. It wasn't your fault, Melissa said. Not your fault, Diana said.
This is not entirely your fault, Scott said a half-second after the other two. Gabe had a reputation for putting his Triune safety ahead of anything, which was understandable, but he forgot principle far too often, and far too often forgot it in favor of things that did not necessarily help his people stay safe. None of us had anything to say to that. He continued, studying the people gathered now and facing his group. You said a name, a wanderer name, the name of a girl who was with Gabe's Triune?
Yes, Devera, I said. But she's okay now. She lives with us, Melissa said. She helped us stop the Prime Administrator, I said. At least in New Frisko. She was amazing. Scott put a huge hand on my shoulder. It was a warm gesture that felt good. He grabbed my gaze with his eyes. You must give her the opportunity to come with us. Wanderers are her people. We must meet her. I exchanged a glance with Melissa and Diana. Why? As I said, she is a wanderer and must be given the opportunity to return to her people. This is our way. Freedom to choose your life, no matter how painful. Bug me, that sounded good. But what if Devera actually left? Diana opened her mouth. I could tell she was going to say no. I jumped in. Okay, I'll get her, but you have to wait down there. I pointed down the hill. Fair enough, but we will wait over there.
Scott pointed across the rocky hill to the north side of the entrance. "Since that is the direction we were going anyway." He was so calm and firm, it almost didn't feel like he was arguing with me all the time. "Fine." I turned up the hill.
"My people and I will stay here," Diana said, "just to be certain that everything is in order."
Scott smiled at her. "Certainly, dear lady." He started across the wavy rocks, gesturing for his triune to follow. I took a few steps before something he'd said earlier bubbled back up. "Wait, did you call him the Prime Perpetrator?" Scott gave a dry laugh. "Indeed. Am I wrong?" I shrugged. "No, but how did you know that?" "When you wander as much as we do," Scott said, "you learn very much about the world. Have you not visited the original Frisko?" "What?" I felt myself stand taller in surprise. "I didn't know it was still around." "It is, in all of its ruinous glory," Scott said. He continued walking. "And there is much to be learned there." I stood there, watching his broad back as he walked away. What was he... Bug me gently. He found something in old Frisko? About Adam Holland? Wait a second! I ran and caught up to Scott. "What did you find there? What do you know about Holland?" "Mr. Adam Holland is from San Francisco," Scott said. He paused briefly. "And that is all I will say until you bring me my wanderer girl."
Chapter 9. It took very little urging to convince Devera to come out and meet Scott's Ponderosa Triune. I spared a moment to wonder what Ponderosa meant, but let the question slide away as Devera and I ran back outside. The light had turned somewhat golden by the time she and I got to where the wanderers had stopped to wait. They'd found a small clearing with widely spaced pine trees and very little ground covering. Most of them sat on the ground in a small circle. Melissa and Diana, along with Lexi and a couple of other armed pushers, stood nearby. As we arrived, I realized that I had been talking to Scott in a wide open space. If a ranger pod had come by, or even come anywhere near, we would have been found immediately. The wanderers had been much smarter than me, finding a place where the wide, somewhat flat branches of the trees formed plenty of cover. Devera gave a little shout, skipped, and ran right to Scott. I almost expected some kind of formal greeting, considering how formally Scott spoke, but this was nothing like that. Scott dropped to a knee and spread his arms wide. Devera ran full tilt into him, not even rocking him back a little. He wrapped her in the biggest hug I'd ever seen. They stayed that way for a long time. Scott stroked her springy hair and whispered in her ear. Devera clung to him like she would never let go. When they separated, Scott used his sleeve to wipe Devera's face clean. She'd been crying. Scott turned to me. "Not the leader, Nick. Thank you for caring for Devera after her family was taken from her. I can see she has been in good hands." I had no idea what to say, so I just nodded. "So did you two know each other?" "Only in passing. I believe I have seen Devera at a gathering or two," Scott said. He patted the ground next to him as he sat. Devera joined him there. Never met and they hug like that? The wanderers, or at least Scott's wanderers, were far more open and affectionate than anyone I'd ever met. Getting a giant hug from him must feel like a mountain swallowing you whole. I looked from Devera to Scott, wondering what came next. Devera piped up. "I told Scott I won't be going with him." He nodded. "Yes, I don't agree with her, but she is free to make her own choices." "I told him it's because the pushers are fighting back. The wanderers don't fight. They never fight. It feels like we're always running, always trying to trick people." She put a hand on Scott's shoulder. "But Scott isn't like Gabe or anything." "No, but she has a point. It is against our way to fight. Our way is to stay out of sight in any way possible." "And the pushers are fighting, and I want to help," Devera said. "Okay," I said. "Now tell me what you found in San Francisco." Scott's brow raised again. "I suppose with a name like Pushers, it should be natural to be pushy." Nobody in the area laughed. There was a distinct lack of laughing. "Puns," Scott said. "Another lost art form.
although my friend Rob would disagree. "Could we get on with it?" Melissa said. I hadn't heard her approach. She sat down next to me. "My apologies, and more apologies for leading you on. To be honest, I know very little." My heart sank. "But you know something, right?" "Yes." He touched his tongue to his mustache. Did he know he did that? "Some years ago, I was talking to another leader of a triune at a gathering. He told me of a time when he was walking down a decrepit street in old San Francisco." He paused. "Now, remember this. He spoke of a sign nearby that said Grove on it. I presume that was the street name?" "Grove? Okay, so there's a street called Grove. Is that it?" I leaned forward. I wanted to reach into his brain and yank out whatever he had heard. "No, as is the Wanderer's habit, he and his triune spread out among buildings." Scott looked to the west. "I've been to San Francisco. It is a ruin full of collapsing buildings and flooded areas." His attention turned back to us. "So this friend of mine spoke of a particular building that was surprisingly intact. It turns out that it was a government facility. Signs inside indicated it was dedicated to health concerns." He paused for a noisy breath. "Now, this wanderer, his name is Dustin, was telling this story to a full gathering of wanderers. I believe I heard everything." Scott tasted his mustache, then continued. "Dustin happened to be one that entered that building. Deep in the maze of the main floor, he found a wall that had been protected from the elements. There were pictures on it." Now his eyes settled on me. Obviously, he wanted me to make a connection. "Pictures? Pictures of what?" I just about threw a kick his way. "Come on!" "Pictures of people. Doctors," he gathered, "from the information under them." He raised his brows and compressed his lips, waiting. It hit me. Doctors. Holland had been on a team of doctors and researchers. He'd never said what his team was doing, but I was willing to bet that the people in the pictures on that wall were the same people in the picture Holland had shown me in Prime 1. I felt the air slide out of me. "Bugging spam?" "Bug me," Melissa said. "One was of Holland?" "Yes." "That was the place," I said. "Holland told me, when he thought he was about to kill me, that he had been on a team of doctors. That was his office." "I presume so." Dustin recognized the face from having seen him on the screens in Mento. Although, truthfully, the face in the picture, according to Dustin, was somewhat different from Holland's. "I suppose it is possible the Holland we know is some kind of a descendant," Scott said. "Doesn't matter. That was his office." Melissa grabbed my shoulder. "Nick, there might be some kind of clue there, some way to figure out where he is, where he's got everyone." "And what he is, because 100 years is a long time to live and all." I had to get there. We had to get going. I jumped up. "We're going." Melissa stood too. "Of course we are." New Frisko was north and east from here. I'd never gone back on foot, but in a pod it had taken us almost half a day to get here. How far was that? And old San Francisco had to be even farther away. I was going to bounce out of my skin. We had to go right now. We had to... "Scott," I said. He had a little smile as he watched me and Melissa. "So, where is San Francisco?" Chapter 10. 2 hours later, Scott and the Wanderers had made a camp a few hundred meters into the forest. There was plenty of space for them to spread out under the trees, but the branches were still big enough to shield them. I got James and a couple of other people to help me hang the thermal shield cloth over the area, though, since you never knew when rangers were going to come by. The sun had just dipped below the horizon when I made it back to the cavern. I'd been running back and forth so much and had gotten so sweaty that the cool temperature in there felt really good. I hated this. I wanted to go right now. So did Melissa. According to Scott, all we had to do was go in a straight line west, get to the ocean, and then head north. When we saw a couple of corroded red square arches a few hundred meters out in a bay, we would know we'd arrived. But Diana had made us wait. She wanted to make a plan.
"We have to be strategic about this," she'd said. I had to admit she had a point. If Holland found out that we were going after him, he would probably do something terrible, like he always did. So we had to find a way to keep the Rangers after us without finding us, while some of us went after Holland. Fine. I trudged down the stairs, carved in the stone just inside the cave entrance. But we're leaving tomorrow. Before I hit the cavern, a lot of loud voices poured out, echoing off the jagged stone walls. Great. What was going on now? I hated that I had to do it, but I hurried into the main cavern and jogged toward the voices. Here comes Nick, the not leader of the pushers. I just wanted to go get my parents, stop Holland, and then live in peace with Jan and my friends. But with Jan came all kinds of complications. We'd have her dad back sometime, so Jan came with 2 other people. And Diana and Carl Stevens wouldn't be very happy if I convinced Jan to leave the group and come with me, wherever I ended up. This was nothing like I'd imagined. But a trip to San Francisco would be perfect. The rest of this other dreck could wait. I had to push through the outer edges of a crowd that had gathered near the edge of the big cavern. Diana's voice rang out over the shouts, but I couldn't tell what she was saying. And was that Paul's voice too? What was going on? "That's spam!" I caught sight of Paul as soon as I got through the crowd of people. "You were never involved. You believed everything, just like everyone else." Diana put one hand up. "I understand that, Paul. Calm down." Mistake. Never tell Paul to calm down. "I don't need to calm down. You need to back off. You're not in charge here." Paul practically jumped up and down with every word. "I may not be officially in charge, but somebody has to lead, and we all know your friend has no interest in taking any kind of responsibility for everything he's Diana saw me and swallowed her last word. "Your friend?" Yeah, that would be me, I guess. Paul didn't miss a beat. "Nick, you have to tell her. She's not in charge here. You are. You're the one who stopped the knockout." I had trouble making out his face in the badly lit cavern. I wanted to tell him to shut up and back down. But this was Paul. He never backed down. The crowd around us muttered, filling the cavern with an echoing hum of voices. I scrambled for something to say. How could I tell him, and everyone really, that I absolutely didn't want to lead this group? Diana and Paul were right. All of this was my fault. I tried not to think about the people who had died in the escape from New Frisco. That had been Holland, not me. But he only did it because I pushed him so far and told everyone about his secret. Paul, I stalled a little bit longer. I had to take responsibility for what I'd done, but did that really mean I had to lead the pushers now? This is spam. We don't have time for this. We need to make a plan for keeping away from the Rangers and keeping them away from here while we track down Holland and the people he took. We have to go to San Francisco. I know, Paul jabbed a finger in Diana's direction, but your girlfriend's mom is trying to take over and change our name. My girlfriend? My face got so hot it had to be glowing. Had someone seen the kiss last night? Change our name? So? Why does that matter? Because we started as the pushers, and that's who we should be. Paul sucked in a loud breath, obviously gearing up for another rant. We are not a group of children playing in a park after school, Diana said, cutting him off. We are families trying to reach a safe place after our world was destroyed. She didn't hide her glare at me. What? Does she hate me for showing everyone the truth? Then I remembered why she would probably hate me for the rest of my life. Bren. I stammered for a second. Yeah, this has to end. Okay, look. You're both right, but this is the stupidest thing to care about right now. But tell her she's not in charge! Bug me. Sometimes Paul sounded like a little kid. Paul, it doesn't matter. Now I was shouting. I didn't care. Holland killed Bren, David, and lots of others. Paul looked like he'd been shot, and he nearly collapsed. I reached for him, but he skipped back. It's time to stop running and hiding. I took in the crowd. I mean, it's time for some of us to stop hiding. The shape of a plan was tickling my brain. Some of us. Paul grabbed my injured wrist. He didn't mean to. Tell her she's not in charge, Nick. His voice sounded rough. This started with us. They'd still be getting the bug every day if it weren't for us. I know, I said. I carefully extracted my wrist from his grip. But we did change everyone's world for the better. We can live however we want now. Paul glared at Diana. Except she's trying to be a new Prime Administrator. Paul Benitez! You will watch that mouth! Diana's voice cracked hard over the crowd. I am no murderer!
Come on, Paul, I took his shoulder. They never asked for this. We spammed up Holland's plan, and he forced us to run. He killed a lot of people. Paul said nothing. I had no trouble feeling his glare through the darkness of the huge cavern. From the corner of my eye, I saw Melissa and Roger. Lights glowed in their hands, and some spheres hummed upward, hovering about 2 meters above us. A circle of light spread all around and illuminated the face of the surrounding crowd. Nate was there, along with Xavier and Lexi. James squeezed between the tightly packed people and stopped next to Melissa. Krista stood next to Roger. Jan still stood next to her mother. And most of the other people, I didn't know. None of us had asked for this, except for me and my friends. Diana's right, I said, raising my voice. Our world was destroyed. I know that's my fault. A bunch of voices raised. Melissa's the loudest. She shouted over them. But Adam Holland was doing terrible things. He killed almost all of humanity and was controlling us like sheep or something. Melissa stood tall, her glare daring anyone to argue with her. More voices. I had to shout even louder to be heard. I know! You didn't ask for this, but we have to... The voices got louder. A shrill whistle pierced the noise. Quiet down! James had his fingers in his mouth. How the bug did he make that noise? Somehow, the crowd actually settled down. I took in the faces of the people whose lives I had basically destroyed. Some of these people had lost family members during our escape from New Frisko. Roger's hover lights didn't make the cavern bright, but there was enough light for me to see the entire crowd. There had to be over 200 people clustered around me. My chest felt like it was being squeezed. I had to force myself to take a slow, even breath. I blew it out in one burst. I'm sorry. I know I ruined everything. Paul stepped up next to me, close enough that I could feel him near my side. You didn't ruin anything, Paul said. He bumped me with his shoulder. The enormity of what he was saying struck me. He'd just lost his brother, after losing his parents in the escape. My vision blurred. I swallowed hard, squeezing his shoulder in gratitude. Paul was the strongest person I'd ever known, and the smartest, and he trusted me. But this is what we have to deal with now, I said, facing the crowd again. Diana and Jan stood behind me. Melissa was on my right side, opposite Paul. This is life for now. Until we can stop Holland, we have to stay ahead of him and keep the babies and families out of sight. The Rangers are too good. They're going to find us, a woman's voice rang out. It's just a matter of time. This was a man whose voice I didn't recognize. Why can't we just go to Angeltown or Mento and live with them? Bug that, Paul shouted. Because, Melissa shouted at the same time. She tried again. Because we know the truth. Holland can't take the chance that we tell the people in those cities the truth. Why is he doing it? I thought that was Lexi. Everyone got quiet. My friends and I exchanged looks. I have no idea, I said. The story of what Melissa and I had found in that secret room in Prime 1 had gotten around. Everyone knew about it. And Lexi had a point. What was Adam Holland's reason for murdering almost everyone in the world, then controlling the rest of them with a killer biotoxin, all while remotely operating some kind of cloned puppet that acted like the leader of New Frisko? None of us knows, but I think we need to find out in order to stop him, I said. And we have to go to San Francisco to do that, Melissa added. Shouts and protests filled the cavern. James whistled again and yelled. We're not all going to San Francisco, but some have to, and we have to talk about how we do this. His commanding voice, left over from being an enforcer, seemed to have a calming effect on the crowd, even though it wasn't filtered by a matte black helmet. Muscle memory in the crowd. They were used to reacting to enforcers like that. Or maybe they just needed a firm voice sometimes. I promise you, I started, then stopped. I thought fast. I promise you we'll find out what's going on. We were lied to about everything. Our world was a total lie. Artificial, Paul muttered. Even the language. He was right. A man-made fabrication. But now we get to live our own way, how we choose. I thought about that. Well, okay, sort of, for now. And we have to fight to protect our freedom, and get more of it.
Faces turned my way. I gathered air into my lungs and shouted so everyone could hear me. "We have to find the truth. Then we find where Holland is hiding with our families. Then we kill him," Paul said. His voice was quiet. I guessed only the people nearby heard him. I felt weird about shouting something like that, so I yelled, "Then we stop him and the Rangers, so we can live in peace." Paul bumped me again. "And kill him." Chapter 11. Sunlight filtered through the pine tree branches overhead, making it easier to see the surprisingly clear forest floor. I remembered the first time I smelled the rich, heavy forest smell, so heavy you could almost taste it. It had been the morning after I ran away from those suddenly murderous enforcers. Scott and a few other wanderers led the way, maybe 10 meters ahead of my friends and me. To my left walked Paul and Lexi, their heads drawn together in conversation. Melissa and James were the only other pushers that had come with us. The early light of the sun warmed my neck. We'd started before the sun had come up, after a short night of sleep. The planning session took a couple hours, especially since people spent way too much time arguing over the dumbest things. Things like how to stay out of sight and how to clean up a campsite. Scott and his wanderers hadn't seemed at all surprised when I'd shown up late last night, asking them to be our guides. He'd insisted on a few things, which was why my friends and I now wore wanderer clothes. All of our weapons and other supplies were buried deep in backpacks, except for Lexi's. She kept hers out of sight under her long, light brown shirt. As we wove between trees, I found myself wishing my goodbye with Jan hadn't been so fast. I could almost still feel her arms around my neck, pulling me closer. Between that warmth and the quick, sweet pressure of her lips, I'd briefly considered not leaving. I'd stared into her eyes, my heart pounding. The silence stretched. Then Mr. Smooth Nick showed up. I have to... She'd smiled. "It's okay. You'll be back." I'd nodded. "I will. Be safe." "You too." Then she'd turned and walked away. And that had been that. I was in a daze when I made my way out of the huge maze-like cavern. Ahead, Scott and the wanderers had stopped. We caught up to them. "What's going on?" Scott pointed down. On the forest floor was the faint path we'd been following, along with some kind of pebble. I poked at one of the small brown things with my foot. "Nope, not a rock." "It's deer spoor," Scott said, "and we are in need of venison." "Venison?" I glanced at Melissa. She shrugged and made a face. Okay, she didn't know either. "Deer meat." Scott waved the rest of the group over. "We're going to stop here for now, and let our hunters track the deer down." "But we have to get to San Francisco," I said. "You would prefer to go hungry?" Scott met my gaze and raised his eyebrows. "Well, no, but it's a long way, and we're in a hurry." "Precisely. And stopping for a few hours, or even a day, will make little actual difference in our journey." While we'd been speaking, the wanderers had set their packs down, and 2 of them pulled out thin, flat boards. They were maybe a half-meter long and looked like wood. There were several layers in the bundle of boards. The wanderers held the odd-looking bundles out and pressed some kind of button in the middle of them. With a hum, the bundles loosened. Then layers swiveled out from each end, unfolding with smooth clicks. In a second, the 2 wanderers no longer held a bundle of boards, but long, sleek-looking sticks that tapered at each end. There were grips in the middle of them, which was where the wanderers now held them. "Bug me, what is that?" Paul stepped closer. "Bows," Scott said. "This is how we hunt. Keepers are too loud and do far too much damage to the deer. The bow is an elegant, precise weapon." As I watched, the wanderer hunters pulled an incredibly thin wire, or cable, from one end of the bow to the other. Once the cable was attached at both ends, it tightened, bending the bow into a slight arc. "Wow," Melissa said. She stepped closer to the nearest hunter, a lady a little shorter than Melissa. "Can I see?" "Sure," the hunter said, handing Melissa the bow. While Melissa examined the thing, the hunter pulled out a flat, narrow case and popped it open. I could make out 6 long, thin cylinders.
She drew one of the cylinders out and tapped it against one hand. It extended immediately to nearly a meter. One end clicked and 4 strips of incredibly thin material slid out, evenly spaced around the end of the cylinder. They extended down the last 6 centimeters of the shaft. The other end clicked and a vicious-looking barbed point came out. "Arrows," the hunter said. She ran a finger down one of the thin runners that extended from the top half of the arrow. "This is the fletching. Keeps the arrow flying straight." She held out a hand for the bow. Melissa gave it up reluctantly. The hunter rested the pointy end of the arrow on the bow, just above the grip, and slid the arrow's butt back to the string. The string clicked into a notch I hadn't noticed before. She lifted the bow up to her face and pulled the string back with a gloved hand at the same time. In the same smooth motion, she swiveled and leaned forward just a bit. She had the bow's string drawn all the way back to her right ear. The arrow made a straight line across the right side of her face, nearly pressing on her cheek. She released a breath and the arrow at the same moment. I heard a thunk and followed the sound. The arrow had sunk into a narrow sapling about 20 meters away. "Bug me," Melissa whispered. "That is the best." The hunter smiled. "It's pretty great." Melissa, Paul, and I followed the hunter to the sapling she had shot. About 10 centimeters of the arrow stuck out the other side of the sapling. "How does it launch the arrow so hard?" Paul asked, fingering the pointed tip. "And how are you going to get the arrow out?" The hunter smiled. "Watch." She pressed the back of the arrow. The barbed tip clicked, turned, then slid into the body, leaving only a smooth shaft. I heard a slight hum coming from the arrow. I looked closer and saw it vibrating, the image a little distorted from the movement. The hunter gripped the fletched end hard and pulled. It slid cleanly out of the sapling. She pressed the back of the arrow again, and the barbed point re-emerged. She put it in Paul's reaching hand. "Good stuff, right?" "Blaze," Paul whispered. "Straight up blaze." He bent close to examine it. "Can I see the bow?" Melissa asked. "Sure," the hunter said. "I'm Lily, by the way." Melissa smiled awkwardly. "Oh, yeah, I'm Melissa." She took the offered bow. "I'm Nick," I said. "The guy drooling on your arrow over there is Paul." "I know," Lily said. She pulled some kind of stretchy loop out of a pocket in her jacket and tied her hair up tightly. "You guys are famous." She smiled. I couldn't take my eyes off her face. It was like she was glowing. I had thought her skin was just dark from a lot of sun, but the truth was that her cheeks and nose were covered in freckles. Her eyes were green with brown specks, and they looked like they had light pouring out of them. "We didn't mean to be," I said, trying not to stutter. I blinked and forced myself to stop staring. "Well," Lily took her bow and arrow back, "you are. Fame means you get noticed. Fame is dangerous." She activated something on the arrow so that by the time we got back to the group, the arrow was just a dense-looking, plain cylinder. She slid it back into its case. Lily and the other hunter, a woman much older than her, bent their heads together. What was it about her? She seemed totally at peace, totally relaxed. Like she belonged in the forest and had no worries at all. Like she belonged here, in this exact spot. Her smile had been like a new sun's light exploding through the trees. Melissa nudged me. "Might want to stop staring." "What?" I made a face. "I'm not staring." Yes, you are," Melissa said. "And yes, she's amazing." "It's not like that." I shook my head. It wasn't. Lily was amazing, but she was just like a sunrise you couldn't take your eyes off of. You don't marry it, you just stop and stare. "That bow thing is totally Blaze," I said, trying to change the subject. "It is, and she's really pretty," Melissa said. I had no idea what to say about that. I decided to ignore it. "No, I mean that bow could be useful. It's totally quiet and gets really compact." "You're right," Melissa said. She raised her eyebrows and cocked her head. "And she's really pretty." "Oh, come on." "You were staring, Nick, and your mouth was so wide open a pod could have flown into it." Spam. Melissa needed to let it go. "Come on, she's just, I don't know. I've never seen anyone like that." Melissa cocked her head to one side, her eyes crinkling a little. Her lips curved in a smile I hadn't seen in a while. "Okay," she said. I really needed to change the subject. "Do you ever wonder where the Wanderers get this stuff? I mean, the bows and arrows and their tents? We never saw anything like that in New Frisco." Melissa thought for a moment. "Good question. Maybe you should ask Lily." I shook my head and walked away. Melissa's laughter followed me. I caught up to Scott, Lily, and the other hunter. "So, how long is this going to take?" Scott placed a hand on one of Lily's shoulders. "Lily and Tasha here are very, very good." The other woman, Tasha, smiled, lines around her eyes deepened. "The spoor is fresh. The deer probably came through earlier this morning." She exchanged a glance with Lily. "We won't be long." "Can I come?" Melissa appeared next to me. The two hunters exchanged another look. Lily gave a comforting smile. "No, we're much faster alone." "Maybe next time," Tasha said. The two hunters spun and disappeared into the forest at a run, following the same faint path we'd been using as a guide. How had they gotten out of sight so fast? We needed to learn to do that. "Okay, people," Scott said. "Let's spread out some. Keep under trees. Do what you can to hide your heat." The wanderers set their packs down near trees and rested in groups. I followed Scott and sat near him. "So, where do you get your tech?" Scott smiled and laid a finger alongside his nose. "We have our sources." Melissa and James had joined us. Their faces mirrored my confusion. "What?" "We have our sources," Scott repeated, "and that, frankly, is all I will say about that." "Okay." I pulled some moss off the ground near me. Everybody had secrets. What a lovely world. "Something you said back at the cavern," James said. "Something about flooding in San Francisco?" Scott looked up, obviously confused. "Yes, flooding. What about it?" "Is the whole city flooded?" James asked. Scott's eyes went from James to Melissa to me, and then back. "Of course it is." He scanned the forest, watching the rest of the group settling into wait. "I sometimes forget how sheltered your cities are. Why the Prime Perpetrator does that, I may never know." "Sheltered?" Melissa said. "What do you mean?" "A better word would be controlled. Controlled and guarded." Scott settled onto a fallen tree. "You truly have no accurate knowledge of the world around you." "Well, fill us in," I said. "Why's San Francisco flooded?" "The question you mean to ask is, why is the entire West Coast flooded?" Scott said. "The whole thing?" James asked. "Yes," Scott took a long, slow breath. "Since we have nothing better to do, let me remove some of your ignorance." Feeling strangely insulted, I waved at Paul and Lexi. They saw me and came over. "It's not our fault we don't know. The new chapter was our life." "Hey, guys," I said as my friends arrived. "Scott's going to—" I shook my head. "Talk about the real world, I guess." "Okay," Lexi said. She dropped to the ground and leaned on a tree. "Talk away." Paul sat next to James and looked expectantly at Scott. "All right," Scott said. "I'll start at the beginning." His face tilted up as he thought for a moment. I dug my fingers into the dirt, enjoying the sensation. Scott was right. This moment right here was more real than anything I'd ever done in New Frisco. "I do not know why your Prime Perpetrator chose to never tell you the truth of the world. Let's start with this. Perhaps 150 kilometers from here, over 100 years ago, lived several million people." "Several million? That was impossible." "How?" Paul asked. "There's no way there's enough space for that many people." "That is incorrect," Scott said, "and please let me tell the story. The truth is that at its height, the country that used to exist here, extending thousands of kilometers in either direction, had over 300 million people in it." He raised a hand, stopping our questions. "I am telling the truth." He continued. "Several billion people populated the earth at the time, and this part of the world was in serious trouble." Scott picked up a stick and drew on the ground. "Did your schooling teach about the country we used to be a part of?" He pointed at the shape he'd drawn. I recognized it. "Yeah, the United States of America, part of North America." Precisely. The western part of the country, perhaps 110 years ago, underwent significant transformations. He jabbed the stick into that region of his drawing. It started with widespread drought.
"What's that?" Paul asked.
It is when an area does not get enough water. Plants and crops start to fail. Scott gestured with one arm. From the north to the south, from the coast to several hundred kilometers in, drought spread across the land.
"Because the people were so bad at managing it, right?" Melissa asked. "We learned about how much they ruined the land, polluting the water and air and killing off animals."
Scott nodded. Perhaps. Today, without sufficient data, it is hard to say why the drought happened. We can assume that it was a combination of poor management and other things. The main point is that it's hard to survive in a drought. Food sources deplete rather quickly when there's not enough water.
"How did the people eat?"
Paul sounded impatient. "Let me tell the story," Scott said. He tasted his mustache with the tip of his tongue. The land couldn't sustain so many people. There were millions of people in countless cities up and down the coast. So people started leaving. He drew lines from the west coast across the country in his drawing. Then the fires came, driving millions more from their homes. People moved both east, he drew another line, and across the ocean. He dragged the stick the other direction. And it was lucky they did so, because some kind of deity must have had it in for the west coast. Scott laughed.
"Deity?" Paul asked.
"A god," Scott answered.
The other pushers and I exchanged a confused look. A god? I'd never heard the word. Scott's brow drew down. He cocked his head to the side. He sat like that for a moment, regarding my friends and me silently. His next words were silent, almost to himself.
"Everything. He was everything to you."
"Who?" Melissa asked.
"Holland, the prime perpetrator. He was the source of everything for you."
"Okay," I said. "So what happened next? From what you're saying, there should be less water and no flooding." Scott sat up straighter.
"As I was saying, nature didn't stop at drought and fires. An enormous earthquake devastated the lower half of this region."
He drew a deep line in the now messy drawing.
"This is several hundred kilometers south of us. By this time, the largest population centers were pretty much all that remained. But the earthquake killed thousands and drove many of the rest of the people away."
He stabbed the stick farther north on the west coast now.
"And then the big one hit. It was probably triggered by the first one."
He gouged the earth with the stick.
"A massive earthquake completely changed the land from here."
He stood the stick up, then dragged it from the northernmost part of his drawing all the way to the southern end.
"To here. Combined with sudden storms and countless floods, the land seemed to be rejecting humanity. Nearly everybody fled, again to the east and across the ocean, some to the north."
Scott drew a few lines upward.
"Add more massive wildfires to the mix, and the entire west coast, plus several hundred kilometers of land inward, was abandoned."
"We were told tsunamis drove people farther inland," I said.
"There were tsunamis," Scott said. "Not enough to drive large numbers of people away."
"But why would Holland lie about that?" Melissa said. "He's evil." Paul jabbed a stick into the dark dirt. "Lying comes naturally to him."
"A fair assessment," Scott said. He circled a large portion inland of the coast in the drawing he'd now completely destroyed. "This region is what we call the Blight, empty of resources and people. Only massive stretches of nearly lifeless sand and rock remain."
His eyes settled on mine.
"Nobody has crossed that Blight and returned. It's entirely possible that nobody has successfully crossed it. In decades."
Scott let out a long breath.
"And then the bug came. From all reports, most of humanity was killed. Some were fortunate enough to be immune. Others just got lucky and never got their heart rate up."
He scrubbed the stick furiously through his drawing.
"Humanity was in shambles. Technology still existed, but the infrastructure failed completely, except for a few pockets here and there."
"You know where the bug came from, right?" I asked.
Scott pursed his lips. No, I do not. Our assumption is that somehow the prime perpetrator was involved, given that he still lives despite there being 100-year-old photo of him in that building in San Francisco. Melissa and I exchanged a glance. Well, he did it. I have no idea how he's still alive, but somehow Adam Holland made the bug. I thought back to the few conversations I'd had with Holland in Prime 1. He said something about how humanity needed help, or guidance, I think he said, in its evolution. Yeah, so he did it. He put the bug in the air and killed off everyone, Melissa said. But that's not all. Scott's mouth had dropped open. You are telling me that this one man is responsible for the death of billions? I sat back. That was crazy, but true. Yes, he told me. But that's where the papas came in, Melissa said. He forced everyone to wear them, saying the bug was still in the air. But the truth was that the bug was in the knockout, so every time we got the knockout, we got... You got your own murderer injected into you, Scott said. Wanderers have always known the bug was not in the air. Our very existence was proof of that. What you've told me explains why this Holland fellow controls his cities so tightly. It is a house of lies that would not be able to stand were one truth to enter in.
Which is why he wants to kill us, Paul said. If we got the word to Angeltown or Mento, his whole thing would collapse.
Surely you've tried, Scott said. Those people deserve to know. I have friends in Mento and its surroundings that believe their personal assistant is their savior. People still die from the bug, obviously by Holland's design. A fear tactic, to keep the people cowed? Yes, James said. We've tried. His voice grew hoarse on the last word. I lost all of my friends when we tried to fly a pod into Mento. Scott fixed James with a sympathetic look. Will you tell me what happened? James nodded. We knew we had to tell everyone. Nick and his friends had shown the truth to New Frisko, which is why we had to escape. Why Holland tried to kill us before we could get away.
He dropped some kind of nerve gas into different parts of the city, Paul said. The bombs landed right after the truth was exposed. It was like Holland had planned for something like that. The bombs impacted the ground, and that activated these compartments that had some kind of nerve agent. When the nerve agent mixed with the air... He doesn't care if we live or die, obviously, Lexi broke in. He just wants to control everyone. Paul glared at her. We ignored him. Anyway, James said. The beard he was growing glinted in the light of the forest. We should have been more careful, but we were so new to this fight. He got quiet for a moment. I stayed behind to guard the babies, while the rest of my squad tried to get into Mento. But I heard every second, every scream. Melissa put a hand on his arm and picked up the story. There were some kind of flying robots, way too small for people to fit in them, patrolling a few kilometers from the city. We found out later that these drones, or whatever, are all around the city. They shot the enforcer pod down, I said. It took some drones with it, and some of the enforcers survived the crash. But then something was in the trees shooting at them right away. They couldn't see what it, or they, was, but they had no chance. The enforcers, I mean. I heard some of the enforcers shout about rangers, too, James said. So, to answer your question, yes, we tried to tell the people in Mento, but there is no way to get in there. This is true, Scott said. Wanderers who have passed by have found that security near the city is much tighter lately. It used to be that some careful souls could get in and out if necessary. He rubbed his face with one hand. Not the case anymore. As far as we can tell, James said, there are at least 3 layers of security. Airborne, tree-based, and then rangers. You can't get past them. We gave up on telling the people there the truth. We've checked and found that no signal or transmission can be found coming out of Mento either. We can't break into their broadcast system, so there's no way to tell them. And we don't know if Angeltown is in the same situation. I assume it is. A fair assumption. Scott leaned back against his tree and regarded the gathered group as if waiting for more comments. When none were offered, he continued, I have little left to tell. After the disasters, only a few thousand people remained on the west coast, as far as I know now.
Some clustered together, and before anybody knew it, 3 new cities had emerged. They were guarded well and only let a few people in, and never let anyone out. But they grew. I've heard that Angel Town is the biggest of the 3, and that was all we knew about them. Wanderers multiplied slowly and carefully, since we soon learned that the Prime Perpetrator did not like us. "Because you were proof the bug was a lie," I said. "Indeed," Scott said. We fell into silence. I stared at the messy drawing Scott had created in the dirt. All of those awful things, followed by the bug. Maybe it wouldn't have been so good to live back in those earlier days, like I'd wanted to for so much of my life. Exhaustion ached in my bones. We'd had so little sleep the night before. I leaned back on my tree and let my head drop a little, when I caught sight of Scott's drawing again. My eyes were drawn to the east part of the country, past the Blight. Nobody had made it there and come back? So nobody knew what was out there? What if there were people out there? How different was the world on the far side of the Blight? Could we build a pod that had enough power and fuel to cross the dead land? Chapter 12. Juices from the roasting meat sizzled and splattered on the hot ring of rocks around the big blazing fire. I'd never smelled anything so amazing in my life. Lily and Tasha had shown up while I was taking a nap. They'd killed a deer, and by the time I woke up, they'd cut big slabs of dripping meat off the body. The raw flesh made my stomach churn for a moment, but that had been replaced by hunger not long after the deer meat had started cooking. I'd wanted to get going as soon as the meat was cut, but Scott had smiled irritatingly at me. "Raw meat will not keep. It must be cooked immediately, or it will rot and be useless to us. More work now will keep us fed and safe down the road." Now I just wanted to eat. We'd wasted a day for the hunters to bring in food, but after what we'd learned, it didn't feel like such a waste. Looking north over the roasting meat, I imagined I could see a huge gash in the land far in that direction. How much different would this area have been if there were still millions of people living here? One of the Wanderer kids slowly rotated the big chunks of meat skewered on the stick above the fire. Other Wanderers set up camp, while James, Lexi, and Melissa put up the thermal shield cloth. "Is it ready yet?" I glanced at the Wanderer kid. Lily walked up to the fire. In its red glow, her face looked even brighter. She looked so strong, it was like light spread out from her. "The outside is. Want some?" My mouth watered. I nodded. "Got a knife?" Lily asked. "No," I said. She pursed her lips and patted her jacket pockets, then pulled out a small knife in a deerskin sheath. "Here. If you're going to be hunting and stuff, you'll need one." The knife felt surprisingly heavy in my hand. Thanks. She was probably right. Where do you get these? I'll need one after you guys are gone. Lily's brows drew down. "You can keep it. No big deal." "What? No, I can't." I held it out to her. "No, keep it. I've got plenty." I met her intense gaze. She was my height, but somehow it felt like I was looking up. "Really?" "Really." She pulled out a long knife and a fork, quickly slicing a dripping piece of meat from one of the skewered chunks. I pulled the knife from its sheath. The blade was wide and tapered, sharp on both sides, about 10 centimeters long. Red and orange light glinted off the shiny metal. "Here," Lily said. She had put the sizzling piece of venison on a plasteel plate and sliced it into chunks. She popped a chunk into her mouth. I stabbed one and did the same. Warm, rich deliciousness filled my mouth. It was soft and easy to chew. After I swallowed, my mouth and stomach felt emptier than before. I craved more. "That's amazing!" "There's nothing like fresh venison off the skewer," Lily said. She pointed at the plasteel plate. "I need to learn how to hunt." I stuck another piece in my mouth. "And to do all this stuff." She nodded. "I'll teach you." Wow, was she serious? Really? "Sure. We've got a long way to go. What else are we going to do?" Lily lifted her voice.
Come and eat, everyone. She turned back to the fire and sliced more meat off the huge chunks. People jostled around me, trying to get at the delicious stuff. I imagined days spent tracking deer next to the wanderers, Lily and the others teaching me how to shoot a bow. What could be better? You're staring again. Melissa bumped me with an elbow. What? I pulled myself together. Did you get some food? Melissa indicated the crowd. Maybe when everyone else has had enough. It's really good, I said. It smells great. It is. I used my shirt to wipe my new knife clean. The red and orange glints crawled up and down the blade, reflecting the dancing flames. Hey, where'd that come from? Melissa asked. Lily gave it to me. She gave it to you? As in give, not lend? Yeah. A moment passed. Nick, I thought you and Jan... Melissa trailed off. Me and Jan? My brain had completely frozen. You know, I thought you were together, but now Lily? Me and Jan? Come on. You've been hung up on her forever, and I saw you holding hands the other day. She hadn't seen the kiss? Why did that make the panic inside me subside a little? I guess we're, together. But now you can't stop staring at Lily. Melissa pointed. Don't get me wrong, she's beautiful. Beautiful. But what about Jan? I'm not staring at Lily. What was all this anyway? Why was it even Melissa's business? Why did I kind of feel like it was Melissa's business? She's a nice person, that's all. Melissa raised her eyebrows. A beautiful, nice person, you mean? Oh, come on. No, it's not like that. Lily's great, but yeah, me and Jan are together. Lily's just what? How to describe it? I had no desire to be with Lily at all. I wanted to spend time and learn to hunt from her, but romantically? Even thinking that word in relation to Lily felt weird. Seriously, no, it's just not like that. I like trees, but I don't want to hold their hands, right? Melissa looked me in the eyes for a long moment. She seemed to come to some kind of decision. Oh, all right then. Wanderers traded off, standing at the fire all night, cooking every last chunk of meat. The rest of us got up early and helped wrap the roasted meat in a material I'd never seen. It was foldable like I'd heard paper was, but it didn't absorb any juices or water. And once a chunk was fully wrapped, a wanderer passed a wand of some kind around the package, and the material shrank and sealed, tightening around the meat. What is that? I asked a wanderer whose name I didn't know. He was a short guy, probably a full 10 centimeters shorter than me. His hair was wiry and black, almost as big as Devera's. Electrolyzer. The way he spoke made the last part of the word sound like ah. Passes charged molecules through the wrap seal here. He indicated the wrapped meat. Helps keep it fresh longer. I'd never heard anyone speak like this guy. It was almost like he was singing his sentences. The wanderer stuck out a hand. I'm B. B? I shook his hand. Nick. I know who you are, my friend. He smiled big. And yeah, B. Short for Belzenbraga. I burst out laughing, but choked it off. Are you serious? That's the day the music died, B said. What? Okay, this guy had to be speaking a completely different language. Or he was making a big joke. My mum loved her the long names. Said they gave a person distinction. She's not here. So, you hear I'm B. I nodded. Nice to meet you. You too. What do you mean about the day the music died? B looked me up and down. You really want to know? I shrugged. Why not? He looked around. Well, I'll talk to you later. We've got a lot of walking ahead of us. Okay. I threaded my arms through my pack. Can I help? Nah, this is the last one. He lifted 3 parcels and headed off. I'll catch you later, Nick. I watched B go. He caught up to a woman and they divided the parcels. Scott called out, saying it was time to get going. I fell in step next to Melissa and Paul at the back of the group, enjoying the play of early sunlight on the forest floor. Gentle morning breeze cooled my neck and I tasted pine in the air. I caught sight of B again. What
music. And how did it die? Chapter 13. A few steps into our day's hike, I finally remembered that I needed to learn how the wanderers left no trace of themselves at their campsites. I slowed and touched Melissa's wrist. "Hey, I want to see how they clean up campsites after a fire." "Me too," she said. "I don't think they would appreciate us spying on their secrets." We kept walking, but got slower. "You guys keep going, and I'll tell you what I see." Paul noticed we were falling behind.
"What's going on?"
He dropped back. "Nick wants to spy on the wanderers to see how they make it look like they were never there," Melissa said.
"Good idea."
Paul turned. "No, not all of us," I said. "I think they've been deliberately cleaning up the site after all of the pushers are gone. I'll go back quietly and fill you guys in. You cover for me."
"Cover for you?"
Paul's voice was already getting too loud. I pleaded silently with Melissa. She got the picture. "Come on, Paul. Keep walking." I slowed more and let the group start angling to follow the faint path around a rock pile. I didn't see Lexi or James. They must have gotten ahead. I slipped into the forest and backtracked as fast and quietly as I could. It only took me a few seconds to see the campsite and the 3 wanderers who'd remained behind on cleanup duty. 2 of them bent over the fire ring and picked up a couple rocks each. They carried the rocks to different parts of the forest. One of the wanderers came my way. I ducked and hid behind the nearest tree.
"No need to hide, Nick."
"Bug me, these guys are way better at this than me." I stood. I knew the woman's face, but had never learned her name. She had straight black hair and deep brown eyes, shaped like small, delicate leaves.
"I'm Jenny."
She gestured with her head.
"Come on, I'll show you how we make sure nobody can track where we've been."
I stood and stepped out from the thick forest, my face burning with embarrassment. "Really? I thought you were hiding how you did it." Her thin eyebrows drew down. She laughed quietly.
"No, that's silly. We just clean up after everyone's gone. We can't take any chances."
Maybe I should stop being suspicious of everyone. Got it.
"Okay, so the 2 biggest things we have to deal with are evidence of the fire pit and any broken vegetation. The rangers are really good at seeing pretty much any clue we leave behind, so we have to be better."
Jenny lifted 2 more rocks. I grabbed a couple. They were still hot from the fire burning all night, but not so bad that I couldn't touch them. "So, do I just hide them somewhere in the forest?"
"Bury them, usually under or between roots of a tree is best." She walked away. "Or if you can find a convenient stream."
I poked around and found a big tree with nothing near its base. Wide roots formed mossy craters in a diameter of maybe 5 meters around it. I knelt carefully and set the rocks down. Using my new knife, I dug through the moss and soft dirt around the roots. It took a little while, but I finally got 2 holes big enough to fit the rocks. I was just finishing covering the rocks with dirt when Jenny showed up next to me. She crouched.
"Not bad, but stand up and look at it."
I stood and tried to see what she was talking about. My rocks were completely covered by dark, rich dirt. I'd mixed a few pine needles in to make the dirt look more normal. A complex pattern of roots wove around the rest of the tree, moss filling the space between some of the roots and painting the forest floor in patches of deep green. "What?"
"See a pattern in the moss?"
I looked closer, then took a step back. What was she getting at? No."
"Okay, do you see anywhere that maybe moss should be that it isn't now?"
I caught a hint of laughter in her voice. It hit me. I'd scraped the moss away when I was digging the holes for the rocks. Now there were consistent patches of moss between most of the roots, and 2 moss-less patches where my rocks were. My heart sank. Spam! I'm an idiot. The rangers were going to see that for sure.
"No, just a greenie," Jenny said. "We can fix it if we're careful."
She bent and pulled a thin blade out of a sheath hidden under her long shirt. I stood there, totally useless, as she selected a moss patch at the outskirts of the area that the fuzzy green covered. Working fast, but carefully, she sliced the moss free from the dirt, peeling it back. Next, she divided her moss and draped it into the patches I'd scraped clean. She waved me closer.
"Come on, help me pat it down." Don't break it.
I crouched and gingerly pushed the patch in, watching her carefully. She took extra care to smooth the edges as they touched the protruding roots. When she was done, she helped me with my patch and we both stood.
Now look again,
Jenny said. I did. It looked like it had never been touched by a person.
That's Blaze. Yep, we know what we're doing.
She led the way back to the campsite.
Let's see what else there is to do.
When we showed up, the other 2 wanderers were working where the campfire had been. A small pile of rocks remained, but they were off to the side. The wanderers were using some kind of thin, flat metal square, with a pointed edge, to dig under the space where the fire had been.
Here, use this shovel,
Jenny said. She handed me a tool like the one the other wanderers were using.
We need to get about a half meter down on the sides and nearly a meter in the middle.
By the time we were done, I was sweating and covered in dirt. We also had 3 big piles of dirt and an impressively deep hole. One of the wanderers pushed a pile of ashes into the bottom of the hole, then poured some water on top from a container clipped to his side. The other wanderer reappeared. She was carrying a tree. Okay, it was a small tree, but it was a tree. Roots and everything. Where'd that come from? Jenny grinned and raised her eyebrows.
It's a secret.
I opened my mouth to say how dumb that was, but saw the joke in her eyes. I looked around. No, really, where'd you get it?
You don't remember seeing it right here?
The wanderer with the tree lowered the tree into the hole we had dug. She gestured with her head.
We chose the site because we could dig this tree out and put a fire where it was.
This I had not noticed, but I got it. You pull the tree out, put your fire pit where it was, then replace the tree.
He's got it, Mark and Joe,
Jenny said. She took some of the nearby rocks and wove them into the roots that Joe, the other lady wanderer, was holding in place. Mark helped, then we all scraped dirt and packed it tightly around the roots.
The rocks make it harder to pull the tree out. Keep it a little more firm.
They took turns stomping the dirt around the base of the tree really tight as we refilled the hole.
Here, give it a yank,
Mark said. I did. It bent sideways a little, but didn't budge upward at all. Wow, that's great. The amount of planning these guys did to stay safe from the Rangers was impressive. I guess a lifetime of being on the run did that to you.
Okay, Nick, let's have you stand back now. Time to polish it off,
Jenny said. I watched as Jenny and Joe lifted some old, dry pine branches from near the base of a tree. They swept the branches around to smooth the dirt, starting at one end of the campsite and working back towards me. Their work left the ground looking untouched. Mark was right behind them, his footprints being disguised by their work. He had a big bag of pine needles and was scattering them lightly on top of the dirt the 2 women were sweeping. When they got done, the forest floor was completely normal. It looked like nobody had even breathed near the space where about 30 people had been camped a half hour before. Jenny led the way back toward the group in a slow jog. Mark and Joe lagged behind, intermittently sweeping the path a little and scattering more pine needles. Why are they doing that?
Making sure we don't leave any pattern of traces. They'll stop in a few minutes.
Jenny glided under a tree branch that hung lower than the rest. She was like Lily. She looked like a part of the forest, like she belonged here and knew it better than anything. We caught up to the group quickly.
What took so long?
Paul asked. They let me help them, I said.
So you know how they do it?
Melissa stepped closer to me.
But they didn't try to hide it?
No, they were nice. I told my friends what I'd learned.
Rocks? In the roots?
Admiration was obvious in Paul's voice.
That's brilliant.
But it's stuff anyone could have thought of, I said. I don't know why I didn't. Because you're stupid? Melissa grinned at me.
He's not stupid,
Paul said. He was a true friend.
He's just a little slow in the head.
Paul was a spammer. You guys can eat some bug. To be honest, it was nice to see Paul get some of his humor back. I'd like to see you slice moss off the forest floor to fill in patches where you hid rocks.
You mean patches you scraped away by mistake?
Melissa said.
Because you're slow in the head,
Paul said. I mock glared at him. At least I'm not the size of a 4-year-old. Melissa burst out laughing.
He's got a good point.
Paul shook his head.
It's not about how big you are. It's about what you do with your size.
We all laughed, but kind of trailed off.
That's true, though, Melissa said. Paul and I nodded. We settled into silence. I thought back to when I'd first met wanderers somewhere north of here. I looked around. The world was completely different, which was good in some ways, but it was much more dangerous, too. We had to fix that. Do you think they'll be able to stay ahead of the Rangers? Melissa kicked a dried brown branch. Paul went after it and carefully set it back on the path behind us.
Remember, leave no trace.
Sure, Melissa said. They will, right? I had no idea. I hoped so. Connor, Annie, Xavier, Krista, and Diana are leading them. They're fast and smart. They'll keep the Rangers' attention on them and away from the caverns. That sounded confident, right?
It's a good plan, Paul said. Holland has no way of knowing that we know who he is, so he shouldn't know where we're going or even that we're gone. As far as he and the Rangers are concerned, nothing's changed. They're still hunting us, and we're still on the run.
It is a good plan, Melissa said. It will work. We just have to move fast, I said. Holland's going to get tired of sending the Rangers chasing after us, and he'll think of some way to make things worse.
Besides that, Paul said, the longer Connor and Annie and the others are on the run, the higher the chance they'll be caught.
Shut up. It will work, Melissa said.
If, like Nick said, we're fast.
Exactly, I said. And just like that, I'm smart again. Melissa gave me a confused look. That's what dumb people say. Paul burst out laughing. Melissa joined in. They were both bug-eaters.
Hush!
Tasha had slipped up behind us.
I know you're children, but you must still learn to keep quiet.
Oh, sorry, Melissa said.
Spam, sorry,
Paul echoed. Yeah, same, I said. We're not children. Tasha's lips parted in a small smile.
Remember, people who laugh loud tend to be hiding slowness in the brain.
I stared. My mouth dropped open. Did she just... I caught Melissa and Paul's gaze. They looked stunned. Tasha broke into laughter, muffling the sound with one arm as she dropped to the back of the group. A loud snort broke free from the laughter I was trying really hard to hold in. That was Blaze, I said. Melissa and Paul exchanged a glance. I can't believe she said that. Melissa's voice dripped with surprise. Hey, she's a smart lady, I said. Melissa punched me on the shoulder. Look who needs a wanderer to bail him out. At least people like me, I said.
Maybe it's more like pity,
Paul said. He hopped away from me as I lunged at him. My glued-together side pulled painfully with the movement. Don't break the med glue, dummy. Don't want to bleed to death before you even get to San Francisco. Chapter 14. We kept a fast pace for 2 days, walking at first through thick forest, but then crossing rocky terrain dotted here and there by trees of all shapes and sizes. Soon after, we were walking through wide open fields of tall grass and other plants. On the third day, after crossing through an open space and watching the sky for ranger pods the whole time, the ground under my feet felt suddenly different. I looked down. Flat gray rock stretched left and right, broken up all over by wild grass, trees, and bushes. This was a road, 100-plus-year-old road. Cars, those ungainly boxes with rubber wheels used to And that was a car right there. Or it had been. Melissa, look at that. I led the way to the drooping, mangled shape. All that was left of it was corroded, soft-looking, light brown metal. I remembered the first time I'd seen one of these. That night, running from the enforcers after Bren died, flying as fast as I could on the Skyjet. I'd had to dodge their dark shapes more than a few times, and then, the next day, I'd seen some going back to New Frisko, too. But I'd never been able to stop and inspect one. It looks like it's melting, Melissa said. Yeah, I said, it's been here for over 100 years. I dusted my fingers across some exposed metal. It felt rough and scaly. Careful, Paul said. He bent to look through what had to have been a window.
If it cuts you, it could make you sick.
It's not going to cut me. I let my hand fall away. No point in taking chances anyway.
The metal's so solid, but it's all droopy, Melissa said. I wonder why.
Gotta be gravity, Paul said. Combine that with the sun and weather, and anything will change its shape.
Why did he have to know everything? This thing used to go over 100 kilometers per hour, I said. I tapped a lumpy part that might have been a wheel a century before. Some went faster, Melissa said. Like 200. You'd have to be in a big hurry to go that fast, I said. Lexi had shown up and was studying the heap of moldering metal.
Hey, maybe you're going so fast because you're hungry. There was a drought going on, after all. They raced them, too, Paul said.
I followed him as he wandered around to another side of the thing. I glanced around. A few more overgrown, distorted lumps dotted the place where the road had been. In another 100 years, these things would be completely covered and forgotten. They'd just be part of the land. The thought felt strangely sad. Paul continued.
They drove them in these big circles called tracks, kind of like a long oval.
Melissa laughed. They drove them in circles? For how long?
Hours,
Paul said. Totally pointless, I said.
Well, yeah, but remember, they were about the individual, Paul said. Like one person overcoming and becoming really rich and stuff.
So they could buy more stuff, Lexi said. One person overcoming sounded fine, even good. But how would someone become rich today? I mean, that's kind of what we're fighting for, right? What? Melissa said. Not to get rich or whatever, but to be able to be ourselves and live the way we want, I said.
True,
Paul said. Melissa glanced at me, then down at the car. She looked like she might have had something to say, but she kept it to herself.
What's the holdup?
Lily appeared next to me.
Did you find something?
This car. I pointed at the heap of junk. Lexi had stuck her head through a distorted window.
No skeleton in here or anything.
Her voice sounded metallic. Lily raised one eyebrow.
It's a car. Big deal. They're everywhere. Maybe you want to not stand out in the open for so long?
Oh, yeah, I said. We followed her back to the group. It was so different back in those days when they were driving those things around. Melissa had been quiet for a while after we'd rejoined the group. We'd probably walked another kilometer before she spoke. Totally different. Everything, I mean. Cars, foods of all kinds, so many people, and these huge roads. I nodded. Seems like it. Well, maybe not everything. She got quiet for a moment. In New Frisko, we were still going to school and working every day, like those guys did. But everything was so controlled, so... She trailed off.
Fake?
Paul had sped up and was walking next to James now. Lexi had wandered off, patrolling again. I watched Melissa's profile. Straight nose, high cheekbones. Safe. Everything was so safe. Melissa took in the wide field we were walking in. There were a few trees here and there, tall grass and bushes, low hills. She took a deep breath. This is better. I pushed through a thick tuft of grass, letting the rough stems scrub against my non-bandaged arm. Much better. We passed over a few more broken, mostly hidden roads. On one really wide road, there was a huge car, the kind they had called trucks. It had to be 5 meters tall at least, and it had two parts. One was lumpy, and the other was a big rectangular storage box of some kind, with wheels. The storage box was nearly 20 meters long. What had that thing been carrying? Food? Electronics? Scott's wanderers kept us on a winding path that hugged clusters of trees and the rolling hills. I guessed the idea was to be in a place that we could get out of sight quickly if needed, since we weren't in the forest anymore. It was hotter, too. The sun burned down on us the entire day, and before long, I wished we were still in the shade. But watching the sun go down right in front of us was great. The sky grew faintly pink, then darkened to an almost flame color the lower the sun got. We set up camp before the light had completely faded, positioning ourselves between some cars and stretching our thermal shield cloth above us. That meant we all had to crouch as we moved around, but I was willing to pay that cost to stay out of sight. We hadn't seen any patrols or pods the entire journey,
but that could change any time. The next day, within a couple of hours of starting out, our surroundings changed completely. We spent over an hour walking in the shadow of a huge road that was elevated at least 20 meters above the ground. It had collapsed in a lot of places, and it seemed like if there had been a strong wind, more of the ancient structure would have fallen. But it provided good cover for our journey. There were decaying homes and buildings almost everywhere now, and more broken roads. Trees and bushes grew up through the old concrete, and most of the buildings had trees pushing through windows, walls, and roofs. I caught up to Scott. "How much farther is it?" He tasted his mustache and considered. "We should see the city itself in another 2 days, I believe." "Do you know how to find that sign, the one that said Grove?" Scott smiled. "I don't, and we will not be entering the city with you." Chapter 15. I stumbled over something that rolled when I kicked it. "What? Why not?" "We have no reason to, and it was not part of our agreement." And here I'd been trusting him. "So how are we supposed to find the right place?" "I do not know, but as I said, I don't know where it is, so our presence in the city wouldn't help anyway," Scott said. "You really have no idea where we should go?" I kicked at a tall tuft of grass. "How big is the city?" Scott led the group around a heap of rotting metal. "Quite large. Remember, more than 1 million people used to live in that area." I still couldn't wrap my brain around that number. "So we have to explore a huge city to try to find a sign, and then a building." "If you wish to find the prime perpetrator, I would say yes." Scott seemed distracted. I gestured at the group spread out behind us. "When are you and your triune leaving us, then?" "As I said, I will take you to the city. We will leave at that point." "Where will you go?" "Does it matter? We are, after all, called wanderers." "You don't know where you're wandering to after you leave us?" The wanderer life seemed great, but not having any kind of plan was a little weird.
"Usually no."
Scott smoothed his beard with a hand.
"But in this case, there is a gathering scheduled for this month."
"Really? I remembered Gabe talking about the gatherings. Where?" Scott raised an eyebrow at me.
"South? Do you intend to join us?"
Well, no." We walked in silence for a while. The sun was beginning to drop toward the horizon ahead, and the clumps of metal dotting the destroyed roads seemed bigger as their shadows lengthened. "What do you do at the gatherings?" Scott took a while to answer.
"We gather. We share stories and news. We eat and drink and enjoy company, greet old friends, remind ourselves of what humanity and community are."
He sounded like he was talking to an audience of more than just me.
"So it's basically a party." Scott laughed. "A fair guess."
The sun dropped lower in the sky as we walked. Before long, we were walking on old, ruined roads and dodging fallen houses and melting cars all the time. The crumbling houses gave way to stumpy, worn-down buildings with jagged walls full of staring, empty windows. A few of them still had visible corners, but most of them were rounded and pulverized by 100 years of weather and wear. Bushes, trees, and grass, along with acres of spreading, crawling plants of some kind, had taken over the concrete. "This isn't the city?" I pointed at the fallen buildings everywhere.
"No,"
Scott scanned the area.
"That is, it's not the city you're looking for."
"How can you tell? It looks like a city to me."
"Number one, San Francisco is right on the ocean."
He gave a quiet laugh.
"Or rather, somewhat under the ocean now."
He stepped hard on the ground.
"This is dry land. Number two, San Francisco is much bigger than this. The falling buildings are taller there, too."
"Wait, how are we supposed to get around a city that's underwater?"
"Walk. Or swim. Only parts of the city are badly flooded."
Scott looked around.
"I know this place."
I couldn't think of anything satisfying to say to his walk or swim remark, so I ignored it. "You've been here?"
"More than once."
He pointed at something way ahead of us that I couldn't see.
"There's a safe place to camp not far from here."
"Pod!" The shout came from someone near the back of the group. "Pod! Get out of sight!" Scott took off. going from lumbering to speedy in a second. How someone so tall and thick moved so fast, I didn't know. I spun, scanned the sky, and located my companions in a split second. I didn't see a pod anywhere, but the Wanderers had some kind of viewer that helped them see farther than eyes could see. I trusted them. I caught sight of Melissa, James, and Paul. They were in a tight group running toward a building. Lexi and a group of Wanderers were running ahead in the same direction as Scott. I ran the other way, surprised at how fast Scott had gotten out of sight. The building near me had a gaping doorway that might have been a rectangle once. Now it was a ragged hole. I dove into the dim space, dropping to all fours and scrambling across a hard floor. I hugged the floor and wall. Had we gotten out of sight in time? Did the Wanderer's device save us? I turned just enough to see out the broken doorway. Pale light washed through it, making deep shadows in my hiding place. I didn't see anything moving. I listened. In a few seconds, I heard the faint whine of a pod's propulsion units. How far away had it been? Did it have heat sensors or something else that could see through walls? The whine grew louder. Before long, a few dead leaves blew through the door from the air displacement of the pod. It was flying really low. A shadow moved slowly across the doorway, temporarily blocking the light. Propulsion units roared. It was right on top of us. The sound got higher pitched. Oh no. Anyone who had seen a pod knew exactly what that noise meant. It was landing. I inched away from the door. Propped on an elbow, I scanned the space I was in. Big, ragged doorway to the street. Thick stone wall between me and the Rangers. The room was about 5 by 8 meters. Near my feet was a doorway to what looked like a long hallway. The pod landed. I felt and heard its articulating legs settle to the overgrown street outside. They must have seen us. Or they thought they'd seen something. We had 2 options. Stay out of sight somehow, or fight, and hope there weren't any more nearby. We had enough people with keepers that we might even win if there was only 1 pod full of Rangers. I checked my keeper. The readout on the back of the ammunition drum flickered with faint blue light. I had 2 grenades and several rounds of regular bullets. 2 electrical shots left also. Not much firepower, since the Ranger's armor could somewhat block everything I had but the grenades. I hoped the others had more. We should have thought to resupply the weapons. Keeping my movements tight, I turned and used my elbows and toes to make my way through the doorway that led deeper into the building. I strained to hear what was going on outside. Shouts or shots meant we had to fight. All I heard was the pod's whine slowing a little as it went into standby. I half stood up in the dark hallway, staying low in case there were windows. There were at least 2 walls between me and the road. I hadn't heard of any tech that could see through 2 walls. I passed 2 doorways that led to rooms between me and the outside, 2 more doorways on my other side. What had this building been? The floor was hard underfoot, not soft like I'd seen in other buildings. I came to a tall counter space and studied the building. More hallway stretched in front of me and even deeper into the building behind me. The hallways all had doorways lining them. Office building? Apartment building? I hadn't seen any furniture that looked like beds or anything. Here and there, the roof and ceiling had collapsed. Dim light poured in from those spots, which made it easier to see. The floor was mostly clear except for leaves and branches, along with some rubble. Shots rang out. Spam! I ran down the hallway and turned at the first room. A big window, probably big enough for the side jet to have flown through, gave the room some light. I hit the floor. More shots. Who had they seen? I scrambled to the window. Broadcast. I stole a glance outside. Melissa! Paul! James! What's happening? The pod had landed 10 meters from my building. 4 Rangers formed a diamond-shaped group and jogged up the street away from me. 4 more went the other direction. A group of 3 darted into a building across the street. 11. There had to be at least 3 more. A soft thud, like a door or wall being kicked in, came from the first room I'd jumped into. There were 3 more, and they were about to catch me. We're all together, except for Lexi, Melissa said in my ear. They must have seen us run in here. They're following. I'm with most of the Wanderers, Lexi said. We ran for a building and were trying to keep the kids quiet. Everyone stay out of sight, I said. I glanced back outside. Where had Melissa and Paul gone? Too late, Melissa said. The building across from me exploded. Okay, it didn't completely explode, but a wall blew outward. My ears felt like they were pushed outwards from inside my head. Chunks of building flew everywhere. I threw my back against the wall as fragments of wood and wall spiraled through the window into the room I was in. I looked outside again. A cloud of dust billowed all over the street, nearly covering the pod. Melissa! Lights from the Rangers' weapons danced on the wall right outside my room. I had to move. That was us, James said, trying to slow them down. A keeper fired, then more. The noise filled the street. The Rangers in my room were getting closer. Me against 3? Even if I surprised them, I had no chance. Their armor and training were too advanced. Frag, Lexi said. I think they found a... More explosions sounded. Lexi! On the run. Gonna slow them down. Lexi's breathing came loudly through the earcom. The cloud of dust from the other building started to come through my window. It tasted flat and old. I looked outside. More shots rang out. The dust cloud had just begun to settle, but it was still hard to see. Bug me. A plan formed. It was really stupid. I'm going to take the pod. What? Melissa shouted. No, Nick! There are too many, Lexi yelled. I thumbed my ammunition drum to grenade and aimed down the hallway. I took a breath, held it, then fired. I jumped for the window that led to the street. The grenade's explosion pushed me out. One of my feet caught on the window and I tumbled. I landed on my side and tried to roll. It hurt, but wasn't bad. Pushing to my feet, I scrambled toward the pod. I had to squint to be able to see through the dust of the pulverized old building. That grenade I'd shot needed to slow down the Rangers behind me, and the dust needed to hide me from the motion sensors on the pod. I'm running out, Lexi said. Hold on, I said quietly. Shots exploded all around me now. A bullet zipped by me. It had come from the building I'd been in. Could someone see me? I got to the pod in a few seconds. I had to fight to keep from coughing out the dust I'd breathed in. Nick, there... Melissa's voice cut off as explosions tore through the building she, James, and Paul were in. They're what? I wanted to ask. Couldn't risk it. I glanced into the pod. No dust cloud in there. Nobody left. Wait, no. There was a pilot. I thumbed my ammunition drum and jumped in. I fired the moment I got close. The Ranger must have heard me because he was on his feet, lunging at me. My electrodes got him in the neck. They're going to find the Wanderers. Melissa again. She must be okay. If you're going to do something, do it now. Need help, Lexi shouted. We're coming, Melissa said. No, I'm in, I said. The Ranger kept coming. I felt the current vibrating from my keeper, but it didn't stop him. I backed up, thumbing the ammunition drum. The back of my knees hit the bench on the inside of the pod. The Ranger dove at me, the skinny wires from the electrodes snapping. I pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. I glanced at my keeper. I'd selected net. My keeper didn't have a net. The Ranger slammed into me. I collapsed against the pod wall and fell on the bench. My keeper was pinned between us. He brought a knee up at me, but I squirmed, and he hit the bench. I pushed against him as hard as I could. He didn't budge. One of his forearms went right to my neck. It felt like he slammed my throat back into my neck bones. I couldn't breathe. My vision darkened immediately. I punched and struggled. He was unbelievably strong. And why was the bench jabbing me in the back like that? I felt myself losing consciousness. That wasn't the bench. I started kicking at the Ranger. It didn't move his weight off me, but it elevated me some. I reached for the knife Lily had given me, pulling it from the sheath in the small of my back. Nick, hurry! Lexi sounded desperate. I tried to force a breath in. No good. Strength poured out of me. I held the knife in my left hand. The Ranger pushed harder. My eyes were heavy and useless. I slammed my left hand at his side with all the strength I had. Suddenly, his weight was gone. I squeezed air through my bruised throat. The Ranger grabbed at my hand, but his fingers were twitching. I shoved him off me and let him fall to the pod floor. The sounds from outside filtered into my brain as the darkness dissolved.
Shots fired all over the place. Someone was screaming in my ear. "Nick, hurry! James is hit, and Lexi needs help with the Wanderers." Melissa, "Nick, are you there?" I stared at the ranger. My knife was buried in his side, just under his ribs. He moved weakly. Or maybe she? I didn't need to know. I tried to shake the slowness from my brain and jumped for the pilot seat. The enforcers had taught us how to do more than just fly pods before they'd been killed. I studied the holographic controls on the smooth console, then hit the button to activate the guns on the bottom of the pod and fired the propulsion units. I pulled the pod off the ground and tapped an icon on the control panel. An image of everything around the pod came up on the display in front of me. It was still transparent, so I could see what was going on through the cockpit window. 3 Rangers were coming toward the pod from the right side, my old hiding place. I put the guns to work, hunting down Rangers. The pod rose higher. The Rangers were easy to find. Their heat signatures were much stronger than my friends, and their shapes were a lot bigger.
"Nick, is that you?"
Paul asked. I coughed out dust and what felt like pieces of destroyed throat. "Yeah." My voice sounded terrible. "Stay down." I tapped the auto button and showed the pod the heat signatures to track and eliminate. While the guns did their job, I flew the pod forward. The diamond of Rangers had gone after Lexi and a few of the Wanderers. Where had those Rangers gone? Found them, but there were only 2 Rangers now. I enhanced the picture to make sure one wasn't Scott. Nope, 2 people wearing body armor. The pod's guns finished them off. What had happened to the other 2? I searched as fast as I could for the last group, turning the pod in a tight 180 and tearing up the street. If the Rangers had called for help, reinforcements would be here within minutes. Keeping all the pod's biometric scanners active, I swept the street. Did anyone see where the last group went? "They're back there somewhere," James said.
"I saw them running up the central street right before Melissa blew up the building," Paul said.
"I didn't blow up the building," Melissa said.
"I had to slow them down. Lexi, are you there?"
I listened for a response. Nothing came.
"Lexi,"
I called out.
"are you okay?"
Still nothing. "Go get her," I said. Paul answered.
"I'm going now."
"You guys can see me, right?" I asked.
"You're the spammer flying the pod," Melissa said.
I fought the urge to fire a shot at wherever she was hunkered down. Were there any Wanderers this way? I brought the pod higher than the trees to widen the scan. "I see you up there," James said. "I think Lily was with a couple of them over in the direction you're headed." His voice was strained.
"James, how bad did they get you?"
The scanners caught a line of 5 people hiding behind a big heap of metal that used to be a car. "Not bad. Through my right shoulder. Arm's not good, but I've got another one." Those weren't Rangers. They were too small. The scanners found 4 more heat signatures spread out behind the line of 5 people. But the heat was fading from those ones. What had happened? I set the pod down. "I think I found Lily and her group. You guys check on Scott and the others." I ran out of the pod and waved my hands. "Hey, it's Nick. I'm not a Ranger." Lily's head poked above the heap of scrap.
"Oh, good. I didn't want to use another arrow."
I stopped. "What? Another arrow?" She pointed back behind them with her bow. An arrow was still nocked on the string.
"Like I did on those ones."
"You did what?" I ran past her to a fallen Ranger about 20 meters away. One of Lily's arrows stuck out only a few centimeters from the body armor. I stared. Bug me! Standing there, I had no trouble finding the other Rangers. Each of them had an arrow sticking out of the chest. Bugging spam! I turned back to Lily. My eyes went from her bow to her face. Wanderers weren't supposed to fight. That was why Devera had stayed with the pushers in the cavern. Lily raised her eyebrows. Her face was pale, her lips colorless. She forced a flat smile.
"It was like hunting, but also being hunted. Only I could fight back."
She stared at her bow.
"So I fought back."
Chapter 16. "We're down at the south end, guys," I said into my earcom. I waved at Melissa, who had just come out of the building they'd been defending. She had an arm around James's shoulders. He was walking slowly. She waved back. "I see you. I'll find Scott. Gather at the pod?
Perfect.
Lexi's hurt! Paul's voice screeched through the earcoms. Get over here! 2nd Street south of the one Melissa blew up! Melissa and I met each other's eyes, then glanced at James. Go, he said. He leaned on the pod. I'm fine here. Melissa and I tore down the street. Paul, how hurt is she? Melissa asked. I don't know. It looks bad, Paul said. Where are you? I asked. We passed the building I jumped out of and turned down the street he described. Down here where... He stopped. I'll send a wanderer out. 20 meters away, a short man in light brown clothes stepped out of a broken-down building. He waved. Melissa and I sped up and ran into the building. Wanderers, several of them kids, clustered around Paul, who had Lexi's head on his lap. He held a ragged piece of cloth against her upper chest. He saw us and opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. The skin around his eyes was tight and wet. I pushed through the wanderers. Let me through! Melissa and I dropped next to Paul. Lexi's shirt was deep red all along the right side. Her eyelids fluttered. One of her hands still clutched a keeper. I gently pulled it away. Lexi, Melissa said, stay with us. A shadow blocked out some of the light. I looked up. Scott filled the doorway. Duke got behind us, Lexi said. Her voice was too soft. She sounded like Tiffany had. Don't talk, I said. Just keep your eyes open. Tasha dropped to the cratered floor next to me. We need to keep pressure on that, she said. She's losing too much blood. Tasha dug through her pack. She jumped in front of me. I looked up at the small voice. A boy with long hair in his face had stepped closer to us. I saw the rangers and shouted, and she jumped in front of me and got shot. Hush, Wally, one of the men said. He took the boy by his shoulders and pulled him back. The man's dark eyes held mine. She saved my son's life. His voice cracked and he turned away, taking his boy with him. Tasha and Melissa had found some bandages and long strips of cloth and were wrapping Lexi's upper chest tightly. Paul kept Lexi's head up and was talking quietly to her. I caught, You saved them. You did it. I took one of Lexi's hands. Lexi, we're going to get you fixed up. You're going to be okay. Tasha gave me a heavy look. I stared back at her and repeated myself. You're going to be okay, Lexi. I didn't look away from Tasha. Let's go. More rangers might be coming, Scott said. He crouched and slid his arms under Lexi's legs and back, gently cradling and lifting her as if she were a small child. I ran ahead to the pod to start getting people loaded. Melissa and Paul stayed with Lexi and the Wanderers to make sure everyone was accounted for, and then herd them all to the pod. When I got back to the pod, I saw Lily walk to one of the rangers she had taken down and take hold of the fletched end of the arrow protruding from his chest. She stood there for a while, not moving. I raised my voice. Everyone in the pod! We have to go! Lily didn't move. I approached her. Lily? I touched her arm. She turned toward me but stared right through me. Her usually glowing face was completely pale. I killed them. I nodded. She looked like a soft wind could knock her down. I took her arm and pulled her away. She didn't resist. The other wanderers that had hid with her followed us toward the pod. I think you need to sit down. Okay. I thought back to the first time I'd done what Lily had just done. It was less than a week after the escape from New Frisko. We'd been on the run, and I'd had to save a group of 2 families who had gotten separated. I hadn't felt guilty or anything like that, but thinking about what I'd had to do reminded me of how empty it made me feel. I hated this. Lily sat on the pod bench, staring at the bow on her lap. The arrow was still set on the string. I pulled it off and found the button to revert it to a smooth, compact cylinder. The other wanderers, 2 young boys and a man and a woman, sat on other benches in the pod. They looked almost as bad as Lily. Had they never seen people die? Or were they just shocked at what Lily had done? And now, what was I supposed to do? James showed up, poking his head through the door with one arm raised. Don't shoot, I'm a good guy. His joking smile faded when he saw Lily and the Wanderers. He turned to me.
What happened? She didn't say a thing while you were gone. I stepped out of the pod and pointed at the fallen rangers. She took down 4 of them. With her bow. James surveyed the scene. I'd wondered. That's impressive. She's not taking it well. He nodded. Not surprised. He looked back in the pod. I'll sit with her. You get the arrows. He turned, then stopped. Lexi? It's bad. I don't know. My throat closed on the last word. Come on, Lexi. Not you too. I'm so sorry, James said. He set a hand on my shoulder and squeezed. Hurry and grab those arrows. Time to go. James stepped into the pod before I could argue. Get the arrows? Really? I had thought Lily was going to try to pull her arrows out, which was why I'd pulled her away. It wouldn't be very pleasant, and my reward was to do it myself. I fought the urge to vomit as I yanked hard to free the first arrow. This is just the best. By the time I'd vibrated the arrows free, Melissa, Paul, and the Wanderers were close by. Scott must have seen what I was doing because he sped up and ducked into the pod with Lexi. He reappeared almost instantly without Lexi and grabbed my shoulders. He gave me that mountain staring at you look again. Lily? He touched the arrow in my hand. I nodded. I realized that he had a long scratch down one arm. Scott ran back into the pod. He moved fast, big guy or not. Wait, so what happened? Melissa and Paul showed up while the other Wanderers climbed into the pod. Tasha came, saw us, and joined us. She took in the rangers on the ground and the compacted arrows in my hands. Lily did this? Yeah, I gave Tasha the arrows. Need to clean them good, Tasha said, pulling a cloth out of her pack. Scott in there with her? She pointed at the pod. I nodded again. Good. First time's not easy. Second time's worse. She extended one of Lily's arrows. Truth is, it never gets easy, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Melissa took my arm and led me away from the group. Tasha took down 2 of the other rangers before you got the pod. I thought Wanderers didn't fight, I said. Paul caught up to us. Well, it's good they did. That group would have died. Somebody's got to do the hard stuff, Tasha said. Apparently she had really good ears. Running only works sometimes. The Wanderers stood aimlessly around the pod. Altogether, there were 23 of us. We could all fit in the pod. It was time to travel faster. We need one of those bows. They're silent and fast. Melissa stepped back to let some Wanderers carry the Ranger pilot's body out of the pod. I remembered my knife and retrieved it from the pilot's body. I don't think we're going to just find a bow and arrows lying around. I pitched my voice louder. They might have called for reinforcements. We need to get the Rangers out of sight before we go. Let's move. Several Wanderers came out of the pod and went to work. Tasha must have been listening to our conversation the entire time. You want a bow? Find the outcasts. Melissa, Paul, and I exchanged a look. What? What are outcasts? I stepped closer to Tasha. Former city dwellers. Still think the bug's around, but they got away from the new chapter and live in a big building in Old Mento. Tasha had finished cleaning the arrows. How much didn't we know about the world Holland had been hiding from us? They still think the bug's around? Paul looked confused. Nobody's told them about New Frisko? Tasha shrugged. That I don't know. Last I knew, they still wore the papas. Someone needs to tell the... Paul picked up a fallen ranger's keeper. Wait a second. If they don't live in the city, but they still have papas, how do they get them refilled every month? And how are they staying hidden? The papas have trackers. I don't know, kid. They were still wearing papas as of a few months ago is all I know. Tasha stepped into the pod. Ahead of her, Melissa was settling into the pilot seat. James still sat next to Lily. He was talking quietly. Scott sat on her other side, holding her close. Tasha crouched in front of Lily with her hand on one of Lily's knees. I helped Jenny and a few of the other Wanderers finish up outside, then we all packed into the pod. Melissa lifted it off the ground while Paul and I did a quick inventory of the keepers we had. I chose a ranger keeper with a nearly full ammunition drum and topped it off with what was left in the one I'd been using. The pod shook as Melissa throttled up the power and shot west. I dropped into the co-pilot seat and activated the long-range sensors. Did you find a tracker or anything? Yeah.
I deactivated it,
Melissa said. You think they called for reinforcements?
Maybe. But once you got the pod, it took maybe 30 seconds before they were all down,
Melissa said.
I think we have a good chance, and they have no way of knowing which direction we went if we get out of range fast.
I tapped the screen in front of me. If I can see them, they can see us.
Then let's hope you don't see them.
Chapter 17. We can take her with us. Scott sat on the bench near Lexi's feet. You have an important job to do, and we have plenty of resources at a gathering. Paul and I crouched next to Lexi. Her breathing was light, and the pulse in her wrist felt way too weak. I think we should go back to the cavern, I said. Kristen can help her. We've got meds and can do surgery. But going back means we're no closer to finding Holland. And Mom and Dad. I ground my teeth. I couldn't win. Wanderers can do all of this too, Scott said. Your friend here. He trailed off. His eyes were wet and his voice got thick. Your friend here saved my dear ones. He cleared his throat. I will do all in my power to help her. Lexi, Paul whispered. Wake up! Don't sleep! Her eyelids fluttered. Someone had bundled some kind of cloth and put it under her head. Her lips parted the tiniest bit. Thirsty. Paul yanked his water bottle out of his pack and brought it to her lips. A few drops dribbled into her mouth. More, Lexi said. Her voice sounded shredded, nearly gone. Someone give me water! Paul yelled. He flung his bottle against the side of the pod. It bounced and rolled. I've got it, I said. My voice didn't sound great after almost being strangled by that ranger. I held the bottle to her lips and squeezed. She got some down and coughed a little. Besides, we're closer to the gathering than to your cavern, Scott said. But how do you know you can save her? Paul asked. Tasha leaned close from her spot next to Scott. Can you save her? Paul sat back. I looked around at the Wanderers. They looked tired and scared, but strong. Scott was right. Okay, I met Scott's heavy gaze. You take her with you and fix her up. Nick! Paul nearly shouted. Paul, it's her best chance. Wanderers fixed me up once. Then betrayed you. I am not Gabe, and I will not let this girl die. Scott didn't raise his voice, but it sure filled the pod. Lexi, I said, leaning close to her ear. You're going to go with the Wanderers. They'll help you. Is that okay? Lexi said something, but I didn't catch it. Paul must have caught it, though, because he asked, Are you sure? She gave a tiny nod. Where do we take you? I said. I stood and bounced a little to get the blood moving through my legs again. I will show you, Scott said. To the gathering, right? I asked. Near to it, somewhat. No, I said. We take you right there, so we know exactly where to find you after we're done. Scott shook his head. I'm sorry, I cannot allow that. Even after what you have done for us, nobody who is not a wanderer can know where the gathering is. How would you even move her? Paul demanded. You can't just haul her around in your arms. With this, B said. He moved toward us from the front of the pod. He pulled a meter-long, thin pouch out from a loop on the side of his pack. We get sick and hurt sometimes, too. B removed 2 long rods that were connected tightly together from the thin pouch. He knelt in a clear space on the pod floor. Watch! He pressed a button on one end of the rods, then set the rods down flat. They immediately extended, growing to double their length. A click sounded, and they rolled apart slightly. B took a rod in each hand and pulled them apart. A thin, tough-looking cloth opened between them. It's a stretcher, B said, so we can carry the ill with us. That's Blaze, Paul said, and it's strong enough to carry a person? It would carry Scott here, B said with a smile. With Paul distracted by the stretcher, I walked toward the front of the pod. James had taken my spot in the co-pilot seat. I filled him and Melissa in on what we'd decided. I don't like it, Melissa said. But you guys are right. She'd been flying us west. Do we know where they're going to be? Scott doesn't want to tell us, I said, "but we'll find a way." "Track him," James said. "I'm sure there are trackers on the pod, probably in the little compartment back there by the—"
"No, we're not tracking the Wanderers," I said. "I trust Scott. We'll figure it out."
I called Scott over.
"Okay, we agree. Now tell us where to take you."
"Good." Scott went up to give directions to Melissa, and I went back and sat next to Lexi. I took Lexi's hand. Tasha was dribbling water onto a clean cloth and wiping it across Lexi's forehead.
"Lexi, it's going to be okay. The Wanderers will help."
Lexi squeezed my hand a little.
"You saved those Wanderers. That kid, Wally, he's going to remember you forever. He might even want to marry you."
Her lips stretched in a small smile. I kept up the stupid chatter, trying to make sure she didn't go unconscious. "Let us out over there, please." Scott pointed out the front of the pod. I strained to see. He was pointing past one of many clusters of ruined buildings. I couldn't help but notice how destroyed the roads here were, nothing like the flat, clean roads I ran away from New Frisko on. I wondered why they were so different. Maybe some roads had been made stronger than others? We'd been flying for nearly an hour since the fight and hadn't seen any sign of other rangers. The pod's top speed was about 100 kilometers per hour, but we could go even faster because we didn't have to dodge around buildings or rivers. "Already?" I gave Lexi's hand a gentle squeeze and joined Scott. "Yes. With this machine, you will arrive in San Francisco by the end of the day. You do not need us anymore, and we should have Lexi to a healer before nightfall."
"You have to tell us where you're going to be. We have to know where to find you."
I held his eyes with the firmest stare as I could produce.
"We have to know."
"You can find us right where you drop us off. 3 days from now." He stared out the front window of the pod. His voice was rough and tired. The long scratch on his arm had darkened to a crusted brown line.
"Is that a promise?"
I asked. "Of course." Scott turned away. "Please let us down there. It's time for us to go." He said the last part to his triune.
"You could stay and help," Paul said.
"We will not," Scott said. "That is not our way. We are not killers." He threw a glance at Lily, or at least at the top of her head. She was still bent over. I glanced at Melissa. She frowned at me and shook her head. "Oh, come on. I'm not going to say anything." Even though he was calling us killers, too. It was like Tasha had said. Sometimes you just have to do what's necessary. But I could imagine what Scott was feeling. Wanderers were supposed to be peaceful, kind of separate from the world. He'd had Devera refuse that life just a few days ago, and now 2 of his triune had fought back. That had to be world-changing for him. "I'm sorry," I said. I knew this wasn't my fault, but it seemed like the thing to say. Scott turned red-rimmed eyes toward me. His cheeks above his beard were wet with tears. "I do not blame you, Nick. I thank you for what you and your friends were willing to do for us." The pod's whine changed pitch as Melissa put us down. "I'll keep the power on. Keep the sensors active." "Got it." James made sure the sensors were scanning and went to the back of the pod to help the Wanderers. The pod door opened. The smell of vegetation and clean air immediately filled the metal interior. B appeared next to me, his long, thick hair tied in a tight bundle that hung down to his back. "See you later, my friend." He stuck out a hand. I shook it and suddenly remembered something. "Wait, what about the day the music died?" He nodded. "I forgot to tell you, didn't I?" He licked his teeth. "It's like this. The music died twice. Once when these musicians crashed in an airplane." He squeezed my shoulder. "And the other, and worst time, was when Bob Marley passed on." Who's Bob Marley? And what musicians? I wondered if B's strange accent was making me hear things he wasn't saying. "Oh, my friend, I wish I could show you. One of the greatest musicians ever. And the best, man." B cocked half a smile at me. "If you get lucky and find us again, I'll play you some music." He stepped lightly out of the pod. I watched him go. How was he listening to music? I'd left my digital reader in my house at New Frisko, and hadn't heard anything like music in months. I counted the Wanderers gathering under some nearby trees. James had stopped beside Lily, and they were talking. She had tear tracks on her cheeks. Scott helped the other Wanderers get off the pod.
I walked back to Lexi and helped Paul, Jenny, and another wanderer move Lexi to the stretcher. She moaned a little. "Do you have any painkillers?" I asked Jenny. "Tasha might," she said. She and the other wanderer lifted the stretcher. Paul and I followed them out, staying on either side of Lexi. Tasha stood outside, keeping a lookout. She waved at me. Scott went back into the pod, I guessed, after Lily. I repeated my question to Tasha. "A little," she said. I helped her find a good injection spot on Lexi's neck. Paul, Melissa, James, and I surrounded the stretcher. "Lexi," Paul said, bending close to an ear, "we'll see you in a few days. Stay strong." Her mouth worked, but no sounds came out. "Don't talk. Just heal up," James said. Melissa leaned in and said something in Lexi's ear. Lexi's lips stretched in a smile. "Just stay alive. Get better." I took one of Lexi's hands. "You're going to get better. You'll be walking patrol by the time we see you again." Scott and Lily emerged from the pod, and Scott turned to me. "Nick, I can't say this has been entirely a pleasure, but I thank you for your quick actions back there." He extended a hand. I took it and squeezed. "Thanks for your help." "We will do all we can for Lexi," Scott said. "Thank you," I said. He nodded. "Continue west. You will see a large, huge, really, swath of deteriorating buildings at ridiculous heights. Then there will be a bay of water with more land on the other side. If things have remained unchanged since the last time I was there, you will be able to see two immense arches, red from corrosion, collapsed into the bay, but still visible. They're not curved, though, more square." "Metal arches in the water?" I tried to imagine what that looked like. "From a bridge, I believe." That made sense. "The real city of San Francisco is across that bay. I believe this Grove Street will be there." He turned to go. "Good luck." "Thanks." Melissa led the way back into the pod. I watched Scott join his triune. James stood at the door of the pod, and it looked like he was watching Lily, who was talking to Tasha. More like arguing. It was good to see life back in her face. Lily went over to Scott and the triune. I nudged James. "Is she going to be okay?" He glanced at me. "Yes, she's really strong." Then the wanderers were shouting. I jerked and ducked. "Rangers?" But it was Lily. She was yelling at Scott. "Of course I didn't like it, but it was right. I saved most of our triune." Scott said something too quiet for me to hear. He pointed at the stretcher that held Lexi. "I'm sorry, but this is what I have to do." Lily hugged Scott. He wrapped his long arms around her. She pulled away and turned to the gathered wanderers. "I'll see you again." Then she spun and ran back into the pod. "What?" I stared at her. Lily forced a flat smile. "I'm coming with you. I'm going to fight." She lifted a keeper. "Who's going to teach me how to use this thing?"
Chapter 18. We spotted San Francisco 2 hours later. I'd passed on Scott's instructions to Melissa, and we knew we'd arrived when we came to the edge of an unbelievably huge city. How had so many people lived in such a tight amount of space without going crazy? Maybe 2,000 or 3,000 people had lived in New Frisko, but millions had lived here. A huge blue field spread beyond the city. Spam! That's the ocean. "Bug me," Paul whispered. "I thought our city was big." "For real," Melissa said. The undulating swath of grayish blue stretched as far as I could see, meeting the clouds in the sky who knew how many kilometers away. The sun had lowered enough that it almost touched the edge of the water, making a shimmering gold reflection that rippled outward. "You've never seen the ocean?" Lily sat on a bench toward the back of the pod. She was tinkering with one of the keepers in the pod. "Never had the chance," I said. Melissa guided the pod toward the ocean. "Let's take a look." "You might not want to do that," James said. "If the pod goes down, do any of you know how to swim?" "How hard could it be? Mass displacement and buoyancy weren't that hard to understand. You just lie down in the water and move your arms." "Ever done it?" "No." James smiled. "Want to take the chance that you might not be able to figure it out in 100-foot deep water?" I chewed on a lip. Good point. He laughed. Lily joined in. That is a good point. Swimming's much harder than you might think. She came to the front of the pod. That water looks peaceful, but there are currents and waves, and you would panic within seconds. And then drown. Sounds fun, Paul said. Sure, until you're dead, Lily said. I stepped closer to her. Have you ever been here? No, Lily said. Been to Old Mento, but not here. But you've been to the ocean? She nodded. Most of our gatherings are on big beaches south of here. That's where Scott and the others are headed? She nodded again, getting quiet. This had to be hard for her, leaving her people. As far as I could tell, she didn't have any family. But from how Devera and Scott had been together, it was like the Triune was a big family. Memories of nights with my parents in our plain gray home in New Frisko came back to me. Dad's quick jokes and Mom's better ones. I closed my eyes briefly against the pain in my throat. Please be okay. Melissa angled us back around and flew low, taking us into the city. It was a massive space filled with huge buildings that were falling apart from the edges in. One building looked like it had been more than 100 meters tall before, but now it was just a crumbling center with corroded beams protruding from the middle of it, where the top part had fallen in. Green carpets of grass and all kinds of other plants covered some of the smaller buildings and even reached up taller ones, like the plants were trying to pull the buildings down. Paul was the first to spot the things that Scott had called arches from the collapsed bridge. They protruded from a wide bay that separated two sections of the city. They were not arches. They were just massive intersecting metal beams. Okay. I pointed across the water to another section of city. Scott said he thought Grove Street was in there. That bridge was huge, Paul said. That's pretty impressive. Paul, a little focus? The kid was smart, but he got distracted too easily. So how do we do this? Melissa asked. You'll have to set us down, James said. Yeah, we'll do a ground search, I said. Maybe we split up? Lily suggested. Why would we do that? Paul asked. James and I looked at him, wondering what he was talking about. Lily glanced at me, a question on her face. Seriously? You don't know? Paul asked. He really could be frustrating sometimes. We continued looking at him. He'd get to the point eventually. Wow, okay. We can set the pod sensors for pattern recognition and widen their search radius. Then we just fly in a controlled, methodical way. The sensors will do our search for us. The sensors are going to find a word written on a sign? James asked. Yes, they're all cameras, basically. Paul sucked in a breath. So the heat sensors are lenses that focus the infrared light that pretty much everything puts out. Then that focused light is scanned by elements that create a... Paul, we believe you, Melissa said from the cockpit. Just come do it. Paul crossed to the co-pilot seat with a slight limp, his old ankle injury exacerbated by the most recent battle, and sat. While he worked, I watched the city through the front window. Unrecognizable heaps dotted the road. I wondered if any of them had human remains. We hadn't seen any yet in the junked old cars we'd passed. Would these be any different? Is Old Mento like this? Lily was leaning close, watching the city unfold outside the pod. Pretty much. Smaller and a lot less water. Less hilly, too. Melissa took us in a loop around the city. Something felt wrong. There were roads, or what was left of them, intersecting everywhere, covered with debris of all sizes. Everything was layered with thick green plants, dirt, and sand. After a minute, I finally figured out what was missing. No trees? No flooding either, James said. He was right. The ground looked dry. I looked closer. Scott said the city was flooded. It's not. Maybe the water dried up, Melissa said. Lily looked back and forth between the rest of us, but kept her silence, a strange smile on her face. Got it, Paul said. Sensors are ready. What do I need to do? Melissa asked. The scanners are strong, but we're asking them to recognize letters on a sign that we don't know the size of. I had to amp up their sensitivity, which meant I had to steal some of the power used for distance. Paul noticed our bored expressions. Right, fine. Start at one side and fly down each street from one end to the other. I studied the city. Bug me, there have to be hundreds of streets. Yeah, but it's better than walking the whole way, James said. I glanced at the horizon. The sun was more than halfway cut off by the ocean. It's getting late, and we need to find somewhere to sleep for the night. We can start the search in the morning." "Good point," Melissa said. "I saw a building back there that was just a bunch of layers of empty concrete with space between them." "What?" I tried to imagine what that looked like. "Empty concrete? What's that for? Who would live there or work there?" I looked at James. "I have no idea," James shrugged. "That's bizarre." "Mentos got some of those. Never got close enough to figure out what they were for either." Lily had a thoughtful expression. "I'll put the pod down on the top layer. Plenty of space to put this thing," Melissa said. "Plus, we'll be able to see anyone coming from up there." She banked to turn, and we held on. "Might want to be careful," Paul said. "Could be too old and weak to hold us." "You might be too weak to hold us," Melissa muttered. I snorted a laugh, but held it mostly back. Paul sometimes seemed like he thought other people couldn't use their brains. Paul ignored her. "Why not just land on one of the streets?" "I don't know," Melissa said. "High ground seems safer?" "Safer than what? Not getting crushed as the building we're on collapses?" "Animals? I said I don't know. I just think high ground is a good idea." Melissa pointed out the window. "See? There." The building was fat, squat, and totally confusing. She'd been right. It was 8 floors of empty concrete. Wide open spaces of just concrete. Walls came up halfway on each side of the building, letting us see all the way into its center. Was it an unfinished building? All of us looked closely. "It looks like it hasn't collapsed at all," James said. "Mento's full of buildings that aren't falling down." Lily waved at the city outside the pod. "They built some of them strong back in the day." "Yeah, looks strong to me," I said. "Because you're a structural engineer," Paul said, "and you know solid buildings when you see them?" The setting sun cast deepening shadows on the concrete. Melissa turned on the external lights of the pod, angling them toward the building. "Are those ramps leading from level to level?" I bent closer. "Yeah, I think so." Straightening, I smacked Paul's shoulder. "Weird building, and it's not falling down at all, which means it made it through an earthquake and lasted over 100 years. "And it's just waiting for something slightly heavy to land on it to make it to crumble to dust," Paul said. "I'll just set down lightly. I'll be ready with the throttle." Melissa sounded like she was tired of Paul's worrying. The rest of us stood watching as Melissa brought the pod to hover above the flat concrete top of the building. She slowly eased us down. The pod's lights washed over the surprisingly clean concrete. There were small branches and leaves here and there, and plenty of bird crap on the sidewalls, but otherwise it was clear, which made sense. How was debris going to get up this high anyway? The building had to be 30 meters tall at least. The pod descended steadily, the circle of light getting smaller with each meter we dropped. "Light!" Paul was practically reaching for the holographic controls. "Land it light!" "I know!" Melissa had each hand on a control on the console in front of her. Her left kept the throttle under control. Her right controlled the angle of the propulsion. Then the floor felt like it dropped out from under us. I sucked in a breath and grabbed a loop above me. "Melissa!" "Sorry." Sweat dripped down her face. "Sorry. My fingers slipped." "Don't slip again," James said. "Good idea," she said. "Maybe stop talking." We kept quiet. The pod bumped onto the building's surface, hopped off just a bit, then settled back down. Paul turned the lights so they were shining farther out. We all stayed completely still, listening and waiting for the building to buckle under us. My fingers were squeezing the loop above me tight enough to melt it into my hand, because holding a strap was going to save me when tons of concrete crushed the pod. The whine of the propulsion unit slowly faded as Melissa slid the throttle control down. Then the units turned off. Nobody moved. "Anybody hear the building breaking under us?" James asked. He grinned. "That wasn't a pleasant bump there, Melissa, but good job." He turned and hit the button to open the pod. "Come on, relax. If the building doesn't collapse under the propulsion units blasting them, and then the weight of the pod, we're good." I forced my fingers to open on the strap attached to the pod ceiling. "Okay, let's take a look around." I followed James out of the pod, into the 100-year-old dead city. Chapter 19. Concrete was hard, Somehow, it felt harder than the mountain rocks I'd been living in and running on for the last few months. Was it because concrete was flat? Every step I took felt like it was jarring all the way from my foot, through my leg, and into my back. James stomped. "This stuff is bizarre." I turned when I heard a knocking sound. Paul was crouching, wrapping his fingers against the stuff. "It's so flat and smooth, but it's rock." "It's dumb," Melissa said. "It doesn't capture kinetic energy from cycle wheels and people walking. What a waste." Lily stood there watching us, an amused expression on her face. "People. It's concrete." We spread out, exploring the top level of the strange, squat building. "Oh, I get it," Paul called out from somewhere deeper in the shadows. The sun had completely set, and the remaining light was fading fast. "Guys, come see this." I hurried over, my ears straining to hear any sign of cracking in the building. Somehow, after 100 years, and who knew how much rain and wind, and a big earthquake, of course, the building was solid. I tapped my chest light on and found Paul standing at the top of a long, wide ramp that led to the next level down. Paul's grin made his face light up. He looked like he'd just discovered a new way to make a really big explosion. "You're not going to believe this. This is a building for cars, like a car house or something." "How'd you figure that out?" James showed up right behind Melissa. "Look!" Paul pointed down the ramp. James and Melissa turned on their chest lights. The individual beams melded into one wide stream of light that cut through the shadows. Down there, at the bottom of the ramp, was a car. An actual car, not a moldering, melting heap of junk. "Bugging spam," Melissa whispered. Paul, despite his size and his limp, somehow actually got to the car first. Lily just walked down the ramp, obviously not quite as excited as the rest of us. The car was a lot less intact than it had looked from far away. There was nothing in its windows, and it was missing a lot of its shell, or whatever you called the outside pieces. That left gaping holes that showed what the inside of the car was, as if it had no skin. Circling the thing, I found it was missing 3 of 4 wheels. The last wheel was just a metal disc that was somewhat warped by the weight of the car sitting on it at a bad angle. If I remembered right, the wheels should have had some kind of black rubber on them. I thought back to the video clip I'd found on the memory card a while back. There had been cars in that. Tires. The black rubber parts were called tires. This car didn't have any of that. In fact, it had very little. No seats, only some metal bolts and braces where I guessed they were supposed to be. "Back here it's more worn out," James said from the other end of the car. We joined him and saw he was right. This part of the car was right next to the open side of the building, so the sun and rain must have been hitting it all the time. I stepped back and looked the thing over. "Actually, I think that's the front." "How can you tell?" James asked. "Yeah, he's right," Melissa said. "Look, this is the control console." She brushed dust a few centimeters thick off a cracked and warped panel. There was some kind of control stick here, I think. I closed my eyes, wishing I had that video clip again. Right, like a round thing, though, to turn the wheels. I ran my hands down the lower front of the vehicle. This is the section that had the propulsion units and stuff. "Engines! They had engines!" Paul said. He was leaning over the compartment, brushing what few pieces were still attached. "This one looks like it must have carried a few people," James said. I noticed Lily watching us from deeper in the building. Her flowing light brown clothes waved in an early evening breeze. "You okay?" Lily nodded. "You 4 look like kids discovering a new toy." "You don't think this is amazing? It's almost like we're traveling in time." "I haven't been sheltered in a completely artificial environment my whole life. I've seen these before." She had a point. I studied the old car. It has to be a quarter the size of a pod, maybe less. I wonder how many people it used to carry. I stepped back again, trying to imagine people actually driving this thing around on the old, plant-covered streets out there. "Some people had big families back then," Melissa said. "This might have been a family's car." "Could have carried like 6 or 7 people, I bet," James said. "Too bad it's basically an empty shell now," Paul said. "I'd love to see how it worked." He dropped to the ground and stuck his head under the car. He popped his chest light out of its harness and shone it under there. "Careful," I said. "This thing's over 100 years old." "It's not going to spontaneously explode or collapse," Paul said. A loud screech came from the back of the thing. Paul yelped and scrambled up. Melissa poked her head from around the back. Not collapsing, she grinned. Bug me! Paul shook his head, putting his hands on his knees to catch his breath. I tried not to laugh. I think this thing had a name, Melissa said. I joined her. What was that noise? I moved it maybe a centimeter. Melissa tugged on a thin metal arm that hung from the middle of the back panel. Why this panel was still here, I didn't know. It uncovered this. She rubbed at the metal. I bent closer. Ravan? I used a sleeve to try and get some of the corrosion off. Yeah, it says Ravan. It's part of the car. Maybe they named their cars back then? She ran her fingers down the back panel. Why would they do that? No idea. Guys! James had wandered over to the low wall that ran the entire length of the building, and he was looking outside. Come here! Something in his voice made the hair on my neck stand up. We ran over. What is it? I asked. Down there. James pointed to the ground outside the building, maybe 15 meters below us. Darkness had fallen completely while we examined the car. We all shone our lights down. Lily turned on the light at the end of her keeper. There was a carpet of plants on the ground far below that covered everything, hiding shapes and piles of junk. A plant-free track through the carpet led from our building out to what must have been the street. What are we looking at? Paul asked. See that path that goes out from the building? James pointed. Sure, what's the problem? Paul's light flickered to the path and all around it. Plants don't grow like that, leaving perfectly straight lines between them, James said. That's people. He tapped his light to make it brighter and shone it out to the road. Somebody's been here. Chapter 20. Spam, he's right. I stepped back and wished I hadn't left my keeper on the pod. I turned fast, throwing my chest light all around us. Nothing. We need to get back to the pod. That could be natural, Paul said. I mean, maybe there's something keeping it from... Melissa grabbed him. You can theorize in the pod. We ran back up the ramp. By the time we were at the top, I was breathing hard and my heart pounded in my ears. When was the last time I'd had my heart rate this high? Strange how this had all started with me deliberately pushing it higher, since now I almost never did. Why are you guys so worried? Lily stood outside the pod as we all grabbed a keeper. Do you know who's been here? Paul asked. Well, no, Lily said. It could be anyone. Exactly, Paul said. Remember, the Rangers are after us, and not all wanderers are as nice as you and Scott. Fair enough. We kept watch all night, trading off to let 4 people sleep at a time. Nothing attacked us. I spent the first hour of my designated sleeping time lying awake on my blankets, wondering who could have worn that path in the plant cover. Had to be wanderers, or maybe those outcasts that Tasha had talked about, except they were supposed to be in a building somewhere near Mento. Morning broke and I could barely move. I rose, stretching and groaning. It didn't help that I'd been sleeping on a hard bench in a ranger pod. They weren't designed for sleeping comfort. Anybody got any food? Paul, with his hurt ankle, had been deemed one of the injured along with James and had gotten to sleep in a pilot chair up front. Melissa leaned into the pod through the open door. Paul, you were supposed to pack your own. I did, but all I've got left is this protein paste. He stretched and stood. Seriously, though, anybody have some of that rabbit meat? You mean my rabbit meat? Melissa asked. On her second day out hunting with Tasha and Lily, she had returned to the camp practically glowing with pride and carrying a fat rabbit. Tasha had been impressed. Sure, got any? Paul rummaged through his pack. No, Paul, Melissa said. We ate it all that day. Rabbits are small. I'd eaten my last apple the day before, so I was down to protein paste too. We had to figure out this food thing better next time. We can eat while we scan, can't we? True statement, Melissa said. She went over and kicked the pilot chair. James, wake up. James was the deepest sleeper I'd ever seen. He'd once slept through a shouting match between Paul and David. The former enforcer stirred and pushed himself up. He hissed and grabbed his shoulder. Warning, everyone, getting shot isn't fun. I put my hand on my side. Really? That's crazy. Whatever Kristen had done to my bullet wound had held even through the fight with the Rangers. An arrow's worse. Lily pulled a pack of dark strips of something out of her pack and opened it. She selected one of the strips and took a bite. Melissa fired the pod up and got us moving. What is that? Whatever Lily had, and it looked like meat of some kind, had to be better than protein paste. The paste tasted basically like mashed new chapter. Cured deer meat. It's called jerky. She tore another small bite off the stuff. Cured? My mouth was definitely watering. You cut the meat into thin strips, soak them in salt water if you've got it, then just put it in a smoker and let them basically slow cook over a couple of days. She threw a small piece my way. It makes the meat last longer than if you cooked it regularly. The jerky smelled rich and wild. I put my paste away and took a bite. It was tough to get through, but once I got a mouthful, I was in love. The toughness didn't make it unpleasant. Instead, it felt more like a meal. I finished my tiny piece and wondered how rude it would be for me to ask for more. I'll show you how to make it sometime, Lily said. The pod banked under us. I watched the ruined city through one of the windows as Melissa brought the pod low and directed us between two rows of buildings. I went forward and watched Paul calibrate the sensors. Okay, they're good. Let's go. We flew down the street. The sensors' readouts flashed quicker than I could follow, capturing all kinds of shapes and patterns. Looks like it's working, Paul said. We just need to keep track of the ground we cover. I looked out the windows of the pod and tried to make sure we didn't skip a street, but it got boring fast. Every so often, we would disturb a flock of white birds, making them fly off a building, sometimes out of a tree. I wondered why we didn't see more animals, like deer or something. So why do you think there aren't animals in the city? I wasn't asking anyone in particular. Really? Lily sounded surprised and amused. We've been here since yesterday, and you still can't figure that out? So I was missing something obvious. Great. I caught James's eye, then glanced at Paul. I could tell he was listening. At least he didn't know the answer right away. If the place were actually flooded, like Scott said it was, it would make sense, James said. But it's not. No, not right now, Lily said. She looked out a window. It's what, 12 hours after we first got here? After having the papa attached to me my whole life, it was strange to not have a quick way to tell time. I checked where the sun was. I guess something like that. Lily smiled. So the tide's still out. The what? The tide. You know, the way the water gets higher and lower in a 12-hour cycle? She turned to each of us in turn. You've never heard of it. I shook my head. Paul spoke up. I've heard of that, but only once or twice in school. Lily pointed out the front of the pod. Okay, so the tide goes out and comes in. You've got high tide when it's in, then low tide when it's out. One high tide is about 12 hours before the next high tide. The same with low tide. So 6 hours between the highest tide and the lowest tide. So the tide is out right now. I followed where she was pointing. That's why the city's not flooded, but it will flood when the tide is high? Probably. I thought about that. It might be better if we go down there when the tide's out. Might be. And we'll want to pay attention so we don't get caught by the tide coming back. Lily lifted the keeper she'd been working with since the day before. Also, I still need someone to show me how to use this. Chapter 21. James joined Lily on a pod bench, and they bent over the keeper. I stayed in the front. It felt like it took at least a half hour to finish our search of the first street. Paul, are you sure this will work? About 85% sure, Paul said. It really should. You can be the backup, Melissa said. Keep a lookout, and maybe you'll see it. You're a funny person, I said. I watched the plant-covered buildings slide by the pod. I'd grown used to the slight vibration in the floor caused by the propulsion units, and it only took a few tight turns for me to learn to keep my knees bent so I didn't topple over. It took another 20 minutes to go down the next street. There had to be over 100 streets for us to scan. It was going to be a long morning. There's water down there now. Paul stood and leaned over, watching the ground. The tide must be coming in. We were over halfway through the search, and the sensors had actually found some old green signs with words like Grove on them. One had said Guff. I had never heard of a Guff. What did they name streets for back then anyway? We came to a place where there were no buildings on one side of the street. We'd seen a few of these before. I guessed they had been parks like Hope Park back in New Frisko. Now, they were just wild, overgrown areas. This one actually had trees. A couple beeps sounded. Bugging spam! It worked! Paul jumped up. Melissa, right there! That's Grove, right there! He was practically jumping up and down. Across from that park or whatever. There's a sign right there! James and Lily joined us up front. Melissa brought the pod around and hovered over to where Paul was pointing. Paul bent over his control panel. He tapped an image and it blew up holographically in front of us. The sign fell over, but the sensor's saying it should be visible behind that building right there. He pointed at a crumbling building with cracks running all through its outer walls. Let's land and check it out. I went back and grabbed a keeper. Maybe we can leave the pod in that park across the way? Already going there, Melissa said. Any sign of people out there? I studied the streets and buildings through one of the windows of the pod. I don't see anything. James let his keeper slide down and hang at his back. Every enforcer I'd ever known did that. Lily adjusted her keeper's strap. Me neither. Melissa landed the pod on a somewhat flat space, and the grass and vegetation was so thick it cushioned our landing. I watched James and Lily leave the pod side by side. It struck me that less than 4 months ago, he was wearing the matte black armor of an enforcer, telling young kids to slow down and reminding everyone it was better to be calm than dead. He had probably known the enforcer who caught me going so fast on my cycle that first day. I followed everyone out, checking for the 4th or 5th time that my keeper's ammo was full. I was not going to get caught with a nearly empty keeper again. I caught up to James and nudged his arm, not the one connected to a wounded shoulder. Do you miss it? Miss what? James scanned the area. You know, ordering kids around? People being scared of you all the time? Lily stared. What? James was an enforcer, I said. Not a ranger, he said. What's the difference? Lily had put some space between her and us. Her eyes narrowed. Drek, what did I just do? James lifted his left wrist carefully. For one, we wore papas. Turns out rangers don't. Lily's expression was exactly what mine must have been when we figured that out. Yeah, enforcers were fooled too, just like the rest of us, I said. But you still enforced the Prime Administrator's rules and laws, Lily spat. Just like a ranger, you were still a murderer. Nope. James kept walking and fell silent. No what? I broke in. Enforcers never killed anyone, although they tried to with me. Saying that brought the weird truth home. Wow, I got really lucky. And they only tried to kill me because they were told I had a weapon that injected an instantly lethal dose of the bug into people. And that Bren was my first victim. My throat tightened a little. Would that ever stop? Bran? Lily jumped off a rock and used her keeper to part some grass that was nearly up to our chests. My best friend. His girlfriend's brother, too, Paul said from just behind us. Shut up, Paul, I said. Be careful not to get lost in this tall grass. Height jokes still? Paul shouted a laugh. No imagination. Girlfriend? Lily had one eyebrow arched. I wished I could do that. I guess, I said. I had to fight not to glance at Melissa. I hoped she wasn't listening. The point is that we were also lied to. Our job was to keep people calm and keep everyone safe, James said. The Rangers are much different. How so? Since Rangers don't wear papas, Melissa said, they must know the truth. And not care. I used a foot to clear grass from my path. It hit something hard and tall. I moved the plants away and found a pole shaped like an upside-down U, with each end stuck in the ground. What's this? What? Paul cut up to me. I showed him. A metal pole. Paul was helpful like that. Obviously, I said. We poked through the grass and found 4 more poles all arranged in a circle. We're not here to study things, guys, Melissa called back. She, Lily, and James had kept going. Come on. I ran to catch up. So these guys, Melissa and Nick and the others, found out the bug was gone, James was saying. Lily had moved closer again. What's he talking about? I pitched my voice low to Melissa. I'm telling her how you guys ruined everyone's lives, James said. Some of us weren't sure the bug was gone, Melissa added. But it didn't make sense that it was still in the air, so I went along with it. Besides, if it failed, Nick was the one who would die. She cut the joke short, her smile fading. I found her hand and gave it a squeeze. Bren had been important to her, too. Maybe just one of us tells the story, James said. We'd been pushing through grass and trees for the last few minutes, but then we broke through and found ourselves on a relatively clear, green-carpeted road. This wasn't grass. I bent and pulled some of the stuff up. It was kind of soft, but also tough and smooth. What is this? Lily scuffed at the ground cover. She snorted a soft laugh. Seaweed. Paul, Melissa, and I exchanged a glance. It gets flooded enough for seaweed to grow? Paul took a step back toward the pod. Obviously. Lily pointed at the nearby buildings. But if the tide comes back in far enough, we can just go up to a higher level in one of these. It helps that this part of the city's kind of on higher ground. Found your sign. James had continued walking and was clearing long tendrils of seaweed off a metal pole that protruded at an angle from a street corner. We joined him. He used a sleeve to wipe dirt off a long green rectangle of metal. The letters were a little faded, but the word was clear. Grove, Paul said. It totally worked. Good job, Paul. Melissa wasn't even being sarcastic. Now what are we looking for? James straightened. Scott said there was a building nearby that was nearly intact and had a basement. I turned in a circle. We all took in the buildings in the general area. They were falling to pieces. Some of them had big chunks of rock strewn around their base. Most of them had wide cracks running in all angles through their outer walls. Gaping holes showed where windows and doors used to be and where walls had fallen. None of these looks particularly intact, Melissa said. Is it possible the building has deteriorated since Scott's friend was here? Paul asked. I don't think any of these went from somewhat intact to this state recently. Lily walked down the seaweed-covered street a ways. Maybe Dustin's idea of nearby was not really all that close. Could be another Grove sign somewhere, James said. We could get back in the pod and scan some more. Let's split up and look around first, I said. If this is a sign naming a street, wouldn't the whole street be called Grove? And if the whole street's Grove, then maybe there's another sign close to here. Good point, James said. Lily doesn't have an earcom, so she's got to be with one of us. Let's have Lily, me, and Paul go together, Melissa said. I wouldn't mind having a third girl around. A third girl? Paul said, indignation dripping from his voice. Melissa and I burst out laughing. Lily shrugged. Works for me. James and I followed the street that paralleled the park, while the other three took the street that intersected ours like a T. Okay, so tell me the rest of this story, I heard Lily say as they were walking away. How did you prove the bug was gone? Nick used some glue to block the knockout on the papas and made his heart rate go up, Melissa said. That is incredibly stupid. What if the bug had been in his system still? I didn't hear Melissa's response. I was sure it was complimentary. James and I walked up our street, keeping up a good pace. I took one side while he took the other. You never said if you missed it, I said. James took a while to answer. I don't. He pulled seaweed off another bent, corroded pole. This one says something about parking. I guess that's good. That you don't miss it, I mean. I skirted some rubble and a dead car. But did you ever wonder why we needed enforcers, since the knockout was kind of a perfect one? Well, yeah, sometimes. James had gotten a little ahead of me. He was quiet again for a minute. But it was a job, like you in the engineering dome. We kept people safe, or at least we thought we did. I glanced behind us. We'd come a couple 100 meters. Did you ever think that something was wrong? Not really. My dad once said something about how the new Prime Administrator really looked almost identical to his father. But I never cared enough to think about it. James slid his hand across a moldering car as he passed it. People were basically happy, so why bother? People were basically happy, and I spammed it up. I used my heel to scrape seaweed off what looked like another sign. Grove. I was right! James spun at my shout. It's another sign that says Grove. James jogged toward me. So the whole street is called Grove? I guess so. I activated my earcom. Okay, the street we're on is called Grove, so now we have to find an intact building. On foot or on the pod? Melissa asked. Now that we know that the entire street is Grove, the pod will be faster, Paul said. All right, let's meet back at the pod, Melissa said. Sounds good. We headed back the way we'd come. The seaweed and sand on the road muffled our footsteps. All around us, the gaping holes in the building looked like mouths and eyes, like they were practically screaming at us. Some of the buildings looked like they might have once had apartments in them. Just over 100 years ago, this street was probably really busy, with people living their lives and hurrying everywhere. Cars used to drive down this street. How loud had they been? Pods were pretty quiet. Had cities like San Francisco been noisy all the time? I listened closely, hearing only a soft sound, almost like breathing. Was that wind? The sky was mostly gray, with a few blue patches here and there. Maybe it was going to rain? Never mind, Melissa said through the earcom. What do you mean? I tried to see them up ahead. We weren't very far from the pod. We checked out this side of Grove Street while we waited for you, Paul said. Lily stepped out of a building maybe 100 meters past where we had left the pod and waved. Melissa spoke again. We found it. We found Holland's office building. Chapter 22. James and I jogged toward the other group, both of us wincing. I'd almost forgotten the bullet wound in my side. This your first time getting shot? I slowed to a walk. That hurt less. Grimacing, James nodded. I've been grazed before. He waved a hand toward my side. Like you. But this is the first time for real, yeah. Grazed? I pressed my side with one hand. It practically took out a kidney. A kidney? He laughed. Mostly skin. Internal organs are skin? I felt moisture seep into my shoe and looked down. A couple millimeters of water had suddenly risen and covered the road. I glanced around. Is this the tide? We joined the others at a unique-looking building that showed no sign of imminent collapse. It gave a sense of sturdiness that the other crumbling ones lacked. Windows were broken, but the large, pale blocks that made up the exterior walls looked fine. Lily was dragging a foot across the tiny bit of water, leaving a shallow wake. She must have heard my question about the tide because she nodded. I think so. We might want to hold off going in until the tide's back out. How long will that take? Paul stood just inside the building, late shadows painting funny shapes on his face. Lily shrugged. Probably several hours. I doubt it's even all the way in yet, so like 9 or 10 hours. I caught Melissa's attention. She raised her eyebrows. I'd rather get in and out fast, I said. Every second that Holland had my parents felt like a ranger was pointing a keeper at my head, finger on the trigger. There's evidence of water at the bottom of the stairs, Paul said. The whole underground part might be flooded. Well, let's at least check, Melissa said. Yeah. I stepped toward the building. And if the tide comes in, we can get back to the pod really fast. Or just go up, Melissa pointed up. The building was about 50 meters tall, maybe more. Good point, I said. Are we all going in? James indicated the wide, empty road. Maybe someone should stay out here to keep watch. We could search faster if we all split up in there, Melissa said. But he's got a good point, Lily said. Outcasts might be out here, she sighed. Although they're all pretty much cowards, so they shouldn't be a problem if they show up. I'll go back to the pod and use it to monitor the entire area, James said. That way, if the tide comes in, I can warn you too. A few minutes later, Lily and Paul led the way into the building. As we went in, I realized it had a strange shape. Outside, 2 roads met at something like a 45-degree angle, with the building inside that angle, making the building less of a squarish block and more triangle-shaped. It started narrow at the front, then widened the farther back you got. The doors had been made of glass, I guessed, and metal, but most of that was gone now, leaving a gaping entrance. Melissa and I had our chest lights activated, even though there was enough light filtering in through broken windows to see well enough. The chest lights helped cut into some of the deeper shadows. Are you sure this is the one? I asked. Melissa glanced behind the tall counter in the first room we came to. Well, no, but it's the only building that isn't falling to pieces. Besides, it was right near the Grove sign. Yeah. I checked a small room that opened off to the right. Empty, except for some wood compartments that looked like they had been mostly beaten to pieces. I called Lily and Paul over. If I remember right, Scott's friend made it sound like you had to go pretty deep in to find the pictures. We were back in the wide space at the front of the building. We'd checked all the adjacent rooms and found nothing. Now we had to check 2 hallways that stretched back from the front area, following the widening angle of the outside walls. Down a ways, it looked like there were elevator doors. "Anyone think those elevators still work?" I joked. "No electricity," Paul said. "I know," I said. I say we split up, 2 down the left side and 2 down the right hall. "Works for me," Lily said. "Paul, you and me. Let's take left." "Guys," James's voice came through our earcoms. "Wait a second," I called to Lily. She needed an earcom. "James, go ahead." "I'm at the pod. I had the idea to try and see if I could catch any communication from the Rangers." "Nice," Paul said. "What's going on?" Lily asked. Melissa tapped her ear. "James has something." "And it worked. They must not realize we have a pod." James sounded a little out of breath. "What did you hear?" I stepped closer to Lily. "He says he heard something from the Rangers." "A bunch of chatter. It was a little hard to make out, probably because we're kind of remote, but there was something about wanderers getting together." "The gathering?" I asked. "No, Lexi's there." Lily's eyes went wide. "What? What's going on?" "That's it. I caught like 5 seconds of good signal. Said they were on their way to the gathering." Lily must have seen my expression. "What about the gathering?" "James, are you sure?" Melissa asked. "They said they were on their way to a wanderer gathering." A beat. "That's where they took Lexi, isn't it?" Paul, Melissa, and I exchanged a terrified look. Melissa and I had seen what Rangers did to wanderers, and we'd told Paul about it. Devera might have told him more too. "What else? Did they say anything else?" Paul asked. "No, that's it," James said. "What is happening?" Lily grabbed my arm. I tapped my earcom to include James in the conversation. "James caught a transmission on the pod about the Rangers going to the Wanderer gathering." All the color drained out of Lily's face. "Festering rot! No!" "Festering? Do you know where the gathering is?" I started toward the street. "We had to go. We had to warn the Wanderers. We had to get Lexi out of there. I should never have let her go." "Yes," Lily said, "and it's tomorrow." Chapter 23. "Nick, wait," Paul said. "What are you doing?" I didn't wait. No way were we going to let the Rangers find Lexi, or murder the Wanderers. I'd seen that, and no way. "We have to warn them, get Lexi out of there." "Yeah, we do, but we have to find your parents," Melissa said. "We leave right now," Lily said. "Let's go." She turned, but I had stopped. "Melissa's right," I said. I grabbed Lily by the wrist. "We came all this way. We need to figure out where Holland is. The gathering's tomorrow, right?" "Not a chance. The Rangers will kill them all, every single one." Lily yanked her arm free. "We have to go warn them and get them out of there." "Yeah, and our friend is there too, but he's got my parents and a bunch of others," I said. "He's going to kill them too." "When? Tomorrow?" Lily glared at us. "I have a family too, you know." That set me back. Of course she did. Triunes were supposedly made up of 3 big families. "I know, of course you do, but we're already here," I said. "Ask her how many people are going to be at the gathering," James said. Paul relayed the message. "Hundreds. Over 50 Triunes usually show up." Lily stared me down. "We have to go. They'll kill my dad." "That's a lot of people. It would take time to evacuate them," James said. "And Lexi might not be the only one that can't move on her own." "James says it would take a long time to get them out of there," Melissa said. She looked from me to Lily and back. "And I have no idea what to do. It makes sense that we could get to the Wanderers first, then come back. But who knows what Holland's up to? We might be running out of time to find him." "But he helped you. He helped you find this place," Lily said. You could hear the tears in her voice. "You can't leave him." "He helped us." Spam. Bug me. The hug, her yelling. He's more than just her Triune leader. Wait, Scott's your father? "Of course he is. Let's go." Lily turned for the door. "Wait, let's think about this," Paul called after her. How was he thinking straight? He and Lexi were close. "How far away is the gathering?" "You left your dad behind so you could fight?" I couldn't believe it. How had I not known?
Yes, and he didn't want me to go, but he's always let me do my own thing. Lily pleaded with her eyes. Please, we have to go. She's right, Melissa said. We have to warn them and get Lexi back. No, wait a second. My head was spinning. How do you leave your family, your whole life, to join people you had met just over a week before? Okay, I want to go get Lexi too, but just hold on, Paul said. Lily, how far away is it? I don't know. It takes us like just under a day to get there from where we split off from my dad, Lily said. A day? They were going to carry Lexi that far? Why did he make us let them out so far away from it? We're really careful about not letting other people know where the gatherings are, Lily said. That can't be far, Paul said. Even if you're walking fast, you're not going to go farther than 40 kilometers in a day, and that would be a long way to go over broken ground.
The pod can do that in 2 hours, James said. Maybe less.
Then some of us go and some stay here and search, I said. I can't believe I just said that. I can't believe I have to say that. Paul and Melissa stared. What about Lexi? Melissa asked. The people who go make sure she's okay, Paul said. The ones who stay find what they can, then we meet up. A few seconds passed while we thought it through. Good idea, Melissa said. She met my gaze. James, come pick up Paul and Lily and find that gathering. Melissa and I will search the building, I said. But then it's just the two of you, Lily said. What if the Rangers find you here? How? They have no idea we're here and no way of finding out, I said.
On my way, James said. Paul, you and Lily meet me outside in 2 minutes.
Got it, Paul said. He turned to Lily. Let's go. Remember to come back for us, Melissa said, and make sure Lexi's all right. And stay out of sight, I said. We don't want the Rangers to know we have a pod. I know, Paul said. You guys try not to drown or do anything stupid. We'll do our best, I said. Lily squeezed one of my hands. Stay safe. And thank you. Save your dad, I said. Paul and Lily took off running. They slipped through the shadows of the hallway and out into the gray day. Melissa cocked a half smile at me. Looks like it's you and me again. Yeah. I heard the pod land outside, trying to ignore the way her smile made my heart pound. At least this time my back's not scraped raw. Okay, got them, James said through the earcoms. We're going to be out of range almost immediately, so plan on meeting at this building. Wait for us. Don't worry about us, I said. Just get Lexi and those wanderers somewhere safe.
Don't get shot again, James said. You might lose a kidney this time.
I laughed. I like my kidneys. Melissa gave me a questioning expression. Just a joke. I studied the area. We stood at the front end of the hallway that extended down the left side of the building. We'd come through a small area at the front that had a counter. It must have been the place where someone stood and greeted people who came in. The walls and floors were some kind of smooth stone that was mostly covered in grime and dry plants. Decaying wood hung off low walls and pillars here and there. So where should we go? Split up or stay together? Melissa asked.
Let's stay together, I said.
Yeah, that way I can find the stuff you miss.
I just figured I could keep you from drowning if the tide comes all the way into the building. Melissa laughed.
Like you know how to swim.
Do you? And that conversation was over. We opted to take this floor room by room, keeping our eyes open for the pictures Scott's friend had seen. We covered the left and right hallways and came to a heavy door that hung askew on one hinge. Beyond the door were heavy, concrete stairs leading up and down. Which way? What if Holland was in this building? What if we found some kind of hidden lair or something? I slid my hand along the top of my keeper. As we stood there, I had a thought try to push its way into my brain. Something about the stairs. Up? Melissa pointed her keeper up the stairs. Actually, maybe we should go downstairs. That way, if the tide comes in and makes a mess down there, we can go upstairs and search. That way, we don't go upstairs twice and waste time. What was it about the stairs? Like a lot of the floor and ground outside, they were partially covered by sand and dry water plants. That's good thinking, Melissa said. Don't sound so surprised, I said. I led the way down. What was it? Wait a second. Why isn't there water right here? What do you mean? Melissa asked. If the tide comes in, there's nothing stopping it from filling in the whole level that's underground, right? She chewed on that. Okay, she nodded. Right, so why isn't there water filling the entire area right now? From the last tide? Exactly.
Maybe we'll get down there and find like a meter of water or something. We turned a corner on the stairs and found ourselves in near darkness. I hit my chest light. Melissa did too. I pointed mine down the stairs. No water down there, I said. That really is kind of weird, Melissa said. Maybe it dried up? We continued down the stairs. Our chest lights combined into one big patch of light that led the way. Melissa snorted. No way, literally. This is all underground. There's no way that much water would dry up. At the bottom of the stairs, we came to an empty doorway that once had a heavy door in it. I stomped on the solid floor. And there are those ocean plants down here, so the water has to have been down here at some point. The stairs kept going down, but we turned to the long hallway that extended away from us. A thick, slightly sweet odor hit my nose. It was like the forest smell, but sweeter, and not sweet in a good way. Well, maybe we're about to find out where the water goes, I said. Our chest lights bobbed cones of illumination into a hallway that was pitch black. This hallway was wider and ran down the middle of the basement space. We split it, each of us taking a side. In some of the rooms, the soft floor gave way to hardness covered by plants and sand. The rooms varied in size and shape, but were all completely empty. My guess was that people had been looting the city for around 100 years, so it wasn't too surprising that anything that wasn't structural was gone. Anything? Melissa asked as she came out of the last room on her side. No, just empty rooms. I directed my light back the way we'd come. There's another floor under us. Another flight of stairs on this end, too, Melissa said. We came to the next level down. The sweet smell changed into something tangy. If I breathed with my mouth open, I could taste the smell a little. As we entered the hallway, I noticed that the floor felt different. Feel that? I asked. Melissa bent and touched the ground. Yeah, it's a little damp here, so water does come down here, but goes away somehow? I wonder if that's why it smells, I said. Probably. We continued down the hallway. I wish I had a light on my head and one of those hover lights Roger and Paul made, Melissa said. That would be nice. I stepped to the left side of the hallway and turned to Melissa. The floor felt soft and squishy. Split it up again? Sure, we'll find some... Nick, what? All I could do was point behind her. My chest light had caught some reflecting shapes on the wall behind Melissa. A transparent material, flush with the wall, held pictures. Melissa spun, her keeper coming up. I got my voice free from my throat. Bug me. It's him! Chapter 24. Adam Holland walked these halls, I said. That's really weird. Severely, Melissa said. Let's find where he worked. How are we going to know? No idea, Melissa said. We scanned our surroundings with our chest lights. Why hadn't I thought to bring some of the hover lights along? Because I was a spam eater. The stairs had ended at this level, meaning it was the lowest floor. Unless there's a secret elevator somewhere that leads to a room full of clones of the worst person in history. The bottom floor didn't have a hallway. It was just one huge open space that smelled strongly of mold. Pillars were spaced maybe 10 meters apart in a regular pattern throughout, but those were the only things that broke up the huge, empty cavern of a basement. From where we stood, I saw no doors, no windows, nothing. My heart sank. Dreck. We weren't going to find anything here. There's nothing down here, Melissa said. Not even any offices or whatever those rooms upstairs are, I said. I wonder what they used to do down here, Melissa said. I don't know. I remember Holland saying something about working with a team who didn't have the will to make hard choices, or something like that. I scuffed a heel on the floor. No softness here. The floor was solid stone. Concrete, I figured. I would guess some kind of medical work since he said he made the bug. Well, maybe there's some kind of clue that was left behind, Melissa said. Maybe there was once, I said, but this place has been cleaned out. We're not going to find anything here. We'd come all this way, and this was it. A picture of Holland. Of course the entire building had been looted. Early survivors of the bug had to have been desperate for any tech, or even fuel they could use after everything collapsed. Maybe not, but our ride isn't back yet, Melissa said. I'll take this side. She split off to the right and directed her chest light downward. She walked slowly and methodically, bending intermittently to pick up a piece of debris. I did the same. My light threw big shadows off small chunks of rotting wood and piles of seaweed, and the walls reflected a pale gray color. The ceiling was about 4 meters high. It was strange to think that there were hundreds of tons of building above me. The domes in New Frisko had been all one story, except, of course, for Prime 1. And people used to spend their days down in places like this. No windows, no daylight. Did they ever feel kind of like a fungus, down in the dark of a man-made cave all day? I flipped a piece of wood over with my foot. Water droplets splashed the top of my shoe. "There's more water coming down here now," I said, raising my voice to be heard. The sound echoed, bouncing off the solid walls and ceiling. "Yeah, I felt it too. Probably flowing down the stairs we just came down," Melissa called back. "Find anything?" "Nope, just pieces of rotting wood, probably left over from doorways or workspaces or something. Can't think of what else it might have come from." I passed a few more pillars, finding most of the junk on the floors gathered around their bases. Wood, small chips of metal, pieces of rock that were smooth on one side and rough on the other. Nothing that pointed us toward Adam Holland. Anything yet? This was hopeless. We'd come all the way to an old, ruined city and weren't going to find what we needed. How do I find them now? Do we capture a ranger and figure out some way to make them tell us? No, just that the water's at my ankles. We'd better go up, Melissa said. Maybe there's something upstairs, I said. Doubtful. I heard a scraping noise and peered through the gloom. Melissa was lifting a long, narrow something. What's that? I hadn't found anything anywhere near that big. She lifted it. All I could see in the darkness was shapes. Long piece of metal tube. She put her hand to her chest light, angling it upward. I think it must have come from the ceiling. Useful? I headed her way, brushing past one of the pillars. These things looked like they were holding the entire building up. Was that even possible? I did a quick scan of the solid concrete pillars. There had to be at least 50 of them. Don't think so. Melissa took the metal tube and bent it as if it were a wet stick, totally corroded by the water. We stood next to each other as the water slowly rose just past our ankles. I'm surprised the tube's even here. Everything else is gone, I said. Melissa pointed up. Look. I angled my chest light up and saw what she was talking about. It looked like there had been a complex pattern of tubing on the concrete ceiling, connecting what had been some kind of square thing, which was now just a different color of concrete. The tubing had been like a spiderweb of tendrils that spread all over the ceiling. Some of it was still up there. What do you think that was for? Don't know, but it's skinny and flimsy, and the ceiling's high enough that it would be hard to pull it off, Melissa said. That's probably why there's still some up there. I nodded. Is that how they had gotten water down here? Speaking of water, we should finish and go. The water's getting higher. I'm keeping this, Melissa said. It's like a piece of history. She shoved the bent tube into her pack. I laughed and remembered the file reader I'd found so long ago, with that music and the video clip. If I went back to the house in New Frisko, would it still be there? My chest light illuminated the walls and floor, the water reflecting the light in glittery, shiny bits. It reminded me of the first time Mom had seen a river. She'd been so excited, talking about how it was so different than anything she'd seen before, and wondering how there was enough water to run constantly. My parents had to be trusting us to find them. Were they all right? Had Holland already done something to them? I didn't feel like laughing anymore. I'm sorry, Nick. I thought we'd find something too, Melissa said. We had just finished our circuits of the room. We need to go. Yeah. I turned in place, feeling like the air had been sucked out of me. This was dreck. The spammiest dreck. Melissa headed back toward the door we'd come through. Her shadow jittered across walls, pillars, and on the water. The water was a few centimeters above ankle height. Come on, it's getting higher. I turned again. This was supposed to work. We were supposed to find something. Now, I don't know what to do next. I wanted to curse the entire building and break every pillar. All we'd found was an abandoned, useless room full of concrete. And my parents and Jan's dad were still being held somewhere, and Holland could just decide to kill them any time. Spam! I punched the pillar next to me. I itched to blow up the entire room with grenades from my keeper. If I shot it right at that pillar near the end of the room, maybe the whole building would come down. Wait a second. Melissa, hold on. Nick, the water's coming in faster. We have to go. Now. No, wait. That pillar's different. Melissa splashed toward me, throwing up water drops that hit the back of my legs. What are you talking about? Shine your light on the pillar closest to the far wall. I pointed my chest light, trying to recreate what I'd just seen. The blob of Melissa's light joined mine. That made it worse. No, that didn't help. I put my hand in front of her light, dropping a shadow on the pillar. Turn it off. She did. What did you see? I don't know. My light passed over that pillar, and I was sure I'd seen something different. I stepped closer and moved my light around. There! What? I directed my chest light at a different pillar. Look, near the top. Totally smooth, right? Right. I moved the light back over to the pillar by the wall. Now look. There's a shadow like a meter down from the top of the pillar. Where? Melissa stepped closer. I don't see anything. Are you sure? Maybe it's just one of the tubes, but I don't see anything like that on the others, I said. Something's different there. Okay. Melissa stood next to the pillar. I'll stay here and tell you where to look. Melissa had to lift her feet high to clear the water as she sloshed over to the pillar. It was halfway up to my knees. She turned and put a hand up to shield her eyes from the bright beam coming from my chest. Where? She put her hand on the pillar. I squinted. Higher, like 10 centimeters, and to the right. She stretched. Higher than that. You're right under it, I said. This is as high as I go, Melissa said. You're maybe 4 centimeters away. Come on. It's not like I can grow taller on demand. Try jumping, I said. Fine. She looked back at me. Am I right under it? Yes, go straight up. She jumped. Her hand jerked to the left, then back out. I didn't feel anything, and I still don't see whatever you're seeing. It's there. Jump better. Jump better? Seriously? The water was rippling out from where she stood. It was getting even closer to my knees. Just, I don't know, try to keep your hand on the pillar when you jump, and go straight up. There's really something there? This isn't a joke? She sounded frustrated. Of course not, I said. Keep your hand right there and slide it up. Melissa jumped. She came down and stumbled, catching herself before she could fall in the water. Spam! Nick, you had better not be joking around. I'm not. You didn't feel anything? She looked up again. I see it. There's something like a lip up there. It goes from the corner in about 5 centimeters. What is it? Melissa groaned. I told you I don't know. It's flat and square. Definitely not something falling off the pillar. See? I told you something was there. Okay, you were right, Melissa said. Now come over here so I can stand on you. What? Just get over here. The water's practically at our knees. I high-stepped through the water, keeping my chest light trained on the thing on the pillar. How do you want to do this? You have to give me some support. Melissa looked me up and down. Yeah. Kneel next to the pillar with one leg up, like a step. You want me to kneel in the water? You're already wet. Just do it. Melissa pushed down on one of my shoulders, as if she was going to force me to my knees. All right. I turned my left side to the pillar and knelt. We'd been splashing around enough that the cold water was bad, but not terrible. Lean back so your light's pointing up, Melissa said, and give me your hand. My chest light illuminated the bright white pillar, and Melissa leaned on my hand and stepped onto my bent leg. It hurt, but I'd felt worse. Her hand wavered in mine for a few seconds as she found her balance. Then she leaned into the pillar. Melissa was my height. I was probably stronger than her, but it wasn't like I let people stand on my bent leg all the time. She was getting heavier by the second. You want to hurry, maybe? I said. I know. She went silent for a few seconds. Yeah, there's a lip here. We couldn't see it without the light making a shadow because it looks exactly like the pillar. I think it was meant to be hidden. Is it just a piece of concrete? Wow. Gravity was pulling Melissa right through my leg. I felt like it was going to snap. No, I don't think so. She sucked in a breath. It moves. Or at least it's supposed to. I pushed on it and it moved a hair. Well, do something fast because my leg's gonna break. Don't be a baby, she grunted. I'm pushing as hard as I can, but it's not moving. Hit it with something hard. Bugging spam. My leg started to wobble. I needed to straighten it out. If I didn't get the pressure off soon, I was just going to die. Give me your head, then. That should be hard enough. She must have punched the thing because I heard her grunt. Use your keeper and hurry up, I said through clenched teeth. Good idea. She shifted, driving dull throbs of pain deeper into my leg. Why did that hurt so much? And move your feet closer to my knee or Melissa writhed, then the crack of her keeper hitting the pillar rang out. She fell. Some kind of scraping shook the floor, followed by the loud sound of rushing water. I reached for Melissa as she fell, keeping her from sitting hard in the water. In the wash of my light, she looked surprised and relieved. Her eyes glittered. Nice catch. Something happened, I said. It sounds like the water got louder. Where's that coming from? Melissa asked. We both turned to the back wall of the chamber, about 6 meters away. A dark hole had opened, and water rushed downstairs that we could just barely make out. It was a door. Chapter 25. Bug me, Melissa stared at me. It's a secret room. I grabbed her in a hug. We found it. Melissa squeezed back, but pushed away pretty fast. I wasn't really sure where to put my eyes. What am I doing? I thought. Let's get down there, she said. Whatever's down there is getting flooded really fast. We took off, splashing through the remaining water. I made it to the stairs first and nearly had my feet pulled out from under me by the current. Careful, I called back. With the beam of my chest light bobbing, I went down as fast as I dared, holding hard to the rail on the right. I heard Melissa behind me. The sour smell grew fainter as we descended. That had to mean water hadn't gotten down here until now. The stairs were narrow and steep and long. I got to the bottom and had to stop to process what I was seeing. The room was an uneven hexagon with some of the big, rounded brick walls longer than the others. I counted 5 arched doorways leading out of the room. The doors were obviously heavy and had thick glass windows. The floor was made of the same brick as the walls. This doesn't look like an office, Melissa said, or a lab either. I know, it looks like... I got deeper into the room. I don't know what it looks like. Water was rising up our legs really fast. Those doors must be sealed, and this room's smaller than the one upstairs, Melissa said. The water's going to fill up the whole thing in minutes. Grab anything you can find. I ran left, and she went right. The water was already past our knees and rising by the second. In the middle of the room was a long, high table like in the engineering dome back in New Frisko. It was completely empty. There were tall sets of drawers lining one entire wall, and things stuck to a big, wood-framed square on one of the other walls. They looked like papers. We have to keep the papers dry, I said. The water was at my waist. We could try opening one of these other doors to let the water out, Melissa said. I searched for a handle. There wasn't one. Through the glass I saw a nearly empty room with another tall table and a metal chair. How? There's no handle or knob. They must have been automatic, Melissa said. She was already yanking drawers open. Some of them fell out as she pulled. Forget it. Just grab those papers. Yeah. It was much harder to move now. The water had slowed a little, but it was still rising. I slogged across and scrubbed my hands as dry as I could on my shirt. I touched a big sheet of paper carefully, worried it might disintegrate. It didn't. My chest light was too close and too bright for me to make out what was on the big sheet. It was about 1 meter by 1 meter, and it looked like it had different colored lines on it. It was stuck to the brown wall with pointy things. I yanked them out and carefully folded the paper above my head, then held it in my teeth as I went for the next one. I found some more papers in the drawers, Melissa said. A skinny thing that looks like a Z-stick, too. I grunted at her and folded the last piece of paper. The water was almost to my chest. Nick, we have to go! We can't swim, remember? Holding the papers above my head, I turned. Got them. Did you check all the drawers? Not yet. She threw an exasperated look at me and yanked a drawer open with a loud clang. It pulled all the way out of the stack and splashed into the water.
I double-checked the table. It was shiny metal and completely bare. I had to bounce to move, taking floating leaps. My heart was pounding hard in my chest, which was now at the water level. Panic fluttered deep in my stomach. "Okay, let's go." "Found another paper," Melissa called out. She bounced my way, and we both moved for the stairs. We made 0 headway. The current from the big room was so strong, it pushed back just as hard as we tried to move forward. The water was at my neck now. "Nick!" Melissa was behind me. She sounded terrified. I looked back. Her eyes were wide. Her hands still clutched papers above her head. Every time she bounced, her mouth went under a little. "Push harder! Push!" I tried to plant my feet and force my way through the current. I made a little progress. "Use both feet!" I looked back again. Melissa had barely moved. If I could get a little closer to the stairs, I might be able to grab the rail. But I had the papers, and if I held them in my mouth, they would get wet. I pushed and made another centimeter of progress. "Nick, help!" Something hard smacked the back of my head. I turned. It was one of the drawers Melissa had yanked out. It was floating. A plan hit me. I grabbed the drawer with one hand and dropped the papers I held into it. Melissa was bouncing desperately, trying to keep her mouth and nose above the water. Her hands were under the water now. Whatever papers she'd had were long gone. We should have left when she said. With every bounce, I saw panic in her eyes. "Help! Grab the drawer!" I yelled. I pushed hard with my feet and reached toward her with my free hand. "Come on, grab it!" Melissa lunged. She got 2 fingers on the top lip and nearly flipped it. She slipped under the water. I lost precious centimeters of forward movement trying to keep the drawer upright. "Melissa!" She bobbed back up, gasping and coughing. "Go! Just go!" "No way! Push! You have to push against the floor!" I couldn't help her if I wasn't holding something. I needed to get to the rail. The water was high enough that if I weren't bouncing, my nose would be under. "It's okay!" Melissa went under, then bobbed up again. Her shout echoed over the rushing water. "Get the stuff out!" I pushed, reached, moved a few centimeters. My fingertips brushed the wall. The rail had to be right there. "No, not without you!" I yelled. "Grab the drawer!" I jackknifed my body and stretched. I hooked the rail with one finger, then another. My other hand was bending uncomfortably behind me, trying to stretch the drawer closer to Melissa. Melissa burst up from the water. "Go! Get up the stairs!" She dropped again. "Get the drawer!" My throat hurt from yelling. I needed my arms to be longer. She had to try harder. Why couldn't she try harder? "Melissa, come on!" I finally got my hand wrapped around the rail. My legs were pulled out from under me. I almost lost hold of the drawer. Her head bobbed up again. "Nick, go!" She sounded calm. That was bad. She shouldn't be calm. "Melissa, no!" I had a wild thought. "Grab my foot!" Now I did need my arm to be longer. I was able to hold the rail, but the water was so high that it nearly covered my face. I needed to go up the stairs or let go. If I stayed here for more than a few seconds, the water would be above my head. She didn't come up. I didn't feel a hand grab for my foot. "No! Come on!" I pulled hard, yanking myself up the rail a little. "Melissa!" Still only the sound of rushing water, and I was about to be completely submerged. I called for her again. Nothing. Desperation made me shaky. I couldn't hold on much longer. "Melissa, come on!" I didn't see her. I needed to let go and get her. Where was she? Then I was underwater. Ocean filled my eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. It was salty and awful. I clamped my mouth closed. One hand connected me to the rail. The other still held the drawer, which tilted at a dangerous angle. "Melissa!" I couldn't help her like this, but if I let go of the rail, we were both gone. And if I let go of the drawer, we had no hope of finding my parents. If those papers were even going to help. I lunged upward, sucked a lungful of air, and went back under. I pulled on the rail, slid my hand up, and pulled again. I reached down with my feet. Nothing. I pulled harder, making a few more centimeters progress. My lungs were throbbing with pressure already. I pulled, reached with my feet, didn't feel the stairs. I pulled. Darkness seemed to squeeze my head. I pulled. I pulled again. She could be sinking now.
Her last breath gone. She couldn't go like this. She couldn't go at all. I felt a cool breeze on the top of my head. I turned my face, and breath exploded from my chest in a painful burst. I sucked fresh air down. Hurry up! I pulled myself up the rail and reached down with my feet. The drawer swung around and cracked me in the back of the head. I ignored the lance of pain that cut to my neck. The stone stairs were under my feet. I forced the drawer around and pushed myself up the stairs as fast as I could go. At the top, my chest heaving with exertion, I found the water level much lower than I expected. I shoved the drawer into a corner, set my pack and keeper next to it, and sprinted back to the stairs. Don't float away, drawer. I glanced down the stairs and saw only water. Melissa! I listened. Nothing. I scrambled down the steps until water was at my knees. I listened. Still nothing. I sucked in a breath and jumped. I sank far enough that my feet hit the bottom of the stairs. I reached out for the rail and found it. I opened my eyes under the water, and everything looked murky and fuzzy with sand and other bits the ocean water had brought with it. My chest light cut through the water, but I felt almost blind. Where was she? I pulled myself back up the stairs with the rail, although the current was much weaker now, probably because the secret room was full. Flailing free of the water, I took another breath. Melissa! Why hadn't she come back up? Melissa! I got ready to jump in again. Nick! I flinched. Her voice was right next to me. No, it was above me. I spun. Melissa stood near the top of the stairs. Her long hair was plastered to her shoulders. Her backpack was gone, but she held the piece of metal tubing she'd found. Nice jump. Chapter 26. I sprang to my feet, and they slipped out from under me. I caught myself on the railing and a step and straightened myself up. Melissa, how did you... What? She grabbed me by an arm and pulled me up the stairs. Come on, let's get out of here first. But you went under. I scrubbed water from my face, shoving wet hair out of my eyes. You went under, and I didn't see you. We got to the top of the stairs. The current had nearly disappeared, which made sense since the water had leveled out across the huge room. The entire room downstairs had filled up, which meant that this room would start filling back up again if the tide was still coming in. Where are the papers? Did you lose them? Melissa asked. Her keeper and backpack were both gone. No, I led her to the drawer. It was floating a few meters away from the corner I'd dropped it in. My keeper had landed on my pack, so they were still in place, but nearly covered by the tidewater. This drawer was a perfect boat for them. Melissa bent and lifted the papers out of the drawer. Water dripped off them. They got a little wet. Flutters of panic hit me again. All that, and they were ruined? Is it bad? No, they might be all right, she said. Let's go. I shoved my soaked arms through my backpack straps. It felt a lot heavier. Must be because of the water. Slinging my keeper over my shoulders, I followed Melissa across the room. The water level was slowly rising again and was almost to our knees. Where did all this water go? The seaweed tendrils we'd seen on the floor were evidence that this wasn't the first time water had gotten down here. Melissa was wondering the same thing. Where does it all go? I mean, it's not like it climbs back up there and goes back to the ocean. Yeah, I don't know, I said. It must drain somewhere eventually, just not fast enough to keep up with the tide coming in at first. I guess, she said. We crossed the room where Adam Holland must have worked 100 years ago. The sound of falling water and our splashes echoed off the solid walls. How did Holland do that? How was he still alive? It must have to do with those clone things we saw that last day in New Frisko. We had probably been the first people in the secret room down there in a century. That was weird. At the bottom of the stairs, my flickering chest light illuminated a cascade of water. I looked at Melissa, wondering where her chest light was. It was still there, but it had gone dark. You think Holland made the bug down there? Melissa asked. That set me back. Bug me. I realized what I was saying. The bug had become such a normal part of our life that we just said it like it meant nothing. I needed to find a better word. Yeah, must be. That's severely spammed up, Melissa said. We were probably just in the birthplace of the murder weapon that nearly wiped out humanity. I know.
I grabbed a rail and led the way up the stairs. My chest light flickered a few times on the way up. And the birthplace of what nearly wiped us out, too. Nearly. The water rushing down the stairs parted around our calves as we climbed. By the time we got to the main floor again, I was out of breath. "That wasn't easy," Melissa said. She still held the papers I'd pulled off the wall downstairs in one hand. I grunted and pointed up the next flight of stairs. "Let's keep going up." "Yeah," Melissa said. "We can find a dry place with light to figure out what we found." I led the way again, since I had the light and the stairs had no windows to the outside. "I'll never not appreciate waterless stairs again." She laughed. "Maybe you should just learn how to swim." "What do you think I was doing back there?" "Nearly dying," Melissa said. "Speaking of nearly dying," I looked over my shoulder. "You going to tell me how you got out of there and what happened to your light?" "It must have gotten so much water in it that it shorted out." Her voice echoed off the concrete walls and stairs. The metal railing felt cool under my hand. How many people climbed these stairs before? Is their DNA still here? Must be why mine keeps flickering. The higher we got, the quieter the sound of the water grew. The air also smelled crisper, less contained than it had in the basement. We reached the second story. The floor here was cleaner, with less sand and debris, and no seaweed grew. It felt like it was still some kind of stone, but smoother, almost polished. What must have been dark patterns in the floor were now faded splotches and shapes. "So, how did you do it?" I asked again. "It was bad at first," Melissa said. She stood next to me in the hallway. We had no trouble seeing because natural light was coming from the rooms that lined the hallway. There must have been windows in them. We started walking, our footsteps loud. "I kept going under. I couldn't get through the current of the water coming down either." "You told me to keep going," I said. "What was that about?" "You had the papers. They were your only hope of finding your parents and Holland." She went quiet. "You had to get out." "You wanted me to leave you to drown." It came out angrier than I'd meant it to. "No, actually." She grinned. Her eyes shone at me through the pale light of the hallway. "The second or third time I went under, I think when I lost those other papers, I noticed something. The current was bad at the bottom and the top was rough, but the water in the middle wasn't hard to get through." "What? It's all water!" I stopped at an empty door frame. How would this place have looked with all its doors and windows and furniture? And people, too. "No, right," Melissa said. "But the current wasn't as bad there. If I took a breath and went down, I could wave my arms and legs and move as long as I stayed above the current coming down the stairs." We went into a bare room with a floor that looked like it had once had something covering it. It was just blank concrete now. "So you swam out?" "Yeah, well, mostly." Melissa crossed the room to the raw square of a window. "Wow, look at that." I joined her. Water covered every street in sight, lapping at the bottom of the buildings as far as we could see. "It's an underwater city," I said. "A kind of underwater city," Melissa said. "Anyway, when I realized I could probably swim out, I told you to keep going." "Probably swim out? You told me to keep going because you could probably swim out?" "I was pretty sure," she said. I faced her and caught her gaze. "That's not okay." Melissa had been with me longer than anyone else. She'd been captured within hours of joining me in New Frisko and come close to dying more times than I could count in the last few months. She'd saved my life. Just thinking of her not making it out of the underground room made my knees weak. That desperate clenching I'd felt in my stomach came back. "I don't leave you, and you don't tell me to leave you." She met my eyes with a smile, ready for a joke. Her smile faded. She looked down. "Okay, I won't." She looked up again, fire in her dark eyes. "Same goes for you." I nodded. Agreed. Silence stretched between us. I didn't know what to say next or how to move past the moment. Melissa looked out the window. "My keeper and backpack were pulling me down, so I dropped them and came up for air. I told you to go again and thought of that tube I'd found. My backpack was right under my feet, so I went down and got the tube out. I thought maybe I could use it to breathe." "Wow, nice thinking." "No, it was stupid. Didn't work out at all. I just caught a lungful of nasty ocean and building water," Melissa said. "I should have let it go, but for some reason I hung on to it. How'd you get above me on the stairs?" "I went under and couldn't see much, but I did see stairs, so I kicked off that table, which must be bolted to the floor." She stepped back from the window and knelt, sorting out the papers she still held. "Like in the engineering dome," I said. I found the paper I'd taken down first and spread it on the floor, carefully unfolding it. "Yeah." Melissa unfolded the other 2 sheets of paper. "That and some crazy paddling got me to the railing. I tried to get my head above the water for air, but I couldn't while holding the rail. That's when I tried the tube and sucked down half the ocean." One of the creases in the paper I was working with tore. I hissed and went slower. "And?" "I let go of the rail. Couldn't hold on. The current pushed me back down and I hit the table. I thought I was going to die for a second. But I pushed off the floor and got some air in the last bit of space left at the top of the room." She leaned back and told the rest of the story quickly, without much expression. "I dropped down, pushed off the table, got hold of the rail, and just pulled hard and fast. As soon as I felt the stairs under me, I stood up and saw you land in the water. I figured you were going after me, so I went up the stairs and waited." "Sounds easy." She gave me a look. "It was only mildly terrifying, and it turns out I'd rather not learn how to swim, because I hate water." "What will you drink?" "You're such a funny person." She swept her gaze across the papers we'd laid out. They'd gotten a little wet on one edge, but had stayed mostly dry. They were very flimsy, too, and I had tears all over the meter-by-meter square I'd unfolded. "I try," I said. We knelt in the abandoned room in silence, both of us focusing on the papers. What must have once been vivid lines on the square in front of me were faded with age, but still visible. "There's not much on these," Melissa said. "They look like some kind of printout." She bent closer. "This one has dark letters across the top. All I can make out is memo." She glanced up. "You think that's someone's name?" "No idea," I said. "And this one didn't even get wet." Melissa angled her head. "They spoke English back then, right?" "Of course," I said. "Why?" There wasn't much left on my paper. The water had damaged it on some edges, and whatever they had used to print the words and lines on it had faded over 100 years. "I can't understand these other 2. The top of one says disease control, which kind of makes sense, but the rest is about parties and something called liability." "Do you think they had parties here?" "I don't know." Melissa made a frustrated sound. "Why did they fade down there? I mean, no sun or weather. It was totally sealed." 100 years is a long time." "True. I think this one says..." She tapered off. "That's weird. I think it says practice sterile transitions." "What does that mean?" That was strange. I crawled on all fours around to her side. I squinted and cocked my head. "Yeah." I read the paper aloud. "That's all it says." The letters were tall and must have once been dark. "Blaze," Melissa said. "Totally blaze. That's exactly what we needed." "Only sterile transitions will do," I said, "whatever they are." "And this last one has a lot more, but it's mostly faded. I can see a couple words. Looks like this one..." She hovered a finger above the paper. "Says strain and then heart." We both realized what she'd said at the same time. Her eyes went wide. Tingles slid down my arms, sharper than the cold that was coming from my wet clothes. "Nick," she whispered. "That's the bug. It's talking about the bug." I dropped onto my hands and put my face nearer to the paper. "Let me see if I can make anything else out." Melissa bumped me. "Scoot over." I sidled a bit to my left. We hunched over the paper. Melissa reached over and adjusted my chest light so it was shining at a different angle. It helped. "Okay, I have facility and off-site," I said. "Down here there's something." She bent closer, then moved her head to the side. She was practically under me. "You want me to move?" She grunted. "That would help, yes." I pushed off and gave her space. "No, keep your light here, though." Sliding over a bit, I angled the light down. "Is that good?" "A bit to the side. It's like whatever this was printed on catches the light differently." "There! What does it say?" "That can't be good," Melissa said. She straightened and sat back on her legs. "I can make out the and it here and there,
But the other word is weaponize. More tingles slid down my back and arms. That must be the bug. But it was posted next to practice sterile transitions. And Holland weaponized the bug on his own. That was a big lab down there, or whatever it was. Could he have been working with other people? I thought about that, forcing my brain to remember the short exchanges I'd had with Holland. He said he was working on a team, but they didn't. I trailed off. How had he put it? Like they didn't have the will to make hard decisions. I shook my head. I might be remembering that wrong. I don't know. So maybe this is talking about something else? Melissa stood and stretched. Wet clothes are really comfortable. Aren't they? I pulled a sleeve up from an arm. Let's look at the big one. I crawled over to the paper I'd unfolded, and she knelt next to me again. Wow, this one's really big, she said. Smoothing one side down, I traced a faint red line with a finger. It's got these lines like this. I pointed at the section to the right that was a very light blue. And this part's a different color. Melissa studied the thing closely. Well, one thing's for sure. She raised her eyebrows at me. It's upside down. I moved to flip it over. She stopped me. No, not like face down. She went around to the other side. Upside down from that side. I leaned closer to the paper and was able to make out a few letters that were upside down. Ah, yes. Bending close, we both examined the 100-year-old paper. This paper was older than anybody alive, except Holland, because who knows? I think this says bakers here. I pointed at a faint word. Like people who bake stuff? Melissa focused in. She made a noise. Maybe your eyes aren't great? There's more word after that, but the letters are too faint. Bakers something? What does that mean? We were getting nowhere. We had already known that the bug had been weaponized. Every one of the pushers knew that. It didn't get us any closer to finding my parents in Holland. Melissa leaned back on her legs again. It's got words all over it, but not in straight lines like on the other printouts. Good point, I said. I leaned back too. That made my wet trousers bunch up behind my knees, so I stood to shake them out. We needed dry clothes. It was getting cold, too. Standing next to Melissa, I looked where I'd seen bakers. This says Frez something. Might be 2 O's, Melissa said. Fresu? She moved her finger and leaned back again, giving me a full view of the square paper. It looked like... Melissa! Stand up! I reached down and tapped her shoulder. Stand up! What is it? She stood and stared at me. No, look! We were too close, I said. She turned to the paper and got quiet. Those are cities. That's why they're a different color. Bakers something and Frezu or something or whatever. Those are cities, I said. I wanted to shout. This had to be it. We were going to find them. Melissa did shout. Bug me! It's a map! Chapter 27. We grew silent. It was a map. But what were the chances that there would be an X or something where Holland... Nick, look! Melissa dropped to all fours and pointed at a red circle I hadn't seen. This isn't part of the original. What? I got down and peered. How can you tell? Melissa looked at me with a confused expression. How can you not? So, she could see better than me. Lucky her. Are you sure? Absolutely, she said. This circle's lines are thicker than the rest. Well, what does it say? I don't know. Give me a second. Melissa got closer and moved around, trying to see the spot from different angles. I was kneeling near the left side of the map. I examined the blue section, taking up part of what was probably the west side of the place on the map. A crooked line started at the top, went sort of straight down, and then angled in to the right, with the blue part following it. Something clicked. I'd seen the shape before, in one of the history classes. I felt like the air had just been punched out of me. I got as close as I could without kissing the paper. I dredged up the memory of the map we'd seen in class and tried to match it to this one. I think this first word is Edwards, Melissa said. I wish we could make it bigger or make the writing darker. Edwards? That sounds like a name, I said. It is. There was an Edward in our class.
So there's a city named after him? Or someone with his name?
I don't think so. There's more here. The next word is really short, and I could swear the circle is covering an area that used to be colored red. Like, all of it was red, and these other cities aren't all red.
Well, I tapped the word I'd finally found. Want to see where we are?
What?
Melissa dove my way, bumping into me.
Is this?
It's here. We saw a map like this in history. It's a map of California. I poked the map again. And this is San Francisco. She bent close, tucking her hair behind her ears. She was warm, which reminded me of the wet clothes I wished would dry faster. We needed to make a fire or something. The cool, late afternoon breeze blowing through the gaping window didn't feel great.
You're right, Melissa said, which means...
She scooted back over and jabbed a finger on the spot she'd been looking at.
It means this circle means something. The second word is air, so Edward's air is important.
We knelt in the empty office and alternated staring at each other and the map we'd found.
We're going to find them, I said.
We are, Melissa said. A lock of hair slipped from behind an ear and hung off to the side of her face.
And there went my heart pounding again. She was so...
I made myself look away.
What is wrong with you?
We spent the next hour hovering over the map, turning it to different angles, trying to pry more secrets out of it. We found more city names like Diego, Las Vegas, and I even found the old Angel Town. Of course, it was spelled the old weird way with the confusing G.
Do you have any food in your pack?
The shadow of the window frame was stretching more than halfway across the room, and my chest light's beam was getting brighter.
Oh yeah, we haven't eaten.
I'd thought the clenching in my stomach was just nervousness, but as soon as Melissa mentioned food, it got 100 times worse. Wow, I hope so.
We could go down and see if the tide's out, maybe find my keeper and backpack, Melissa said. I had some protein tubes in there.
I stood and stretched out. My shirt was finally mostly dry, although it still felt a little clammy. My pants still clung to my legs uncomfortably. I rooted through my damp backpack, finding the spare shirt I'd packed and the extra drum of ammunition. I pulled a wrapped rectangle out.
Better, I'd forgotten I had this.
I tore the paper open.
What is it?
Melissa stood too, stretching her back and raising her arms overhead and going onto her toes.
Deer jerky, I said. I'd forgotten that Lily had given me some.
Melissa took the strip I held out to her. We sat on each side of the window and ate the way too small chunk of cured deer meat. Tide's mostly back out, I said. I glanced over at Melissa. She'd been watching me. She blinked and looked at the street.
Yeah, maybe we should go get my pack.
She popped the last bit of jerky into her mouth.
Those guys need to get back. We have to go find that Edward's air place, I said. Maybe that's where Holland is. Maybe. Hopefully it's not another abandoned building that we have to almost die in so that we can find a secret room, Melissa said.
Hopefully. I straightened out my spare shirt and flapped it in the air, then hung it over the window frame to help it dry. I'll see if I can figure out how far it is from here.
Good idea.
Melissa stomped her feet and rubbed her arms.
It's getting cold. I'm going to say the Rangers aren't out there looking for us, so I'm going to find stuff we can burn.
You want my light? Melissa looked out the window.
Should be okay.
She headed toward the door.
Any more of that jerky?
I wish. I don't even have protein paste.
You'll regret your unreasonable hatred of protein paste if we die of starvation, she said,
heading down the hallway.
Probably not.
I leaned on my damp shirt. The tide was back out and the ground looked surprisingly dry. The sun painted the hazy clouds pale orange and pink as it approached the horizon of dark blue ocean. Stepping away from the window, I crossed to the map. The map drew my eye. Now that Melissa had pointed out the red circle, I couldn't help but see it. I stopped and tried to estimate the distance between old San Francisco and the Edwards Air place. I could make a pretty good guess as to where New Frisko was in relation to the old city. If I remembered right, New Frisko was about 150 kilometers from the old one. Why'd they even name it New Frisko if it was going to be so far away? And what had changed to make the old city flood every day? I thought about what we'd seen in the city, buildings with big cracks and some that had collapsed partway.
And Scott had said that there had been a huge earthquake that had changed the land along the west side of California. The area must have dropped lower, allowing the ocean to flood it twice a day. So of course people left. Who would live here except for people who want to live on boats? I forced my thoughts back on track. If New Frisko was 150 meters from the old one, I put my finger on the spot where I thought New Frisko was on the map. It looked like Edwards Air was maybe twice as far away. So 300 kilometers. And who knew what it looked like? Maybe it was guarded as well, or even better than Angeltown was. How were we going to get there without being found out and stopped? I crossed the hallway and a wide open space to get to the other side of the building. I looked east, peering between buildings to try to get a good look. My parents might be 300 kilometers that way. Locked up somewhere under Adam Holland's control. Adam Holland, the guy who'd practically wiped out humanity. Squeezing the window frame I was leaning out of, I wanted to jump out of the building and fly over there right away. I wanted to break down whatever building Holland was hiding in, destroy him, and rescue my family. Then we could live in peace, free from the evil spam eater. We could fly at least partway. That was if Paul and the others came back anytime soon. Why couldn't they be back already? We could fly 300 kilometers through the night, use the darkness as our cover, and have my family free by morning. I wandered restlessly around the building, imagining plan after plan for rescuing my parents. As I went, I gathered what few scraps of wood and pieces of rock I found. The problem was that if my parents really were at this Edwards Air Place, Holland was too. And he was evil and well armed. And we had no idea how many rangers he had. We couldn't pose as rangers by stealing their suits either, since they were keyed to the ranger's DNA. If we put a suit on, we would just be wearing highly articulated body armor, which was better than nothing if I thought about it. Any plan we made had to include finding and stopping Holland at the same time that we found and rescued my parents, and the others that had been taken. We had to be smarter than him. But how could we be smarter than a guy who had somehow been around for over 100 years and controlled 3 cities at the same time? He'd fooled 2 or 3 generations of people, tricking them into wearing a heart rate monitor that regularly injected a murderous biotoxin into them. But people had been happy when they didn't know the truth about the knockout. And I'd ruined. Stop it. I hefted one of the rocks I'd picked up and threw it as hard as I could out a window. It soared across the street and sailed through a window in another building. I heard it roll to a stop. What's done is done. I spammed things up, but it was for the right reason. We can make it better. I thought about the Papa, how Holland had been hiding his weapon right inside what was supposed to be the savior of mankind. Something about that caught my attention. I arranged the rocks I'd found in a wide circle on the floor we'd made our campsite, then piled the bits of wood I had picked up. I kept chewing on that thought. By the time Melissa came back with her arms full of wood scraps, I was rolling a plan over in my mind. It was kind of simple, but it might work. I followed Melissa back out and told her what I'd been thinking as we gathered more wood from the nearby park and the streets. The wood that the tide had brought in was wet, but we thought it might dry if we set it near the fire. You want to wrap us in thermal shielding cloth, then sneak into Edwards Air at night? Melissa set 2 more small pieces of wood on top of the pile in my arms. Yeah, I said. If we get there in the afternoon, we could watch the area and get to know the defenses. There's got to be a gap in them, right? So if we stay out of sight and shield ourselves from the night vision they've got, we ought to be able to get in, right? Melissa grabbed her pile and we went back upstairs. I mean, sure, if everything went perfectly and there really was a gap in the defenses, and if the Rangers and the tech they have are stupid, and if we're just really lucky enough to outthink people and machines that are smarter than us, yeah, we might not die right away. Well, what's your plan? Melissa paused over the pile of dry twigs and leaves she'd made. To get warm for the first time in a day or 2, then to try not to think about how empty my stomach is while we wait for Paul and James to get back. Come on, I said. Can you think of anything better? No, but I don't think well when I'm cold and starving, she said. I think you're right. We have to get in without being seen. There's no way we could beat whatever defenses are there. Exactly. And this is all assuming we're right about where Holland is hiding with your parents and the others, Melissa said. We're right. We have to be. I wished she would get the fire started. The evening breeze was getting cold on my still wet clothes. Melissa lit the fire with a sparking tool Roger had thrown together a few days after we escaped New Frisko. She blew it to life carefully. It's definitely better than nothing, and if they're not there, maybe we'll find something else that shows us where they are. We worked together to coax the fire bigger, adding wood pieces in turn and bending to blow on the small fire. She spoke again. I know it means something that Edward's heir is circled. I wish I knew what the other words were. I leaned closer to the fire, wishing I could pick up a chunk of it and slide it under my sleeves and pant legs to dry me out completely and ward off the chill. I spread my spare shirt out near the fire and angled my body so I could maximize the heat of the fire on my still damp trousers. Night had fallen completely, and our fire didn't have much fuel. I turned my chest light back on. Gonna be a long night, I said. Want to go back down there and try to find my pack and keep her? Melissa asked. Maybe we should, I said. What's in your backpack? Couple of tubes of protein paste, a few dishes, my fire starter, some clothes too. The thought of any kind of food, even the protein paste, made my stomach growl. We went down together and found the floor nearly dry as we descended. The water's draining somewhere, Melissa said. Has to be, I said. The secret room under the building looked even more bare now that the water was gone and there was nothing on the walls. Melissa's pack was wedged in a corner between a tall stack of drawers and a wall. It had come open, spilling most of its contents around the room. Melissa picked up some clothes from where they were gathered at the base of one of the arched doors. Did you find any of the protein? I held up the tube I just found under the heavy metal table. Yay! Dinner! We have to get better at this food thing, Melissa said. We were just part of the most advanced society this world's ever seen, and we're hungry. That seems kind of fundamental, don't you think? Advanced doesn't mean we all know how to find, kill, and cook food, I said. There are always those vegetables, too, she said. And fruit. I can't believe we didn't have apples in New Frisko. That right there should have been a dead giveaway that something was wrong. She laughed, wringing her clothes out. I thought she would stand, but she stayed crouched near the door. Nick, why are all my clothes and lighter things in the same place? I went over. What are you talking about? I flipped the tube of food-like stuff in my hand. My clothes, a plate, a few straps, they're all right here, at the base of this door. So they stayed together, I said. They're lighter. They should have spread out. Melissa lay down in front of the door and put her face right to the bottom of it. Bring your light here. I leaned on the wall next to the door and pointed my light down. There's a crack here. Not big enough to save us from the water, but enough for the water to drain out, Melissa said. I studied the door frame and all around it. That's useful, I guess. I don't think it opens. It's dark in there, Melissa said. She stood and we both searched the secret room for a way to open the door. I got nothing, I said. Me neither, she frowned. Maybe we should stop wasting our time with it. She raised her eyebrows. Good call, I said. We did another circuit of the walls and the rest of the underground room to make sure we hadn't missed anything. By the time we were done, the tube of protein paste was squeezed completely empty. Do you think they found them? The Wanderers? Yeah, Lily sounded like she knew where to go, I said. You think Lily will come back? What? Why wouldn't she? Melissa raised her eyebrows at me and led the way back up the stairs to our camp room. Seriously? Scott's her dad. She was about to burst a blood vessel when she found out the Rangers were after him. I bet she stays. Good point. We climbed, our feet on the concrete steps the only sound. Yeah, I probably wouldn't leave again either. Melissa rooted through her bag, positive she'd had another tube of paste in there. I was done. That stuff tasted like nothing. It was as if a machine had sucked in meat, chewed all the flavor out of it, then squeezed what was left of it into a plastic tube. I stood at the window, watching the stars come out. How would this city have looked when people lived here? There had to be lights everywhere, and cars driving up and down the wavy roads. Did the lights have different colors? And the sounds, was it always noisy? The city was totally silent. I didn't even hear the birds we'd heard calling out earlier in the day. The only sound was soft, hushed, and it rose and fell. It was like the near-constant whisper of the forest, but bigger. It had to be the ocean with its waves rolling in and out. Orange light flickered on the walls of the room. I wondered how this room looked from the outside. Was this the first time it had been lit up in more than 100 years? Had to be. Melissa fed another chunk of wood to the fire and hunched near it, rubbing her arms and legs. It never seemed to bother her that everything was completely different. She'd never blamed me for any of it either. How did she do it? A bit of pale light from my chest light reflected off the wall behind Melissa. Wait, my chest light's not on. Down! Put the fire out! I grabbed my spare shirt and threw it toward the small blaze. What? Melissa didn't hesitate, though. She kicked out and broke the fire up. My shirt landed on a small piece of burning wood. I dove to the floor. A light! Out there! We put out the tiny fires and scrabbled to the side of the room, watching a familiar light grow outside. It was a pod, and James and Paul hadn't called to say they were back. I stretched out for my keeper. It had gotten soaked. Why hadn't I checked to see if it still worked? Sometimes I was really stupid. Rangers! Chapter 28. Melissa tapped my shoulder. Are you sure? Has to be. It could be Paul and James, she said. No, they would have called us through the earcoms, I said, and then realized my right ear was empty. You still have yours? Mine fell out when I was drowning, she said. I shook my head. Actually, no. We know you're in there, a loud voice said from outside, amplified by a pod's speakers. Come out, and we might not tell everyone what you've been doing alone together. Oh, honestly, Melissa said. She stood. It was Paul. I thumbed on the red laser sight on my keeper and jumped in front of the window. Get back, you murdering rangers! The front lights of the pod swiveled up and blinded me. Nick, it's us! Paul's voice spiked high on the last word. How do we know you're not in there with a bunch of rangers who have keepers to your heads? I yelled back, blinking and turning my head to get the glowing purple spots out of my eyes. Nick, come on, Melissa said, laughing. We could tell Jan that you and Melissa were curled up next to a cozy fire. That was James. He and Paul burst out laughing. All right, I said. I looked at Melissa, my face burning. She couldn't see that in the blazing light from the pod, could she? Then the color rose in her cheeks, and she didn't meet my glance. She's really cute when she blushes. Spam. I needed to get my head straight. Why aren't you responding to our transmissions? Paul asked. We've been trying to reach you for a while. His voice was powerfully amplified by the pod's sound system. I motioned toward my ear, but Melissa yelled back. We lost our ear comms. She studied the street. Land and pick us up. We thought we'd have you jump through the open window, James said. Sound good? Land, I shouted back. We think we found them. Really? How? Paul cut off. Yeah, that's not working. The pod was already nearly on the ground. Time to go, Melissa said. I turned on my chest light, and she picked up the map and the papers that had legible words on them. I'll bring all of this back to the cavern. Maybe Roger or someone can help us read more of it. The cavern? I stuffed my shirt into my pack and followed her out of the room. We're not going back there now. Of course we are. We need a real plan, Melissa said. We stomped down the concrete stairs. My shoes were the only things that were still wet. It wasn't pleasant. Okay, sure. My plan's not great, but we'll come up with something else. No way are we going back now that we know where they are. I slung my bag over my shoulder. We have to get my parents. We think we know where they are, Melissa said. As we made our way to the front of the building, Melissa refused to see how wrong she was, no matter how hard I tried to convince her. As we emerged onto the street, I turned and threw a final glance at the interior of the building Holland had created the bug in. It seemed like we should do something, maybe burn it down, or just blow it up since it was made of bricks. Who knows what Holland's doing to them, I said as we jogged into the pod. We have to go there, right now. I know, Melissa said. We don't know what he's up to, I know. But if we show up without a plan better than wrap ourselves in thermal shield cloth and sneak in, we're just going to be killed, and your parents and everyone else will be too. Then think of a better plan. The pod door had been closing even as I stepped on the metal floor, and we were taking off already. James, go east! You two get up here, James called back. I dropped my pack and keeper and joined Melissa at the front of the pod. I leaned on the co-pilot chair where Paul was sitting. Did you find the Wanderers and Lexi? As I said it, I looked around. Oh, hey, Lily. She was sitting in the back corner of the pod. It looked like she was sharpening a knife. Nick. She didn't even look up. Yes, we found them, Paul said. They're fine. We got there like 3 hours after we left and used the pod to get the slower people moved quickly. So that's what took so long. Kind of, James said. The hair on my neck stood up a little at his tone. What happened? Melissa asked. You fly, I'll talk, Paul said. Fine, James said. He guided the pod above the nearby buildings and accelerated. Melissa and I exchanged a glance. What was going on? James, I said. East. Actually, southeast. Nope, he said. Northeast. We're going to Mento. Chapter 29. No, we need to go to a place called Edward's Air, I said. Why would we? Nick, shut up. Lily was still sitting at the back of the pod. Listen to what's going on. Okay, what's with her? I would listen if someone would start talking. Melissa put a hand on my wrist right above where the sticky fire had burned. Nick, just relax. Relax? You're kidding, right? I glared at Lily, then at the back of James and Paul's heads. We just figured out where Holland probably is, along with my mom and dad, and we're not going there. We're going to Mento, and you want me to relax? Melissa didn't back down. Maybe we should find out why they think we have to go to Mento? That doesn't make any sense, I said. My head was spinning. What was wrong with these guys? Mento's got to be guarded, just like Angeltown. Do we want to be shot down like the enforcers? Melissa's hand squeezed my wrist. Paul's head whipped around. I am such a spammer. I glanced at James. He was clenching his jaw, but he didn't say anything. Lily clanged the keeper to the bench and stormed over to me, her boots loud on the metal pod floor. You need to stop trying to order everyone around before you know what's going on. We have to go to Mento, to the outcasts, so we can get more fuel for the pod. I forced myself to slow down. Fuel for the pod, I get. But why the outcasts, and who are the... I took a slow breath. Paul, talk. Thank you, Paul said. We got to the gathering, which hadn't started yet, of course, but that meant not all the Wanderers were there. We couldn't exactly leave a sign or a note there telling the late arrivals where everyone was, and the Wanderers don't have any communication devices that I know of. Because we don't need them. We have mouths and ears, Lily said. Wow, something was really bothering her. She looked furious. Fine, okay, Paul said. The point being that we didn't want more Wanderers showing up right when the Rangers were going to get there. So we moved the slower Wanderers into a series of caves near a river, James said, his voice cutting through Paul's rambling story. James sounded, well, like an enforcer. After that, we flew in a loose pattern back and forth to find the straggling triunes and take them to the other Wanderers. Wait, what about Lexi? I asked. Paul and James very clearly did not look at each other as they both got quiet. My heart dropped. Paul! Melissa barked. What about Lexi? I jumped at the sound. Paul closed his eyes. He swallowed. She's been unconscious since a few hours before we got there. What? How? What happened? I was so stupid. We should have taken her to the cavern. We should have stayed with her. Nothing. She'd lost a lot of blood. Paul let out a noisy breath. She just won't wake up. She's alive, Lily said. Her voice was softer now. Her pulse is stronger than before. They're getting her liquids and fresh red cells. Why didn't you bring her back? We could have taken her to Kristen, Melissa said. We wanted to, James said. Just let me finish. We patrolled for a bit to find the straggling Wanderers. Paul jumped in. We got the rest. At least we think we did. He turned the co-pilot chair around so he could see Melissa and me. The last group had come from the east, more or less from the direction of the caverns. He stopped, and his eyes moved from me to Melissa and back. They said they'd seen a lot of smoke coming from over that way, like maybe a little south and east of the caverns. Smoke? What? Melissa said. They said wildfires happen sometimes, but never at this time of year, Paul said. They were sure the fires actually, were set on purpose. Fires? Near the caverns? What did that mean? Were the Rangers burning down the forest? Why? Melissa asked. We don't know, Paul said.
But we can't take any chances, and we don't have a hope in a fight if we don't have a functioning pod. And this one's at maybe 5% power. All the power's diverted to keep us flying.
And outcasts have fuel cells? I asked.
That's what we've heard, Lily said.
But while we're getting fuel cells, the Rangers could be murdering everyone in the cavern, I said. This was ridiculous. We had to be in 2 places at once, and we didn't have the power to get to either one. James spoke up again.
True, but we can't do anything about it without firepower. This pod is our best firepower. We have to hope they're holding off the Rangers for now. The Wanderers said the fires started this morning, and they were far apart.
Have we heard from any others? Connor or anyone in the cavern? Melissa asked. No, but I've been boosting my earcom signal, so if we come within a few kilometers of Connor or anyone else when they're out of the caverns, we should be able to talk, Paul said. He had an earcom resting on a retractable surface that came out of his chair.
You have any extras? I asked. Ours drowned.
Paul tapped the one on his workspace. This is it, and how did yours drown? Melissa and I filled them in.
I'd say there's a solid chance that Holland's at this Edwards Air Place, James said when we finished telling our story. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been circled.
Right, I said. We need a way to get in there, but we need to know what we're dealing with first.
First things first, James said. Fuel for the pod, so we're going to Mento.
But it has to be guarded like Angeltown, Melissa said. We're not actually going into the city, Lily said. She had finished sharpening her arrows and had moved on to opening all the lockers and benches in the pod. The outcasts don't bother anyone, and they still wear papas, so the new chapter leaves them alone. They live in 2 or 3 old buildings in the old Mento city.
How long will it take? I asked. It was like the whole universe was trying to keep me from going after my parents.
We should be there in a couple hours, James said. We have to take the long way around, so I'm going to go east for a while, then turn north.
Look! Paul pointed out the pod. Far off to the north, 3 large, dark clouds were forming above the thick green forest. That's the fires! I did my best to picture where the fires were burning in relation to the caverns with the other pushers.
Can you tell if they're at the cavern?
No, Paul said. He stared at the smoke, his face strained. I knew how he felt. Melissa and I stayed at the front of the pod. I switched between watching the thick black clouds of smoke and the power gauge in the middle of the holographic readout James was using. This was taking way too long. We had to do something. Is this as fast as you can go? And why are we so low?
No, James said. Faster takes more power. So does altitude.
Besides, Paul added, the lower the better. Harder to see us with eyes and radar. Standing there worrying isn't going to get us where we need to be any faster, Lily said. She held a keeper. She had been checking the keepers in the weapons lockers for the entire trip. Let's inventory our firepower. Melissa turned toward the back. Come on, Nick. No, maybe I'll see something. Paul and James are here. Let's help. She took my wrist. Come on. Maybe there's protein paste somewhere. She forced a smile. I suppressed the urge to pull my wrist free. Melissa was great, but this was not a good time for joking around. This is easy for you, I said. In the back of my mind, I tried to stop myself, but that didn't work out. The worst person in the history of the world doesn't have your mom and dad prisoner somewhere. You're right. Melissa's face got tight. I'm one of the lucky ones. I haven't lost my parents. What she didn't say was louder than what she did. Bren, I am such a spammer. But standing here having a heart attack over everything isn't going to help. Let's find food. Lily held a wrapped bundle out as we got to the back of the pod. The smell of cured deer meat hit my nostrils. My stomach nearly reached up through my throat and grabbed it. You are the greatest person ever, Melissa said. She unwrapped the jerky and handed me a thick strip. We alternated bites of jerky with gulps of water from one of Lily's bottles. You two need to plan your food better, Lily said. I gave Nick some of this a few hours ago. Hey, we just survived drowning in a secret underwater lab, Melissa said. The one where the bug was made, I said. Probably, Melissa said. Almost for sure, I said. Melissa rolled her eyes. Whatever. Lily snapped an ammunition drum onto a ranger keeper and set it down. Doesn't change the fact that you two would be starving if I didn't give you food. We lapsed into silence and ate while we cleaned the keepers.
We ran out of jerky fast, but found a compartment with protein cubes, which were at least not squeezable food. The pod leaned into wide turns as James kept us on course for Old Mento. By the time I got to the keeper I'd taken into the building, I was exhausted. I felt like curling up on the pod floor and shutting out the world. I forced myself to focus, standing and stomping to get my blood moving. Looking out through the side windows of the pod, stars had begun to appear in the dark sky. Below, I could just barely make out the rolling carpet of forest. "I got something," Paul said. I leapt to the front of the pod. "What?" "Signal coming through the earcom. I have it doing a wide ping on broadcast." Paul stopped and listened. "It's feedback. We might be able to talk to someone." I studied the landscape outside as well as I could in the dark. "Where are the fires?" James pointed off to the left at an angle.
"We're probably 70 kilometers from the cavern, maybe more."
Melissa and I leaned closer to the window. Off in the distance, there was a wide smudge of dark smoke with glowing areas beneath it on the ground. "That fire isn't so far," Melissa said.
"No," James said. "We still have no idea what the Rangers are doing."
"Are we sure they haven't seen us?" I asked.
"We're still flying, aren't we?" James said.
"True," I said. "Quiet," Paul said. He spoke into the earcom. "This is Paul Benitez. If you can hear, respond." The pod's propulsion was the only noise I heard. "Please respond. If you can hear me, get somewhere high. Get to high ground. This is Paul Benitez." "How far will the radio signal go?" Lily asked. I guessed Paul must have told her about his special earcoms. "This is a low-frequency signal, and I adjusted it to shorten the wavelength," Paul said. "That's to keep the Rangers from noticing it and to help it get through stuff. The signal goes in a straight line, so technically it could travel." "Paul," I said. "How far?" "Fine," Paul said. "By us being in the air, we're making the signal go farther, especially since I'm boosting the wattage with the pod's power. I would guess I'm reaching at least 50 kilometers, probably more." Melissa spoke up. "So whoever you've got—" A crackle came over the pod. Paul had connected his earcom to the internal sound system. More crackling, then a voice. "Paul?" It was fuzzy, but it sounded like a female. More fuzzy noise, then the voice said, "Annie, can you hear me?" "Annie, this is Paul. Wherever you are, don't move." "Okay." The sound system crackled and fuzzed. "Where are you?" "No time. What's happening out there?" Paul asked. At least when he needed to, he could stop talking and focus. More fuzz, then, "Trying to find a way. Much time." "Annie," Paul said, "don't move." "James, maybe you want to try to stay in one place too," Melissa suggested.
"Oh yeah," James said.
He guided the pod into a circle. Lily appeared between me and Melissa. "Can you hear me?" Paul said, bending closer to the earcom sitting on his work surface.
"Help!"
Tingles of fear slid down my neck. "Paul, why can't we hear them better?" "Are you there?" Annie's voice came loud over the speakers.
"Hovering here," James said.
"Yes, we didn't hear what you said. What about time?" Paul said.
"Have you heard from Connor?"
Annie asked. "No, what's happening?"
"He and his patrol saw the Rangers start the first fire. We haven't heard from him since," Annie said.
"What's going on with the fires?" Paul asked. I had to fight the urge to yell over him. This was taking way too long.
"Not sure. Ranger patrols have been spotted setting fires in 5 places. They're making the fires cover lots of ground. A few of them are headed this way."
"Is anyone hurt?" Paul asked.
"Normal stuff. Nothing serious. Connor's squad reported seeing pods patrolling near all around the 2 fires they saw."
"What are they doing?" Lily asked aloud. "Where are the fires now?" Melissa asked.
"The closest fires are about 15 kilometers away," Annie paused. "We lost touch with Connor's squad a little while after he reported."
James broke in.
"Where are the fires exactly? I mean, are they all in one place?"
"No, they're all over," Annie said. The fuzz was returning. "James, go higher," Paul said. We rose.
"Are they all around the cavern? Like, do they circle the area?"
James sounded tense, worried. Faint fuzz and crackling. I glanced at Melissa. What was James getting at?
"Diana says yes. She got scared and started yelling," Annie said. "What's going on?" "Bug him," James shouted. "Get out of there. He must have triangulated all the places the Rangers found pushers and figured out the general area we were hiding." My chest went hollow. He's burning in a big circle, with the cavern somewhere near the middle. Exactly, James said, and the circle's getting smaller.
Chapter 30. We're coming to get you, James called out. He banked the pod sharply to the left. We all had to grab onto hand loops to keep ourselves upright. No, wait a second, I said. The babies and families. Jan's there too, unless she's patrolling with Connor. Which didn't sound any better, honestly. Wait for what? They have to get out of there. James sounded harsh, like an enforcer, but without the voice modulator he used to wear. I nearly caved. That'll make it worse, I said. She said rangers are patrolling in pods in the same circle as the fires. They're making sure nobody gets out or in. He's right, Melissa said. They'll see us. And if we don't see them, they could follow us directly to the caverns. We all watched James. He stared ahead, zero expression on his face. Come on, we can't. They have to get out on their own, Lily said. What do you know? James shouted. You've never fought. I fought today, Lily said, to save my family and friends. James fell silent. Could we overpower him and get him off the controls if he decided to ignore us? Krista's down there, he said. He spoke so quietly I wonder if he knew he'd said it aloud. I glanced at Paul. Krista? I thought he and Lily... Paul just shrugged. I squeezed Paul's seat, feeling like I was being pulled in every direction at once. My head swam. This was insane. I forced my thoughts to line up. Holland and my parents were probably at Edward's Air, far to the south of us. The rest of the pushers were in the cavern with the rangers and fires closing in. Could we make a plan with the fighters on the ground to punch through a spot and then get away from the rangers? How are we supposed to fight and protect the babies and little kids? They couldn't stay in the cavern with fires getting closer. They would die from the smoke, if nothing else. And no way could we beat all of those rangers in a fight, even with surprise on our side. But if the rangers were called off, if they were sent somewhere else, like to protect the Prime Administrator, we have to go to Edward's Air, I said. We have to get there fast. Then either we call the rangers off or we make Holland call them back to defend him. Melissa and Lily nodded. We could attack hard, Melissa said. Lily gave a fierce smile. Blow stuff up. Make him scared. Melissa smiled too. I like this idea. The pod shifted under our feet. James's face was still tight and he shook his head. You're right. Annie, still there? Paul asked. Crackling and fuzz came back. Annie! We all stayed silent, willing Annie to respond. Nothing. Fast, James. Go fast, Paul said. Let's get to Mento for that fuel. On it, James said. The rest of us got to work on the weapons while Paul monitored the sensor array. I started checking ammunition drums while Lily and Melissa pulled the keepers down and checked their mechanisms one by one. We're down to 2%, Paul said. I'm turning off all non-critical power. The lights went out before any of us could respond. The three of us in the back shouted at the sudden darkness. You want to get there or just crash into trees? Paul called back. Maybe a little more warning? Melissa said. Maybe don't be scared of the dark, Paul said. Melissa ignored him. I turned on my chest light and pulled it out of the X-shaped harness Roger had designed for it. Let's keep going. I set the magnetized glowing orb on a bench and we got back to work. We were about halfway done when James announced we were at the city. Through the windows we saw the dark ruins of a city that was much smaller than San Francisco. Spots of light glittered off of two rivers that wound through the crumbling buildings. Which building? Paul asked. Not sure, Lily said. It's long and wide and has a dome on the top. You don't know where it is? Melissa asked. I've never flown there before. Lily thought for a moment. I feel like it's in the middle of the city. I do know it has big areas of green nearby. Trees and grass and stuff. So it's near a park, James said. Lily shook her head. More like in a park. We flew on, each of us watching the abandoned city unfold beneath the pod. We crossed over a wide river and the light from the pod's propulsion units reflected back at us. There! Melissa jabbed her finger off to the left. That's a big park and a huge building. In the glow from the stars and sliver of moon, the building looked like it gave off its own soft light. It was massive. James banked the pod and aimed for a wide, flat area near the building. It's like a castle, Paul said. What's that? Lily asked. A castle? Paul sounded confused. Oh, wait, wanderers don't do school? We don't need to, Lily said. We learn every day. A castle is where queens and kings and stuff used to live, Melissa said. But I didn't think the old country had royalty. Me neither, I said. Well, if a king or queen lived there, Lily said, they had way more space than they needed. It's bigger inside than it looks out here. James set the pod down and we all grabbed a keeper. I put my chest light back into its harness. Lily extended her bow. What are the outcasts like? I asked. Strange. They do things with their bodies, Lily said. The 5 of us formed a sort of diamond as we crossed a wide rectangle of cracked and splitting concrete. My chest light wasn't bright enough to help much. The front of the building loomed tall and pale in front of us. Things? Melissa asked. Decorating things, Lily said, and they think the bug's still around. Which, if they wear papas, it is, James said. I don't get it, Melissa said. Decorating things like what? Paint? Kinds of paint, yes, Lily said, but just, you'll see. Lily and I led the group to the bottom of a flight of stairs. The top section of them was completely covered by rubble. There had once been some kind of structure at the front of the building, held up by what were now deteriorating round pillars. Huge blocks of stone with flat sides littered what looked basically like a big porch. Up there? I pointed my keeper at the stairs. Yes, Lily started up, and over some of these blocks too. The door's set back a little ways. We got up the stairs and followed Lily up a small mountain of broken building. A voice rang through the night from somewhere above us. We've got guns, and they're all aimed at your ugly heads. Lights as bright as stars ignited all over the building. Every one of them pointed at us. I closed my eyes, but purple and white spots already danced behind my lids. You'd better not be here to do anything bad, the voice called out again. I'm Lily, a wanderer. Lily spread her hands out wide. We're here to trade. Silence came back. Then, Wanderer, which triune? Ponderosa. I stepped closer to Lily. Any way to hurry this up? Be patient. They're strange. Just be patient. And those other ugly blanks? This was a new voice, higher pitched. They're pushers, trying to help their friends, Lily said. What does ugly blanks mean? Paul whispered. No idea, Melissa said. Come up, drop your weapons in the vault, the first voice said. The lights turned off, leaving us more blind than before. After our night vision had returned, we climbed the rest of the way, using our hands to get to the top of the last blocks. We wound across a cracked surface to a dark doorway. Lily stopped and put out her hands. Something was hanging from the doorway, but every time my light hit it, it just looked like darkness. She found an edge of the material and pulled it to the side. I went in first. The bright light set me back and made me blink. How did we not see all this light from outside? When my vision cleared, I wondered if the incredibly bright lights outside had screwed up my eyes. A row of people, or people-shaped beings at least, stood in front of me. The person, I guessed their leader, who stepped forward, had 2 large hoops hanging from the top of each ear. A wide ring also pierced the nose. His forehead was covered in a complex pattern of shapes, not painted, but actually raised shapes, as if the skin had been molded like clay. Want to trade? Fine, the person said. The voice was a woman's. Vault's over there. Then maybe you blanks can find some taste, huh?
Chapter 31. The place was completely bugging insane. We followed the lady, who said she was called Lynn, to the right through a room that had to be nearly the size of the cavern. The floor we were on was about halfway up the huge dome on the building, but it didn't fill the entire space. It ringed the inside of the dome with a dull metal rail lining so that people didn't fall over to the floor 8 or 10 meters down. Not that you would hit the ground if you fell. The entire bottom floor was covered in thick clusters of people dressed in the strangest things I'd ever seen.
Not clothes, metal, wood, whatever. One man had a frame of smooth wood propped on his shoulders and fastened with straps around his chest. It extended nearly a meter above his head. The frame held some kind of cloth or skin with bright swirls painted all over it. Another guy wore a single piece of cloth wrapped around his waist that covered the top half of his thighs. The rest of his bare body was painted, pierced, and covered in geometric shapes like lens. There were more people than it looked like the space could hold, all dressed and decorated just as crazily, and it seemed like they were all talking, and that they might not shower much. I pulled my shirt collar up to cover my nose and mouth to filter out the thick smell of people. Lily reached over and pulled it back down.
No, that'll offend them. Don't make these guys mad. They act like kids and throw fits.
She nearly had to shout to be heard over the noise. It sounded like a mixture of talking and something else. What was that? James, Paul, and Melissa walked behind Lily and me, their eyes wide. The ring floor we were following Lynn around had people talking, eating, dancing, drinking, and... I turned away. Those two needed to find a private place. I looked back at Paul. He had seen it too. Was my face as bright red as his? Lynn stopped at a door with two tall outcasts sitting outside it. One, a woman, was sitting on a plain wood chair that looked like it had been built from scraps. The other, a man, was sitting on a harness that hung from a peg on the wall. Turning to us, Lynn shouted,
"This is the vault. All weapons go in here."
The two tall outcasts looked us up and down and smirked. The woman stood up, the tall, flowery headdress she wore wavering. She put a hand up to steady it. 100 bracelets slipped down her arms. Rings covered nearly every finger on her hands. That had to be heavy. The outcast woman flicked her wrist and a holographic readout appeared above a thin black bracelet. She tapped a combination of buttons and the door clicked open.
"Come on," Lynn said. "Find space and put them away. You're burning my eyes."
Lily and I took the other's weapons and shoved them in a corner. When we came out, Lynn was already several meters away.
"Let's go," Lynn said. "You need to get work done."
She squinted and took us all in. She made a gagging sound.
"Ugh, so boring."
Work? All the people around us with their piercings and paint and weird shapes? Was that work? "We're not here for that," I said. "We just need some fuel cells, and we don't have much time." Lynn stood in front of Melissa and studied her. Cocking her head to one side, Lynn slid a heavily adorned hand down one of Melissa's cheeks.
"You, pretty girl, you need work."
She stroked up toward one of Melissa's ears. Melissa didn't move. I figured she didn't want to offend.
"A few chains from ear to nose at least." Lynn stepped back. "Oh, and a nice circle on your forehead with a point coming down your nose would suit those high cheekbones just right."
Paul was trying to hold back laughter. I tried to imagine Melissa with all that stuff. Melissa said. "Maybe later?" Lynn looked coyly at her.
"After your work's done, come see me. I can do your paint."
She put her hands out and smiled wide. Even her teeth had shiny pieces stuck to them.
"I suppose I forgot. Welcome to Dome Town, home of the outcasts."
Lily nodded. "Thank you." She gestured for us to follow her.
"I'm sorry, I don't want to be rude, but we need to trade for fuel cells."
Making a sour face, Lynn waved toward the wide, packed lower floor.
"You'll have to find someone down there. Perhaps Mintz has some, but I don't know."
Throwing another look at Melissa, Lynn walked away.
"Remember, I'll do your paint."
I followed Lily to the railing, and Melissa, Paul, and James spread out to my right. "Strange? You said they were strange," I said to Lily.
"Keep it down," Lily said. "They'll get offended at anything."
"But this is..." I tried to take in the whole scene. "This is like... not even human." Lily raised an eyebrow at me.
"Because you can say what's human and isn't? The guy who lived in an artificial world his whole life?"
I stood there, staring but trying not to be too obvious. A trio of girls walked past, laughing loud. All of them had a triangle shape under their skin, but each shape was painted differently. They also wore pretty much the same clothes, shirts that showed off their stomachs and trousers that had been cut really short. One of them had a metal belt with 2 chains hanging from it that attached to a cuff on each ankle. She jingled. A couple meters away, a group of young people, probably my age, were running in place as hard as they could, then falling to the floor. Each time one of them fell, the others laughed. Wait, they weren't just falling, they were papas. They were purposely getting the knockout. As the second to last of them fell, the last one standing threw thickly painted arms in the air and shouted triumphantly. More of the same madness was happening all over the upper and lower floors. Amongst all the noise, I felt like I heard something almost musical. What was that? I remembered the music file I'd found on the file reader. This is... Melissa trailed off. Yeah, James said. She said something about someone named Mintz, I said. Lily was watching us. What? I asked. You're kind of funny to watch. You've never seen anything like it, and you look like you're about to faint, Lily said. Except Paul. She nodded his way. Paul didn't hear her. He was totally engrossed in something at the far end of the lower floor. I followed his line of sight. A group of men and women had carved out a fair amount of space and were projecting a holographic image against a wall. The image moved. I realized that the holograph was somehow displaying what was going on right behind the people. Paul? I nudged him. That is Blaze, Paul said. They're capturing an image and throwing it through the holographic projector in real time. Why didn't I think of that? We have to move, I said. Should we split up? No, James said. Too slow getting back together. Let's just go. Come on, Lily said. She led us through groups of people sitting, sleeping, shouting, and even doing some of the work Lynn had talked about. As we passed, I watched a woman slide a needle through a young boy's upper ear. The boy hissed in pain. We came to some stairs and went down. How did we not see all this light or hear this noise from outside? They're weird, Lily said, but that seems to help them. They make all kinds of things with their printers downstairs. They created a material that blocks all light and sound and covered every window, door, and crack in the building. And the electricity? Where are they getting their power from? Paul asked. Pretty sure it's from the rivers, Lily said. As we descended the stairs, we passed people going up or just standing on the stairs. Most of them made an obvious effort not to meet our eyes, although that had to be hard since they all stared at us as we passed. The rhythmic beat I'd been hearing ever since we got in the building had grown even louder by the time we got to the bottom of the stairs. I felt it in my chest. We followed Lily around a corner and stood at the edge of the mass of people. How do they do that stuff with their skin? I gestured toward my head. I don't know, Lily said. It's only been going on for a year or so. We dodged a group of outcasts who were walking in time with each other. I watched them as they passed, realizing their arms and ankles were tied to the person next to them with some kind of fabric binding. So when one person took a step, the person they were tied to had to take one too. The group was grinning and laughing. They all had double circles shaped into their cheeks and foreheads. When it started, it was just a line here or there, Lily continued. We wove through the crowd. I kept my elbows tucked in tight against my body. These shapes are new. It's got to be some kind of molding material that looks like skin, Paul said. I leaned closer to him. Yeah, but it's under their skin. No way, Paul said. It just looks like that. I watched one outcast roll off a suspended seat and stretch. His seat was a long, soft-looking cloth suspended between 2 poles. The man tapped one of the fasteners and it slid off the pole. Then he pulled the fabric tight, and as we passed him, I heard the fabric winding into the fasteners. When it was all taken up, the fasteners were right next to each other. Now he just held a case that was the size of my shoe. Paul, did you see that? What? Paul's eyes were everywhere. Between the strange people and the amazing tech they had, it was hard not to stare. That seat, although it could even be a bed, totally retracted into a case. Really? He looked around. I pointed at the outcast. That guy. I wonder if you could suspend that from a couple trees. An image of sleeping off the ground came to me. The fabric had looked comfortable enough. We should try to get one of those too, Paul said. Yeah, but Lily said something about trading, I said. What are we going to trade for fuel cells? Much less a thing like that. Paul frowned. Good question. We stayed in a tight cluster and found our way around the edge of the room, asking if anybody knew where Mince was. Lily did the talking. We came to an area that had tall piled walls of plasteel, rock, and wood encircling it. A woman, a little taller than Paul, stood outside, leaning on one of the walls. Her arms were caked with painted pictures of all kinds of things I didn't recognize. Long, deep red hair cascaded in waves down her back, and her face was pale. She'd done something to her eyes to make them look huge, and she only had one piercing, a short stem right through the tip of her nose, just above her nostrils. Lily bent close and raised her voice. We're looking for Mince. The red-headed woman stood taller and ran an arm up and down the wall. Sure you blanks don't want Magic Meg? I realized the wall she was caressing had those words on it, with "Get Painted" under them. Maybe later, Lily said. Do you know Mince? Magic Meg spotted James and walked over to him. Except she wasn't exactly walking. She swung her hips with each step, and her feet barely lifted off the floor. It looked like dance walking. Now this is a blank I could work with, she said. She tugged at James's black beard. Shape this like a dragon or tiger. It was like the rest of us didn't exist. My beard's fine, James said. He smiled and gently slid Magic Meg's hand off his face. Although I'm sure you would do a great job. Magic Meg surveyed us, her big eyes getting bigger as she took us in. You all need some work. Have you seen yourselves? She parted a dark cloth that covered the entrance to her space. Was this where she lived, or did she just work here? I had my answer when I glanced in. Cloths of all kinds and colors draped the inner walls, hiding the slapped-together look of them. More blankets and weird-looking cushions lined one entire side of the space. That had to be a sleeping area. A tall, skinny mirror hung on the wall just opposite of the doorway. Seeing my dirty face, long messy hair, and ragged clothes reminded me of how long it had been since I jumped in a stream to get clean. I looked at the rest of my group. We looked fine. Normal, even. James was tall and dirty, like me, although my face was pretty much always red from the sun these days. Lily was brown from being outside her whole life. Paul's face was darker than most of the outcasts, and his hair was flat black. Melissa looked fine, too. Her almond-shaped eyes, naturally darker skin, and long, wavy hair even looked good. Messy and dirty like me, but good. Nearly drowning under a building didn't make you look your best. You're so blank and boring, Magic Meg cried out. Blank as the day you were born. She spun gracefully to James. Please, let me paint you. Blank? Boring? That's why Lynn had called us blanks. Apparently, if you looked like a normal person, you were a blank. I took in the hundreds of people gathered in the huge room. Of course, in a place like this, we probably did look strange. If you can tell us where to find Mince, James said, I might let you paint this arm. He lifted his left arm with a small wince. Lily put a hand on his arm. Maybe after we talk to Mince? She gave James a serious look and shook her head the tiniest bit. Oh, fuss and frag, Magic Meg said. So boring. She stomped one foot like some of the younger kids did back in school. Sorry, Lily said, stepping between James and the outcast. We're in a big hurry. I'll tell you where Mince is, if you promise to come back and let me paint one of you. She sidled up to Paul. I'd even paint this young one. She smiled wide and drew a finger down one of Paul's arms. Paul blushed and flinched. You know Mince? Melissa asked. Sure do, Magic Meg said. He only let me paint him once, but I gave him such a fiber dragon in his shoulder. She trailed off, somehow lost in thought the next second. Did these people even speak regular English? What the dreck is a fiber dragon? And where might he be? Melissa pressed. Do you promise to come back? You're so dull. Magic Meg stuck out her lower lip. Sure, yeah, James said. He's down that way. Magic Meg waved a decorated and jangling arm toward a wide hallway that branched off the huge room. Melissa and I turned to go. She grabbed Paul's arm and pulled him along. "You'd better remember your promise," Magic Meg jangled at us one last time before stomping into her walled-off space. Once we were well into the hallway, the light from the main room faded somewhat. "What was the big deal?" James asked. "If letting her paint me would get us answers, why didn't we—" Lily barked a laugh. "It's not just about the painting," she snorted again. "The work outcasts do for each other is, well," Lily got quiet. "It's actually like a contract that means you will do what she wants if you let her paint you." "So I have to build her a nest for her head?" James asked. "No," Lily said. We could finally hear our footsteps over the noise from the main room. Another 15 meters down the hallway, light spilled from an open doorway. "Whatever she wants, and she can ask for anything." Silence greeted that. It was a long, awkward silence. "Well, no paint for me," James finally said. "Though I did want a fiber dragon, whatever that is." We all burst out laughing. We came to the brightly lit doorway and stopped. The room had probably once been an office of some kind. Evidently, someone was still using it as an office, or maybe a factory. Devices of all sizes and shapes littered rough blocks that were being used as tables. In one corner was a pile of scrap plasteel that looked like it was trying to reach across the entire room. A man with hair that stuck out all angles in pointed spikes was bent over a cluttered block table. He wore some kind of lenses and was busy joining two small chips on a circuit board. A pile of fuel cells sat in a far corner. I stepped into the room. A loud clang exploded from somewhere, filling the room and my ears with a noise that felt like it was squeezing my head. I flinched and reached for my keeper, which wasn't there, of course. The man with the spiky hair looked up, smiled, and said, "Welcome." Chapter 32. "So, who knows?" Mintz said. "That delightfully clangorous noise you just enjoyed could be the language of an actual life form." His head nodded as he popped his wildly pierced eyebrows up and down. "The universe is, for all intents and purposes, infinite, after all." I had nothing to say to that. Mintz had invited us in with a kind gesture, arranged us on different sizes of rubble block, and, in Lily's case, an amorphous blob of cloth that only took shape when she sat on it. She'd looked surprised at first, but then had settled in, and now she looked comfortable enough to fall asleep at any second. Then Lily had asked about trading for fuel cells, and Mintz had promptly asked us if we'd liked what he called his welcome call, and he hadn't stopped talking for a long time. "But what has that got to do with the price of fuel cells in Dometown?" James asked. Mintz cocked his head. "Nothing, but it's certainly fascinating to consider the multiplicity of possible life forms, not discounting, of course, the vast potential for plural dimensions." "Dimensions?" Paul asked. I smacked the back of his arm. We didn't need to go down another random tangent. "Surely you know about the possibility of dimensions. You freely admit, of course," Mintz leaned forward, the heavy lenses he wore obscuring most of his face, "that there are things you cannot perceive with your limited 6 senses." "6? We've got 5, Paul said. Touch, sight, hearing." Yes, smell and taste, but intuition is a sense, as any thinking person knows." I smacked Paul's arm again when he opened his mouth to argue. This was interesting, but we were running out of time. "Why does your friend keep hitting you?" Mintz cocked his head. Why did he keep doing that? Were the hair spikes so heavy he couldn't hold his head up straight? "Never mind," I said. "We just need some fuel cells." "Whatever for?" Mintz asked. "Nobody around here uses them." He walked over to the pile of cells, although his walk was more of a bounce. He was so round in the middle that he looked like a ball. It didn't seem to bother him. He still moved lightly on his feet, and he was nice, if kind of easily distracted. "Nobody flies around here." His lips stretched in an odd smile, and his eyes flicked to a door on the far side of his lab. "Well," he continued, "at least not yet." He let one hand slide down a fuel cell. "Are they fully charged?" I asked.
walking toward him and closing the gap between us a little. "Oh, of course," Mintz said. "Easily done." "Can we trade for 5 of them?" "You certainly can," he said. "What do you have to trade? I mean, of course, if you could trade your immunity to the bug, that would be optimal. But biological immunity is not something we've figured out how to share amongst organisms." He wandered back to his workstation. "Which is a bit silly, to be honest, since somehow you wanderers are passing it along to your progeny." "We're not wanderers," Paul said. I bumped him again. We needed to keep this Mintz guy on track. I pictured the fires and ranger pods closing in on the cavern with all those young children and families. I pulled my thoughts back. "Wait, what? Immunity? We're not immune. The bug's gone." Mintz laughed, a playful, high-pitched sound. "Nonsense, of course it's not. People are still dying of it if they impede their knockout." I held my wrist up. "We're proof that it's gone. I used to have a papa like you." "No, you were just always immune," Mintz said. "With or without the knockout, you were going to be fine." He looked at each of us. "All of you were, obviously." "The bug is in the knockout," Melissa said. "Just block your knockout for a few weeks to let your immune system get rid of it and keep your heart rate down. Then you're safe." "Oh, we heard that ridiculous idea already," Mintz said. "But you're not proof. You're simply evidence that immunity is real. If we could study one of you, we might be able to figure out why." That made me think back to that first night, on the street in the middle of New Frisko. Bren's last moments. I'd thought I might be immune at first, too. No, this was ridiculous. We needed to get the cells. Wait. How do you get your papa refilled if you're out here in this building? James nodded along with my question. "We have proxies. Boring blank ones, of course. They get our refills and share them out," Mintz said. That had to be the most ridiculous thing I'd ever heard. Just do a chemical analysis of the knockout and you'll see. If I had the Z-stick that we'd put the evidence on, I could have shown him right then and there. "I'm an inventor, not a chemist," Mintz said. "Nick," Lily said, "come on. This is taking too long." "Right," I said. "So what do you need? We need to get those cells." Mintz looked around his lab, one finger tapping his lips thoughtfully. "I don't know, really. What do you have?" We looked at each other. We have keepers," Melissa said. "Oh, no, I don't need weapons," Mintz said. No, that would never do." He lifted the lenses off his face, revealing a vividly painted left cheek. It was a lizard or something in bright red and gold. "Did you say you have a pod?" "Yes," I said. "We might have some." "I'll take it," Mintz said. "I'll give you 5 fuel cells for the—" He laughed. "Oh, now I'm being silly." Bugging spam. "We have stuff on the pod. Protein paste, ammunition, some seats and benches. Clothes?" I looked at the others. "Help me out." "Aw, some medical equipment," James said. "Sensors and windows, lockers, a big smart gun." Mintz said nothing, but he didn't really need to respond. His face said it all. "There are some ranger uniforms, too," Melissa said. "You know they blend in with their environment." Mintz's eyebrows slid almost to his hairline. "Ranger uniforms, you say?" He licked his lips and his wide eyes rotated left and right. "Yes, done. Bring me 1 uniform for each fuel cell." "We've only got 3, Lily said. "Are you sure?" I asked. "I've been through all those lockers and cubbies," Lily said. "That's fine. 3 will be just fine," Mintz said. "Great," I said. "Who's going back to the pod for them?" Lily stood. "I'll go, and someone else with an earcom, just in case." "Yup," James said. They took off running. Melissa, Paul, and I watched them disappear down the wide, smooth-stoned hallway into the chaos of the outcasts. Mintz smiled. "All right. Feel free to pick some fuel cells." He pulled the lenses back over his eyes. "I have a hammock to make in exchange for some nanogel." We started sorting through the pile, looking for the least beat-up cells we could find. "Nanogel?" "Yes," Mintz straightened. "I'm getting a triangle on my chin today. I have a circle on my chest, at least for another few hours. Would you like to see?" His hands went to the wide collar of his shirt and yanked down, exposing a raised circle under his skin.
Wait, Paul said. What did you call that?
A circle, Mint said.
No, Paul sighed loudly. No, I mean, what's it made of?
Nanogel, of course.
The three of us exchanged a look. I wanted to ask what's nanogel, but I figured it out right before the words left my mouth. So that's some kind of gel made of nanos.
Precisely, Mint said. Controlled by this beauty, Evam, over in the North Hall.
He flicked his left wrist and a holographic rectangle appeared above a thin black strap he wore next to his papa.
Watch my chest,
he said, which had to be the strangest thing anyone had ever said to me, but we did so. Mintz tapped the hologram and the circle slowly changed, growing longer and narrower along the top.
Now it's an oval.
That's Blaze, Paul said. Can it get any more detailed?
Of course, Mint said. But simple shapes are where the true beauty is.
Is it permanent? Melissa asked. She was absent-mindedly tapping at the base of her neck. She looked uncomfortable.
No, it only lasts a few hours. The nanos are injected into a silicone gel, which is, of course, water-soluble. So the tissues of the body absorb it fairly quickly.
Mintz slid a finger along one side of his oval.
There's a certain ephemeral beauty to that, too.
He tapped the hologram, and the oval reverted to a circle. He flicked his wrist, and the faint rectangle winked out.
Evam got a lot of credit for this invention.
How are you doing all this? I asked. I set the 5 fuel cells we'd chosen onto a nearby block. Where do you get the resources to make these things? Mintz tapped the side of his head, then returned to his work.
Our cerebrum is our greatest resource.
Yeah, but your brain can't just pop out computers and nanogel, Melissa said.
Mintz chuckled. True. We have wonderful printers that we fill with scrap material. Our proxies and Mento bring us parts, too. You'd be surprised at what you can find if you look hard enough.
I wandered the lab as Paul slid closer to Mintz. What's a hammock? Paul asked. My mind kept returning to the nanogel. Why would you want to make weird shapes all over your body? Or shove metal or pieces of wood through other parts of your body? There had to be a better... Bug me! Guys, I have to go find Evam. Wait, what? Melissa said. Why? I need some nanogel. Chapter 33. So all I have to do is input the specs for a picture and it could do that too? I asked. Evam nodded. She was a tall woman with a completely shaved head covered in clusters of intricate geometric patterns. She wore exactly 2 pieces of cloth, one wrapped around her chest that hung down to her navel, and one wrapped around her waist that hung halfway down her thighs. Every centimeter of her body was covered in swirls of blue and red and orange paint. It's nanogel, smarter than most people. It will do what you tell it. Can I get some? I heard running footsteps from outside. Melissa and Paul must have been catching up. Took them long enough. Evam smiled. Definitely. She reached for a clear tube that reminded me way too much of the vials that had held the knockout in New Frisko. 1 tube should be enough. She grabbed a slotted tool with a handle and trigger and a long needle extending out of the front. I stuttered and swallowed. I don't need it now. I stepped back. I don't want it to wear off. She set the tube into what had to be the injector. Drac, that thing could go all the way to my brain. Evam pulled a thin black controller for the nanogel out of a pile. That's fine, too. We can start with this one and see how you like it. Then we'll do more when you're ready. I don't know, I said, remembering what Lily had said about getting work done here in Dometown. Maybe this wasn't the great idea I thought it was. Nick, Melissa burst into the room, out of breath. We have to go, now! Paul showed up, breathing hard. Just a second, I said. Evam, I don't really know how, I don't have time. Evam raised one hairless eyebrow. Basically, she raised the triangle above her left eye. You are far too young for me, she said. But anyone can paint. She turned and pointed at a blank patch on the back of one calf. Paint me something there. I nearly collapsed with relief. Oh, okay. Nick, no, we have to go. Melissa wasn't just out of breath. Fear dripped from every word. What? I saw her eyes. No. Rangers?
My heart flipped and dove from my stomach.
James and Lily saw them. A pod landed next to ours, Paul said.
Oh, don't worry about the Rangers, Evam said. We have an agreement. They leave us alone as long as we behave. She looked around. And we behave because if we don't, she slid a long, bony finger across her throat. Then why are they here? I asked. They stop and patrol all the time, Evam said. But there's nothing to worry about. We're behaving. Then her eyes went wide and her face lost all of its color. Did you say next to yours? You came in a pod? Yes, Paul said. He closed his eyes and looked like he was about to collapse. They won't really kill you, right? Evam nodded and sat hard on a suspended fabric chair. We're supposed to be in Mento or one of the other cities, but they're too restrictive. Thing is, as far as the Rangers are concerned, we still do everything we're supposed to do, just in our own way. And nobody really knows about us, as far as the Rangers know. The enforcers in Mento don't even know about us, so they leave us alone. She put her shining head in her hands. But they must have seen your pod. Which means they know someone knows about us, and that means we're dead. Melissa looked like she was going to throw up. We did this. She was right. We did this. Where are Lily and James? I asked.
They're staying out of sight. They were almost at the pod when they saw the Rangers,
Paul said. What do we do? Melissa asked. Can we fight them off? I mean, we don't even have our weapons. Let's go get them, I said, right now. I reached for Evam's hand. She was crying, tears dripping to the table. We can do something. Is there a place you can hide? I mean, all of you? Evam shook her head.
It's no use. They're Rangers. They'll find us.
Paul, go find out if Mintz has any ideas, I said. Paul dashed away. Think, Evam. Is there a strong room, a big room with only one door? Or even a back way out of here? Melissa asked. That's it? Is there another door that the Rangers might not know about? I squeezed Evam's hand. Come on! Evam straightened.
Maybe.
She scrubbed her face.
Yes, I think so. Downstairs, there's a long hallway and a door that leads outside. Nobody uses it.
Let's go, Melissa shouted. I'll get the weapons, I said to Melissa. You take Evam and start getting people moving. Go! I ran out to the hallway, then turned back. Evam, if we get away, I need this. I grabbed the nanogel and its injector and the black wrist strap. She nodded.
Fine. Paint me when it's over.
Sure. I snagged a nearby cloth and wrapped everything in it, trying to block the point of the needle.
No, promise me. Always promise. Even if I die, you paint me,
Evam said. She sniffled. I met her eyes. I promise. I took off running. The huge room with the tall dome ceiling seemed somehow even fuller than before. I yelled, Rangers, you have to get out! Where had Melissa gone? I grabbed a nearby bag, shoved the nanogel holder into it, and slung it across my chest. Run! Get out! A few nearby outcasts looked at me and smiled. The one I'd taken the bag from shouted, coming toward me. I needed to be louder. I looked around and finally found the source of the rhythmic beat I'd been hearing. A group of young men, all shirtless with interlocking triangles made of nanogel on their chests, was making some kind of music on different things. One had a plasteel bucket that he was banging with a stick. That was the one I needed. I dodged the angry outcast and ran to the group, grabbing the bucket and the big stick in the drumming outcast's hand. Hey! He jumped up and reached for me. You have to get out. Rangers are here, I said. I slammed the stick against the bucket as hard and fast as I could, catching sight of Paul out of the corner of my eye. He carried an armful of fuel cells. What was he doing? My sudden, loud pounding got more attention, but people still ignored me. Something loud slammed the stone floor, maybe 3 meters away. It had fallen from upstairs. The outcasts all turned, the noise level dropping immediately. I ducked toward the stairs and looked up. Melissa was standing right above the piece of plasteel that had fallen. She must have shoved it over the railing. Everyone! Rangers are coming! They're outside! Melissa waved her arms. We have to go downstairs, out the back way. The outcasts didn't move. Some of them even clapped, yelling, Good show! What was wrong with these people? Evam appeared next to Melissa. It's not a show, she called. The Rangers are not on a normal patrol. We must get out.
A few people glanced around nervously. This was taking too long. I ran up the stairs and leaned over the rail. Downstairs! Follow Melissa and Evam! Go!
Nick, Paul shouted up. Mince was gone. I can use these as explosives.
Paul set the pile of fuel cells down.
James and Lily said they could take off. Maybe lead some of the Rangers away.
No, I called back. We need that pod.
They're here to kill us, Evam shouted. Come on!
She turned and broke into a run.
Follow us,
Melissa yelled. She and Evam ran by me. The outcasts had begun to move toward the hallway. Hurry, I called after them and turned toward the vault. It was about 30 meters away.
Get back! James says they stopped, Paul said. Their pod's hovering and it looks like they're going to...
The entire building shook and the front wall exploded inward. Chapter 34. The force of the explosion threw me off my feet. Outcasts screamed and ran, making for the stairs. A jagged hole gaped in the front of the building. Chunks of brick were scattered everywhere, and a choking dust cloud filled the air. I pushed myself up, coughing and gagging. 100-year-old building dust tasted old. My ears rang. The noise of shifting rocks and terrified outcasts jabbed into my skull like a knife. They were coming in. I needed weapons. I nearly lost my balance as I staggered toward the vault. I put out a hand for the rail and found nothing, so I fell. The rail must have come down with the first explosion. Another explosion compressed the air around me. In my panic, I noticed it came from inside. They were already in. We were done. It was over. I threw myself away from the blast, but couldn't stop my fall. I was going over the side. Something grabbed me from behind and pulled. My feet slipped out from under me, and I fell backward. Blinking rock chips and dust away, my ears still ringing, I looked up. Lynn, her wild hair sticking out all over, bent over me, coughing. Lynn? I tried to shake my head clear of the fuzz. Explosions from keepers and something I couldn't identify filled the air.
Let's go, blank boy, Lynn said. Get off this mezzanine.
Mezza what? I stood. Shouting and movement streamed all around me. Outcasts were still on this upper floor. Oh, mezzanine. And Melissa stood at the top of the stairs, urging them to move faster.
Go!
Lynn pushed me in the direction of the stairs. I spun away. No, you go. I'll get weapons. My spin turned into more of a stumble, but she ran toward Melissa, and I closed the gap between me and the vault. Another explosion sounded over the keeper fire. I glanced down to the bottom floor. At least 5 Rangers were trying to come through the hole they'd blown in the wall. But Paul was doing something to the fuel cells he'd grabbed. He threw one. The somewhat convex disc floated gracefully toward the Rangers. It skipped off part of a wall, hit another piece of rubble, and blew up with a bright flash of light. The Rangers ducked back, but popped up a second later and started firing again. The mezzanine was empty now, except for me. Behind Paul, I saw Melissa and Lynn directing the outcasts down the hallway, each of them helping injured people along. At the hole in the wall, I saw 5 more Rangers crouching low and circling to their right. Paul didn't see them. He needed help. I ducked into the shallow alcove that the vault door was set in. I slammed my shoulder into it. It didn't open. I tried kicking. It didn't budge. I heard engines whine outside between the sound of keeper fire and exploding fuel cells. Paul was going to run out of those soon. How had those outcast guards opened the door? The wrist computers! I tugged the one I'd grabbed out of the bag with the nanogel. I couldn't see how to fasten it, so I just held it to my wrist. The moment it touched my skin, the strap slipped smoothly all the way around and clicked into place. I flicked my wrist. The holographic rectangle popped open. "Nick, a little help!" Paul's voice was high and scared. Where was Melissa? I swiped through the icons on the pale, insubstantial readout. Loud, repeated explosions came from outside. Please be James and Lily helping. Please. I found an option for connections and swiped through my selections. This was taking too long. I ran back to the edge of the mezzanine. The rail had been torn away from this entire side. "Paul, throw one up here." Paul looked out from behind a corner, his eyes wide.
Rock chips splintered in from the hole. Bullets and shells were pounding the wall from the outside. Had to be Lily and James trying to stop any other Rangers from getting in. Unfortunately, the Rangers who were already inside had plenty of cover, so shots from outside wouldn't hit them. I counted 5 Rangers. Where had the others gone? Leaning out, Paul flung a fuel cell my way. It wobbled in the air. It was too low. I dove for it, careful of the edge. Paul screamed, "No, don't catch it!" The missing 5 Rangers burst out from their hiding places behind some fallen columns and outcast furniture. They divided their attention, shooting at both Paul and me. Paul was thrown back, screaming. Melissa ducked and ran towards him. Bullets showered all around me. I rolled. The flying fuel cell skipped up off the edge of the mezzanine. I batted it behind me. A bullet sliced down my arm, another across my temple. Several dull thumps sounded from the Rangers' keepers. I saw flying grenades arc towards Paul and Melissa. The grenades hit the mezzanine above them and shattered the old concrete, throwing huge, jagged rocks right on top of my friends.
Chapter 35. No! I twisted, trying to get to my feet. Melissa! Paul! A shockwave of light, sound, and pressure smacked me from behind. The fuel cell? I caught myself on the edge of the splitting stone floor. I had to get to Melissa and Paul, and that meant going through the Rangers. I got my feet beneath me and launched myself at the vault. The door wasn't open. The fuel cell had missed. I heard shouts below. Rangers were coming after me. Another explosion came from outside, bigger than any of the others. I hurled myself into the vault door. It jiggled. The fuel cell must have weakened something. Stepping back, I focused on the door and threw everything I had at it. It slammed open. I slung my pack and grabbed 2 keepers. I thumbed the ammunition drums to grenade. I ran out of the vault and slid on my knees out onto the mezzanine. 2 Rangers stood 10 meters in front of me. Behind them, 3 more had just appeared at the top of the stairs. I pulled both triggers. Twin thumps sounded and thin cylinders erupted from my keepers. I turned before they blew and studied the downstairs area as much as I could in a spinning glance. The mezzanine that had once floated above the entrance to the hallway was now scattered in thick chunks on the floor, blocking passage and crushing anything beneath it. Melissa! Paul! Rangers poured bullets at me from below. I ducked back. 1 keeper was blown out of my hand by at least 2 bullets. I felt others smack against the stone wall right behind me. I shot another grenade down there. At the exact same moment, a grenade arced over me. Somehow, the 1 second it took the explosive cylinder to clear my head and hit the wall went by in slow motion. I saw the thing travel every centimeter. I had enough time to wonder if the grenade or the fall would do more damage. I threw my arms up and dropped onto my back, right where there was no more floor. A mini sun exploded above me, flinging heat and pressure at me at the same moment I began to fall. I reached for the edge of the mezzanine but missed. Pain and shrapnel washed over my front. I felt myself roll over the edge and into the open air. Then a tug and a jerk, and I was hanging by my backpack. It had snagged on some exposed metal supports sticking out of the broken mezzanine floor. Tears bled from my eyes. I couldn't move. Pain throbbed all over my body. I blinked and got 1 arm to move. The other still held a keeper somehow. I scrubbed my free arm across my face. The sensation of pebbles bouncing off my cheeks and forehead brought focus. Taking care to not move suddenly, I looked for Rangers. What little remained of the mezzanine was clear. Below me, I heard a scuffling sound. A Ranger was rising from behind a piece of fallen wall. The faceplate on his helmet turned my way. He lifted his keeper. I tried to aim my keeper at him, but couldn't move my arm. I swung gently and felt myself slip a little. 1,000 thoughts flashed through my mind. My parents, prisoners of a murderer. The outcasts we'd done this to. Melissa. Paul. I'm sorry. No, not done. Bullets were certain death. Falling wasn't. I jerked and twisted. Whatever part of my backpack had snagged on the metal support gave way. I dropped at the same moment that the bullets shattered the exposed beams that I had just been hanging from. My stomach flipped. I caught a glimpse of the ground fast approaching. Movement out of the corner of my eye. Something tugged on my backpack again, slowing my fall. The metal supports? I twisted. The ranger wouldn't miss again. "Be still," a voice commanded. I realized I wasn't falling, but the ground was still getting closer, just a lot slower. I looked up. Mince, his spiky hair and round body now sheathed in some kind of reflective cloth, was holding onto my backpack. And he was flying. Okay, he wasn't flying. He had been before he grabbed me. He wore a harness from the top of his legs to his shoulders that had propulsion units of some kind strapped to the back. Mince lowered me the last 5 meters to the ground. I stumbled, but got back up. Where were the ranger's bullets? He should have finished us off by now. "Watch out!" I pushed at Mince and ducked behind a low block. Still no keeper fire. I thumbed my ammunition drum and peeked over the block. Lynn stood over the last ranger, a heavy-looking rock in her hands. The ranger was crumpled on the rock-strewn floor. "Lynn, are you all right?"
Fine.
Lynn dropped the rock after eyeballing the downed ranger.
He's going to have a scar. Probably will need work.
I turned in a quick circle. Without keeper fire and explosions and the heavy shots outside, it was almost quiet. But rocks still tumbled down the collapsed building walls. I ran across the floor. It felt like it had only been a second ago that it was filled with outcasts in life. "Melissa! Paul!" No answer from the rubble of the collapsed mezzanine. "Lynn, did you see them? Did they get away?" Mince floated just above the ground next to me, then dropped to his feet. "Who?" Lynn looked ready to collapse. She hadn't moved except for her eyes, which were taking in the mess of her home. "My friends!" I dropped my keeper and tugged at the nearest rough piece of mezzanine. It rolled off the pile. "Melissa and Paul, did you see if they got down the hallway before this all fell?"
No. I was right at the top of the stairs, Lynn called back. Then it all came down. She stared blankly. It all came down.
"We did this." I forced the guilt away and pulled more rocks off the pile. "Melissa! Paul! Can you hear me?" A fist of panic squeezed my chest. I couldn't breathe. "Melissa!" The next rock was too big. I scrabbled the smaller pieces around it away. This rock. If I could move it, it would roll down. Then I could get deeper into the pile. How deep could it be? "Lynn! Mince! Help me!" I shouted. Lynn wandered slowly around the room. Mince was having trouble turning off the device he'd used to fly. He repeatedly jabbed his thumb on a button.
"I flew over it just after it fell," Mince said. "I saw nobody moving away from the area."
"No, they're in there." Grabbing a nearby stick, I jammed it under the big rock. "Melissa! Can you hear me?" "They're okay. They have to be. I just have to get through." I shoved a smaller rock under the stick and used it to lever the big one. It shifted. "Paul! Melissa! Answer me!" I pushed harder. I had to squeeze each breath through a closed throat. My eyes burned. Stinging pain pulled at one of my arms. Why did my head and ears hurt so much? The rock shifted again, sliding down a meter. I dropped the stick and fell onto the pile, pulling more rubble away. Hands took me by the shoulders, pulling me back.
"Come, boy, you'll pull the mess onto yourself,"
Mince said. "No, I just have to get through. They're in there. Maybe they can't hear me, but they're in there." I pulled another rock, but Mince was strong. I smacked at his hands, trying to twist out of his grip.
"I'm sorry," Mince said, "but if they're under that, they're dead. It's no use."
He was wrong. He was wrong. I jerked free. "Melissa! Paul, come on!" I got back onto my knees and yanked another rock. Why wasn't the pile getting smaller?
"You'll bring the whole thing down."
Mince pulled me back again.
"Lynn, help me with the boy."
I collapsed back. If they're under there, they're dead. His voice echoed over and over in my head. He was right. And they were under it. Seconds before the grenades had hit, Melissa had been running for Paul. My head filled with two words that wouldn't leave, no matter how hard I pushed them away. I leaned forward, wrapping my head in my hands and arms. The words wouldn't leave. They're gone. Chapter 36. Lynn and Mince tugged at me.
"Blank boy, some of my people had to have gotten out. Let's go find them," Lynn said.
I stared at her, wondering what her words meant.
"Let's go, kid," Lynn said. "Don't you have other friends?"
How could she say that?
Melissa and Paul. I didn't finish the thought. James and Lily. I stood, lifting my keeper. My backpack was still on. I stared at the rock pile. Adam Holland and every ranger were done. Murdering, evil, spamming bug-eaters. I was going to walk to Edward's Air if I had to, and Holland was going to see my face, and that was going to be the end of the road for him. Let's go find them. I led the way out of the destroyed room into the dark night. Burning trees added color and light to what we could see by the stars and moon. There was a smoking, wrecked pod right outside the hole the Rangers had blown into the building. Maybe 50 meters beyond that was another pod, this one not as wrecked. That one was ours. James! Lily! I took off running. Before I was halfway there, movement inside the pod made me draw up short. That was our pod, right? Lily leaned out of the pod. Nick! James is hurt bad! As I got closer, I could see how battered she was. One of her arms had a long cut, and she was definitely not putting much weight on her left leg. Wait! Where are Paul and Melissa? The question felt like a punch to my chest. I clenched my teeth together. We didn't have time for that. I shook my head, my vision blurring even though I tried to make it stop. They didn't... Her mouth dropped open. Oh, no. I slipped by her into the pod, not daring to look her in the face. That would make it worse. James was laid out on a bench. His wounded shoulder was bleeding again, and both of his legs looked wrong. I thought he was unconscious, but he must have heard me because his eyes moved. Nick, you made it out. His breathing was labored. We got their pod and a few others. What? How? I didn't know what to say. Lily stepped in. We got out here and saw the Rangers moving in almost right away. We told Paul and waited. He said you didn't want us drawing them away. How different would it have been if I'd told them to go? Melissa and Paul would probably still be alive. My knees went weak. I locked them. Not now. Then they attacked, James said. He shifted. We knew you couldn't win alone, so we took down their pod with the only rocket this one had left. He blinked slowly, then focused on me. Wait a minute. Paul and Melissa? I couldn't say it. I needed to stop thinking it. There would be time for that after Holland and the Rangers had paid for all they'd done. They didn't come out, Lily said. Her voice got rougher with each word. Clouds and stars. They're gone. She started to cry. Are you sure they're... James trailed off. The upper floor collapsed onto them, I said. I tried to block out the sound of Lily's sobs. James got quiet. I'm sorry, Nick. We have to go, Lily said, her voice thick with tears. They might have called in the attack. They must have. They had plenty of time, and those fires are still burning closer to the cavern. I wish we could communicate with Krista. Or Annie, James said. We might be too late already. Yeah, but we have to go, at least somewhere, Lily said. We're going to Edward's Air, I said, even if we're too late. Especially if we're too late. I took in the damaged pod. Lockers were knocked free of the walls and scattered all over. Keepers, too. One of the benches had partially broken free from the floor. The pilot chair had come loose and was jammed right up against the front panel of the pod. I looked back to James's legs, putting together what had happened. Does this still fly? Don't know yet, Lily said. You want to check? She scrubbed her face and bent towards James. Sure, I said. Wait, Nick, Lily said. Before I could turn back to her, she wrapped me in a tight hug. She put her face close to my ear. I'm so sorry. I squeezed back. My throat was so tight I couldn't say anything. I wiped my tears on her shoulder and tried to keep myself from snapping in half. Hey, what's going on? Lightning shot from my head to my feet. Paul? I spun. Paul and Melissa, with a bunch of outcasts behind them in the darkness, stood in the pod doorway. Chapter 37. For a half second, I couldn't move, couldn't think. How? I ran to them and pulled them into a hug. What the bug happened? What were you doing? Are you mad we're alive? Paul asked, hugging me back, and then peeling off with a wince, leaving just me and Melissa. She squeezed tighter. She felt warm and perfect and alive. I thought you were dead, I said. We weren't, she said. I held on for another few seconds. Words came unbidden to my lips, but I bit them back. Now was not the time. When I stepped back, Lily moved in and gave Melissa a quick embrace. Well, Nick was the one who told us you two were dead, so it's not our fault we were about to leave without you, Lily said. The entire upper floor fell on them, I said. Fell where we were, Melissa said. I saw Paul get shot, so I ran to help him. Paul nodded. His right shoulder was a mess, and he was moving very carefully toward the front of the pod. They hit me twice. I fell, but Melissa helped me get up. He eased into the co-pilot's seat. I saw you on the balcony and knew you were in trouble, Melissa said. But they were all shooting at us. Luckily, the outcasts had left all their stuff, so there was lots of cover. She knelt by James and looked him over. So we ran after the outcasts. The ceiling fell in like a second after we got into the hallway. We got hit by some of the debris, but it'll only leave bruises. You're forgetting that you got shot too, Paul called back. And this pod is basically done. Where? I asked Melissa. She lifted her shirt. She was going to have a scar like mine on her left side. It wasn't bleeding, so it couldn't be too bad. It's okay, Melissa finished examining James. What happened to him? While Lily filled her in, I joined Paul. The outcasts were still gathered outside, their forms dark and weirdly shaped. They obviously had no idea what to do. Paul, I said, what do you mean by basically done? The controls are mostly shot. Paul pointed at the panel. Propulsion's at 70%, although we still need fuel. We could get it in the air, but it won't go high and it will burn through fuel faster. Also, it will be hard to control. How do you mean? I asked. Imagine throwing a rock, Paul said. Before it leaves your hand, you pretty much have control over it, but once you let go... It's going in pretty much one direction, I said. So we have to make sure we point it in the right direction? Exactly. He turned, being careful not to move anything more than his head. Mid-air controls might respond a little. All the sensors are out too. So we'll be a blind rock full of beat-up, ugly blanks, I said, flying straight at the evilest man in humanity's history. Exactly, Paul said again. I like this plan. You would. Let's fuel up and go, I said. Melissa and I will get the cells while Lily cleans you up. No, Melissa said. I need to help Lily do something about James's legs. James's eyes fluttered open. I hadn't seen him lose consciousness. He looked at Melissa. Hey, he said. Nick was wrong? About us being dead? She asked. Yes. Typical, James said. Pain made his voice tight. All right, I said, but work fast, and Paul, get ready to leave in a hurry. I surveyed them all. Melissa and Paul had been with me from the start. James's experience as an enforcer had saved us more than once, and even though Lily had grown up not fighting, she had thrown in with us. It was time to stop running away and stop living in fear. I'll be right back, I said. I have an idea. Chapter 38. I set my bag down in the pod and ran back outside to find Evam. She looked battered and scared, a lot like the other outcasts. I couldn't tell how many were there or how many they had lost. Lynn and Mintz were talking to a large group of them. Evam, can you show me where you came out of the building?
Leave her,
Mintz said, hurrying over to us.
She can help Lynn get the others moving. We need to find another place for now.
And hope the Rangers don't find you again and finish you off. Another reason to finish them and Holland off first. I need those fuel cells, I said.
I will go with you.
His odd, distracted manner had disappeared. He led me around the back of the building and down a somewhat hidden flight of stairs. The door at the bottom had obviously been reinforced because it looked as strong as the door on the vault had been. Using my chest light to see, we crossed a room, went through a hallway, found another flight of stairs up, and a minute later stood in Mintz's laboratory. Do you have a bag or something I can use? I started neatly stacking the best fuel cells I could find in his pile. Mintz looked around. Most of his hair spikes had drooped. Now he looked like some kind of depressed tree.
I'm not sure.
I tugged at a blanket hanging from a doorway. Can I use this?
Certainly,
Mintz said. Moving the cells to the blanket, I watched Mintz. He ducked through the door at the back of his laboratory. I called after him, "Hey, thanks for catching me." His voice was faint.
You're welcome.
"What was that thing you were using to fly?"
Float, really,
Mintz called back.
It doesn't go very high yet.
I remembered the reflective cloth he'd worn. "And why were you wearing that stuff?"
It's a heat shield. The propulsion units on the pack emanate a significant amount of heat,
Mintz said. His voice got louder.
That part is still in progress, too, as it is particularly ugly.
He reappeared, carrying 2 wide bags of projects over his shoulders.
I'll come back for the rest later.
I gathered the corners of the blanket and lifted it over my shoulder. "I'm ready. Let's go." We headed out. "So the point of the harness and pack, that's to fly?" I asked.
Eventually, yes. It's so much quicker and more efficient than walking,
Mintz said. He was breathing hard as he struggled to carry the heavy bags.
We must slow down. I don't need the knockout right now.
"You should just take the papa off," I said. I took one of his bags and slung it across my chest. "I promise you the bug isn't in the air. It's in the knockout itself."
We are not going to argue over this,
Mintz said. I led the way down the stairs to the basement. "Great, then keep your heart rate under 140 for a couple weeks to get the bug out of your system and... I realized something weird about the outcasts. Beyond the work and stuff, at least. Hold on, how are you not knocked out right now? Doesn't it make you go to sleep at the same time every night?
We deactivated that part, Mintz said. We only get the knockout when it's necessary.
When was the last time you had it? He thought for a moment.
Several days ago, I became somewhat agitated over a breakthrough on my fit pack.
Fit pack? We crossed through the long, wide hallway.
Ah, yes, I call it a flying individual transporter, fit pack for short.
He went on.
In any case, I finally worked out the right angle to direct the propulsion units for maximum forward thrust, and found myself awaking on the floor of my laboratory.
Do the Rangers know that you deactivated the nightly knockout? Why were the outcasts even allowed to be out here, since it was obvious the Rangers knew where to find them?
I assume so. They never said anything.
This doesn't make any sense. Why are you allowed to be out here doing whatever you want to the Papas? Mintz thought for a moment.
I have no idea. All they've ever said is that the Prime Administrator expects us to behave ourselves.
He was walking behind me, but I heard him stop.
Now that I think about that, I believe the enforcers in Mento do not know we are out here.
What? Why? I faced him. He blinked as my chest light shone on him.
We still have to sneak into the city in order to get Papa refills.
Okay, that makes 0 sense, I said.
I suppose, Mintz said. We really are doing nothing to threaten the Prime Administrator, though. We simply like to live our own way.
I continued walking. He's right. As far as Holland's concerned, the outcasts are still totally under his control with the bug, since they still think the Papas keep them safe. So they must still be playing part of whatever his plan was. By the time we got back to the pod, most of the outcasts were out of sight. Evam and Lynn were talking to Melissa. "Let's get going," I said. Melissa nodded. Evam extended a fist at her and said something. Melissa extended her fist and punched Evam's lightly. They both smiled, and Evam and Lynn walked away. "What was that?" I asked. "Knuckles," Melissa said. "It's something they do, apparently." She took the blanket-wrapped fuel cells and crouched next to the pod. I gave Mintz his heavy bag. "Thank you for your help." Mintz gave a flat smile.
I wish I could say our encounter has been a pleasure, but I cannot.
"I'm so sorry," I said.
No, you had no inkling that this would be the consequence of your visit. It was the Rangers who did this, Mintz said. Nonetheless, you, Nick Granger, are leaving a wide wake behind you. Difficult it is to be caught in that wake.
It took me a moment to figure out what he was saying. Then I just felt worse. "We won't bother you again." I turned to help Melissa, then turned back to Mintz. "Wait, how'd you know my last name?"
As I said, you leave a wide wake. A well-known wake.
Mintz walked after Lynn and Evam. His sagging hair and visible exhaustion made him look really sad. Guilt welled up in me as I bent to help Melissa. She had the power compartment open under the pod and had already gotten most of the old fuel cells out. "We really need to end this," I said, handing her a new cell. "We are messing with too many people's lives." "This is true," Melissa said. It took us maybe a minute to get the fuel cells installed. As we finished, I asked, "Knuckles?" "It's like a greeting and a goodbye, I guess," Melissa said. "They do it with friends." "Evam's a friend?" "We did almost get killed together," Melissa said. "So, yeah." She followed me into the pod. "Okay, I'm at 100% power," Paul said from the co-pilot seat. Lily sat at James's feet. She was strapping his legs to the bench he was lying on. His legs had keepers tied tightly against them as splints. "Let's get going," I said to Paul. I joined Lily. "How's he doing?" "Melissa and I got his legs splinted," she pointed at the keepers. "We gave him some painkiller. His pulse and breathing are strong." "Where to?" Paul called as the whine of the pod grew louder. "Our old campsite," I said, "where we left those projector bombs." Chapter 39. "What the bug?" Paul asked. "I thought we were going to Edward something." "That's next," I said. "You think you can get one of those bombs open?" "Without blowing myself up?" Paul said. "Sure. Maybe, if I had a nanocutter." We were about 10 meters off the ground and leaning to the right. Melissa was poking at the activator to close the door. "What's wrong?" I asked her. "Door won't close," she said. I moved to help her out. "Wait, Nick," Paul called back. "Why do you need a projector bomb?" He furiously slid power and yaw controls, the amber readouts flashing crazily. "First, we need a picture of Holland," I said. "And if we can get a recording of his voice that we can cut up, that would be really great." Melissa had the panel around the actuator opened and was using a thin tool to separate wires. "Want help?" I asked. "Yes, you fix wires and I'll stick to shooting guns and stuff," Melissa said. "And running faster than me, and learning to swim in like 2 seconds," I said. "Well, at least you're useful for something." She stepped away from the panel. "Talk while you work. What's this plan?" "Exactly," Lily said. "Fill us in, plan boy." "Talk loud," Paul yelled back. We had to be going 30 kilometers per hour, and the air displacement from the open pod door was making it feel like we were in a windstorm. "And get that door closed." "Trying," I shouted. "I got some nanogel from Evam. She says this computer thing," I waved the thin band on my wrist, which uncomfortably reminded me of the Papa's, "can scan a picture of a person and shape the nanogel to make another person look like the scanned person. Like Adam Holland." "Are you Lily cut off. "You've lost it." "So you're saying you want to have the nanogel shaped to make you look like the Prime spamming administrator?" Paul looked like he was trying to divide himself into 2 people so he could fly the pod and talk to us at the same time. "Yes," I said. I found a patch of open darkness. A hole had been blasted through the wall of the pod, completely evaporating a bunch of wires. Now there was a small, jagged window to the night. With all those wires gone, what else wasn't working? Melissa reached in and helped me separate more wires and strip them. "Will make me look like Holland, then sneak me into wherever he's hiding, or at least near to it. The Rangers won't know it's not their boss. If I can get to Holland, I'll stop this. If not, I'll get to some place I can call off the Rangers." "You are completely insane," Lily said. "You want to walk right into this place? It's got to be crawling with Rangers." "And you think we can scan the projected image from those bombs?" Paul called back. "It's the only way I can think of to scan his face," I said. I turned to Melissa. "Which wires for the door?" She shrugged. "Paul, how bad is it if we don't get this door closed?" I had 10 wires. I was pretty sure that the green ones controlled the door. I pulled the 2 blasted ends together. The section of wire that I figured led to the door slid out a bit, then stopped. The other section didn't budge. The 2 blasted ends were still separated by 20 centimeters, maybe more. "Bad," Paul said. "I'm using 3 times the power to keep us from spinning. We already had depleted directional control, so I'm putting pretty much everything into us going the right direction." I pulled the wires again. Still no give. "We're headed to the old campsite," Paul said.
We'll use almost all the fuel cells just getting there if we keep this up.
I yanked the wires again. Not surprisingly, I still couldn't get them closer together.
I need more length here. Don't you have extra wire just sitting around? Melissa asked.
Oh, sure, I have some right here in my pocket. Gripping the blasted and stripped wire ends, I looked around the pod. Anybody see extra wire anywhere? Lily shook her head. She was sitting at James's feet, one hand keeping him steady.
I've been through the pod. Nothing like that.
I thought of the spoke from my old cycle. That thing had come in handy. It might have even been the perfect length for this. Did anyone ever find my bashed-up cycle? I pushed the other frayed wires around, trying to see if the door wires were caught or tied up somewhere in the frame of the pod. Wires. If most of them were already blasted to bits, that meant I could use them without messing anything else up, right? I'm going to splice some of these blasted ones in to replace the destroyed length, I said to Melissa.
What if that makes something else not work?
She smiled. Right, it already doesn't work. Good idea. I pulled out the knife Lily had given me and had Melissa hold some blasted wires out. We had them cut and stripped within a minute. I twisted them into one end of the destroyed wires. Hold the close button down.
Got it,
Melissa said. She leaned on the green button. I grinned at her. Knock me over if I start vibrating?
Only after it shocks part of your brain into working better,
Melissa said. She was close enough so I could hear her over the wind coming through the open pod door without a problem. That'll work, I said. I touched the spliced wires to the other green wires. The pod door screeched and started to roll back in to fill the open space. We tilted suddenly and Melissa fell into me. The wires came apart. The door stopped.
You should have warned me that you were going to try it, Paul yelled. Everybody okay?
Yes, I said. Fine, Melissa said. We took our positions again. Closing now, I shouted. I touched the wire ends. The door closed more, screeching the entire way. Why is it doing that?
Must have been bent or warped during the fight, Melissa said.
The screech got higher in pitch, then stopped. The noise of the wind was somehow even louder now.
Touch the wires together, Melissa said.
I am. I took the wires away, then put them back. The door still had at least a meter before it was closed all the way. I touched the stripped wire ends to the metal bulkhead of the pod. They sparked. I've got power, but the door isn't closing anymore.
Must have bent too much,
Melissa said. She had to shout every word. We could try opening and closing it again, I yelled.
Too much chance of it not closing even this much. We're already low on power, Melissa said.
Lily showed up.
I'll grab it and pull. Make sure I don't fall out.
No, Melissa said. That might get it stuck so bad it doesn't open again. I shouted as loud as I could. Paul, did that help?
Yes, Paul called out. The pull's a lot better. Down to using about twice the power.
Do we have enough fuel to get to the projectors and then Edward's air?
How far is it?
I tried to remember the map. Maybe 300 or 400 kilometers?
You don't know exactly where it is?
Paul shouted. Well, not right now, but I will when I look at the map. I dropped the wires and all three of us went to the front.
Maybe, Paul said.
I think so. How sure are you? I said. He jerked around, surprised to see us right behind him.
Don't sneak up on me like that.
Oh, come on, Melissa said. It's loud. And fly the pod. So, are you sure? I asked.
I don't know, Paul said. Are you sure about how far it is?
Fine, I said. I turned to find my pack with the map.
Wait, what's the rest of your plan?
Paul said. He kept turning to see us. Fly the pod, I said. I told you my whole plan. I'll use the nanogel to morph my face to look like Holland's. Then I'll find a way to call off the Rangers from the cavern.
That's it? Lily said.
Well, if we can capture Holland's voice from a projector and reproduce it, that would help, I said.
I can do that, Paul twisted again. I can use the input from one of the earcoms and a speaker from the system on the pod to broadcast it.
Paul, turn around, I said. Can we generate new words in his voice, or at least cut up parts of what he says in the message to say something else?
No to the first, at least not with what I've got here.
Paul glanced over his shoulder.
But I bet we can do the second, if we're careful.
Paul, don't crash, Melissa said. She caught my eyes. That's insane. It's really clever, but it only works if everyone there is a complete idiot. You're tall, but not as tall as Holland. They'll know. Not to mention your hair's a different color, Paul said. Fly the pod, Melissa and I shouted back together. Fine, Paul said, slumping in the co-pilot chair. It's a fine plan, Melissa said as we walked to the sitting area of the pod. More or less. The problem, of course, is that it's all you. What do you mean? I stopped and faced her. Paul's way too short, and I'm the only upright male here. That's not the problem, Melissa said. You're leaving us out of it. It's all on you. And the only way we find out it didn't work is that you don't come back because you're dead. Her voice got softer as she spoke. Her dark eyes seemed to get bigger as we stood there. I'm not going to die, I said. I had to do this. He had my parents, and he had killed Bren and David and so many others. He had to be stopped. But you probably will. Plans always go wrong, Melissa said. And you're seriously banking on way too many things happening too perfectly. Like that the nanogel will actually work the way you think. Evam said it will work, I said. I couldn't tear my eyes from her face. We'd been through so much together, it was strange to think the fight might really end in the next few hours. Would we still be able to spend so much time together? And we have to try. Of course we do, Melissa said, but we have to find a way to do it where you don't end up dead. I told you I'm not going to die. Better me than her, though. I tried to imagine going a day, even a few hours, without talking to Melissa. She had to stay alive, too. I have to do this. I started it. I have to finish it. Stop it, she said. You're not everyone's protector. Was she reading my mind again? I know that, I said, but can you think of a better plan? Melissa got silent. I'll think of something. Besides, by the time we go 400 or so kilometers, it'll be daylight, which means they'll be able to see your face perfectly fine. So again, your plan's clever and all, but not enough. It's a good plan. It's an incomplete plan, she said. Storms, Lily shouted. Just kiss and be done with it. I froze. How red was my face getting? It felt like it was on fire. Melissa's cheeks were definitely pink, too. I swallowed, remembering kissing Jan. That seemed like a lifetime ago. It also seemed like a totally different Nick had kissed her, like I'd changed completely. Had it only been a few days? How could I feel so differently about Melissa now than I did back then? No, that wasn't it. I just didn't feel what I thought I did about Jan. Melissa was always there. She would always be there. We've got a bit of time, Melissa said. I'll think of a better plan. Good, I said, a little lamely. I crossed back over to Paul. How far are we from the old campsite? Less than an hour, Paul said. What's our top speed? We're not there yet since power is an issue, he said. Right now, we're maxing at 80 kilometers an hour. I pictured my parents, held somewhere by Holland. The fires and rangers closing in on all of the other pushers, though maybe we were already too late. And the outcasts. Reinforcements had to have shown up. Were the outcasts even going to survive the night? Patting Paul lightly on the head, I said, Good job. Go faster. Chapter 40. Scanning Holland's projected face and capturing his voice was a tricky thing. We'd landed at the old campsite, seeing smoke columns far to the north, and gotten right to work. No time to waste. Lily held the projector while I pointed my little wrist computer at it. At the same time, Paul manned his audio capture setup. Melissa checked on the pod and James while we recorded. I did my best to tune out Holland's grating voice as I pointed the wrist computer toward the projected face. Mr. Granger, if you're seeing this, you somehow survived the attack. Holland's holographic voice needed a serious punch. Luckily, the scan completed quickly. Get rid of it, I told Lily. It's going to blow up. She watched the projection for another few seconds. What a mudbrain. She flung the projector bomb at a tree. We stepped back and I yelled a warning to those in the pod. It exploded. Bloody storms, Lily said, wincing at the bright light of the fire blazing on the tree. How many projectors did he send you? I pointed at the pile. Every ranger who attacked had one. He really wanted you to get the message, Lily said. We got it. Spamming Drek, piece of bug-eaten garbage! Paul's voice cracked on the last word. A crash came from the pod. I found Paul crouching next to a bench, using it as a work table. What's going on? The audio's not going to work, Paul said. Not compatible. He grimaced and pushed himself to his feet. That's all right. We'll figure it out. I looked around the pod. Where's Melissa? Dunno, Paul said. We called for her, and she came running from around the hills that had been pockmarked by the Rangers' attack. Sorry, she said. I thought of something. She held up several fuel cells. I remembered the pods we shot down on the other side of that hill and thought they might have some power to spare. I just about hugged her. You're a genius. Probably. We hurried to get the pod ready. I pulled out the map and we gathered around it. Okay, if we can determine exactly where we are on the map right now, our navigation system should be able to get us to Edwards Air, right? Yeah, what little there is left of it, Paul said. It got us back here at least. Here's old San Francisco, and here's where I think old Mento is, Melissa said. So that means New Frisco's probably here. Making this, I think, where the cavern is. She pointed to a spot in a faint green area. And Edwards Air is here. I put a finger on the faded red circle. Paul, can we input this into the nav? Should work, he said. Nick, Melissa said, I have an idea. I followed her out of the pod. We'd had to force the door open when we first landed. She grabbed an armful of the projector bombs. They might be useful. Sure, until we accidentally turn one on. Then it's Holland's irritating voice and boom, we're dead, I said. Then we'll be careful, Melissa said. Now get the rest. I picked up the last few projector bombs and we got back on the pod. Paul already had the propulsion units spinning up. Do we know where we're going? I asked Paul. I think we're good, Paul said. It's really a matter of relative distance and setting up the right algorithms to calculate. He stopped himself. Yeah, we're fine. He'd just better be there. He will be, I said. Where else could he be? As Paul had lifted us off the ground, I reconnected the green wires to close the pod door. It screamed at me, moved maybe a half meter, and stopped. Bugging Drek, it's stuck again, I said. We need that thing closed or the wind resistance slows us down enough that there's no way we get there this century, Paul yelled from the front. Melissa joined me and we tried opening and closing it a few times. It didn't help. No good, I called to Paul. Figure it out, he said. Lily left James's side. He'd woken up a few times and we'd given him food and water. His vitals were strong, so we figured he was best served by sleeping through the pain of two broken legs. Lily lifted her keeper. We could blow the door off, remove the air resistance. Melissa and I exchanged a glance. Think we can do it without destroying the entire pod? I asked. Actually, yes, she said. They're timed explosives. If we jam one in the right spot, it should work. Should work, I repeated. And we die if it doesn't. That's pretty much all we have left right now, Melissa said. And we're running out of time, Lily said. Remember, fires, rangers after the outcasts? We have to hurry up. We took the idea to Paul. You people are completely insane. We could land first, Lily said. Obviously, Paul said. He didn't say anything else, but we immediately started descending. By the time we were on the ground, I had the pod door all the way open. Lily had pulled 2 grenades out of one of the ammunition drums, handling the cylinders very carefully. I think we start with 1, Melissa said. We'll use another if we have to. All 4 of us examined the door, trying to figure out the best place to stuff the grenade. We finally settled on a bent and torn section on one side. The explosion might be able to finish the big tear and just shear the door right off. Let's maybe find a big tree to get behind, Paul said. Metal is likely to go flying. What about James? I asked, but Melissa was already ahead of me. She had pulled a few body armor uniforms out of one of the intact lockers and draped them over James's body. She piled the uniforms a few layers deep. You 3 get behind a tree, Melissa said. The bulkhead of the pod will mostly protect the inside from the explosion, so I'll set the timer and get behind James and all the body armor. No, I said. No way. Let's get James out of there. If the whole thing blows, you'll both die. No time, she said. She took a grenade from Lily and slid it into place. Run! She pressed something on the grenade and dove inside the pod. We shouted and took off. The force of the explosion slapped huge hands across our bodies. But we had made it behind a nearby row of trees, so we were fine except for some ringing in our ears. I raced back to the pod. A huge piece of door rested, blackened and smoking, a few meters from the pod, which was now filled with smoke. "Melissa!" A figure stood, coughing. "We're fine. Did it work?" Paul and Lily showed up. "Most of the door's off," Paul reported. "Might be enough." As we got back on the pod, I gave Melissa my best glare. "Maybe a little more discussion next time? Or a better warning?" She grinned. "Maybe." I rolled my eyes as we took off again. Paul called back from the pilot's seat. "It's definitely better. You want to try closing it again?" "There's nothing left," I said. "There's enough to be causing some pull and wind resistance," Paul shouted over the wind. "We need to go fast. Anything helps." I connected the green wires. The section of door that was left slid perfectly into place. "You have got to be kidding me!" Lily and Melissa burst out laughing. "Precision work," Lily said. "Nice!" Paul called out. The pod's propulsion units built from a whine to a scream. Wind still poured through the pod, but not as loudly as before. "Paul," I said, shaking my head a little at the exhaustion threatening to knock me over. "How fast are we going?" "Almost at max speed, I think," he said. 120 kilometers per hour. "Bug me," I said. I watched the ground blur by in rough swaths of green, brown, and gray. "And can we go faster?" "I think so. Maybe 150, Paul said. "Do it," I said. I found Melissa and Lily tightening the splints on James's legs and reported our speed. "But we still have a few hours. Maybe we should try to rest." "Good idea," Lily said. We had taken off for the second time as the sun, rising behind a cloud-filled sky, scrubbed away the last of the night. Paul announced that we'd reached our max speed of 150 kilometers per hour. When was the last time humans had gone so fast? I found a corner with a lot less wind, put my head on a spare ranger suit, and grabbed a nap. Despite the noise, sleep welcomed me with open arms. Nowhere near enough sleeping later, Lily kicked Melissa and me awake and said we were less than an hour away. "Let's try the stuff out," Melissa said. I rooted through my pack and found the nanogel and injector. "I can't try it out," I said, holding up the nanogel injector, "because I don't think I have enough." "There's a lot there," Melissa said. "You could experiment a little." "But what if that uses up too much?" "Evam said this was enough for one application," I said. "Well, that's stupid," Melissa said. "I guess I should have taken more." "Obviously," she said. I bit back my retort. We were all on edge. Not enough sleep combined with seeing the cave that held our dead friends at the campsite was wearing us down. I hoped we weren't completely wrong about where Holland was hiding. I flicked my wrist and brought up the suspended readout. I tapped a button and brought up the picture of Holland's face that we had scanned. I called up my picture and set the computer to analyze the difference. "Okay, this thing says I need 378 milliliters to convert my face to his." I held up the injector again, and I have no idea how much is in this bag. "So we just hope it works," Melissa said. She looked and sounded upset. "But it probably won't. You saw what they did with them back at Dometown. It'll work." "You're putting a lot of faith in something you've never tried," Lily said. "Besides, we don't know if the rest of your pushers escaped from your hole. They might have, you know." Paul had been trying to find a signal as we flew, hoping to raise Connor or Annie. Nobody had responded. "We might also be too late," Melissa said. "There's too much we don't know." I met their eyes. "Okay, it's not the best plan, but I can tell you that no matter what, no matter if we're too late, no matter if we have to blow the entire place up, we are going to stop Holland." I dug through the uniforms we had, trying to find a combination of clothes that looked like something Holland would wear. He is done after today. That much I know. Chapter 41. Well, this is different. I watched the landscape unfold as we screamed toward Edward's Air. We'd left tree-covered hills and ruined cities far behind. I hadn't even seen an old road for at least 10 minutes. Despite the wind still pouring in through the open pod door, it was getting really warm. Outside, anything in the distance seemed to waver behind what I assumed was heat waves coming off the sand and rock. "It's a desert," Melissa said, leaning next to me. She was warm and very close. I fought the urge to lean closer. "Get lower," Lily said. "Hug the ground. With all this wide open space, they're going to see us for sure." She patted the fresh bandage on her scraped arm, making sure it was tight. The pod descended until we were only a few meters above the rocky ground. "Look," Melissa said. "What is that?" We came to the edge of what looked like a small city. Old, worn houses were arranged in tight patterns on neat, gently curving streets. We crossed from one cluster of homes to another. It looked strangely familiar. "Bugging spam," Paul whispered. "I think we're in the right place," Melissa said. "What? How do you know?" Lily asked. It looks like New Frisko," I said. "I mean, not exactly like it, but same idea. Houses and streets and those tight patterns." "There's something else over there," Melissa said. We peered in that direction. Wide, low buildings glowed with the sun's reflection. "Land, that has to be it," I said. "Now, land now. This is where I need to get off." On the ground, I checked my clothes. I'd had to keep my trousers on, but had stuffed them into my boots and had added an armored shirt. It fit a little too loosely in the places where I didn't have the muscle Rangers had, but it was all right. I tucked it into my waistband. "How do I look?" "Like a happy little ranger," Melissa said. "Perfect," I said. I checked the bag of nanogel and the injector for probably the 100th time. Bug me, but that injector needle was long and really pointy. Lily showed up with a sanitizing cloth from a med kit in the pod. She wiped the needle down thoroughly. "There you go. At least you won't get infected now." I held the injector up. "Who's doing it?" "Me," Melissa said. She glanced at Paul and Lily and took the injector. "Where do I stab you?" "Don't sound so excited now," I said. "I've always wanted to puncture you with a 10-centimeter long needle," she said. "Seriously, though, where?" "I don't know. Probably somewhere in my face." I waved a hand around my cheeks and forehead. Thinking about this a little more now, I cringed. This was going to hurt. "Maybe on both sides," Melissa said. "Make sure the gel spreads around right." "Yeah, okay." What had I been thinking? This was stupid. Why did I think this was going to work? "Ready?" Melissa said. "Sure," I said. "You know what to do after I go?" "Obviously," she said. "It was my idea. We'll distract them so you can get in there." "Any idea how you're going to do that?" I asked. "We're flying a stolen pod with door blown off, and we have explosives. I think we'll be okay." Melissa stepped closer, her face only maybe a half-meter from mine. "You're stalling." "No, I'm not." "You always stall." Melissa moved closer. One of her hands cupped one side of my face. She was really close now. "No, I don't." Her hand felt great. "It's your favorite thing to do." She jabbed the injector into my face. Okay, maybe she didn't jab, but she definitely pushed it hard and without warning into my face. It felt like, well, a cold metal needle sliding through my flesh, then digging into my cheekbone. I jerked away, but she pushed against my flinch with her other hand. Then pressure began to fill that entire side of my face. "Drac, that's not pleasant," I said between clenched teeth. "That's weird," Melissa said. "Getting silicone gel filled with nanos injected into your face should be the best sensation ever. Stop trying to get away." "I'm not," I said. "You are," she said. "You're making me chase your face." I realized I was leaning far to my right, the side away from the needle. "Oh," I forced myself to straighten up. "How's it going?" Paul asked. "Melissa stabbed Nick in the face, and now he's got a big lump on his cheek," Lily said. "And they're flirting." "Is it working?" Paul asked. "Don't know." Lily was carefully arranging projector bombs in a locker that had come loose from the pod's bulkhead. She had pulled the locker towards the gaping pod door. "I guess we'll find out." "Remember," I said, "half on each side." "You don't want only one side of your face to look like Holland?" Melissa said. She gave me an unamused look and kept squeezing gel into my cheek. "How much is that?" In response, she pulled the injector away. "That's about half," she said. She switched the injector to her left hand. Hold still. I held my breath and clenched every muscle in my body to try to keep from flinching. The second time was worse. Maybe her left hand wasn't as steady, or maybe I just knew what was coming. When I felt like my cheekbone was big enough to reach a nearby wall, the needle finally slid out again. "Okay," Melissa said. "Do your thing." I opened and closed my mouth. It felt like my face had swollen to twice its usual size. But there was no pain at all now, only stiffness. I flicked my left wrist and brought up the suspended screen. I selected the hazy image of Holland's face and tapped "adorn," which was a really strange word, but everything about the outcasts had been strange. Paul came around from behind me, watching my face closely. "Did you activate the gel?" "Yes. Is nothing happening?" Lily snorted a laugh. "Unless you count 2 huge bumps on your face as something happening, no." She cut off. "Hold on. Wow." The swelling in my face felt like it was melting away, then dispersing. "What does that feel like?" Paul asked. Melissa just stood staring at me, her mouth slightly open. "Like I was swollen in one place, but now it's kind of spreading," I said. "What does it look like?" "Like worms are crawling all over the inside of your face," Lily said. "Or like your skin is alive," Paul said. "Is it working? Do I look like Holland?" "Give it a minute," Melissa said. She had stepped back, but now she moved closer and watched my face intently. It was a little weird. We stood there, my 3 friends staring at my face like I was transforming into some kind of creature.
"What's going on with Nick's face?"
We all turned at James's voice. He had untied his upper body, propped himself up on his arms, and twisted to see us. He was pale, but otherwise looked all right. "James," I said, "how do you feel?"
"Like I have 2 broken legs," he said.
"Do you need painkiller?" Melissa asked, making for the medkit.
"No, not right now. That stuff knocks me out."
He ran his tongue around his lips.
"I've slept enough. Anyone have water?"
Lily got to him first, helping him nearly empty a water bottle. When he was done, he sighed.
"How about food?"
He pushed himself to a sitting position and looked at me. His eyes went wide.
"What the bug? Why do you look like the Prime Administrator?"
"It worked?" Lily gave James a piece of jerky without tearing her eyes from my face. "If that projector bomb thing was accurate, yes, you look like him." I turned to Melissa and Paul. "Yeah?" Paul got right up in front of me and studied my face. The top of his head was about at the level of my nose, so he had to look up. He poked at my chin, then one of my eyebrows. "Yeah, it worked. That is amazing. Those nanos must be somehow bonded, maybe covalently, to the cells or molecules of the silicon gel." He prodded one of my cheeks. "That's a little soft, not normal." Melissa gently pushed him out of the way. She looked into my eyes. "How does it feel?" "Like my face is wider, maybe a little stiffer." "When you're up close like this, you can see the difference easily," she said. "Your eyes aren't as deep as his, and his head is just bigger." Her hands warmed both sides of my face. "Can you feel that?" I nodded, unable to take my eyes off hers. "Feels a little different, but not much." Her hands stayed on my cheeks as her eyes roamed over my face. "His forehead's taller, too, and your chin still isn't as big as his." Melissa let out a slow breath. "And your mouth is still yours, not his." I stared at her mouth, imagining what her lips might... What is wrong with me? My heart pounded. I swallowed. She was amazing. Melissa stepped back. "You need to stay back from people. Try to keep them from seeing you clearly." "Okay," I swallowed. My face felt hot, my throat completely dry. I became aware of the pod again, saw the others watching us. "I need to go." I stumbled backward a bit, but caught myself. I looked around, grabbed my keeper, and forced my brain to turn back on. "Right, I'm going to keep undercover as long as I can. If they see me, I'll act like Holland." "And we'll do our best to keep them from seeing you," Paul said. He punched my shoulder. "Stay alive. Use the earcom." We'd pulled James's from his ear while he was sleeping. "You too. If we lose touch, meet me here," I said. "When I find my parents and the others, I'll get them back here." Paul nodded and dropped into the co-pilot chair. Lily wrapped me in a hug. "Find your parents, get Holland, and get out." I hugged her back. "Definitely."
"What's going on?" James asked.
"I'll fill you in when we're flying again," Lily said.
Melissa came with me to the pod door. I caught sight of the projector bombs in the locker. Grabbing one, I slid it into the pouch that held the knife Lily had given me. Might come in handy, I explained. Don't turn it on by accident, Melissa said. I won't. I stepped onto the hard-packed yellowish dirt. I had to get moving. This had taken too long. This is going to work, I said, finding her dark eyes again. It had better, she said. Bring everyone back. Yourself, too. I'll do my best, I said, but I couldn't lie to her. You know the most important thing is to stop him, right? Put an end to this. Of course, she said, her eyes narrowing. But that doesn't mean you get to be stupid and take dumb risks. I know. I took a step away. I knew she was right, but I also knew I wasn't going to let Holland continue. Whatever it took, I was going to end this fight. I might not see her again. I might not see any of them again. But if it doesn't work out, just, I don't know, tell people. Tell them what? That you did something stupid? Her voice was rough. Those were tears. No, I don't know, I said. What if I never see her again? I have so much to say, but I can't do that to her. I took in her face, thought of everything we'd been through. She's everything. I'll tell Jan you... Bug it, I cut her off. You can tell Jan I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I took Melissa's hand and pulled her close. My other hand cupped her cheek. She had time for a surprised breath, then we were kissing. A lightning bolt slammed through me, straight from my head to my toes. Every part of me blasted alive. All I felt was her. She was close and warm and alive, and perfect. We separated. I had so much to say. She opened her mouth to speak, then pulled me back in for another quick kiss. That's not the last one of those we do, she said when we parted. Nope, I said. Hurry up, she said. I will. I backed up and watched her go back into the pod. Lily laughed and yelled, It's about time! With the sensation of Melissa's lips still on mine, I turned and raced away. Chapter 42. Behind me, the pod spun up, then lifted off. I fought the urge to glance back for one final look. I stopped at the first house I came to, dropped my keeper, and pulled my shirt off. Then I slung the strap of my pouch with the knife and projector bomb across my chest, tucking the bottom end of the pouch into my pants at the small of my back. With my shirt back on, I retrieved my keeper. I looked ahead, found the low, wide buildings, and ran toward them. I felt like I'd been transported back to New Frisko. All the neat, small, identical houses on clean streets were disconcerting. It was clear that this was a residential part of Edwards Air and that New Frisko had been modeled after it. I heard the pod whine away and saw it bank to the northeast. As I angled between two houses, the residential area abruptly ended, and I found myself at the edge of a wide open space. The yellowish dirt spread out in front of me, most of it broken by small shrubs and trees. These were tough-looking, dark plants that looked like they could live through almost anything. There were buildings ahead of me, to the left, and a bigger building, this one falling apart, at least 1,000 meters straight ahead. I listened for a moment, studying the area. Nothing moved, and the only sound I heard was a light wind that blew dust into swirls. This wind had a strange taste to it. It was metallic and salty. I needed to find my parents and the other prisoners, and I had a lot of ground to cover. I jogged across the hard dirt, covering what turned out to be more than 1,000 meters. I bent low as I stopped to catch my breath in the shadow of the decrepit building. It looked like the walls of this place were made of glass, since I could look straight through to the buildings far on the other side. I wasn't going to sweat the nanogel out, was I? It was hot, but I felt like I was sweating inside my skin, too, under the gel. I just needed to get this done. Skirting the old glass-walled building, I darted to the next nearest structure, two long building-like things that sat on some kind of track. They were faded and worn, and the two metal structures had started melting into each other. I ducked around the warped shape and ran across a surprisingly wide and clean road to the next cover. A concrete shed with a metal roof that looked like it was once dark red. I caught my breath while leaning in the small shack's shadow. I had two choices for getting across the next 1,000 meters. To the north lay a bunch of structures with the same faded red roof. These were small, short buildings. They didn't look like houses, exactly. I imagined that some of them must have been office space, or something. They were clustered in multiple groupings, surrounded by brown and yellow grass and shrubs. There were roads and wide swaths of dirt between them. Around 500 meters south of that was a very different cluster of buildings. These were incredibly long, wide buildings, all the color of old metal. The roofs on these buildings curved upward into low domes. I still hadn't seen any people or heard anything. Nick! It was Melissa's voice in my ear. She must have convinced Paul to let her wear the only other earcom. Hey, I said, how are we supposed to talk about normal things now? Where are you? I could always trust Melissa to not bother feeling weird about things. About halfway between the residential area you dropped me off in and the rest of Edward's Air. Seen anybody yet? No, but everything's still pretty far off, I said. Where are you? Just took a wide circle to the northeast. Now we're about 2 minutes away from the residential area, she said. You're going to start there? Yeah, especially since you didn't see anybody there. He would have somebody guarding the prisoners, wouldn't he? Melissa paused. You're sure nobody's there? Definitely. I didn't try to hide, and nobody tried to kill me, I said. Well, that's good, she said. I'm going. I don't know how long the gel's going to last. I took another look around. Still no sign of people. You'll hear us in a minute. I opted for the smaller buildings with red roofs. They looked like they were the right size to stick a bunch of prisoners in. I jogged across the wide open dirt, trying to stay low and use the tiny trees as cover. If a ranger appeared in the next few minutes, I was pretty much dead. Staying low was useless. All it did was hurt my back, and there was no way the trees were hiding me. I'd made it maybe 3/4 of the way to the first building when a thud and rumble came from the residential area I'd left a while back. Not risking a look backward, I picked up speed and tried not to breathe in dust with each step. As I reached the first building, I saw a strange shape to my left, a huge oval in the dirt, with collapsed sheds around one end of it. What was this place? What did Edward's Air mean? It wasn't a city, although it was kind of like a few really small cities next to each other. Another boom came from the west. This time I glanced in that direction and saw smoke plumes growing in the sky. I stepped next to a wall and studied the area around me. There was another one next to it with a wide, flat concrete space on the other side. We'd seen these in San Francisco. Why had they made so many empty concrete fields 100 years ago? I approached a few old, larger trees that looked very strange. They had probably been healthy at one point, but now they seemed dead. Then I pulled up short. On the other side of the trees was an airplane. Voices and movement caught my attention. I dropped down, looking south. Rangers erupted from one of the huge, low, white buildings behind me. They used their hover boots to fly fast across the ground and moved in a mass toward the residential area. Rangers just came out of the big white buildings, I said. They're coming your way. Any of them see you? Melissa asked. Not yet. I kept behind the buildings and ran to the airplane. It was mounted on some kind of stand and angled up slightly. It finally dawned on me. A residential area with wide buildings and huge roads. Now an airplane. It's some kind of port. Like for airplanes. Maybe military? What? Melissa asked. This place. It's an airplane base, I said. Makes sense, she said. Another explosion sounded, this one from the north side of the residential area. Doing my best to keep buildings and trees between me and the Rangers building, I ran between the structures. Most of them had no glass in their windows, making it easy to check for prisoners. The first two were empty. I ran to the next building, this one wider and longer, and set off by itself near the far end of the oval I'd seen. Empty. Getting more desperate, I ran to the next cluster, 5 buildings in a circle. They had old, dead trees between them. No prisoners. While I ran between them, looking left and right, another boom sounded off to the west. Sweat dripped down my back. How much longer was the nanogel going to last? Don't absorb it too fast, body. Nick, update? Melissa asked. There's nobody in these smaller buildings. I jogged across brown grass and shrubs and came to the next building. This one was taller and just as abandoned looking. I think everybody must be in those huge white buildings to the south. Nobody spotted you? No, and I haven't seen anyone yet either, except those rangers. A pod shot overhead. I ducked and spun to watch it fly past. Where are you? We just launched our last rocket, Melissa said. The rangers are firing at us in groups, but aren't hitting us. A pod just flew your way. Spam! Pod incoming! She shouted. Just get out of there, I said. You can't beat a pod. I took off toward the buildings the rangers had come from. Find your parents, Melissa said. And... She cut off. An explosion sounded from the residential area. I pulled to a stop, cold dread in my throat. Melissa! I stood, watching the sky over the houses. I didn't see anything except thin clouds of smoke from older explosions. Melissa, are you there? Yeah, she answered. We're hit, but not bad. Get out of there, I yelled. No, Melissa said. I've got an idea. No, don't! I should have been running, looking for my parents, but I couldn't move. Melissa! Find your parents! She was right. I spun and raced between the trees toward the rangers' buildings. I angled to my left. The nearest building was about 500 meters away. Another pod shot overhead. Another pod's coming! We got the first one, Melissa said. I threw a projector at it and the sticky fire splashed all over the front window. Nice! I leaned forward, stretching into a full run, wanting to cross the open space fast. There were a lot more buildings on the other side of the base. I hoped I wouldn't have to search all of those too. We're coming around to make a bigger mess, Melissa said. Okay, I gasped. The heat and dust seemed like they were stealing my breath. One foot caught on a shrub and I nearly fell. How far was that building? As I got closer, I realized it was much bigger than I'd thought at first. My lungs were screaming at me, so I slowed. The building was huge, taller than any of the domes in New Frisko, and as long as a few of the blocks in one of the residential zones. I still couldn't tell what the walls were made of. Running between a few big sheds, I finally came to the building's side. The rangers had come out the other side of it. Clinging to the warm wall, I eased along it, looking for a door or window. I turned a corner and held still, listening and watching. A rumble came from inside the building, low and strong enough that I felt vibrations in the ground. 50 meters later, I came to another corner. This should lead to the door that the rangers had emerged from. I glanced around the corner. There was no door. There wasn't even a wall. This entire side of the building was wide open. Rangers were inside, walking around in their uniforms. That was all I saw in the brief look I'd caught. It was time to see if my disguise worked. I set my keeper down and scrubbed at my face, then pushed my hair back. Here goes. A metallic voice came from behind me. Identify yourself. Chapter 43. Cold shock ran down my neck. I forced myself to turn slowly. A ranger stood 5 meters away, his keeper pointed at my chest. He wore body armor and a full helmet. Identify myself? My voice shook. Could he hear that? The ranger didn't move. Identify yourself. I ran Holland's voice through my head. It was a little higher than mine. How would Holland sound if a ranger was challenging him? Adam Holland, Ranger. Anger might work. You might want to go find the source of those explosions. The ranger's head dropped a little to the side. Dr. Holland? I couldn't give him a chance to get a better look. Get moving, Ranger! The ranger straightened, brought his keeper across his chest, and ran past me. Nick, Melissa said in my ear, get ready for us. Where are you? A pod screamed overhead. The open hole where the door should have been told me who it was. A tiny object dropped from the open door. The pod kept flying straight, getting smaller by the second. The object hit the dirt, a glowing rectangle above it. Rangers streamed out of the huge building, including the ranger who had challenged me. The projector bomb exploded, throwing sticky white fire everywhere. I darted into the building, missing my keeper immediately. I slowed to a regular walk and tried to imagine I was Holland walking through his own building. Long, thin lights illuminated the cavernous space. Pods stretched in a row down the middle of the floor. 2 rangers burst out of a room in a back corner of the building. They saw me and came running. 2 pods lifted off and shot out of the building. "Nick, we're getting low on power. I don't know what else we can do," Melissa said. Crossing an empty space, I kept my voice quiet so the Rangers wouldn't hear me. "Just get somewhere safe. More pods coming." Weapons lockers and workstations surrounded the pods. I passed a shelf with compartments full of bullets. A metal crate had grenades in it. Where did all of these things come from? Had our pod been in this building? "Dr. Holland!" The Rangers came to a halt at the exact same moment. "What is happening?" I couldn't tell which Ranger was speaking. "Somebody found our base," I said. "Go get them. And don't come any closer." "But the prisoners," one of the Rangers said. "I'll take care of them," I said. The Rangers stood for a moment, their faces hidden behind their helmet faceplates. "Go!" They broke into a run, passing me and heading toward the gaping opening. Making sure they couldn't see me, I grabbed a grenade, pressed the activator on the end, and threw it as hard as I could toward the far end of the building. It skipped off a pod and exploded. The Rangers changed direction, running faster toward the explosion than I'd ever seen a person run. "They're getting closer," I shouted. "Find them and stop them! I'll take care of the prisoners!" I couldn't tell if the Rangers heard me, but at least they didn't realize I wasn't their leader. I walked fast toward the door they had come from, except this wasn't much of a door. It was just a wide-open hole that led to indistinct darkness. Before I got there, I pulled a keeper from a locker, slapped an ammunition drum onto it, and slung the strap across my chest. The gaping doorway was at least 4 meters wide. The space it led to was a little wider and deeper. The 3 walls of the space were completely blank. No other doors and no windows. I explored the empty space, wondering why the Rangers had said something about prisoners after coming from this area. Nobody was here. The back wall looked like it could be the back wall of the biggest building. I remembered the hidden room in the building in Old Frisko and walked around, studying the walls closely. On my second circuit, I found a flat panel on one of the walls. It was simply a circle, so it blended in perfectly. I brushed it lightly. I heard a hum, then a rumble that vibrated the floor. No, wait, the floor was actually moving, dropping steadily downward, like in Prime 1 back in New Frisko. Wishing I had my chest light, I brought my keeper up and turned complete circles, doing my best to see everywhere at once. The floor, or elevator really, dropped about 10 meters and stopped. I didn't need my chest light. Long, icy white lights lined the ceiling of a wide tunnel that stretched out as far as I could see. Turning around, I didn't see anywhere else to go. From what I remembered about the building cluster, the tunnel probably ran northeast. That was in the direction of the buildings I had ignored after seeing Rangers run from this one. Long, shiny tracks extended from the elevator floor down the tunnel. A metallic smell hung in the air, as well as a heat that seemed strange underground. Nothing moved, and I couldn't hear anything anymore. This would be a bad place to run into a bunch of Rangers. I needed to go. "Melissa, I don't know if you can hear me or if you're out of range." I started walking fast. "I found a tunnel under the big building. I think it goes to those buildings on the northeast end. I'm following it." No response came. "Please be okay." The tunnel stretched a long way. The walls were made of featureless dark stone. What was going on outside? Had the Rangers caught up to Melissa and the others? Did Holland know it was us? Were my parents alive? My walk became a run. I felt at my face. My chin and nose felt bigger than usual. The nanogel was still working. I concentrated on keeping my breathing under control while I jogged. It seemed like the tunnel was kilometers long. What did they use it for? Suddenly I realized what I'd thought was just more tunnel up ahead was actually some kind of machine, parked on a flat space. An empty black square hung right above the machine. Another elevator. The vehicle became clearer as I approached. It had thick metal discs for wheels, and a plain column on one side that stuck up from a low-slung flatbed. Some kind of cargo carrier. It was empty right now, but it must have been used to carry big, heavy things. It looked incredibly strong. I examined the column and found controls for forward and backward. No steering mechanism, which made sense, since it obviously rode straight up and down the tunnel on top of the metal tracks. I listened for activity above me and heard nothing. Had I left the other building too fast? Maybe I should have looked around the big pod building more before following the tunnel. Too late for that. Unsure of how much longer my nanogel was going to work, I looked around for the control to bring the elevator up. I found it and paused to listen again. I didn't hear anything, so I activated the elevator. It rumbled to life, and I rode it upward. The space above had a weak light source that only illuminated the area as I got higher. Ducking behind the cargo vehicle, I watched the building come into view. Big, heavy pieces of machinery lined metal walls. As the elevator drew near the top of its path, human legs appeared, standing at the edge of the floor. Then midsections and torsos materialized. I was glad I was hidden by the body of the cargo vehicle because I nearly fell over when the two faces appeared. They were both Adam Holland. Chapter 44. The two Hollands watched the elevator complete its ascent. Their eyes slid to the empty cargo vehicle. "This is wrong," the one on the left said. "This is wrong," the one on the right said too. They stood there staring emptily at the cargo vehicle. They hadn't spotted me, although if they had just looked up a little, they would have. "Send it back for a load," the left one said. The one on the right said the same thing a half-second after the other one. I crouched behind the vehicle, my mind completely frozen. How could there be two Hollands? And what was wrong with him? Them? Were they somehow people like me with nanogel? Were they the prisoners with nanogel on their faces and their minds wiped or something? That was stupid. These two were identical. Where had I... One of them leaned to the side and pressed the button to send the elevator back down. I flinched and rolled off just as the floor dropped. "Ranger," one of them called out, the other again saying the same thing at almost the same time. The sound of Holland's voice in double sent cold ice down my spine. I twisted. They had seen me. I remembered. The clear casket things under Prime 1 after we'd thought we'd beaten the Prime Administrator. There had been a bunch of those caskets, each one holding what had looked like a sleeping Adam Holland. Somehow Holland had cloned himself. And these had to be those clones. But why were they acting like that? "Ranger," they both called again, standing unnaturally still. I didn't wait for them to figure out how to attack me. I sprinted along the side of the gaping square elevator hole in the floor and dove at them. I slammed into the first one, making it stumble back into the other. The second one fell into the hole, landing with a flat thud. The one I'd hit straightened and just stood there, its arms at its sides. What is this? "You're a clone, like the one acting like the Prime Administrator in New Frisko." I remembered how that clone had sometimes spoken slowly, reacting to things with a weird delay. I shoved it, and it fell after its double. So Holland had figured out clones, but not how to make them act like normal people all the time. Were these drone clones? What had Holland called them in those last seconds before the gas bomb had fallen? I did not remember. I assessed my surroundings. Behind me gaped the elevator. The building was about as big as one of the engineering zones in the engineering dome. Pieces of machinery, big and small, lined the walls, although there was a clear path between the floor elevator and a wide double door. Those doors were wide open, letting bright light in. Hugging a wall, I got to the door and peered out. More Hollands walked around, most of them carrying things. They moved mechanically, like I imagined human-shaped robots would move, which was probably what they were. But how was he controlling them? And cloning had never quite worked for the old civilization. How had Holland done it? Down the road, 4 rangers stood next to a small building about the size of 2 pods sitting next to each other. There was a heavy door on this one. As I watched, 2 more rangers showed up at a run. The Holland clones leaned away from the rangers as they walked by. Their eyes stayed straight ahead of them, never moving to the left or right. One of them came toward the building I was in. I slid backwards into a shadow. The clone walked in, pushing a wheeled platform with what looked like a pod component on it. The Holland clone pushed the platform over to the square hole in the ground and activated the elevator. I darted over and tackled it. It gave 0 resistance. I flipped it over and looked it in the eyes. It looked back, but not really. It saw me, but in the same way that I would see a rock. There was nothing behind those eyes. No intelligence, no light. Everything about it was wrong. I knocked the clone out and dragged it behind a pile of spare pod parts as the elevator hummed and rumbled upward. Outside, the 6 rangers were on high alert, 2 of them roaming around the building while the other 4 stood at the door with their keepers up. They were obviously guarding the building, making that my best bet for the prisoner's location. I had no chance of going against all 6 Rangers and winning, even if I snuck up on them. Obviously, with Melissa and the others causing all the confusion on the other side of the base, they knew something was going on. But had they figured out that all that was just a distraction? A distraction. Looking from the activity outside the building to the heavy transport vehicle that had just come up on the big square elevator, I formed a plan. I noticed that one of the clones I'd knocked down the hole was splayed out on the cargo bed. I ran to the vehicle and examined the control stem. It was just a skinny piece of plasteel extending up from the bed with 2 directional buttons on it. I pushed the one that pointed toward the door. The vehicle rolled forward a little. There must have been some kind of silent electric motor on the undercarriage of the thing. I took my hand off the button. The vehicle stopped. I needed some way to keep the button pressed. It took me a minute, but I got the knocked-out clone maneuvered over to the stem. I lifted one of its hands. It reached just fine. I tore a strip of cloth off my shirt and tied the clone's hand onto the control stem without tightening it yet. I checked outside. Still a bunch of clones walking around and 6 Rangers guarding the building 30 meters down the road. Thumbing my keeper to life, I selected grenades and sighted down the road, figuring out where I should shoot. Then I ran to the cargo vehicle and tightened the clone's limp hand against the control stem. The vehicle smoothly rolled forward toward the wide doors. I outpaced it and stopped just inside the doors, out of sight from the people outside. The cargo vehicle picked up speed, and by the time it slipped out of the doors, it was going about as fast as I could run. It bumped into a clone, knocking it over. Other clones stopped and stared blankly at the flat vehicle rapidly crossing the road on a collision course with the building across the street. Angling my keeper upward, I launched a grenade over the nearby buildings and watched the Rangers. 2 of them had already started running toward the flat cargo vehicle, their keepers at the ready. One turned toward me. I ducked. Then my grenade exploded. The Rangers whipped around. One of them was trying to stop the cargo vehicle, which was going even faster now, but he was having trouble grabbing the stem. The 4 Rangers guarding the door were still there, but 2 of them peeled off, running toward the explosion. I watched as the second set of Rangers disappeared behind a building and the first set jumped away from the heavy cargo transport. It smashed into the building. They got back up and ran toward me. I let them come. The Rangers darkened the bright doorway for a moment, then split up. They must have been communicating under their helmets because I couldn't hear them. I stayed low and waited for one to pass by me. The others had gone the opposite direction. They must not have had their thermal sensors going because the Ranger walked right past me. I let him get a few meters away, then ran for the doorway. "Intruder!" The other Ranger had seen me. I dropped. Bullets exploded past me, smashing the already beat-up building across the street. I had to blink to get my eyes accustomed to the bright sunlight outside. I scrambled away from the building. More bullets and shouts followed me. The Rangers started running my way, leaving the building unguarded. I felt sure that was where my parents were. I rolled onto my back and fired my keeper into the building I'd just left. My heart stopped. I'd meant to fill the enclosed space with bullets, but a single grenade thumped out of my keeper. It arced through the wide doors. Rolling again, I got my feet under me just in time to hear the huge explosion of the grenade. I dove toward a nearby structure, trying to get its corner between me and the 2 oncoming Rangers. The building behind me exploded again. There must have been fuel cells or something in the building that my grenade had hit. The shockwave slammed me forward, throwing me against the house. My face scraped against the rough stone, but the nanogel cushioned the blow. A jagged, stabbing pain flared in one of my legs and a shoulder. I fought the sudden desperation to push a hand against the pain to try to squeeze it away. My ears were ringing and my vision was blurred. I tasted blood. I must have bit my lip or tongue. The building hadn't really exploded, but the wall nearest to me had ruptured outward, so there must have been something very flammable in that spot. Maybe the grenade had been better than bullets. Water sprayed from somewhere in the ceiling of the blasted building, shooting out through the jagged new hole and soaking the ground where I was. More bullets splattered and shattered against the destroyed building, the dirt and the stone corner I hid behind. Strangely, I couldn't hear them over the ringing in my ears. I scrambled further behind my cover. The throbbing in my back shoulder and leg dug straight into my bones. I stole a glance around the corner. One Ranger was ducking around the far side of the house I was using as cover. The other Ranger was 5 meters away, running directly at me. Surprised, I fell back and pulled the trigger of my keeper. Another grenade arced out. Pain in my shoulder and leg stabbed deeper. My heels scrabbled against the dirt as I tried to put distance between me and the Ranger. The Ranger batted the grenade off to the side and fired. I was already rolling away. Bullets scored across my back, but didn't make it through the body armor shirt. Scrambling backward again, I came up at the same time the grenade exploded. Bright light and another shockwave hit me. I stumbled backward and fell. This saved my life because bullets shredded the air where my head had just been. That other Ranger was going to show up behind me any second. Thumbing the ammunition drum desperately, I yanked on the trigger as hard and fast as I could. The keeper beeped at me, not shooting. It wouldn't fire if it was between ammunition selections. The Ranger rolled around the corner, firing. He slipped a little in the mud the water spray had made. Bullets slammed me backwards. My chest was smashed. I couldn't breathe. My entire front would have been destroyed if not for the body armor. I released the ammunition selector, waited a beat, and fired. Sizzling electrodes shot out, sticking on the Ranger's legs. He jerked a few times and went still, his keeper falling from his paralyzed hands. Staring, I pushed myself to my feet. I'd never seen electrodes work so well. Was it the water? I hobbled back toward the corner of the house. I had to get out of sight before the other Ranger showed up. Bullets pounded into my back and shoulder, throwing me to the ground. They felt like I was being punched by incredibly strong, rock-hard fists. I crawled around the corner and thumbed my ammunition to net. I shoved the keeper around the corner and fired. More bullets pounded the dirt and shattered chunks out of the stone wall. Through the red haze of pain, one thought blared at me. Hurry up! Those other Rangers that ran after my first grenade were going to be back. I had to finish this. I selected grenade again. I had 2 more. The bullets had stopped. I stole a quick glance. The Ranger was approaching low and fast. We fired at the same time. A couple of his bullets pounded my upper arm and one sliced across my neck. My grenade hit the dirt right in front of him. I jerked back, gasping in pain, or at least trying to. My chest still felt like a pod had landed on it. The explosion threw dirt everywhere. I forced myself to look. The Ranger had been thrown backward, but he was still coming. I fired another grenade. He slapped at it and deflected it over his head. He was so fast. He fired back, but his aim was too high. I unloaded on him. He tripped. His feet caught in my net. My onslaught drove him backward, then down. Bullets weren't going to win. If they were, I'd be dead already. Wheezing and falling to a knee, I grabbed the downed Ranger's keeper. I selected grenade and pumped 2 back into the destroyed building's walls. I flung myself around the house corner, rolling with my hands over my head. Twin explosions lit up my eyelids, shaking the ground. Rock and other debris fragmented across my back. I lay like that for a second, wishing I could just crawl into the house and hide. Nope, not until Holland stopped. My chest throbbed. Sharp pain dug into my leg and shoulder. The rest of me ached. I crawled on all 4s and peeked around the corner. The building the cargo vehicle had been in was completely destroyed. The only remaining side had collapsed into the space between it and the house, burying the Ranger. I needed to find an easier way to stop Rangers. Picking up my keeper and the one I'd taken from the Ranger, I tried to run to the building the prisoners were in, but it was more of a stumble. I spat dirt with every step. I fell onto the door, the twinging agony in my leg and shoulder making me lightheaded. The keeper knocked against the door. I looked around. No clones were in sight. The Rangers that had run off were going to be back any second. Hey, anyone in there? I waited 1 heartbeat, then another. If I'd been wearing my papa, I would have been knocked out long ago. Leaning on the wall, fighting to stay standing, I slammed the keeper against the heavy metal door again. Anyone? A man's voice came back.
Nick, is that you?
Chapter 45. I had to blast the door open, unloading almost half a drum of bullets at it. Then it jerked open and my father emerged, his eyes wide.
Nick,
he reeled back.
You're not
I put my hands up. No, it's me, Dad. It's me.
Stay back,
my dad said, gesturing toward the inside of the building.
What is this?
Dad, listen, it's my voice. I should have thought of this. I used something called nanogel to look like Holland. He looked me up and down.
Nick?
Yes, it's me.
How did?
He wrapped me in a hug. I hissed in pain and pulled back.
What?
He spun me around. A beat of silence then.
Nick, you have a piece of metal sticking out of your shoulder.
I felt disconnected, like I was watching and listening from far away. Leg too? I asked. My mother and Carl Stevens appeared from the darkness of the building, along with others. It's me, Nick, I promise.
There's a big piece in your leg, my dad yelled. What happened?
No time, I said. I made sure everyone could hear me. You have to get out of here. Rangers are coming. I handed Carl the second keeper I'd picked up. Pressure and twisting pain erupted in the back of my shoulder. My dad held up a 10-centimeter long piece of jagged metal. It had my blood on it.
This was stuck in you.
My mother put her hands on my shoulder and looked me over. Bruce, of course it's Nick. She gave me a hug. You're taller. Tears flowed freely down her face. I knew you would find us. Mom, I said, you have to go. There's a tunnel. The same awful pain twisted in my leg as my dad pulled out the other piece of shrapnel.
Were you rolling on a bed of metal shards?
No, I blew up a building, I said.
Of course you did.
Down, Carl Stevens shouted. He pushed one of the other prisoners back into the house and fired the keeper up the street. I twisted and dove inside for cover. The first Rangers who had run off appeared from between two houses. Carl's shots went high and wide. The Rangers immediately started shooting and running directly at us. Bits of rock and dirt flew everywhere. Bullets aren't going to work, I called, firing them anyway and not bothering to seek cover. I was out of grenades. Grenades or nets or something! I hit one of the Rangers, but he barely slowed. Everyone had made it back into the building. The door was still open wide. My mom and dad crouched behind me. Carl hugged the wall on the other side of the doorway from me. There were 5 others I didn't know, but I recognized their faces. Is everyone okay?
Grazed my leg, my dad said. Got any more keepers?
Nope. I glanced out the door. The Rangers were maybe 15 meters away, one on each side of the street. We have to get out of this building.
They'll just overpower us, my dad said. We'll be back to where we started.
We have to do something they won't expect, I said. Any ideas? My mom looked back out the door. They're coming! Carl Stevens shouted and ran out of the door, shooting to his right, away from the Rangers and screaming. It took me a beat, but I dove at the door and shot toward the left. The explosion of continuous keeper fire filled the street and air all around us. The Ranger on the left ducked right after I started shooting. Then he fell, tangled in Carl's net. Surprised, I looked for Carl. He was ducking behind a house, blood streaming from his back and a leg. The Ranger on the right shot at him non-stop. Carl had done the unexpected, and now we only had one Ranger to deal with. I shot my last grenade, and nothing happened. I'd forgotten I was out. I switched to bullets and charged the Ranger, screaming at the top of my lungs. The Ranger rolled backward as bullets tore into the brick wall where his head had been. I thumbed the keeper to net and fired. The webbed mass exploded outward and got him on the side, wrapping up an arm. His keeper arm was still free. I shot again and dove at him. Behind me, I heard a huge explosion. Another grenade. I flinched and slammed into the Ranger. With both of his hands tied up, one in the net and the other holding his keeper, I thought I might have a chance. He jackknifed his body, and suddenly I was flying over his head. How was he so strong? I hit the house behind him with my injured shoulder, throbbing pain flashing out from the impact. Another dull explosion came from behind me. I rolled, feeling like my head was being compressed. Shouts sounded all around me as I pushed myself around, trying to get my bearings. My mom, dad, and everyone else were attacking the Ranger I'd shot with my net. One of them had gotten the keeper, while a few of them had pulled his earth-toned helmet off. The adult with the keeper smacked the Ranger in the head, and the man went limp. Across the street, part of a house had been blown apart, and rubble and dirt coated the Ranger Carl had netted. Carl was kneeling against the house he ducked behind, his keeper lowered into the street. I put it together. Carl had shot one of his grenades, finishing off the Ranger under the rubble while I went after the Ranger who had been shooting at him. "Carl!" I called out. He looked over at me, his face strangely blank. "That was totally—" Carl toppled into the dirt. Chapter 46. "You have to go," I said, turning the tourniquet around Carl's thigh tighter. "You can't do this alone," Mom said. She tied a bandage made from the cleanest part of someone's shirt around Carl's chest. Carl groaned and twisted. My dad and one of the women were watching the street, armed with the 2 new keepers. That's the only way I can do it. I gestured at my face. I need to take advantage of this as long as it lasts.
You're pretending to be one of the clones? Dad asked.
I wasn't, but that's a good idea, I said. I tied off the tourniquet. Carl's eyelids were fluttering. He'd lost a lot of blood. Get the cargo vehicle up the street and into the collapsed building. I stood, brushing myself off. There's an elevator in the floor. Take it down. There's a tunnel. I described where I was going to meet Melissa and the others. Get there. Take a pod. Do whatever you need to do. You need help here, my mom said. Tell him, Bruce.
She's right. You've been lucky, Dad said.
I know, but this is the plan. They don't expect any of this. They probably think a big army is attacking them. I lifted the keeper Carl had used. 3 grenades left and half of its bullets. They have no way of knowing I look like Holland. And if I don't stop Holland, he'll just keep sending rangers, or worse.
But you can't do it alone, Dad said.
Mom and 3 others lifted Carl. You're a big group, and Carl slows you down. You need both of those keepers, I said. What good would you be without a keeper? I forced myself to take a deep breath. Look, Holland's got the rangers chasing the rest of the pushers and going after Melissa and the others. I look like a clone, so I can get close. They had to understand. Mom, Dad, he's killed so many. He killed Bren, I swallowed. I can do this. I have to. Mom and Dad looked at each other, their eyes tight with worry.
Kate, Dad said, he's right.
I know that, Mom said, but he's still our son.
Exactly, Dad said. We can't leave you.
I thought fast. This was taking too long, but Carl needs you. And you can distract them when you get down there. Shoot some rockets or something. Get a pod and fly around blowing things up. Keep the Rangers and Holland's attention away from me. I put one hand on Dad's shoulder and one on Mom's. I made it this far. I'll be okay.
I just yanked 2 pieces of metal out of you, Dad said. That doesn't seem okay.
The body armor protected me, I said. It doesn't change colors, but at least it stops bullets. Mostly. It still hurt to breathe. I pulled them into a hug. Nick, Mom said, squeezing me with one arm. Dad pulled me close. They were the best. My mom's voice was ragged. No way. You're not. I tore myself free. Go. Find the tunnel. I took off running. Distract them. I put my head down and ran as fast as I could.
Nick!
Dad called out. I kept running, ducking behind a house. Please don't follow me. I wove between buildings, wondering where the Holland clones had gone. The door of a nearby building was slightly open. I burst through, ready to shoot the place to pieces. It was empty, except for shelves full of medical supplies. I shut the door behind me and looked out a window to see if anyone had followed me. I understood why Mom and Dad didn't want me to go alone, but this was how it had to be. Grabbing a few bandages, med glue, and some painkiller tablets, I studied the surrounding area through the windows. More buildings, all faded red brick, extended in all directions. I didn't have time to check all of them. The nanogel was going to wear off sometime, and Holland was going to figure out what was happening soon enough. My earcom crackled. Power! It was Melissa's voice. Melissa, I didn't get that, I said. I stuffed the medical gear into pockets in the body armor shirt. Nick, Melissa said, we're low on power. Have to land. I found my parents. They're all coming your way. Holland was controlling all of this. He had to have some kind of headquarters, someplace like Prime 1 that had security systems and a lot of power running through it. Great! The earcom crackled and I missed the next thing she said. Can't hear what you're saying, I said. I tried to figure out what to do next. Running through the cluster of buildings waving a keeper around was going to get me killed. I needed to use my disguise while it lasted. I needed the clone. If we didn't stop Holland now, we might not get another chance. Earcoms are losing power too, Melissa said. Meet us now. Nope, we're not done. I peeked out the door, then darted across the street and between 2 houses. No clones in sight. I saw movement through a window. That might be a clone. More crackling in my ear. We can't help. Get everyone to safety. Steal a pod. I rounded a corner and found a wide doorway with a moving conveyor belt leading through one side of it. Memories of the dumps in New Frisko flashed through my mind. My back twinged in remembered pain. My earcom fuzzed and went silent. I was on my own. I stole another look around the corner. The wide door and conveyor belt led to a deep room with machinery in it. It looked like a Holland clone was in there. I held still and listened. The hum of the conveyor belt and some regular thumping in the building it came from were all I heard. I let my keeper drop to hang behind my back and, ignoring the aches all over my body, walked into the deep room. I did my best to walk heavily and force a blank look on my face. Come on, nanogel, do your stuff. Dry, lung-cooking heat filled the room. The conveyor belt led into the mouth of a complicated-looking machine. I hadn't seen it before, but there was a long, wide line of dirt on the belt. The machine appeared to be eating the dirt. I'd seen something like this before. It was a refinery, extracting minerals and other useful materials from the dirt. But this machine was far more complex than the refineries I'd seen in the engineering dome. Heat poured off the machine in waves. The Holland clone stood at the inside of an elbow formed by a bend in the machine. 3 more conveyor belts fed out of the far end, threading through a series of holes in the building's walls. One of the conveyor belts held small, flat, shiny pieces of what looked like steel. The place was a factory. Holland had to be using machines like this to keep the Rangers supplied with bullets and other ammunition. The Holland clone's attention turned to me, but it didn't register anything. My disguise must still be working. It had to be unbelievably uncomfortable standing right next to the refinery like that. But it just stood there expressionless, its hand on the machine next to a flat control panel. It wore plain gray pants and shirt. I needed those clothes. Even though it was just a clone, I couldn't just kill the thing. I needed to tie it up or restrain it somehow. Nope, that was going to take too long. I thumbed my ammunition drum to rubber bullets and peppered the clone. It reeled backward, slammed into the machine, and fell limply to the floor. I dragged the clone behind the refinery and put its clothes on over mine. As I left the building, I stopped and turned back to the machine. It gave off enough heat to cook a deer. I dropped a bunch of big rocks on the conveyor belt that led into it, then smashed the glass control panel with the butt of my keeper. Even if I don't find you, you're going to remember I was here. As I walked away, loud noises followed me out. The machine didn't like the rocks I'd sent into its innards. I'd gone 20 paces when a loud bang sounded from the building. I smiled. I passed a couple rows of houses, my keeper hanging behind my back. Most of the houses had some kind of machinery in them, and hums and rattles filled the air. The deeper I got into the cluster of buildings, the more Holland clones appeared. They walked with a heavy shuffle, manning the machines and carrying a variety of materials between buildings. 3 clones worked with a machine that spat out cases the size of half a keeper. I angled closer. The cases held bullets. I took in all of the buildings, and the scope of the operation staggered me. He had at least one huge building full of pods across the way, and here he had countless machines making metal and bullets. This was how he kept his Rangers outfitted so they could murder for him. I wanted to set off a huge bomb, blow the whole thing up, leave a smoking crater behind that we would all eventually forget. But first, I had to find him. I tried to walk almost exactly like the clones, but faster. I curved around buildings, looking in all directions. I came to a wide street with 2 long buildings on one end of it, maybe 30 meters away. The buildings were all white metal, glowing brightly in the afternoon sun. There were a few smaller houses down the street, all made of red stone. The big buildings looked out of place, like they hadn't been there as long as the rest. I clone walked toward the white metal buildings. Each had a wide door in the middle, and as I drew closer, I saw that they were connected by a low hallway. As I kept doing the weird, fast shuffle walk, I tried to estimate how long the nanogel had been injected into my face. An hour? More? It felt like I'd been running around Holland's base for days, but it couldn't have been much more than a couple of hours. The left building's door was closed, but the wide door of the building on the right gaped in front of me. Something, clones probably, moved around in the slightly dimmer interior light. I itched to have my keeper in my hand. Remembering back to the first building I'd run through with all the pods, I wished I'd grabbed handfuls of grenades and a few extra ammunition drums. Wishing wasn't going to make explosives appear in my hands. And the projector bomb and knife tucked into the pouch at my back weren't going to make a difference in a building this size. My heart felt like a rock dancing in my chest and clogging my throat. I forced my doubts away as I entered the building, doing my best impersonation of a Holland clone that had a purpose, but wasn't in a huge hurry. What was with these things anyway? 4 of them stood around a room that appeared to take up the entire building. They were obviously clones, but they acted like robots, as if they were programmed and couldn't really think for themselves. But that one in New Frisko had been a clone too, and it acted differently, holding conversations with me and running the entire city. Maybe there were different kinds of clones. It didn't make much sense. I'd be sure to ask Holland about it when I had my keeper pointed at his face. My eyes adjusted to the lower light inside the building. A row of semi-transparent, pod-shaped things lined the entire back wall of the building. Monitor stands stood between the pod things, flashing multicolored lights and beeping softly. A faint, sour smell filled my nostrils. I took in the row of pod things. There had to be at least 50 of them. I'd seen these before, in that secret room under Prime 1. I shuffled up to a transparent lid of one of the pod things. Clone makers? Something that looked a little like Holland's slack face greeted me. Its eyes closed. It had no hair, and most of its body was covered by a gelatinous-looking blue liquid. This was definitely a clone maker. Holland was making an army of himself. What else were you going to do when you were the worst person in history? The Holland clones moved around the room, oblivious to the explosions that had gone off not that far from here. They had to be programmed in some way. Flesh robots. I shuffled through the room toward a door that looked like it led to the hallway connecting the two buildings. Bed 12's temperature is anomalous by 0.5 degrees. It was Holland's voice. The nearest clone swept its dull gaze across me. Adjust for optimal maturation. It wanted me to do something. I ignored it. The door I wanted to get through didn't open when I stepped in front of it. There was a square sensor plate on the wall next to the door. A faint hand outline appeared on it as I moved closer to the door. Great. My hand wasn't going to do this. I turned. The Holland clone had followed me. Hi, I said. I shot it with electrodes. It twitched and jerked. I cut the current and grabbed the clone, yanking it against the door. I need a hand. I pressed the still jittering clone's hand against the sensor plate. A cold blue light appeared on the sensor, warming to red. Then the door slid open with a sigh. I dropped the unconscious clone and ran inside. It was a sterilization room. Bright light exploded from every direction, bathing me in ultraviolet rays and cleaning all the germs off me. What was in the next room that needed people to be sterilized? Blinking away purple dots, I got to the far door. It swished open, and I ran in. I stopped cold, a bolt of terror pinning me to the ground. At least 100 Rangers filled the room. Chapter 47. Okay, so the Rangers were all lying on hard plastic beds with wires attached to their heads and bodies. The wires came out of runners in the ceiling, all of which led to the strangest machine I'd ever seen. Shiny as a mirror, it was completely smooth. It had no edges except for, I assumed, at the bottom where it sat on the ground. It was basically a massive, shiny cylinder with a rounded top. The wires protruding from the top of the gleaming chrome thing made it look like a metal head with thick black hairs sticking up out of it. Thousands of thick black hairs. The machine gave off a low, bone-vibrating hum. The Rangers looked like they were sleeping. They hadn't moved since I'd run in. But their eyes were open and vibrating. Actually vibrating. Their pupils zipping back and forth faster than I could follow. They all wore uniforms, without boots or helmet, and the wires were attached directly to the uniform. Some of the Rangers had their mouths open. Others looked like they were clenching their jaws tightly enough to crack teeth. They weren't clones. They all looked different. They looked like they could have come from New Frisko. In fact, that woman over there looked... Bug me. That was Brenda. She had been in a group of pushers that had disappeared after the escape from New Frisko. They'd reported being under attack, and we'd never found them. We'd assumed they were all dead. 2 beds over lay Mike. Tavis, a tall, dark guy who had been Mike's best friend, lay in the bed next to him. They had been in Brenda's group. My stomach turned over. I had to fight to keep from throwing up. These were pushers. Why hadn't we recognized Rangers we'd seen before? I knew the answer before the question finished forming in my brain. Holland was taking people from everywhere, probably all 3 cities, maybe even wanderers. Somehow, he was turning them into Rangers. and we'd been fighting the Rangers, killing them when we had to. We'd been fighting our own people. What was Holland doing to them? How was he? A scream shredded the room. I flinched and ducked. A female ranger, no, just a woman, not a ranger, was writhing on her hard plastic bed, her mouth so far open I could practically see her lungs. Her scream burrowed into my ears, grabbing my brain and shaking it. I ran to her side as her scream reached a crescendo, her back arching impossibly high. She slammed down to the bed, going completely limp. Her face went slack. The wires attached to her skull, face, and body armor looked like alien tentacles sucking the life from her. She wasn't breathing. Her eyes stared blankly upward. She was dead. I reached for her. I'd seen Kristen do something to one of the pushers whose heart had stopped. I put my hands in the middle of the woman's chest and pushed down. Was this right? I leaned over her and pumped at a regular pace. Come on! I watched her face. Nothing. I stared around at all the other people Holland was destroying, keeping up the steady rhythm. Kristen had said this could start the heart again. I felt for the woman's pulse. Come on! There was nothing. She was gone. I couldn't do anything. I ran to Brenda. Another scream ripped through the room. It was a man 20 meters away, his back arched. What was Holland doing to them? I sprinted to the machine. The shining cylinder was almost 2 meters in diameter, and its skin was completely unbroken. I brushed my fingers across it, and a readout appeared right where my fingers had touched. It had a bunch of numbers at the top and showed the outline of a person, arms and legs spread. A computer-generated image of a brain rotated next to it. Multiple areas of the body and brain lit up in sequence. I looked at Brenda, then back to the readout. The spots on the figure on the machine were in the exact same places as where the wires connected to the body armor. This thing was doing something to the people Holland was turning into Rangers. But what could he be doing that would make them fight for him? I tapped the brain image. It expanded to fill the entire readout, parts of it still lighting up. One of the areas that lit up the most was a long, curving section in the middle. I tapped that spot. The winking light stopped. I tapped the other lit-up areas as fast as I could. They all went out. Another blood-boiling howl stabbed my ears. I spun and ran to the man. He didn't writhe like the others had. He screamed once, then went limp. He was still breathing, but his eyes stared at nothing. I shook him. "Hey, wake up!" He didn't respond. "Wake up!" I slapped his face. He didn't react. Had I done this? No. Holland had. I darted back to the machine and ran both hands down it. Tons of readouts appeared. I tapped the body shape of one of them. It expanded. I tapped the chest near where a light held steady. The area expanded and information scrolled down the left side of the screen. Some of the words looked like muscle names. I stumbled back, the sick feeling returning to my stomach. This machine was screwing with people's brains and bodies. Holland was somehow turning normal people into murderers, but not flesh robots like the clones. We'd heard Rangers speak, and they worked on their own. They were still people, but warped completely by Holland, and we had been fighting them all this time. I needed grenades, a lot of them. This machine needed to be a smoking pile of melted garbage. But maybe it wasn't too late for Brenda, Mike, Tavis, and the others. Holland. It was time to find him. Chapter 48. I crossed the room, fighting the need to pour every bullet I had into the shining machine, destroying all these people. Holland had to be controlling all of this from somewhere. I had to go find him, blow open whatever dark hole he was cowering in, and make him shut this machine down. Or, I stopped. Or I could make him come find me. These two buildings were where he built his army. If they were under attack, would he appear? Try to stop it? Only one way to find out. The wide door I'd seen from the outside was mechanical, and, judging by my location, I was looking at its other side. I found the control panel and hit a button. Nothing happened. Which made sense, since Holland was trying to keep this room uncontaminated. Did that mean I was trapped? I ran back to the hallway door. It opened as I approached. So I could go to the clone room, but to get back in here, I would need a clone hand again. Squeezing my eyes closed, I ran through the hallway. Momentary heat from the bright sanitizing light warmed my skin. Then I was back with the clones. Would Holland come running if I started messing with his clone operation? Worth a try. I ran to the first clone pod, activating the smooth glass control panel. Temperature and biological monitoring readouts filled the screen. I tapped the temperature. A meter appeared. I dragged the meter up, setting it to heat the interior of the pod to 40 degrees. I moved to the next and did the same. By the time I was at my third one, the first pod beeped loudly, and all 4 Holland clones in the room had converged on it, talking in flat voices about a temperature anomaly. I remembered the clone I had electrocuted earlier. It must have recovered by now. Which one was it? I dragged the temperature meter up on my 4th pod, then slammed the butt of my keeper on the tough glass screen. The screen cracked. I shouted with the next one, putting everything I had into it. The cracks spiderwebbed, bits of glass dropping to the floor. I ran to the next clone pod and did the same thing. Within minutes, panicked-sounding beeping filled the room. This was fun. I kept going, watching the wide door for any new arrivals. Nobody. It had only been a few minutes, so I continued. I raised my keeper to shatter another control screen.
Having fun, Nick?
Every hair on my body stood straight up. Cold tingles poured down my back. I spun, bringing my keeper up. Holland stood just inside the door from the sanitizing hallway. How did he... I'd missed something. He must have some kind of control area in the ranger room. I glared at humanity's murderer. A lot, actually.
You've made quite a mess.
He looked just like the Prime Administrator had, except his hair was different and he was a little shorter. His voice was unmistakable, though, soft and oily. I wanted to shoot him now and end this whole thing. Thank me later, I charged him. He stepped back, reaching for the door. Movement at the corner of my eye made me flinch and duck. 2 of the Holland clones dove at me. Just outside, a wall of rangers carrying keepers ran toward the wide door from down the street. I kicked at the clones, knocking them off their feet. I wasn't going to win a fight with all of those rangers. I sighted and fired, blasting the wide door's control panel. Please work! Sparks exploded from the panel. The door dropped smoothly, lightly sealing against the ground. I blasted the panel again for good measure, then straightened. The door to the sanitizing hallway was closing behind Holland. I dove for it, flinging my keeper ahead of me. The barrel of the keeper wedged between the door and the jamb. Clone hands grabbed at my feet. I kicked wildly and reached for my keeper just as a booted foot thrust toward the barrel. I pulled the trigger. The boot shredded and a cry of pain came from the hallway. Holding the keeper in the narrow space, I levered it with one arm, kicking and punching at the slow-moving, irritating clones. The wide door slid upward a half-meter. Ranger legs appeared. It slid up a little more. Something, it had to be Holland, pushed at the barrel of my keeper. I fired again, threw myself against the keeper, and levered the door back open enough to get half of my body through it. The door slammed against my back, shoving me into the door jamb. I yelled in pain and fury. It felt like it was squeezing my spine out through my chest. The clones tried pulling me back into the clone room. I nailed one in the face with a lucky punch. It fell back. A hobbling Adam Holland reached the door on the far end of the narrow hallway. I fired in his general direction, but he didn't slow down. I pushed at the door, clamping me against the jamb. It moved back only a centimeter. 4 clones grabbed my arms and a leg, pulling. My chest scraped against the jamb as they nearly pulled me free of the doorway. The wide door slid all the way up. Rangers poured into the clone room, keepers up. I kicked and swung at the clones. 2 stumbled back. The Rangers fired as they ran. I dropped, using the clones as a shield. Bullets smacked into the walls and door where my chest had just been. The clones suddenly stopped pulling. As they fell, I shoved back into the hallway. I got my chest and arms through, twisting to bend my legs through fast. More bullets exploded through the hallway door. I fired back toward the Rangers and yanked my legs through the doorway. Bullets slammed against the door as it closed. I gulped air and pushed to my feet. A hot line of pain flared in my neck. I brought my hand away from the spot. Blood. The slice from the bullet that had grazed me rescuing my parents had reopened. It wouldn't take long for the Rangers to get through. I had to move. I turned and ran. Holland had ducked out through the door into the ranger room. It whispered open as I drew close to it. I dove through, staying low and checking to all sides. No rangers, except for the ones on the beds. Holland stood at the shining metal cylinder. He looked at me as his fingers danced over several readouts. I brought my keeper up. Stop whatever it is you're doing to them.
So you can kill another one?
Holland's smile needed to be punched. I will shoot you if you don't fix what you've done. I fired a bullet above his head.
Fix what I've done? Why would I undo intelligent design?
Holland dropped his hands and faced me. Intelligent design?
For years our predecessors believed some ethereal hand guided their evolution.
Holland laughed. How did he look younger than the Prime Administrator I'd fought in New Frisko?
Now we have my hand to guide and enhance. He stepped toward me. And you ruined one of this batch.
He wasn't hobbling anymore. Only one. I thought I ruined two of them. Batch, you can't do this to people. I shot a bullet into the floor in front of him. Now turn it off.
Nick, you've been at this so long and you still don't get it at all.
Holland smiled wide.
Everything I've done has been for a species that was self-destructing.
He gestured to both sides.
This is one of my finest creations. They are having the less useful parts of their brains cleansed, while their muscles and reflexes are enhanced.
He took a step toward me.
The perfect army.
Turn it off. Bring them out of it, I growled. I will kill you.
I have more, Holland said. He smiled. But you won't kill me.
The wide door that led outside slid upward, and all of the people in the room sat up on their hard plastic beds. They stared ahead. Then every one of them turned and looked at me. A bunch of rangers poured into the room from the street. Behind me, the interior door slid open. More rangers came through. Holland gestured at me, speaking to the rangers that had come in behind me.
Take him outside and kill him.
Chapter 49. Strong hands grabbed my shoulders from behind and tore the keeper out of my hands. I jerked away, or tried, only freeing one hand. I tapped my earcom and shouted, "You think I'm alone? You think I did this all by myself?" A ranger grabbed my hand and pinned it against my back. "Come on, Melissa, hear me! Help!" I felt the projector bomb and knife I'd stuffed back there. I had no way of getting at them quickly.
Of course not, Holland said, but we will catch up to your friends in the stolen pod. And my rangers are closing in on the rest of your people in the forest.
They haven't found them yet. The rangers pushed me ahead of them toward the wide door that led outside. I was 5 meters from being killed, and I hadn't stopped anything. At least Mom and Dad got away.
I just can't figure out what you thought you were going to accomplish, Holland said. He reached for his machine. It seems you never really understood how hopelessly misguided you have been.
Was this one of Holland's clones? It was talking even better than New Frisko's Prime Administrator had. Was it really Holland? If not, where was the real Holland? How did he control these things? "You're a murderer," I said. "I might not stop you, but someone will. The other cities will find out the truth and—"
"Nobody will stop me," Holland said. "Nobody could."
He smiled broadly.
"Between the bug and my lovely technology, I control everything. Here's a demonstration for your final moments."
He slid his finger down the shiny machine. All of the people hooked to the wires lifted their right arm into the air. He tapped a square on the machine. The people bent their right arm at the exact same moment. Cold dread pulled me like gravity. He was too powerful. I should have blown up the machine when I had the chance. The rangers pulled me outside. The bright sunlight reflected off windows in nearby buildings, and heat radiated up from the ground. Holland called out,
"You see, Nick, they're no longer anything but pieces, puppets. I control everything."
I craned my head to get one last look at him. "Wrong! You don't control me. You don't control any of us pushers." Holland laughed.
"Pushers." He looked away, shaking his head. "Children, all of you."
He waved dismissively.
"Kill him."
Rangers pushed me to the dirt. This was it. Melissa, I'm sorry. Maybe the other pushers would escape the fires. I forced myself to look directly at the Rangers' helmeted faces and tensed for the spray of bullets that would end me. A bone-shaking scream tore through the building and bright afternoon. The Rangers all spun to see the source. Bug me! I drove into the nearest Ranger's knees as hard as I could, grabbing for his keeper. He fell, taken by surprise. I got my finger around the trigger and fired as fast as I could. The keeper bucked, softly spitting 5 grenades, one right after the other. Grenades bounced off Rangers and sailed toward the building as I rolled behind the Ranger I'd knocked down. I got my feet and one hand under me and scrabbled backwards. I turned to my front and tried to get to my feet. Bullets pounded into my back as I heard keepers fire. Then, louder explosions tore through the street, throwing me forward several meters. Darkness squeezed my vision, my ears ringing. What was that scream? 2 more explosions followed immediately after the first one. The front of the Ranger building buckled and ripped outward. I wavered as I stood. I twisted and stabbed frantically for the ammunition drum selector. It beeped softly. I fired. Bullets erupted from my keeper and sailed uselessly above the Rangers that had dragged me outside. They were all down, their body armor no good against grenades exploding at their feet. I ran at them and grabbed 2 keepers by their straps. I sprinted toward the building, spraying the doorway and the huge hole in the front with my keeper. I slung both of the new keepers across my chest and pulled one around. Dust and smoke filled the air. Something inside the building had caught fire, and I could see dancing orange light through the thick haze. I skidded to a stop outside the building, between the hole and open doorway. I thought of the sanitizing hallway leading to the Ranger room. Not so sanitary in there now, is it? I leaned against the exterior wall and took a moment to catch my breath. Only one way to do this. Holland had been able to play me, play all of us, our entire lives. We'd been predictable, slow, and scared. I lifted a keeper in each hand. No more. Time to tear this thing down. To the ground. I spun, ducked low, and pelted through the doorway, spraying bullets in both directions. Between my keepers and the raging fire, the noise was deafening. But I kept moving. The thick haze made it hard to see, but I could make out the gleaming machine in the middle of the room. I ran that way, turning slow circles and shooting controlled bursts every few seconds. Rangers popped up from behind some fallen plastic beds. I pumped a grenade their way. I winced, wishing I could do something for the people Holland had hooked up to the machine. It was too late for them, but not for the rest of us. I kept running and ducked behind the glowing cylinder just as the grenade exploded. Where was Holland? Whatever he was. I circled the machine. Rangers appeared and unloaded in my direction. Every part of my body screamed at me to stop moving, but I dove to the ground, firing back at their legs. The armor must have been thinner down there, because 2 of them went down. I pushed back to my feet and finished my circuit of the machine. No Holland! Where had he gone? I noticed the people were all lying back down, eyes staring blankly up at the ceiling. Another scream cut through the haze and noise. The scream! It was the one from before. The one whose brain readout I'd messed with. He screamed and twitched. It had been him. The scream that distracted the Rangers had been him. I'd turned off his brain control thing and he hadn't died. Now he grew still. I wanted to stop and tear the wires off his head and body, see if it really was too late for him and the others. Not now. No time. Looking around, I spotted the hallway that led to the clone room. Were those clones still trying to save the ones I'd messed with? If there's nothing new that way, what about this way? I peered through the haze toward the other end of the room. It looked like a smooth wall, but I knew by now that didn't mean anything. Turning and checking all around me, I jogged toward the wall. Rangers came at me from both sides. I fired and kept running. I came to the blank wall. Nothing here. I spun and dropped to a knee. I fired 2 grenades ahead of where the Rangers had been. Grateful the room was big enough that I should be okay. I turned to the glowing metal cylinder that was transforming good people into murderers. I unloaded all of my grenades at it, then poured bullets after them. Over the noise of the building falling apart from the explosions, I heard the grenades hit the floor and skitter. I scrambled behind a nearby plastic bed and counted. 3 seconds later, they blew. The concussion felt like it squeezed my entire body flat. A high-pitched whine filled the air. Vibrations shook the floor. I glanced over the plastic bed. The machine spat bright sparks. Blue and white flame licked up from the inside. I poured more bullets at it, aiming at the flames. More sparks flew. The whine grew louder, the vibration stronger. Something leaped at me over the plastic beds. I fell backward. The ranger landed on me, pushing me to the floor. I twisted, tried to buck him off. He was too heavy and strong. He grabbed my throat and squeezed. I got my keeper up and fired. My bullets blew him backward. The floor shook. The whine became a grinding noise that I felt in my bones. The ranger kept coming. He'd lost his keeper somewhere, but he dove at me again. He moved faster than I could react. His weight landed on me. Every bone in my chest felt like it cracked. His hands reached for my neck again. I bucked and shot again. The bullets hit his body armor, but he held onto my neck anyway. Blinding pain flooded me. My vision went dark. An enormous explosion from the center of the room almost flung the ranger off me. One of his hands slipped off my neck. I sucked air. The ranger's hand found my neck again, and he squeezed. Chapter 50. I jammed my keeper against the ranger's side, right above his waist, and fired upward. The ranger flew back just as another massive explosion sent shockwaves through the building. My ears were never going to stop ringing. Blinking and trying to breathe again, I rolled to my side. The gleaming, sleek machine was torn open. Wires and components shattered and burned. Sparks flew all over in endless streams. I scanned the room, checking for rangers coming my way. A number of them were on the floor. A few more lay still in different places around the room. I pointed the two keepers at the machine and emptied the ammunition drums into it. Gotta make sure it's good and dead. Pushing to all fours, I dropped the two empty keepers. I still had one slung across my chest. It hung under me as I tried to get to my feet. Pain throbbed and lanced all over where bullets had been stopped by armor and shrapnel had sliced through. My right side ached. When I turned my head, the skin on my neck felt like it was going to tear open. I stood. My right leg buckled. I caught myself on the wall. My calf throbbed enough that I wondered if I should just cut my leg off. At least surgery would mean I got to lie down. Those plastic beds were looking great right now. No. I could sleep when this was over. I pushed off the wall. I stopped and leaned back against the wall, shoving the pain aside and trying to focus. Too many explosions. My brain felt scrambled. I felt something on the wall, something I couldn't see. When all was said and done, Holland had pretty much the same tricks, over and over. Fear, control, and hidden, bugging doors. I found the edge of the door that blended into the wall perfectly and pulled. It didn't move. I traced the edges of the door, finding the top, then the side. It was just over 1 meter wide and 2 meters tall. I tried yanking at the other side. Still no good. Spam this. I popped a grenade out of the ammunition drum, thought for a moment, and popped out another one. I set both grenades on the floor at the base of the hidden door, pressed the activators on the end, and ran. Or stumbled. Basically, I ran like a guy with a leg that didn't work. I got behind the burning, smoking machine, getting a lungful of chemical smoke in the process. My grenades exploded. Light and shrapnel blew out from them. I flung one arm across my face to keep the awful smoke out of my nose and mouth and ran back to the door. One bottom corner was completely gone, and the whole thing had blown up and inward. I kicked the cracked and broken door to pieces and found stairs leading down into the earth, just like in the old city. I descended the stairs, using one arm to lean on the wall. My right leg did not want to hold my weight. Every time it hit the floor, a bolt of hot pain shot from my heel to my neck. Long, cold white lights on the walls lit the stairs, leaving no shadow. I turned at a landing and found more stairs. I bent to see what was at the bottom, a stark white floor, a few thick, sneaking cables. Wincing and hissing with each step, I got down the stairs. Holland was waiting. He stood in the middle of a huge round room. The walls were smooth and had screens lining the entire top half. Consoles and machinery I didn't recognize stood in clusters around the room. Black cables connected everything. Lights flickered on the far side of the room. Voices muttered. A thicker cluster of equipment and furniture sat on the far side too. Holland stood between me and that end of the room. I stared at Holland. It was the same one I'd fought upstairs. His boot was shredded. He looked at me but didn't say anything. I took a careful step closer. I couldn't afford to fall. I scrubbed dirt and debris from my face, blinking to try to clear my eyes. Why didn't he say anything? "You should not be in here," Holland finally said. He spoke slowly. Then something changed. His body straightened and his eyes met mine. "Granger, why won't you die?" I glared at him. What was he? Because I'm not done yet. He moved faster than I could register, darting at me and smashing me in the face. Agony erupted in my head. My feet lifted off the floor. I hit the ground, the keeper slamming me in the side as I rolled. "Well, I am done playing games," Holland said. I scrambled away from him and lifted my keeper and fired. I glanced back at the far side of the room. Shock sent icy tingles down my spine. Somebody was over there, sitting in some huge desk thing. Holland hit me again, tearing the keeper out of my hands. I somehow stayed upright. "How?" "You are nothing," Holland said. He held my keeper and glared at me. "You come here, destroy my children, my army, because you're stupid." He slammed the keeper against his uplifted knee. The keeper snapped in half. He dropped the pieces on the floor. This was not a clone, or at least not a normal one. It was like a ranger and a clone mixed together. "You're a murderer." I moved behind a cluster of computer components. I noticed a curving metal rail embedded into the floor. "I am a savior," Holland said. He came at me again. I ducked and ran. Machinery crashed to the floor behind me. I couldn't fight this thing. I zigged to the left, darting between two black columns with wires running up and down them. Something heavy slammed into my back, knocking me to the floor. I threw an elbow and twisted. I managed to turn and buck myself free. I looked up. Holland stood over me. "What are you?" I spat. "I am the height, the apex of our evolution." Holland kicked my side, lifting me off the ground and sending me several meters toward the big workstation. Were his feet made of concrete? My ribs felt like they were poking into my lungs. I had to take small, tight breaths. "You're not human!" "I am what humanity can become. I am the avatar of the greatest mind in history." His foot slammed into me again. I saw the kick coming and rolled with it, but it still broke at least one rib. Facing the thing, I lifted the back of my shirt and reached for the pouch in the small of my back. "You're insane!" I scrambled backward, avoiding his next kick. He laughed. "No, Granger, I am not. I have the wisdom of more than a century. This avatar, like those in Angeltown and Mento, is the host of the greatest mind, the most important person in all of humanity's destructive existence." My scrabbling fingers finally found the strap of the pouch. I pulled, trying to find the opening. I had to keep him busy. "Wait, what?" Holland stood straight and cocked his head to the side. "You still don't understand." "No," I said. "Where was that bugging opening? What are you?" He stood for a moment. "You made it here, so you alone will know. Then you will die. I am an avatar, cloned from my creator and biomechanically programmed to function independently as needed, but ready always to be inhabited by him." Bug me. It made sense. The new Frisko Prime Administrator's strange behavior, how it spoke slowly sometimes and then like a normal person at other times. "So you're a puppet? There, I found it." The Holland avatar bent close. "No, I am a host for the next stage in humanity's evolution." I wanted to stand. It felt strange sitting on the floor with this thing looming over me, but sitting was best right now. "Actually, you're a puppet," I thought fast. "And you want to make everyone else a puppet. You don't trust us to live our own way." "Why would I? I have seen humanity at its worst, its most destructive." His foot smashed into my chest. I rolled backwards and pain spread across my entire body. I gasped. Another kick like that, and I was done. "And you want to destroy everything I have created." I pushed myself to a seated position. My right arm felt like it was wrenching from its socket. I finally got the pouch out of my waistband. Time for this thing to burn. "Wait, host? The only one?" My mind froze, then lit up. It all fell into place.
You are very slow, the Holland avatar said. The only one, yes. I am the essence of Adam Holland, the avatar of the greatest mind in the universe. The avatar? Then what was that behind me? I knew it was a bad idea, but I had to see. Trying to keep the Holland avatar in the corner of my vision, I craned around to see. A circular workstation, surrounded by transparent screens and holographic projections, loomed only a few meters away from me. The screens were held up by intermittent columns that extended up from the workstation's base. All of it was mounted on a platform that straddled the metal rail embedded in the floor. Control panels flickered to life, bright colors winking on and off. In the middle of the workstation was a dark, black chair. It was deep and wide, allowing its occupant to recline, yet still see everything happening on the screens around him. A wrinkled, shrunken man with wispy, white hair sat crookedly in the chair. His deep-set eyes flicked across monitors, and his fingers moved slowly on the armrests which held their own controls. Adam Holland. The real one. Chapter 51. It took me maybe 2 seconds to see the workstation. I turned back to the avatar in front of me. A smile curled up from one corner of its mouth. You are a privileged person, Granger, to see what you have just seen. My original form is old, kept alive through countless cellular transplants. But it weakens. I closed my eyes for half a second. My heart pounded in my battered chest. I focused on the avatar. You have seen the God that saved humanity, and you see its creation that is humanity's future, the thing said. It snorted an ugly laugh. And like all mortals, you must pay for your sins. What are sins? I pulled my hand free of the pouch, reaching back with my left hand. The thing laughed again. You don't know because I have made it so, he lashed out, kicking me in the side and the left arm at the same time. Pain burned all over. I nearly dropped my knife, so I squeezed it tighter. Everything in me hurt. If not for the body armor, my chest would be destroyed. I forced myself to one knee. I'll enjoy this, the avatar said. An incredibly powerful hand slapped me on the side of the head. The ringing in my ears became a wail. My head felt like it might roll off my neck. I got another foot under me and stood, my head swimming. You're done. I brought my left arm forward, pointed my knife at him, and jabbed. At the same time, I pressed a button. The avatar laughed again. A knife! You were hiding a knife! I spun, threw the projector at the workstation, and dove at the avatar, screaming. The avatar stumbled backward when I hit him. I shoved the knife toward his stomach. He rolled me off. The knife! You couldn't stop me if you... He cut off suddenly, listening. I slid the knife into his side as the voice of Adam Holland filled the room. What insurances? That would be because I made a world free of the filth and mistakes of humanity. The avatar shouted something unintelligible. Come get it! Hurry! Strange to hear the wizened man commanding his own puppet. I yanked the knife out and tackled the avatar. Just hold on! It stayed up and dragged me with it. Or Mento again. I will kill one of them very painfully. The avatar screamed wordlessly. Over its shoulder, I saw the projector cast a pale light against the wizened, shrunken murderer of humanity. It was right at his feet. I planted my feet, wrapped an arm around the avatar's neck, and kicked it in the back of a knee. It stumbled, but kept dragging me. 10 meters. You will stay away from my new chapter. The projected image flickered. The workstation slid soundlessly on the rail, curving closer to us. No! I shouted. The avatar kept going. 7 meters. I plunged my dagger into the avatar's leg, just behind its knee. It fell, but caught itself. It kept going, one leg dragging behind it. 6 meters. I leave you to your wanderings. The workstation arced closer. The avatar, one leg useless, closed the distance. 4 meters. I kicked its knee as hard as I could. It fell backward but twisted in midair and dove toward its creator.
The projector's pale rectangle cast a glow on the weak body of the real Adam Holland. The holographic face smiled. "Goodbye." I let the avatar go and threw myself backward. A loud clap compressed the air in the room, and a bright flash expanded. Pale fire splattered across the seated old man and the avatar, a few flames hitting his workstation as well. Both of the burning figures screamed as the blazing fire sank into their bodies. The avatar reached for its creator, but fell before it could get there. The shrunken old man in the chair shrieked and writhed and dropped, rolling off the workstation as the fire engulfed him. Something fell off his head and skipped away a meter or two. Pale fire lit up Holland's lair, reflecting off the stark white floor, walls, and shining consoles. The two burning figures went silent at almost the exact same moment. Chapter 52. I stood there, watching, wishing I could capture the scene and show it to everyone in Angeltown and Demento. Show the outcasts, show the pushers. The pushers. They weren't safe yet. I forced my stiffening legs to move. Every step threatened to snap them. The need to sit, to lie down, even to just lean on a wall almost got the better of me. Not yet. I looked back at the monitors and panels that made up the workstation. How did you control them? The small burning shape didn't answer. I pulled my shirt collar over my nose and mouth to block the smoke and smell. He had to control his avatars somehow. No, that was wrong. I needed to call the Rangers off first. They weren't avatars. He must have given them their orders somehow. I fast-walked around the room. The mobile workstation looked like it could slide up under each cluster of computers and transparent screens, allowing Holland to monitor his factories, the pod buildings, and the clone room. That was how he knew to send his avatar up when I started messing with the clones. In one spot, I found topographical displays of Edwards Air, Angeltown, and Mento. The last display had mountains and bright orange lines and spots, with small green dots moving in patterns near the orange. That had to be the Rangers closing in on the cavern. I searched for some way to call the Rangers. Nothing, just controls for adjusting view and size. How did you talk to them? The thing that had fallen off his head. I ran, skirting the flames, and found it. It was a headset, of course. I slipped it on, tapping the activator. "This is Holland. Rangers at the fires, respond." The headset fuzzed in my ear. "Squadron 2, search diameter is 500 meters, 2 pods downed by insurgents." "Insurgents? Is that us?" "Stop now, pull back." Did it matter if I couldn't imitate Holland's voice? "Put out the fires and pull back." "Squadron 2? Sir?" I said, "Pull back and put out the fires. Do it!" I stared at the screen with the orange and green dots. "Yes, sir." "Come on." The moving green dots pattern changed. Instead of closing in on the center of the circle, they moved toward the orange. "Yes!" I pumped a fist in the air. "When the fires are out, return to base." "Yes, sir." "How should we put out the fires?" I had no idea. "Water? Find a way. Throw dirt on them. Whatever. Do it." "Yes, sir." What were we going to do with the Rangers? Holland had screwed them up so much. Would we be able to fix them? We were going to try. Now I needed some way to call Melissa and Paul and the others. The Rangers followed orders, so it was worth trying. What squadron was it? 1? 3? 10? I ignored my worry. "Rangers defending the base, respond." This time it was a woman's voice. "Squadron 1. Located the attackers and closing in. 2 minutes to contact." Cold fear jolted through me. Don't mess this up. Do not fire on them. Don't hurt them. "Sir, we have the pod in our sights." I said, "Don't shoot them." Things have changed, I thought fast. "Land and speak to them. Give one of them your communicator." "Sir?" "Do it. After I speak to them, bring them to me. Don't harm them." I leaned on a black pillar. They would obey orders from Holland, right? They didn't care if their boss suddenly sounded different, did they? Come on, Melissa, be all right. I explored more as I waited, trying not to think about what might have happened. Beneath all the computer consoles and technology, the room was plain and stark. It had only the one door. The fires on the Avatar and Old Man were dying. It was time for me to leave. Melissa's voice came over the headset. "If Nick's dead, I will find you and I will kill you. Melissa, it's me." I nearly fell from relief. I found a wall and slid down to the floor. "It's Nick. It's over." "Nick?" Her voice jabbed painfully into my ear. It was the best thing I'd heard in my whole life. "Bug me, is that really you?" I laughed. "Yes, it's really me. Go with the Rangers, they won't hurt you now." "Are you sure?" "Yes." A few seconds of silence passed. "I have to make sure. What was the last thing you did before leaving us?" My face got hot. Well, I cleared my throat. "Seriously?" "Yes," I heard the smile in her voice. "Don't be such a dummy." I held my breath. "I kissed you." "We're on our way." By the time the Ranger pods landed outside the battered buildings, I'd checked to make sure there wasn't a hidden avatar room anywhere. I found that Holland's headset had a long range, so I met the Ranger pods outside, giving orders the whole time. "Stand down from all patrols. All squadrons return to the base. All squadrons acknowledge the new orders." I figured I should sound as confident and authoritative as possible. I still couldn't tell exactly what Holland had done to the Rangers, but it seemed like they respected authority.
Squadron 4 returning.
Squadron 3 with 4 returning from the search for wanderers. Several other squadrons reported in. How many Rangers was that? I kept talking. They needed to not attack us anymore. "All Rangers, listen closely. No more fighting. No more attacking wanderers or outcasts or the insurgents. You have to leave the cities alone too. Return to base and wait for more orders from Nick Granger. No more fighting." 3 Ranger pods landed on the dirt-covered street outside the buildings. They opened, disgorging Rangers in their body armor, keepers slung across chests. Melissa, Lily, and Paul erupted from one of the pods and came running. Melissa hit me first, nearly knocking me over. I held on, getting lost in her arms and crisp, wild scent. "Nick!" She squeezed me tight, her face on my shoulder. Something in my chest loosened. I would have fallen if Paul and Lily hadn't gotten there. We stood for a moment. "Is it really over?" Melissa asked. "The worst is," I said, "Holland's dead. The real one." "The real one?" Paul asked. We separated. "Yeah, it's crazy." I led them into the room with all the captive people Holland had been turning into Rangers. "I'll explain. Then let's get the word out to Angeltown, Mento, and the outcasts." I met Lily's gaze. "And the wanderers, of course." Chapter 53. By the time the 4 of us made it down the stairs to Holland's lair, the other 3 looked like their eyes were going to pop out of their heads. "You used a projector bomb?" Paul asked. "Yeah, I still can't believe it worked," I said. "That's Blaze," Melissa said. She stopped abruptly, catching sight of the hideous shapes on the floor. "And awful." Paul bent close. "Spam, that almost happened to you." "Better them than you," Lily said. "True," I said. I found my knife and retrieved it. I gestured at the consoles and panels around the room. "We need to figure out how Holland was controlling his avatar puppet things. I say we get control of them and tell the truth." "Yes," Melissa said. "Let's figure this out." "No, wait a second," Paul said. "Think about it. The people in Angeltown and Mento will go crazy. We have to find the right way to tell them so a bunch of them don't panic." Exhaustion threatened to drop me where I stood. He was right, of course. Fine. Melissa reached for me, taking my hand and squeezing. "You're done. You need rest." She looked around the room. "Those cities are fine for now, right?" We all thought about that. "Yeah, I guess so," Paul said. "You can't leave them like that," Lily said. "They deserve to know." "Of course they do," Melissa said. "Right, but they can wait. We can figure out the right way to tell them the truth in the safest way possible," Paul said. "That's all I'm saying." "And get rid of the Holland avatars," I added. "Definitely," Melissa said. She tugged me toward the stairs. "Let's go find your parents, then get back to the cavern." "What?" Lily said. "We can't just leave this." She flailed her arms all around. "This is a mess." "We'll bring everyone back here," I said, the plan coming to me as I spoke it. "We'll take a lot of pods, bring all the pushers back here, and save the people in the other cities together." "That's a great idea," Paul said. Nothing's changed for Angeltown and Mento. They're okay for now. We climbed the stairs as he continued. Holland's got this place all set up. We can try to help these people. He waved toward the unconscious people on the plastic beds. We lifted the ones that had fallen in the battle. I tried not to get a good look at the ones who had been caught in the crossfire of my fight with the Rangers. Although I don't know if that's going to happen. And we need to try to help the Rangers too, I said. Find a way to reverse what he did. Right, Paul said. We dragged ourselves out to the street. How was the original Holland even still alive? Melissa asked. I thought about that, and something the Avatar had said buzzed in my head. Paul bounced as he spoke. That's impossible. I mean, think about it. He had to be at least 30 or older when he made the bug, and that was 100 years ago. Making him at least 130, Lily said. No way. The Avatar said something about cellular transplants, I said, finally remembering what the inhuman thing had said while it was trying to kill me. And before, in New Frisko, Holland said something about trying to find a way to keep people alive. So he used his own medical technology to stay alive and do all this. But that's impossible, Lily said. He was still alive until an hour ago, I said, so impossible doesn't matter. We fell into silence. I couldn't believe it was over. Where's James? I asked. Melissa pointed at the pod they'd come out of. He's okay, just immobilized in there. We looked around the base. At some point, the sun had started going down, making the shadows longer. At least 40 Rangers stood completely immobile in the sun. Their legs blended somewhat into the pale dirt of the road. We've got a lot of work to do, Paul said. I turned to Melissa, fatigue in every bone and muscle. Yeah. We lifted off in a shiny new pod. The Rangers followed our orders to go into the beat-up building and wait for us to return. Paul flew as Melissa helped me sit on a bench. James had fallen asleep in the co-pilot's chair. First my parents and then the others, I said. Of course, Paul said. They were going to meet us where we dropped you off? I nodded. He banked tightly and took us fast back to the houses. As we landed, he spoke through the loudspeaker on the pod. Grangers, Tim, Carl, it's us, Paul, Nick, Melissa, and James. Hey, Lily said, what about me? They don't know you, Paul said. She shrugged. True, but still. We promise it's us. Don't shoot us, Paul said. The pod touched down near a few of the houses. Stay here, Melissa said. We'll get them. I didn't think I could have stood if I wanted to. Desert haze filled the air as the pod door slid open. Paul, Melissa, and Lily stepped out, their forms made featureless by the sun shining directly into the pod. Their shadows touched my feet. Paul waved his arms. It's us! Come out if you can hear us! It's not a trick, Melissa said. She went a few meters away from the pod. Anybody out there? My mother's voice rang out. We have 2 keepers pointed right at you if you try anything. Mom, I called out. She probably couldn't hear me. Don't shoot my friends! Kate, Melissa said. Nick's okay. She paused. Well, mostly okay. He's in here. Nick? My mom again.
It's all right, everyone,
my dad said.
Let's go.
Then a bunch of people crowded into the pod. My mom dropped to her knees next to me and hugged me, soaking my shoulder with tears while my dad and the others carried Carl Stevens into the pod. He was in bad shape, but his eyes were open. He caught my gaze. Good job, Nick. I nodded. As Carl got settled on a bench with a shirt under his head, Paul called out. Okay, we're going back to the pod building. We're going to take some pods, go to the caverns, and get everyone, and bring them back here. It'll probably take a few trips. What? My mom sat up straight. Why here? We'll explain on the way, I said. Everyone who knows how to fly a pod should take one. Make the trip as easy as possible. All the people who thought they were about to go back home to a cave stared at me. I promise, it's okay. The fight's over. No more running away, Melissa said. It's true, Lily said. I saw.
Who is this?
My dad asked. That's Lily, Melissa said, kneeling next to me and examining the slice on my neck. She's a friend. Paul flew us back to the pod building while I told the story again. We landed. Okay, we're at the hangar, Paul said. Looks like 10 pods are left. If you know how to fly, go get one. Come on, Bruce, my mom said. Dad was looking me over, muttering, unbelievable, under his breath while I told my story.
What? Dad said. No way. We're staying right here.
Mom looked from Melissa to me, then back to Dad. No, we know how to fly, so we're going to. Nick is in good hands. Dad frowned. Some kind of communication happened between my parents. He shrugged. Fair enough. They both gave me a quick hug and led 6 of the former captives to pods. One of them, a woman I didn't know, stayed with Carl, who had fallen asleep. I caught Melissa's eyes. You know how to fly, too. I forgot, she said. She sliced the clone shirt I still wore off of the Ranger body armor. Smiling, I nodded. Paul, you know how to get back to the cavern?
Yeah, no problem,
Paul said.
They had the coordinates in the system.
Let's go, Melissa said, and then we'll get Lexi.
This is Paul,
he said, speaking to the other pods.
Everyone ready?
A bunch of voices came back.
Follow me back to the cavern.
We took off. The sun was closing in on the horizon when we got to the caverns. Melissa and Lily had insisted on cleaning and closing my wounds because they were terrible people who didn't know when a guy just needed to sleep. Then they forced protein cubes and vitamin water down my throat. At least Ranger food wasn't as horrible as the stuff we'd had in New Frisko. I woke up when Paul banked the pod in for a landing. James did too. Carl stayed asleep. Hey, James said, focusing on me. You're alive. He looked around the pod. We're all alive. Crazy, right? My head felt like it was full of wet fabric. It took way longer than it should have to get James and Carl into Kristen's medical alcove, and even longer to get everyone settled enough to tell the story. Krista had arrived at a dead run a few minutes after we got James into the alcove. She shouted, Bug me! What happened? And it echoed off the cavern walls. The story itself took too long to tell also, since people didn't know when to stop asking questions. I had to backtrack and fill in details, and it just seemed like it took hours by the time Diana convinced everyone to start loading up the pods. I forced myself off the fabric-covered rock I'd been sitting on. My joints tried to lock up, but I made them bend. Jan, I said as she followed her mom to visit Carl, I'm sorry about your dad. Jan turned. A small, tired smile stretched her lips.
Kristen says he'll be okay after a while.
This was the worst time possible, but it was the only time. If I waited any longer, I was a bug-eater. I looked her in the eyes, taking a moment to silently appreciate the light orbs hovering all around that pushed back the shadows. I have to talk to you. She closed the distance between us and wrapped me in a tight hug. I froze. Melissa was right next to me. Come on, don't be a spammer. I hugged her back, but pushed her gently away after a moment. I have to tell you something. Jan frowned.
What, are you okay?
I nodded. Yes, but I had no idea how to do this. I think I was okay, no, I did move too fast with us, and I shouldn't have done that.
Done what?
She genuinely had no idea. I always liked you, I said, but I didn't really understand, and then I acted like I felt more for you than I did because I really liked... Did Melissa really have to be sitting right there? Jan took a small step backward, her brows drawing down.
Oh.
She looked from me to Melissa and back.
I guess it was inevitable.
Jan, I liked how it felt to be with you, I said, but I shouldn't have rushed like that, and I shouldn't have kissed you. Those feelings weren't real, and I know I rushed you, and I'm really sorry. She took a slow breath and visibly swallowed. She blinked fast, then her expression hardened a bit.
For a little bit, I hoped. I knew I shouldn't, but you've been there for so long, always with Bren, and... She trailed off. Deep down, I think I knew it wasn't going to work.
I cut her off, needing to get through this fast. I think I'm just a terrible person. I hung my head. My throat wouldn't let air past the knot in there. I kissed you, but my feelings are different. Then I realized what she'd been saying. Wait, what? Jan pursed her lips.
Nick, just say it. Bug me, just say it.
Then she actually burst into laughter. What the bug? Just say what?
You are so oblivious, she glanced at Melissa. It's obvious who you love, and it's not me.
She smiled wryly.
I knew all along, really.
She pointed deliberately at Melissa.
You can have him.
Then Jan turned back to me.
You took way too long to figure this out.
She looked at Melissa.
Didn't he? He's kind of slow, I guess.
I stared at Melissa. Melissa stared back. What are you talking about? Melissa asked Jan. Jan's gaze flicked back and forth between me and Melissa.
Spam, you two are made for each other.
She kissed me on the cheek and stepped back. It was fun, thanks. She disappeared into a corridor. I turned to Melissa. What just happened? She shrugged. No clue. She scooted next to me and put her arm around my shoulders, being careful not to touch my new stitches. But don't let her kiss you again. Okay. We sat that way for a while. Voices echoed around the cavern as people took stuff out to the pods. I calculated. We had 9 pods to move over 200 people and a lot of supplies. It was going to take at least 2 trips. Melissa rubbed the spot Jan had kissed. Then her warm lips covered the same spot and lingered. It was almost the best thing I'd ever felt. Let's go get Lexi, she said. My arm and shoulder ached and throbbed as I lifted her chin. One of Melissa's hands warmed my cheek. Her lips tasted soft and salty and sweet and like they should never not be touching mine. My heart skipped a few beats. After way too little time, we separated and I took a deep breath. Okay, now let's go get Lexi. Chapter 54. I surveyed the group of cleaned-up, healing pushers that had gathered in the hangar to see us off. 2 months already? We'd occupied the old Edwards Air Base completely. Some folks even had a garden going. Melissa and I stood next to our pod. James and Carl sat in hover chairs Roger and Paul had rigged up, a low cloud of dust spreading from them in a transparent haze. Jan stood between Paul and her mother, Carl on Diana's other side. Paul kept looking at Jan, his face going red every time. He had trouble meeting my eyes. "Melissa, Nick," Roger said. "Hang on a minute." "We want to cover some ground before it gets dark," I said. I glanced into the pod, seeing the packs and crates we'd loaded. There was still enough space to sleep. Did we have enough supplies? Melissa had only been learning how to hunt for a couple months. The couple months it had taken to free Angeltown and Mento from the Papas and the bug. "I know, but you'll want to see this," Roger said. "Lexi, you ready?" I looked around. I hadn't seen Lexi much after she'd gotten back on her feet, but I'd heard she'd become Roger's apprentice. I had thought Paul would do that, but then Roger told me Paul was already way too advanced to be an apprentice. Paul had been the one to develop the radio repeaters using technology he'd found in Holland's lair. "Make a lane!" Lexi shouted from somewhere behind the crowd. A low rumble filled the hangar. I recognized that rumble. The crowd shifted in 2 directions and Lexi shot between the groups, bringing the Skyjet to an abrupt stop 5 meters in front of me. "Roger!" I ran to the machine. "You found it!" Roger beamed, jogging up to the machine. "It was Paul's idea." He rubbed a sleeve along the back of the Skyjet. Paul showed up a moment later. "We made some alterations." "Like what?" I asked. He grinned. "You'll see." "Wow, this is amazing," Melissa said. "I remember riding this into New Frisko." Paul glanced at Lexi. "Load it up." Lexi leaned forward and drove the Skyjet into the pod. It fit perfectly. I stared at Roger, then at the Skyjet, then at Melissa, then Roger again. "Spam! You want us to take it?" "Definitely." Roger squeezed my shoulder. "You'll probably need it more than we will." He patted Melissa's shoulder. "Have fun out there." "Thank you," I said, giving Roger a hug. "That's incredible." "You deserve it, my friend," Roger said. He stepped back. My parents came in right behind him. They hugged me and Melissa between them. "You're going to stay in touch, right?" Dad asked. "Yes," I said. We'd been over this. We were leaving to explore, not to get away, although that will be nice. It was going to be months at the most, maybe a little longer, to let people heal more. "Because you're going to put repeaters on high points," Paul said. "Yes, Paul," Melissa said, her voice muffled by my parents' arms. She leaned her head back. "You could say it 100 more times. Or 100 less," I added. "And we wouldn't forget it," Melissa finished. "Come back and tell us what you find," Mom said. "I promise," I said. "Stay safe," she said. "We will." Then it was time to go. We were going to find the outcasts, say hi to Mintz and Evam and Lynn, then head straight north and see if we could find any more people. We couldn't be the only ones left, could we? Melissa and I stood at the pod door. I glanced at her, then back at the group. "Say something," Melissa said. "You say something," I said. She groaned. I laughed. We did it, I said, raising my voice loud. I'm sorry it was so hard, but now we can live our way. No bug, no rangers, no Prime Administrator. We were in touch with Angeltown and Mento, and some of our people were thinking about going down to Angeltown to see how things were going now that everyone was free of the Papa. This was much better. I thought back to that first night in the park with Bren and the original pushers. I hope they can forgive me. I won't miss the looks. My throat got tight. We'll see you again, soon. Paul and Connor jogged over, and they, Melissa and I, grabbed each other and held on for a long time. Connor had kept every single one of his squad alive while the Rangers hunted them. They'd even brought down 2 pods. You're the best friends I could have ever had, I said, my vision blurring. My throat hurt so much. Thank you for everything. Go find more people, Connor said. Paul squeezed tighter and we broke apart. Don't forget, we know, Melissa and I said together. High places! Paul scrubbed his face with a sleeve, and he and Connor stepped back from the pod. Melissa and I climbed in and turned. I spotted Scott and Lily at the back of the crowd. The rest of their triune stood around them. I lifted a hand and waved at them. They waved back. Lily mimed pulling a bow and shooting an arrow at us. She grinned. I surveyed the crowd. Raising my eyebrows high, I said, Better safe than sorry? The crowd gasped and burst into laughter. Better calm than dead, they shouted back, their voices and laughter echoing all over the hangar. I stroked the side-jet as the pod door closed. Nice one, Melissa said, settling into the pilot chair. I dropped into the co-pilot chair. Thanks, I laughed. It really was. I took a deep, cleansing breath. I felt light, excited. It wasn't that good, Melissa said. She lifted us off and pointed us north. She punched the accelerator and we took off fast. It was pretty good. Perfect, really. The hangar and crowd disappeared in a cloud of dust behind us. Oh, spam that, Melissa said. Her smile grew as we gained altitude. Nope, I said. I couldn't stop myself from leaning forward to watch a world free of the new chapter open ahead of us. It was perfect. The beginning. Acknowledgements. I wrote this book, all by myself. Acknowledgements go to me and me alone. I'm joking, of course. Pretty funny, huh? Don't you wish I wrote comedy? You don't? Well, that's okay, because I'm still going to first acknowledge you, my devoted and deeply attractive reader and listener. Thank you so much for buying and reading my books. Thank you even more for buying a copy of each of my books for all of your friends and neighbors, and even for that guy down the block who smells like avocados. Do you wish I wrote comedy yet? Okay, I'll stop asking. But since you asked, I need to acknowledge Emma Hogan and Brooke Sorensen for their marvelous editing work. Party on. I would acknowledge my agent, but I don't have one. Are you in the publishing industry by any chance? And do you perhaps work as a literary agent for awesome authors? If so, Google me and be astounded. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the sound transit system in Seattle that I used to ride on pretty much every workday to and from work. I wrote 60% or more of push while commuting on that train. To the passengers whose elbows I bumped while carving out space to work on my laptop, apologies. And if you happen to remember all the twists in push, keep quiet. No spoilers. Writing a book while commuting has shown me what a person can do when they really set their minds to something. I completed the first draft of Push in 3 months between the train rides and late nights writing like a man possessed. I love this book. You love it too, don't you? My final acknowledgments go out to my family. To my kids, you're awesome. Several of you and at least one of your goofy characters show up in this book and other books I write. You're an inspiration. And to my wife, Anne-Marie, thank you for supporting me as I invest so much time and money into this writing dream. Your patience and endless support are everything. About the author. In the print book, you can see a picture of me. Too bad you're not seeing that right now. Anyway, Jared Garrett is the author of the best-selling Beat series as well as the Guide and the Sword series. He is a family man raising 7 kids with his best friend and wife of 2 decades. At the age of 17, Jared escaped from a nomadic Scientology splinter cult. Not kidding. Since then, he's worked as a teacher, a firefighter, a barbecue restaurant manager, a cowboy theater actor, a DJ, a bellman, a concierge, a rock crusher, and as a rubber vulcanizing engineer, among many others. He's traveled all over the world, speaks 4 languages, and teaches groups large and small about overcoming trauma, the creative process, and the power of belief. His favorite authors are Terry Pratchett, Robert Ludlum, Catherine Patterson, Mercedes Lackey, Patricia McKillop, Brandon Sanderson, Robert E. Howard, Edgar Rice Burroughs, and many, many more. Keep writing, and you might become one of his favorite authors too.
The end. This has been Push, sequel to Beat, written and narrated by Jared Nathan Garrett. Thank you for listening to this production.